Chapter 1. The 10-Star Martial Saint. Back to senior year. At the brain storage locker retrieval area, I truly deserve this fate. Fang Qingchen sat at his desk, his gaze lost as he stared at his hands. His long, fair fingers did not resemble the last moment etched in his memory. After perishing alongside the S-class beast, the Thunder Dragon, whose prowess rivaled that of a martial god, he had thought he would meet his end in a body ravaged and broken, filled with wounds. Raising his head, he surveyed his surroundings. The classroom was clean and orderly, filled with familiar yet slightly unfamiliar youthful faces. Each student sat quietly at their desks, their heads raised to watch the teacher at the front, diligently writing on the board. Outside, cicadas chirped and sunlight poured in. This scene was almost ingrained in his very being, instantly awakening him to the reality of his situation. Have I been reborn to my high school days? With this thought, his bewildered eyes cleared in an instant. The smile tugging at the corners of his mouth was more difficult to suppress than a loaded AK. He rested his forehead on his hand, fingers entwined in his hair. Unable to contain himself, he burst into boisterous laughter. Ha ha! Within that laughter was a blend of weariness, regret, liberation, and indescribable ecstasy. Without a moment's contemplation, he swung his arm and slapped his own handsome face with vigor. Serve you right. Smack. The crisp sound of the slap resonated like thunder in the first class of the afternoon. Several drowsy classmates jolted awake. What the hell? Thunder? What's that racket? Damn it. That was louder than when my dad whips me with a belt. The once tranquil classroom erupted into chaos. Curious classmates turned their heads to the center of the room, where the teacher, startled, trembled, and broke the chalk in her hand. Many diligent students, interrupted in their thoughts, wore expressions of annoyance, their eyes reflecting impatience. Yet upon realizing it was Fang Qingchen who had caused the ruckus, a variety of schadenfreude expressions emerged. It's the infamous Fang, no worries then. I heard he confessed to the school beauty Lin Wanqing for the 7th time this morning, only to be rejected again. That slap was quite fierce. Perhaps he deemed his gift too trivial? What a spectacle. This is just too entertaining. But to be fair, Lin Wanqing is stunning, especially with those long legs that seem to stretch on forever. Though Fang Qingchen's family has some wealth, he's merely a minor rich second generation among the many suitors vying for Lin's affection. Moreover, tomorrow marks the day of our talent. Awakening Lin Wanqing's intentions are certainly astute. The classmates whispered loudly, relishing in Fang Qingchen's embarrassing predicament. Listening to the chatter around him, Fang Qingchen touched the red mark on his face, his smile more sorrowful than joyful. It was true in his previous life. He had indeed been such a devoted admirer. Despite having a father who was a formidable half-step martial god and a mother from a wealthy family, he had merely to beckon, and countless beauties would rush to him. Unbeknownst to him, he had fallen hopelessly in love with the campus belle, Lin Wanqing, to a degree that rendered him unable to extricate himself. The fervor with which he lavished attention upon her was trivial in comparison to the prowess he would awaken the following day. It was but child's play. This fixation diverted his focus from martial arts, causing him to squander the golden period of his training. After facing rejection for the 99th time, he experienced a mental breakdown, descending into a life of indulgence and excess. Not only did he bring shame upon his parents, but he also became the subject of ridicule among the citizens of the Great Xia Empire. It was only upon reaching his 30th birthday that he had an epiphany, rallying himself to strive for greatness anew. His late blooming talent allowed him to become the only warrior in the Great Xia Empire whose strength could rival that of a martial deity, earning him the title of the foremost warrior beneath the divine. Alas, time proved unyielding, and he never attained the realm of the martial deity. Ultimately, during an apocalyptic onslaught of monstrous beasts that threatened the entire empire, he valiantly fought against 3 glass beasts to cover the civilians' retreat, sacrificing himself in the process. Meanwhile, Lin Wanqing, buoyed by her own martial talent and the relentless devotion of Fang Qingchen, soared to greatness. Before reaching the age of 30, she ascended to the realm of martial saint, surrounded by accolades and adoration, becoming a celebrated star of the Great Xia Empire and a goddess among the populace. That I must have been possessed in my past life, he lamented. To have made such a fool of myself over Lin Wanqing is utterly unbecoming. Reflecting on his previous life, even Fang Qingchen, who had endured countless battles and tribulations, felt a shiver run down his spine, his face flushing with embarrassment. Around him, classmates gossiped, unaware of Fang Qingchen's true identity, and spoke freely without restraint. By the way, I remember Fang Qingchen declaring after his confession failed that he would present Lin Wanxing with a grand gift the next day upon her awakening of talent. A freckled girl whispered eagerly to I in the center of the second row. Lin Wanxing's exquisite face bore a subtle, playful smile. The delicate touch of makeup only enhanced her already stunning features, adding depth to her beauty. She casually tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and continued taking notes, captivating the attention of several boys who discreetly stole glances at her. As Fang Qingchen's laughter disrupted the once orderly classroom atmosphere, the stern teacher, known for her strict demeanor, remained silent but turned her gaze, scanning the faces of each student. An immediate hush fell over the class. Is this amusing? She queried. This is a classroom, not a marketplace. With a frown, she directed her attention towards Fang Qingchen, who perplexed her. While he was categorized as a poor student, his physical prowess ranked him among the top 3 in class. Conversely, as a supposedly good student, his mind was wholly occupied with pursuing Lin Wanxing. His academic performance was abysmal, and his martial arts achievements were merely mediocre. He epitomized the privileged rich kid, relying on his family's wealth to artificially inflate his abilities, while lacking practical skills. Disrupting the classroom order, he was notorious for being a troublemaker. The stern teacher, known for her uncompromising discipline, fixed her gaze upon him, her expression hardening into one of stern authority as she unleashed a deadly stare. This tactic was unfailingly effective. No student could withstand such scrutiny for more than 3 seconds. Inevitably, they would be compelled to stand. Yet at that moment, Fang Qingchen, one hand pressed against his forehead, was lost in a state of melancholy, oblivious to the unfolding drama. Young Master Fang has finally dared to confront our teacher. His classmates murmured in astonishment, their admiration swelling as they anticipated the spectacle to come. As the teacher's eyes began to strain from the intensity of her glare, she noticed he remained utterly unmoved, her pride taking a hit. In her extensive experience teaching countless students, never had she encountered one who could endure her lethal gaze without flinching. Unfazed, he remained seated. Fang Qingchen, stand up this instant. With a swift motion, she flung a broken piece of chalk, its trajectory slicing through the air with remarkable speed, aimed directly at his forehead. The chalk moved so swiftly that it was almost impossible to react in time. This was her signature move, always accurate and disorienting, yet never harmful. As the chalk was about to make contact with Fang Qingchen, an almost imperceptible twitch in his ear signaled his instinctive response. Countless encounters with life and death in a past life had etched combat reflexes into his very being. Without lifting his eyelids, he discerned the chalk's speed and path merely by the sound it made. His hand, which had been resting against his forehead, swiftly transformed into a graceful crane, soaring through the air. With a delicate flick of his index and middle fingers, he effortlessly intercepted the chalk just a centimeter from his forehead, elegantly pinching it between his fingers. Display of utmost grace. The foundational martial skill, known as the crane-catching finger, had rendered the classroom into a realm of stunned silence. The students stared at Fang Qingchen with a mix of bewilderment and awe, as if gazing upon a mythical creature. Then, the classroom erupted anew. What the heck? He actually caught that? Did I just see a crane dancing in his hand? I must be seeing things. I must be too tired this afternoon. Chapter 2. Master, spare us the recitation. Let's leave with flair. The crane-catching finger is one of the 9 mandatory martial arts taught at the prestigious Martial Arts Academy of the Great Xia Kingdom. Though fundamental, it demands exceptional reflexes and bodily coordination. Perfecting this skill is notoriously challenging. Among the elite martial arts students, few could master it to an impressive degree. Even those with exceptional talent, who diligently honed their proficiency in the crane-catching finger, often found it arduous to reach a level of consummate skill before graduation. The grace of his fingertips, akin to a crane in flight, was something no one had ever witnessed. Students rubbed their eyes, suspecting that their tiredness had led to a misperception. Though it may have been sheer luck, he has surely broken the teacher's invincibility. That was splendid. More of that, please. The audience, both novices and experts alike, eagerly awaited the unfolding drama. Even the class teacher, Huang Chuanli, was momentarily taken aback, her eyes wide with disbelief. Fang Qingchen has mastered the crane-catching finger to such a degree? She pondered. During the last martial arts assessment, I distinctly remember his skills only barely scraping the surface of proficiency. How could there be such remarkable progress in less than a month? Did you catch that without even lifting your eyes? For the first time, Huang Chunli felt an unfamiliarity with the crane-seizing finger technique. Although she was not a martial arts teacher adept in combat, she had awakened an 11 martial arts talent with a physical fitness level of 2. For her students, whose fitness levels hovered around 1. She was undoubtedly in a position of authority. Her skill in flicking chalk was exceedingly precise throughout her tenure at Lingjiang No. 7 High School. Not a single student had managed to evade or catch it before awakening their talent. Moreover, the crane-seizing finger was among the more challenging martial arts in the curriculum. Many students with lesser talents only grazed the surface, practicing just enough to grasp the basics before ceasing their efforts upon passing the graduation assessment. It was even less conceivable for a student like Fang Qingchen, who typically languished in the lower tier academically, to dedicate himself to such rigorous study. Her mind was clouded with confusion, yet she could feel the gaze of her classmates upon her. She had no choice but to suppress her bewilderment and astonishment. The soul-stirring 3 inquiries she had prepared as the homeroom teacher were momentarily lost. After a brief pause to gather her thoughts and clear her throat, she fixed her gaze intently. Fang Qingchen, what were you laughing at just now? Do you even know what I'm teaching in this class? Do you realize that this 1 minute you wasted equates to? Master, please spare us from the calculations. Yes, she looked at her familiar and endearing homeroom teacher's visage, hearing the nearly habitual quality of the 3 inquiries. Even though in a past life he had become the mightiest martial sage of the great Xia, he still felt overwhelmed. Yet his mood was unexpectedly light. A smile graced his lips. Everything had returned. Life truly was wonderful. Master Miezhu continued to lecture passionately. His desk mate, Lu Qingxian, who was diligently taking notes, cast a discreet glance at Fang Qingchen. Noting his lack of response, her brow furrowed slightly. Biting her lip, she instinctively glanced toward the front row, where Lin Wanqing Saturday, after a moment of hesitation, she prodded Fang Qingchen's arm with her well-worn pen, quickly lowering her head thereafter. This gentle poke seemed to carry a hint of emotion. To be fair, it was somewhat painful. It jolted Fang Qingchen from his reverie. Ouch! He grimaced, clutching his arm as he stood up. A cursory glance at the blackboard revealed everything he needed to know. Report, teacher. I was so moved by the lecture that I couldn't contain my joy, which led me to laugh aloud. Master Miezhu rolled her eyes, nearly exasperated. She was not blind. She had seen that he had been completely detached throughout the class, not sparing a single glance at the blackboard. Just as she was about to continue her admonition, Fang Qingchen boldly stepped forward, to the astonishment of both her and the entire class. He picked up a broken piece of chalk from the floor, and with a flourish began to replicate the unfinished notes on the board while continuing to articulate his thoughts. In the vast realm of martial arts, regardless of whether it is the most rudimentary level martial art or the exalted SS level, each is categorized into 5 realms based on the practitioner's level of mastery. 8T, the initial stage of comprehension. One can unleash 30 of the martial arts potential. 8T, the intermediate stage. One can harness 50 of its power. At the advanced stage, mastery allows for the full realization of 100 of its capabilities. At the peak of perfection, one may even evoke an astonishing 120 of its power. At the pinnacle of excellence, the martial arts can reach a terrifying 200 of its potential. He conveyed this fervently, as the chalk on the blackboard completed its inscription simultaneously. The characters were robust and vigorous, resembling iron strokes and silver hooks, emanating an indomitable spirit. In stark contrast to the delicate handwriting of the esteemed master of extinction, this display was strikingly different. Observing the astonished expressions of his classmates, Fang Qingchen's lips curled into a slight smile. With a flick of his fingers, he sent the remaining piece of chalk soaring in a perfect parabolic arc, landing neatly in the chalk box on the podium. Just then, the bell for the end of class rang out, perfectly timed. He brushed off the chalk dust from his hands. Students, make sure to note this down. This knowledge will be crucial for your martial arts examination in the future. Class dismissed. With that, He paid no heed to the incredulous gaze of Lin Wanqing and strode out of the classroom with purpose. Tomorrow marked the day of testing for martial talent, and with only this single class in the afternoon, he was eager to return home. Fang Qingchen's display had left the classroom in an uproar. Chapter 3. If an S-class beast cannot be tamed, how can you be? Observing Fang Qingchen's retreating figure, the homeroom teacher, Huang Chunli, felt as if the buttons of her shirt might burst forth in exasperation. Have these students become so audacious? Who truly holds the authority here, the teacher or the student? Although she was unaware of when Fang Qingchen had stealthily absorbed such knowledge, the dignity of her position as an educator must be upheld. How dare he call out during class? This insubordination is intolerable. Adjusting her black-framed glasses, she was on the verge of losing her temper. She strode forward with her long, sleek legs, determined to chase him down and reprimand him in her office. However, as she passed the blackboard, a mere glance at the notes Fang Qingchen had inscribed captivated her attention. In an instant, she found herself frozen in place. Coming from a scholarly family, with a grandfather renowned for his calligraphy, she immediately recognized the extraordinary quality of the writing. What exquisite characters! As the ancients said, a person's handwriting reflects their character. This script was imposing and vigorous, evoking the imagery of valiant warriors on the battlefield, imbued with an indomitable spirit. It was unfathomable that someone capable of producing such striking calligraphy could be labeled as a sycophant. Huang Chunli's astonishment only deepened with each passing moment. Were it not for her own eyes witnessing this, she would never have believed that such remarkable writing belonged to the widely acknowledged sycophant, Fang Qingchen. It was likely that even the top 10 scholars of the grade could not replicate such artistry. One could assert that, if this blackboard inscription were to be reproduced, it would undoubtedly secure a prize at any calligraphy competition, perhaps even a grand prize, far surpassing all competitors. The contrast was striking. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her bewilderment and shock, turning to the equally astonished students. All right, class, you're dismissed. Remember, you are to assemble on the playground promptly at 8 tomorrow morning for a martial arts aptitude test. Just as she was about to return to her office, she stole another glance at Fang Qingchen's work on the blackboard, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. The students on duty, when erasing the board, please be careful not to remove Fang's notes. This knowledge point is quite significant. With that, she disregarded the chaotic discussions erupting in the classroom and exited with a click of her heels. Wow, Wanqing, Fang Qingchen was so impressive just now. Could it be that after his unsuccessful confession this morning, he is trying to showcase himself before you? Giggled her close friend. Gu Tingting, leaning over Wanqing's desk, her lively eyes flitting between the blackboard and Wanqing's face. Wanqing paid her no heed, biting on a hair tie as she elegantly arched her graceful neck, gathering her long hair into a high ponytail at the back of her head. Her gaze fixed intently on the blackboard. My goal is to gain admission to the 4 great martial arts academies of Daxia. I have no desire to engage in romantic pursuits too early. Her tone was remarkably composed. At this moment, Lu Qingxian lowered her head, clutching her faded old backpack. As she passed by the two, her words caused her to pause slightly before she hurriedly walked away. This Lu Qingxian is indeed peculiar. She carries her backpack every day while commuting to school. She always hunches over as she walks, which is a pity given her innocent, first-love visage. If it weren't for her poor posture, her beauty alone could easily earn her the title of school goddess. Wang, let us depart. If we delay any longer, that young Master Lu from the elite class will likely come to confront you again, Gu Tingting urged as she pulled Lin Wanqing away briskly. In the school parking shed, as she gazed at the sleek electric scooter before her, Fang Qingchen felt somewhat overwhelmed. How absurd it was. With a dozen cutting-edge magnetic levitation vehicles parked in her garage at home, she chose to ride this little scooter instead. She ought to learn something worthwhile rather than emulate the petty tradesman. No wonder the demise was so tragic. A sycophant never secures a residence. However, this little scooter, A smile crept across his face as he skillfully retrieved the key from his pocket. Beep. The electric scooter chirped, at your service, remaining range, 11,451. 4 kilometers. Without an ounce of range anxiety, he rode his beloved scooter just as he exited the campus. Suddenly, The roar of engines echoed, as two extravagantly designed, entirely green sports cars surged forward, screeching to a halt right in front of Fang Qingchen. The doors opened gracefully, revealing three tall boys clad in school uniforms. The leader, a towering figure nearly 2 meters tall, leaned arrogantly against the car door. Fang Qingchen, you certainly have some guts, confessing to Lin Wanqing again? Do you wish for our school goddess to ride in your dilapidated electric vehicle every day? He regarded Fang Qingchen with a mocking glint in his eyes. In this era, intelligent driving technology has reached a remarkable level of sophistication. Apart from the necessity of testing for a flying license, ground driving licenses are issued directly upon reaching the age of 19. Due to the alterations in the martial arts education system, most students facing martial examinations are already 19 years old. Thus, driving to and from school has become quite common. Though this antique sports car pales in comparison to magnetic levitation flying cars, it is still considered a luxury item, unaffordable for the average family. His voice boomed, and the roar of the sports car amplified, immediately capturing the attention of students departing from school. Many gazes reflected envy and jealousy. Wow, a sports car. So handsome. If only I could sit inside, I would gladly be his girlfriend. Wait, why does it seem like they're blocking someone? The one being obstructed. Oh, it's the Fang Qingchen who was rejected earlier today. People are always drawn to excitement. Numerous students halted to watch from a distance, some recognizing the trio in the sports car. They were Li Jiangnan from Class 4, whose family owns a factory and is exceedingly wealthy. His capabilities are formidable, boasting a physical prowess of 1, and he has already mastered the 3 essential martial arts to a commendable level. As long as the martial arts talent awakened tomorrow is not utterly lackluster, it is a foregone conclusion that one will gain admission to the elite martial arts class. I have heard that he has recently been pursuing Lin Wanqing. This time, it promises to be quite the spectacle. The onlooking classmates are abuzz with chatter, and the exit is blocked. Fang Qingchen's brow furrows involuntarily. Trouble is brewing, yet a bright smile soon spreads across his face. Is there truly such good fortune? Having just been reborn, a fortunate soul is arriving to serve as a punching bag. In his previous life, although he had exerted himself to the utmost, leaving no regrets, there was still a lingering frustration. With a belly full of pent-up ire seeking an outlet, this opportunity has conveniently presented itself. If I cannot subdue an S-class beast, can I not handle a mere brat like you? Seeing Fang Qingchen still in high spirits at this moment infuriates Li Jiangnan. Still smiling? I'll make you weep. Fang Qingchen, I recall your physical performance was quite commendable. Let's spar in martial arts. With a swift movement, he advances like the wind. He lunges forward like a fierce tiger, his fingers curling menacingly, slicing through the air like claws. He strikes forcefully at Fang Qingchen's chest with the fierce tiger's dominating claw. With his physical prowess rated at 1, the attack is fearsome indeed. If struck, one would surely be bedridden for at least a week. Chapter 4. What is your worthiness to command martial arts? Numerous timid girls had already covered their eyes, unable to bear the sight. However, Fang Qingchen merely shook his head in disapproval. Too slow. The Fuhu technique? At this pace, you might as well be trying to subdue a cat. Moreover, your physical prowess is woefully inadequate. From the perspective of a 10-star martial saint, your moves are as sluggish as a poorly executed presentation, riddled with flaws. He did not even glance at Li Jiangnan's hand, which was poised to strike his chest. With a sudden, powerful lift of his hand, he did not employ any martial arts technique. It was simply a straightforward punch, bolstered by his formidable physical strength of 1. It was unadorned yet effective, swiftly intercepting Li Jiangnan's tiger claw. What arrogance! Li Jiangnan's face was a mask of cold derision. His Fuhu Overlord claw had reached a level of mastery capable of unleashing 50 of its potential, even if Fang Qingchen possessed slightly superior physical abilities. Without employing martial arts of equivalent stature, he would inevitably suffer. Bang! The fist and claw collided violently. Crack! The sharp sound of breaking bones resonated immediately. A howl escaped Li Jiangnan's lips, his expression one of disbelief. The intense pain caused beads of sweat to form on his forehead. His wrist hung limply, unable to exert force, clearly broken. Do not damage my prized electric scooter. Fang Qingchen delivered another kick, striking Li Jiangnan in the lower back, sending him tumbling like a rolling gourd. With a thud, his mouth collided with the roadside curb, shattering his front teeth and leaving him bleeding profusely. This series of movements flowed seamlessly, leaving the onlookers at the school gate utterly astonished. No one anticipated that the most notorious sycophant of Lin Jiangno 7 Middle School would strike with such ferocity, defeating the top student, Li Jiangnan, in a single move. Damn it, how is this possible? You defeated my Fuhu Overlord Claw without even employing martial arts? Li Jiangnan clutched his mouth, blood seeping through his fingers as he spoke, his voice muffled and shaky. Shock and fear filled his gaze as he looked at Fang Qingchen, utterly bewildered. Wasn't it said that this sycophant had inflated physical capabilities but lacked practical skills? This was nothing like the rumors. What is your worthiness to command martial arts? Fang Qingchen cast a sidelong glance at him, too disinterested to engage with his words. He simply raised his hand. Li Jiangnan, fearing another blow, instinctively lifted his arm to shield his face. However, Fang Qingchen merely pointed at the imposing sports car in front of him. Move this clunker out of my way. I need to get home. Fang Qingchen was genuinely anxious to return home. If he delayed any longer, he might miss an incredibly significant opportunity that was vital to him. Li Jiangnan's 2 companions were also rendered speechless by Fang Qingchen's punch and dared not approach to assist him. Upon hearing Fang Qingchen's demand to move the car, they suddenly regained their bravado. Brother Nan, block him. Do not move the car. I refuse to believe he dares to crash into it. If it gets damaged, let us see how he compensates. His dilapidated electric scooter was unable to make its escape. My friend is currently in the elite class, and I'm about to call him over to deal with this little brat. The 2 of them, brimming with arrogance, were shouting, eager to rally support and reclaim their dignity, influenced by the toxic allure of underdog novels. Throughout his years in school, Fang Qingchen has always harbored a disdain for utilizing his family's resources. His mode of transport is the modest electric scooter, while his garments, though of the highest couture, are simply comfortable without any visible luxury branding. He rarely allows himself more than 30 to 50,000 yuan as pocket money each month, most of which inevitably transforms into funds for unreciprocated affection. Thus, to everyone's eyes, Fang Qingchen is merely a second-generation wealthy individual with a touch of privilege. Those 2 magnificent supercars are worth several million, and he certainly wouldn't dare to collide with them. There was no time for idle chatter. Fang Qingchen did not wish to linger for even a moment. Without a second thought, he reached beneath the seat and pressed a hidden red button. In an instant, the sound of machinery echoed. 2 sleek silver exhaust pipes extended from either side of the scooter. With a twist of the throttle, these 4 futuristic-looking exhausts erupted in a burst of blue flames. The unassuming electric scooter transformed in an instant, evolving into a cybernetic marvel. Simultaneously, the roar of the throttle thundered like a cannon. Not moving the vehicle? Then it shall be disregarded. Fang Qingchen flashed a grin at Li Jiangnan and his companions. The next moment, the cybernetic scooter surged forth like a speeding bullet train. With a deafening roar, it launched forward akin to silver lightning, directly colliding with the green supercar. Boom! In an instant, the car door of the supercar crumpled inward significantly. The heavy frame of the vehicle was sent spinning outward for 4 to 5 meters, propelled by Fang Qingchen's cybernetic scooter, until it came to rest against the rear of another supercar. Yet, Fang Qingchen didn't even bother to glance back. With the throttle pinned, the blue flames continued to blaze. Accelerating furiously, he transformed into a streak of blue lightning, trailing a long tail of fire, and vanished at the end of the road in the blink of an eye. The thunderous noise lingered in the air, leaving the students at the school gate in a state of astonishment. What on earth? An electric scooter spewing flames? Its power was astonishing, even sending a supercar flying. It was an eye-opener. Li Jiangnan was no match for him. It seemed Fang Qingchen was not as incompetent as the rumor suggested. The onlookers buzzed with discussion, reveling in the spectacle. At that moment, Lin Wanqing and Gu Tingting emerged from the school, arm in arm. Upon seeing the damaged supercar and the bloodied Li Jiangnan, They were taken aback. After a brief inquiry, they grasped the situation. Upon learning that Fang Qingchen had defeated Li Jiangnan with just a punch and a kick, a flicker of surprise crossed Lin Wanxing's eyes. How could he possess such strength? She was aware that during the last martial arts class examination, Fang Qingchen had barely scraped by the passing line in all 9 required subjects, just beginning to grasp the fundamentals. Even if there exists a slight advantage in physical prowess, it is ultimately illusory. It is utterly impossible to surpass Li Jiangnan. On the contrary, Gu Tingting listened with rapt enthusiasm, her eyes sparkling with delight. Wow, I never realized Fang Qingchen was so formidable. That little electric vehicle, how exhilarating. I must insist he takes me for a spin one day. You don't mind, do you, Wanqing? After all, you're not fond of him. Upon hearing these words, Lin Wanqing felt an inexplicable discomfort in her heart. She merely responded with a simple and pulled Gu Tingting away. As she watched them depart, Li Jiangnan clutched his injured hand, seething with rage, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Initially, he had planned to arrive in his sports car to escort Lin Wanqing, a perfect opportunity to confess his feelings. Yet, everything had gone awry. His car was damaged, his pride shattered, and he had humiliated himself in front of the campus beauty. Fang Qingchen, just wait. Do not presume that a higher physical capability grants you unbridled freedom. Once I awaken my martial arts talent tomorrow, you shall face dire consequences. Chapter 5. Everyone claims that the tycoons are villainous, yet Fang Qingchen remains oblivious to such barking. He rides his cyber-electric scooter with exhilarating speed, suddenly finding himself empathizing with those spirited youths. The thrill of racing is undeniably exhilarating, especially as the scenery blurs into a rapid retreat around him. The fierce wind, even filtered through his helmet, whistles fiercely, while the astonished gasps of pedestrians and vehicles on either side fuel his adrenaline. It is an addiction akin to poison. After traversing several kilometers at breakneck speed, he gradually decelerates. As the exhaust pipe retracts, the electric scooter resumes its unassuming nature. An electric vehicle emerging from the martial god manor is certainly not an ordinary one. Its technological sophistication eclipses that of typical flying cars. However, in his previous life, Fang Qingchen had rejected all forms of extravagant support from his family, which is why they chose to keep this from him, allowing him to perceive it merely as an ordinary scooter. Only after reflecting upon his past did he discover this truth during a casual conversation with his father. Navigating through the city on his little electric steed, he soon arrives at a vast estate near the Chonghuang River in the southern part of the city. This area, which should be worth its weight in gold, appears as a verdant oasis amidst the urban chaos. Dense woods effectively isolate the clamor of the city, offering fresh air, melodious birdsong, and winding paths that lead into tranquility. Majestic estates are scattered in every direction, exuding unparalleled opulence. Those who reside here are undoubtedly the elite of Linjiang City. The electric scooter twists and turns until it reaches the grand entrance of an impressive manor, built upon a hill rising over 100 meters high. With its ancient style, multiple pavilions, and ornate eaves, it boasts numerous rockeries and gardens, reminiscent of a royal palace from ancient times. As the grand gates slowly swing open, a row of graceful young ladies stands on either side, all clad in immaculate uniforms, complete with black stockings and high heels. With hands positioned in greeting, their soft, affectionate gazes converge upon Fang Qingchen. Young master, you must be weary from a day of studies. Welcome home. Their voices harmonize, a delightful chorus of varied tones. From sultry to demure, each distinct yet enchanting. The sight fills him with joy. Observing these young women, Fang Qingchen recognizes the earnest intentions of his mother, the tycoon, who aimed to broaden his horizons and deter him from being a lovesick fool. Regrettably, in his past life, he had been so blinded that he scarcely acknowledged their presence upon his return home. Now, however, he perceives the truth. While many may speak ill of the tycoons, none can deny their discerning taste. They are indeed striking, each one endowed with ample curves and graceful stature, perfect for bearing children. While attending to serious matters is undoubtedly crucial, he finds it not too burdensome to spare a moment for conversation. With a warm smile, he waves at the young ladies, declaring, "I am not weary at all. You all stand here to greet me every day, which must be exhausting. I shall see to it that your salaries are increased. Thank you, young master. You are wonderful. Wow. Young master, we adore you." The young master speaks with such tenderness. "Young master, do come and play with us when you have time. The money spent is truly worthwhile. Isn't it far superior to the futile endeavors of a sycophant?" Amidst the chorus of alluring cheers and the gentle breeze, his emotional value surged to its zenith. With a heart full of joy, he soared upwards, riding his bicycle towards the grandest loft atop the mountain. As he stepped into the hall, he beheld a dignified young woman elegantly seated on the sofa. It was none other than his mother, Tang Bingyun, the matriarch wielding significant influence over the Tang family conglomerate in Jiangnan province. At that moment, she was sipping tea while engaged in a video call, laughing and conversing. On the large screen before her appeared the resolute visage of a middle-aged man. With a square jaw and sword-like brows, his presence was as sharp as a blade. He bore a striking resemblance to Fang Qingchen. Indeed, he was Fang Qingchen's father. Fang Zhenhai, one of the 36 half-step martial gods of the Great Xia Kingdom. Alone, he had valiantly battled the SS-level beast, the raging sea shark, over the West Sea for an entire day and night, successfully driving it back and safeguarding the lives and properties of millions surrounding the West Sea. Fortuitously, the timing was just right. Seeing the two engaged in a video call, Fang Qingchen felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Mom, I'm back," he called out. Casually, he shed his school uniform and tossed it to a nearby attendant. Then, he reclined into the soft embrace of the sofa, savoring the long-awaited sensation of relaxation. Bliss. After fighting to the death in his past life, he believed he deserved this moment of enjoyment. Lost in reverie, memories of his previous life flooded back. Years spent battling relentless waves of monstrous beasts that assailed the Great Xia Kingdom without respite. Numerous previously undiscovered spatial nodes began to emerge throughout the kingdom, from which powerful SS, and even SSS-level beasts surged forth like a cataclysm. The S-level beasts alone could generate a unique field of force around them, rendering conventional weaponry ineffective. Only martial arts masters could contend with them. Despite the Great Xia Kingdom being rich in martial talent, it could not withstand such an onslaught of beasts. Even the elite combatants, such as martial saints and half-step martial gods, were tirelessly engaged in disaster relief, with scarcely a moment to spare. The prolonged conflict took a heavy toll, even on such formidable warriors. Fang Qingchen's father, Fang Zhenhai, had perished during the critical defense of the capital, falling beneath the claws of an SSS-level beast. His remains lost to the void. He too had fought valiantly to protect the citizens of the Great Xia Kingdom until his last breath. A legacy of loyalty and valor. Son, don't be lost in thought. Your father is speaking to you. He is currently at a newly unearthed relic, and the signal may soon be lost. The gentle voice echoed in his ears, pulling Fang Qingchen from his musings. Raising his gaze, he found his mother watching him with a playful glint in her eyes, pointing at the screen and playfully rubbing her face. Wiping away the melancholy from both his face and heart, Fang Qingchen beamed with youthful radiance. He gestured towards the large screen displaying his father's countenance, which had yet to be marred by sorrow. "Fang Wuxian, it has been a few days, yet your charisma remains undiminished." Upon hearing his beloved son address him in such a manner, Fang Zhenhai on the screen waved his hand modestly, responding, "Oh, come now. I'm not quite there yet. Just a mere half-step to Wuxian." Despite his words, the broad grin that stretched across his face betrayed his true sentiments. Tang Bingyun was thoroughly amused by the antics of this father-son duo, nearly spilling her tea in laughter. However, after the laughter subsided, Fang Zhenhai and Tang Bingyun sensed something amiss. "How peculiar. Why is our son so cheerful today?" They pondered. Typically, he would retreat into his room, enveloped in his own gloom, and had never jested with Fang Zhenhai in such a manner before. Both of them, one on the screen and the other on the couch, wore expressions akin to those who had just unearthed a new world. Chapter 6. The Second Gift. The Martial God Who Serves the Public. Is it true that a devoted admirer ultimately attains all? Yet, that cannot be the case. Are they not aware of their son's true nature? If he were to win her affection, he would have boasted loudly before even crossing the threshold. Son, are you all right? Tang Bingwin Inquit Gautio Sili. What could possibly be wrong with me? Mother, I am hungry. I do not wish to partake in the kitchen's offerings tonight. I long for your delectable wonton noodles. Observing her son's concerned expression, Fang Qingchen felt a sudden pang of emotion. It is said that while parents are alive, one should not venture far. However, during the 3 years leading up to his demise in battle, he had failed to find even a moment to return home. He had fought valiantly across the nation against ferocious beasts, passing by his family's door thrice without entering. There was no choice. The destructive power of those creatures was overwhelming. Each minute he delayed meant countless lives lost in cities ravaged by the beasts, leaving innumerable parents mourning their children who would never return. Noticing the slight redness in Fang Qingchen's eyes, Tang Bingyun felt an inexplicable sense of sorrow for her son. Look at him, nearly brought to tears by hunger. You and your father continue your conversation. I shall prepare your noodles. With a tender hand, she gently ruffled Fang Qingchen's hair. Turning away, she discreetly wiped her eyes before heading to the kitchen. Blinking away the moisture, Fang Qingchen finally lifted his gaze to the screen. His father remained in high spirits, seemingly oblivious to the emotional exchange that had just transpired. You rascal, it has been ages since I indulged in your mother's noodles. Go eat outside. I don't want to see you here, or I might be tempted myself. He laughed heartily. Reborn. Fang Qingchen felt a profound excitement at the sight of his living father once more. The two shared jovial banter for quite some time. As their conversation deepened, Fang Qingchen deftly shifted the topic. Father, I have heard that your joint exploration team has unearthed numerous treasures at that site. Upon hearing this, Fang Zhenhai's demeanor brightened. His face radiated joy as he animatedly replied, What do you mean by numerous treasures? They are abundant beyond measure. Let me tell you, we have unearthed 3 sets of ancient divine battle armor that rivals SS-level martial mechas. You have no idea how exquisite these armors are. They are truly masterpieces of craftsmanship. I wonder how those ancients managed to create such wonders without modern technology. With a rosy glow on his face, Fang Zhenhai continued to recount the discoveries with great enthusiasm. However, Fang Qingchen was not particularly interested in these high-end artifacts. Sensing that his father was about to regale him until dawn, he quickly interjected. Hold on, father. Let us not dwell on those elite items. They belong to the public, and we cannot claim them. Speak of something else. I heard you uncovered a bronze box containing a stone the size of an egg, correct? You have not given it away yet, have you? As he spoke these words, an overwhelming tension gripped his heart, fearing that his father might reveal the secret. Fang Zhenhai, however, was somewhat taken aback. His expedition to unearth ancient relics was shrouded in secrecy. The items excavated were to remain undisclosed and not publicly announced. In fact, he had not even shared the specifics with Tang Bingyun yet. Ah, young lad, have you planted a spy among us? Surely, it was your Uncle Chun who divulged this. That old rascal, always loose-lipped. Indeed, there was such an item, but it appeared to lack significant value, devoid of any energy fluctuations, likely a decorative gemstone. It was dark and uninviting. I presumed you wouldn't fancy it, and was about to have your Uncle Chun take it back for his daughter's amusement. Do you desire it? Fang Zhenhai spoke with nonchalance. For one of his stature, a mere utterance could resolve the matter. To the nation, only those artifacts that could tangibly enhance a warrior's combat prowess held true worth. As for antiques and curios, they were of no consequence. Nonsense, I quite fancy it. Father, you must bring that back. Do not give it away. Furthermore, if you encounter similar bronze boxes or black stones in the future, please ensure you save them for me. Fang Qingchen exclaimed, clenching his fist in excitement, finally allowing a breath of relief to escape. At last, he had obtained it. Fang Zhenhai was still puzzled. What purpose could this item serve? Fang Qingchen raised his wrist. A string of beads. Realization dawned upon them, and the father and son shared an unspoken understanding. Just as they were about to converse further, the image on the large screen began to distort. Fang Zhenhai's voice became intermittent, signaling an impending loss of signal. He gestured to Fang Qingchen, Son, as you awaken your talent tomorrow, I cannot attend the ceremony. But fret not, your gift has already been prepared and is hidden beneath your bed. I assure you, you will love it. I have faith that my son, Fang Qingchen's child, will undoubtedly surpass me. I awakened an S-class talent in my youth. You shall exceed your father. Embrace your destiny without burden. At this point, the signal deteriorated significantly. Fang Qingchen nodded earnestly, waving goodbye to his father. The screen froze, plunging into darkness, yet a few fragmented words emerged. Xiao Wang, make sure to document this. 2 sets of ancient divine armor were discovered in the relics. Do not misrecord. These are state property, we cannot. After the video call ended, Fang Qingchen's face radiated with excitement. The black stones encased in bronze boxes were exceedingly rare, only found in the most ancient of relics, and had yet to reveal their true purpose. They were handled rather casually until 5 years later when someone inadvertently activated one, discovering its genuine potential. Upon integrating it into the body, it could bestow an additional martial talent, thus unlocking a warrior's second martial talent. Hence, it was dubbed the Talent Divine Stone. This discovery has fundamentally shattered the ironclad rule that a warrior can possess only a single martial talent, sending shockwaves throughout the entire world. The Talent Divine Stone has, overnight, ascended to the status of a national strategic resource, fetching astronomical prices on the black market, its worth immeasurable. In a previous life, Uncle Chen's daughter, initially endowed with a B-grade martial talent, experienced a meteoric rise after merging with this Talent Divine Stone, awakening an extraordinary SSS-grade martial talent. From that moment, she garnered widespread acclaim, her dual talents propelling her to become the youngest Valkyrie of the Great Xia Kingdom, leaving Fang Qingchen filled with regret. Fortunately, in this lifetime, Fang Qingchen has managed to seize the opportunity first. He joyfully savored the wonton noodles prepared by Tang Bingyun, followed by a delightful soak in a warm bath. Only then did he return to his room in complete comfort. Bending down, he retrieved a beautifully crafted box from beneath the bed. Upon opening it, a crystal orb, the size of a fist, emerged within. Inside the orb, countless luminous particles swirled, captivating like a galaxy. This was the precious gift that Fang Qingchen had painstakingly prepared for his son to awaken his talent. Indeed, it was the very gift that Fang Qingchen intended to present to Lin Wanqing during the talent awakening ceremony the following day. Chapter 7. The Art of Dragon and Serpent Breathing. My son, things have changed. As he caressed the celestial crystal in his hand, Fang Qingchen closed his eyes in satisfaction. His palms open as he allowed himself to fall freely onto the soft bed. What bliss! The opportunity he had once relinquished in his previous life was now firmly grasped in his hands. The celestial crystal was exceedingly rare, birthed only within the bodies of S-rank mystical beasts. Its effects were equally extraordinary. Martial artists possessing A-rank or lower martial talents could absorb its essence and, with a certain probability, elevate their martial aptitude by 1 rank. What does this imply? It means that a single celestial crystal could potentially catapult a talented individual with A-rank martial talent to unprecedented heights, transforming their fate and allowing them to become the favored ones endowed with S-rank martial talent. Even though the chances of failure existed, it was enough to drive any A-rank martial artist into a frenzy. Everyone yearned to be that fortunate individual. However, the acquisition of a celestial crystal was fraught with difficulty. Slaying an S-rank mystical beast was no trivial task, as they were akin to martial saints among humans. Moreover, not every S-rank mystical beast bore a celestial crystal within. Consequently, the price of celestial crystals soared to astronomical heights, with the vast majority being retained by martial experts who had slain the beasts to nurture their descendants. The celestial crystal in Fang Qingchen's possession was acquired by his father, Fang Qingchen, during the Western Sea Defense War, after he repelled the SS-rank beast, the Furious Sea Shark, and subsequently vanquished 2 S-rank deep-sea beasts. It was a feat achieved at the peril of his life, a testament to his father's sacrifices for his son. Regrettably, in his previous life, Fang Qingchen had squandered this precious celestial crystal, tainted with his father's toil, offering it as a token of affection to Lin Wanqing, thus betraying his father's earnest efforts. This act incited such fury in Fang Qingchen that he did not speak to Fang Qingchen for 3 long years. Fortunately, in this new life, he was presented with an opportunity to rectify the mistakes, misdeeds, and pitfalls of his former existence. For others, the celestial crystal was a gamble of fortune, but for him, the success rate was a certainty. Fang Qingchen's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of wisdom. In his previous life, to address the low success rate of the celestial crystal in enhancing talent levels, the Great Xia Kingdom convened numerous martial saints and divine warriors, alongside a multitude of A-rank martial experts, to engage in relentless research. This endeavor spanned 5 years, consuming nearly 80 of the kingdom's celestial crystal reserves. Ultimately, they unveiled the correct method of utilizing the celestial crystal, a solution he had spearheaded as the kingdom's sole 10-star martial saint. With a sigh of relief, he carefully returned the celestial crystal to its box and tucked it beneath the bed, awaiting the day of talent awakening to unleash its true value. He reclined comfortably once more upon the bed. His star-like eyes gazed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, admiring the vast starry sky and the city illuminated by neon lights. His hand reached towards a band of stars above, opening and closing as if to grasp the entire sky within his palm. As dawn broke and the first rays of sunlight spilled into the room, the sweet-faced maids, as customary, came to awaken young Master Fang. Yet, upon discovering the empty bed, they exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. Where could the young master be? Why was he not indulging in sleep? In a garden of the estate. Fang Qingchen stood with his feet slightly apart and hands hanging by his sides beneath a grape trellis, his entire being radiating an extreme sense of relaxation. To the untrained eye, he might seem like a carefree youth. However, a martial arts expert present would discern that the skin concealed beneath his garments undulated like the scales of a serpent. Beneath the skin, every muscle and bone moved rhythmically in tune with his breathing, as if engaged in a synchronized dance. Even the organs nestled within his abdomen were not idle, continuously churning and refining. With each breath, his physical form underwent a process of tempering, enhancing every part of him. He resembled both a dragon and a serpent, coiling and extending as if to soar with the wind. He was practicing the art of breathing technique. This technique, fundamental to martial arts training, employs a unique rhythm in conjunction with various movements to enhance physical capabilities, fortify the spirit, and unlock latent potential. It is a compulsory subject in every martial arts school. Yet, such a method of breathing in this era was virtually unheard of. Even Fang Zhenhai would be left speechless upon witnessing it. Not far away, Tang Bingyun observed Fang Qingchen with the astonishment reserved for an extraterrestrial being. Her son was up so early practicing the breathing technique. Had the sun risen from the west? She found it hard to believe, a peculiar thought blossoming in her mind. Her son seemed to be somewhat different. Half an hour later, Fang Qingchen expelled a breath of turbid air, retracting his stance, and in an instant, sweat poured from him, soaking his entire body. Yet, his handsome visage bore no trace of fatigue. His eyes sparkled with vitality, as if his very essence had been invigorated. With my current physical capacity, I can barely practice the dragon snake breathing technique I created in my past life. This half hour of training has elevated my physical prowess to 132. Acknowledging this enhancement, he nodded slightly, satisfied with the pace of his training. Such an improvement was indeed astounding. For a martial artist, increasing physical capacity is profoundly challenging. A typical healthy adult male has a physical capacity of approximately 0.8, and to advance further requires a combination of dietary regimen, martial arts practice, breathing techniques, and various enhancements produced by biotechnology firms, including gene-altering potions. One might say that each incremental enhancement in physical prowess is imbued with the scent of wealth. Nevertheless, the pace at which one can achieve such improvements is unlikely to be rapid. Fang Qingchen's homeroom teacher, Lao Huang, now in his 30s, enjoys a remuneration that far exceeds that of an ordinary office worker. Yet it took him over a decade to elevate his physical abilities to a mere level of 2, illustrating the arduous nature of such progress. In stark contrast, Fang Qingchen managed to enhance his physical capabilities significantly within a single morning, a feat that can only be described as extraordinary. "Young master, you are truly remarkable. Allow me to wipe your sweat," said the young maidens clad in various maid outfits, all blushing as they surrounded him, diligently attending to him from every angle. "I still prefer to wash my face and brush my teeth in the bath," Fang Qingchen replied, shaking his head. In the midst of their conversation, he arrived at a spacious pool within the estate. With a graceful leap, he executed a stunning 720 spiral dive into the water, sending splashes soaring. The young maids, without hesitation, followed suit, akin to enchanting mermaids diving into the depths. An hour later, Fang Qingchen emerged, donning a crisp blue and white school uniform, and made his appearance at the entrance of Linjiang No. 7 Middle School. Chapter 8. Breakfast on the House? How absurd. Today marks a momentous occasion for all martial arts high schools in Linjiang City, as students awaken their latent martial talents. Linjiang No. 7 High School, recognized as one of the city's premier martial arts institutions, has all faculty members in attendance, with dignitaries from both the city and province invited to witness the event. Should any exceptional students manifest talents above grade A, they will be promptly recorded and reported to the higher echelons of the Great Xia Nation to prevent these promising individuals from being lured away by rival schools or institutions from other provinces. After all, such achievements are invaluable political capital. As I stepped onto the playground, I was greeted by a sea of students clad in blue and white uniforms, congregating in their respective classes, engaged in lively conversations while enjoying their breakfast. Nearly 10,000 students filled the expansive grounds, yet the atmosphere remained remarkably uncramped. At the forefront of the playground, 10 towering platforms, each over 3 meters high, stood side by side, crafted in a spectrum of colors akin to the altars used by ancient emperors for celestial offerings. Suspended above each platform was a colossal screen, visible even from hundreds of meters away. These 10 platforms served as the awakening altars. With time still to spare, the dignitaries in the front row continued to take their seats. Although the students below were boisterous, the class supervisors, tasked with maintaining order, chose to overlook the exuberance. These students were on the brink of the most significant moment of their lives. The distinction between dragon and insect was about to be revealed. They understood the immense pressure weighing upon them, and allowing them to engage in casual conversation to alleviate their anxiety seemed both reasonable and justified. Fang Qingchen, renowned as the school's infamous sycophant, was well known among all but the most studious students. As he strode confidently into the scene, he immediately drew numerous gazes. "Look, here comes Fang the sycophant," someone whispered. "She'll keep it down. Didn't you hear? Fang the sycophant knocked Li Jiangnan from class 4 yesterday. He even sent Li's sports car flying with a single punch. Goodness, is Fang really that formidable in combat?" Another inquired. "Who knows? Perhaps he was heartbroken and resorted to self-destructive behavior with drugs. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. How else could he have caused such destruction?" Curiosity about how he would fawn over the school beauty, Lin, lingered in the air as students pointed and murmured about Fang Qingchen. If it were the previous version of himself, he would have crumbled under the weight of such scrutiny, desperate to find a crevice to hide within. Yet now, he regarded the situation as trivial. Surrounded by 10,000 students, or even 1,000 ferocious beasts, he would remain unfazed. Upon arriving at the area designated for his class, he spotted Lin Wanqing and Gu Tingting casting their eyes in his direction. Gu Tingting approached with playful exuberance, her delicate hand already outstretched before she even reached him. "Fang Qingchen, why are you so late today? Hurry and bring us our breakfast. Both I and Wanqing are on the verge of starvation." She speaks with an air of entitlement, yet there is a hint of urgency in her gaze. This is due to the fact that the breakfast brought by Fang Qingchen is simply exquisite, unparalleled in the market. Moreover, frequent consumption evidently enhances one's physical capabilities. To her, this breakfast must be worth hundreds of yuan. The emperor wielding a golden hoe is still too modest in his ambitions. Little does she know that every breakfast brought by Fang Qingchen, even the seemingly ordinary steamed buns, is infused with cutting-edge technology and meticulous craftsmanship. The meat filling is derived from the flesh and blood of edible B-grade exotic beasts, meticulously processed to eliminate any harmful substances and ferocity, leaving only the most delectable essence. A mere gram is worth tens of thousands of yuan, and the costs are utterly disregarded. If sold, a single bun could fetch several 100,000 yuan. It's a jest, the lavish lifestyle enjoyed by the son of a half-step martial deity, a scion of a financial empire, is beyond the imagination of the average person. Gu Tingting may not recognize its value, but she is aware that it is a rare delicacy. Having tasted its sweetness several times, she has subtly hinted to Fang Qingchen. To win over the girl of his dreams, one must first win over her closest friend. In his past life, Fang Qingchen would do anything to please Lin Wanqing, naturally acquiescing to her every whim. After all, bringing an extra breakfast was hardly a burden for him. He allowed Gu Tingting to shamelessly enjoy the feast alongside him. At this moment, Lin Wanqing also approached. Though she did not speak, a slight dissatisfaction flickered in her eyes. Meanwhile, their classmates bore expressions of indifference, each relishing their own delectable breakfasts, clanking their containers together. Clearly, Fang Qingchen frequently brought breakfast for the two of them, and they had long since become desensitized to it. Fang Qingchen cast a teasing glance at Lin Wanqing and Gu Tingting, a look they had never encountered before, leaving them quite uncomfortable, as if all their little thoughts and secrets had been laid bare, rendering any semblance of privacy non-existent. Gu Tingting, ever astute, tugged at Lin Wanqing's hand. "Hey, Fang Qingchen, what with that look? Are you trying to starve Wanqing by dawdling?" she exclaimed in dissatisfaction. Lin Wanqing, too, seemed to be awaiting sustenance. Her gaze directed at Fang Qingchen, her tone icy yet tinged with a hint of softness. "I haven't eaten breakfast yet, and I'm indeed a bit hungry. Is it because I rejected you yesterday that you've decided to ignore me?" In former times, merely her tone and gaze would have been utterly disarming for Fang Qingchen, leaving him utterly disoriented, wishing he could transform himself into meat filling for her. Having pursued Lin Wanqing for 3 years, he knew all too well how to navigate her sentiments. The surrounding classmates began to cheer. "Young Master Fang, don't keep it hidden any longer. Reveal it. Have you perhaps prepared a new breakfast today to surprise the campus beauty? Didn't you say yesterday that you would give her a gift today? It wouldn't be this breakfast, would it?" Listening to the chirps of the crickets, Fang Qingchen merely cast a sweeping glance, instantly silencing several classmates who were poised to continue their teasing. They had certainly heard of his recent triumph over Li Jiangnan, a demonstration of sheer physical prowess that had firmly established their awareness of their own standings. Craving breakfast? With a swift motion, Fang Qingchen retrieved a meticulously crafted bento box for two from his backpack. Even before the lid was lifted, an enticing aroma wafted forth, captivating the senses. Gu Tingting's eyes sparkled, and she swallowed hard, reaching out eagerly. Lin Wanqing, with her aloof and pure demeanor, donned an expression that seemed to convey her expectation of such behavior. However, just as Gu Tingting's hand was about to grasp the bento box, Fang Qingchen turned away, not sparing them a glance, and walked toward the corner. If they wished to eat, they could procure their own meals. If they could not afford it, they would have to endure hunger. To reject a confession, yet hope for a free breakfast, was truly foolish. Chapter 9. Why Should I Care? The unyielding Li Jiangnan. In just 3 sentences, the 2 young ladies before me, akin to delicate green teas, were rendered utterly speechless. Lin Wanqing, with an expression of disbelief, almost thought she had misheard. Gu Tingting was equally flabbergasted, completely unprepared for this sudden display of resolve from Fang Qingchen, who had been soft for 2.5 years. Was it merely a victory over Li Jiangnan from class 4 that had inflated her ego to such heights? Their breakfast had vanished before them. Gu Tingting, as Lin Wanqing's close friend, was even more anxious, her stomach audibly protesting. In anticipation of this meal, neither of them had eaten. While the emperor remains calm, the eunuchs fret. Before Lin Wanqing could utter a word, Gu Tingting had already interjected, "Fang Qingchen, if you continue like this, Wanqing might get upset." I might be upset too," she added emphatically. Fang Qingchen did not even glance back. Her feelings were of no concern to him. "Your feelings are of no concern to me either." This statement landed like a bombshell among their classmates. leaving those eagerly awaiting a spectacle utterly dumbfounded. Gu Tingting was fuming, stamping her feet in frustration. Lin Wanqing's expression was equally grim as both fixated on Fang Qingchen's retreating figure, perplexed by her intentions. Unperturbed by the cacophony behind her, Fang Qingchen strode directly towards her deskmate, Lu Qingxian, who sat at the edge of Class 7's territory. Lu Qingxian was still clutching her old backpack, turned away from her classmates. Her delicate, porcelain-like hands held a metal lunchbox, containing half a box of plain white rice and a small mound of pickled vegetables. A modest breakfast indeed, one that would hardly satisfy even the average household pet in the city. Strands of hair fell across her forehead, obscuring her face and the lunchbox in her grasp. With a simple white porcelain spoon, she meticulously scooped up the rice, undeterred by the surrounding clamor, focused solely on her meal. She ate with utmost care, even picking up the grains that fell onto her hands, ensuring not a morsel went to waste. The ordinary lunchbox of rice was transformed by her diligence into a feast fit for a banquet. Upon realizing that Fang Qingchen was approaching, a flicker of panic crossed her clear, water-like eyes. She hastened to finish the remaining rice, ensuring the lunchbox was spotless, not a single grain left behind. Just as she managed to cover the lunchbox, Fang Qingchen stood before her, extending the food container towards Lu Qingxian amidst the astonished gazes of their classmates. Here, this is for you, still warm. What was happening? This unexpected act left everyone bewildered. Had Fang Qingchen switched her affections? Instead of the esteemed Lin school beauty, she chose to bestow attention upon the least noticed Lu Qingxian. Was she seeking a change in taste? Lu Qingxian's body trembled slightly as she raised her gaze to the lunchbox within arm's reach, silently shaking her head. I'm already full, she murmured, lowering her head and casting her eyes downward. Avoiding Fang Qingchen's gaze, she busily returned her lunchbox to her backpack. Yet, her stubborn mouth contradicted her honest body. The enticing aroma wafting from the lunchbox resonated like a drum, stirring her already unsated stomach to grumble audibly. In a flurry, she instinctively placed her small hand over it. But to no avail. Fang Qingchen was nearly amused by her adorable demeanor. However, he understood that if he were to smile, Lu Qingxian would surely lose her appetite. He feigned ignorance, adopting a stern expression that brooked no refusal, and directly thrust the lunchbox into her hands. Lu Qingxian, yesterday during Old Huang's class, he called on me to answer a question. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have faced his wrath. Consider this breakfast my token of gratitude. I never retract my gifts. If you find it unpalatable, feel free to discard it. But let me warn you, should your hunger affect the accuracy of the martial talent test, you might regret it. His demeanor was nonchalant. Lu Qingxian clutched the lunchbox, feeling somewhat at a loss. She lifted her gaze to meet Fang Qingchen's eyes, deep, clear, and sincere, devoid of any ulterior motives. After a moment's hesitation, she decided against further refusal. She truly was still hungry. A box of white rice accompanied by pickles offered woefully insufficient nourishment for a girl in the throes of rapid development. Upon opening the lunchbox, she picked up a pie that appeared golden and crisp. She took small bites, but after just one mouthful, her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, her hands trembling. It was simply exquisite, delicious to the point of shaking. This was undoubtedly the finest meal she had ever tasted, bar none. Thank you. Her voice was barely a whisper, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. This marked the first occasion in her life that a boy had bought her breakfast. A moment both unforgettable and delightful. Lin Wanqing, witnessing this scene, struggled to maintain her composure. Her previously aloof demeanor faltered, darkening like a frost-laden sky. Not far away, Li Jiangnan, who had been closely monitoring the dynamics of Class 7, brightened at the sight. He hurried over, presenting a delicately crafted food box with both hands before Lin Wanqing. Wanqing, Fang Qingchen is so juvenile, still resorting to the tactics of feigned indifference. Ignore him. You must be hungry. I specifically procured this limited edition breakfast made from D-grade exotic beast meat at the Longfeng restaurant. It's quite expensive. Moreover, Fang Qingchen's family is likely on the brink of poverty. He wrecked my 2 sports cars yesterday and fled the scene. He deserves to pay for his transgressions. The memory of his hand and tooth being broken the previous day fueled his ire. Following a night of consuming a bottle of high-value restorative fluid, he had fully recovered, and he held Fang Qingchen accountable for it all. Li Jiangnan was furious, unaware that Lin Wanqing's temper was even more volatile. Li Jiangnan, who cares about your breakfast? She retorted coldly, her voice resonating clearly. It seems that there was a deliberate intention for Fang Qingchen to overhear. Gu Tingting was indeed quite hungry, especially upon learning that the breakfast was prepared with degrade beast meat. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Swiftly, she snatched a meal box from Li Jiangnan. Since Wanqing has no appetite, I shall indulge, she declared, disregarding Li Jiangnan's visibly reluctant expression. Without hesitation, she opened the box and began to feast. As she savored the meal, she offered her critique. So this is the flavor of degrade beast meat? It's rather mediocre, isn't it? The taste pales in comparison to the breakfast brought by Fang Qingchen. Isn't the Long Fong restaurant the finest in our city? How could their standard fall short of the culinary prowess of Fang Qingchen's family? You must have procured this from a street-side stall, haven't you? Having frequently indulged in the breakfast from the Wushan household, Gu Tingting had developed a discerning palate. Her remarks carried no hint of restraint. Li Jianyan, overwhelmed, retreated in dismay. Chapter 10. Is your hair delicious? I am utterly exasperated. It is all Fang Qingchen's fault. This account is far from settled. Soon, the Security Bureau will arrive, and then you shall have cause to lament. My father has already made the necessary arrangements. A criminal record must be established to ensure your imprisonment, rendering you incapable of even attending the martial arts university. He cast a venomous glance at Fang Qingchen, his resentment reaching a boiling point. He resolved firmly to exploit the events of last night to exact a thorough retribution upon Fang Qingchen. Li Jiangnan, who could afford a luxury sports car, undoubtedly hailed from a wealthy family. With such a background, it was evident that connections were in place, and he had acquaintances within the Security Bureau of Linjiang City. To his knowledge, there was an uncle serving as captain within the bureau who maintained a good relationship with his father. Now that the evidence was irrefutable, it would be a mere formality for that influential individual to have Fang Qingchen incarcerated. Li Jiangnan d'aparta. Lin Wanqing gazed at Lu Qingchen, who was devouring her meal with more gusto than any food vlogger, alongside her comrade Gu Tingting, who was consuming her food like a pig. Her fists were clenched in fury, and steam seemed to rise from her head. Her stomach, too, betrayed her with an audible grumble. Yet, she endeavored to maintain the aloof demeanor of a campus beauty, which was undeniably challenging. Meanwhile, Fang Qingchen observed Lu Qingchen as she ate, increasingly astonished. A true gourmand. This breakfast he had brought contained 4 large plates of B-grade exotic beast meat patties and 2 servings of C-grade exotic beast egg omelets, all of which were highly nutritious. A typical adult could manage only a single meat patty to stave off hunger for an entire day. Yet, Lu Qingchen, this voracious girl, although taking delicate bites, was relentless in her consumption. Before long, she had devoured all 4 meat patties. A look of lingering desire lingered on her pure and flawless face as she picked up 2 omelets, carefully stacking them before sending them to her mouth. Fang Qingchen swallowed hard. It was not hunger. He had enjoyed a more lavish breakfast than this. Rather, he was simply enchanted by her adorable manner of eating. Perhaps lost in her meal, a strand of her long hair had inadvertently found its way to her lips, unnoticed by her. This sight brought both amusement and a tinge of sorrow to Fang Qingchen. He understood that Lu Qingchen's voracity was not due to gluttony, but rather a profound lack of nutrition. As the saying goes, the rich cultivate martial prowess while the poor pursue literature. To forge a lasting path in martial arts, one must establish a solid foundation, with health being of utmost importance. Consuming substantial nourishment is merely the baseline. Affluent scions like Li Jiangnan indulge in specially crafted meals made from exotic beast meat at every meal. As for Fang Qingchen, that need not be elaborated upon. Born to a martial god and a powerful family, the chefs in his household were among the finest in the nation. The meals they prepared were, in strict terms, akin to medicinal cuisine, ensuring that Fang Qingchen's body remained in peak condition. Therefore, despite his previous neglect of martial arts in pursuit of Lin Wanqing. His physical state was never in question. Without the guidance of martial arts training, her physical prowess consistently ranked among the top 3 in her class, effortlessly surpassing those diligent students like Li Jiangnan, who toiled relentlessly. This clearly indicated the abundance of nourishment she received. However, Lu Qingchen's situation was markedly different. The disparity in their family backgrounds was a gross understatement. With a disabled father, a gravely ill mother, and a resilient younger sister, she bore the weight of her family struggles. Merely attending the 7th high school drained her of every ounce of strength. Often, after evening study sessions, she would clandestinely work outside the school to sustain her family's livelihood. Despite these burdens, she never neglected her studies, achieving the highest academic scores in her class and ranking among the top 10 in the entire school. Her performance in martial arts classes was equally commendable. Mastering 7 out of 9 required disciplines to an advanced level. Her physical fitness reached an impressive score of 1-2, tied for second in her class, just behind Fang Qingchen. Having endured chronic malnutrition, her ability to match Lin Wanqing's physical fitness was a testament to her relentless exploitation of her own potential. It could be said that every cell in her body was infused with resilience, akin to a desperate gamble. Presently, her physique resembled a high-rise building with its foundation hollowed out, precariously close to collapse. Therefore, Fang Qingchen's specially prepared breakfast for martial artists was, for Lu Qingchen's nearly depleted body, nothing short of a life-saving elixir. As the last bite of the fried egg settled in her stomach, she let out a satisfied burp, feeling an unprecedented lightness in her body. An endless stream of energy coursed from her stomach throughout her being, each cell seemingly rejoicing. Since entering high school, the relentless hunger she had endured had finally dissipated. This gratifying sensation of being full momentarily transported her back to her childhood, when her father was not yet disabled. Her mother was in good health, and her younger sister was innocent and lively. The 4 of them would gather around the dining table, savoring their evening meal. Lost in thought after her meal, she tossed the empty lunchbox into the trash, just as the martial arts aptitude test was about to commence. Fang Qingchen's voice broke through her reverie, pulling her back to the present. Lifting her gaze, she beheld Fang Qingchen bathed in sunlight, appearing as if adorned with a golden halo. She bit her lip gently. Though impoverished, she was not foolish, recognizing the true value of this breakfast far exceeded her expectations. "Thank you for the breakfast. I will repay you in the future." A hint of insecurity crept in as she averted her eyes, unable to meet Fang Qingchen's gaze. Fang Qingchen, visibly exasperated, dismissed her gratitude with a wave of his hand and strode toward the front of the line. Watching his retreating figure, Lu Qingchen's expression grew complex. Just then, Fang Qingchen abruptly turned back, startling her, causing her heart to race as she hastily lowered her head. "Lu Qingchen, do you find your hair delectable? Have you taken a bite out of it? When you said you would repay me, you weren't suggesting you would treat me to your hair, were you?" Upon finishing his words, he chuckled softly and turned away. In a flurry, Lu Qingchen hastily arranged her hair, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. With a playful pout, she clenched her small fist and waved it at Fang Qingchen's retreating figure, exuding an undeniable charm. How mischievous! This rascal must have done it on purpose, not even giving me a hint while I was eating. She fumed silently, yet the exquisite alloy lunchbox in her hands, resembling a work of art, was too precious for her to discard. Instead, she delicately placed it into her backpack. The trivial incident involving Fang Qingchen seemed insignificant amidst the vast expanse of the playground. Soon, the school leaders and various dignitaries had gathered. Bong! The copper bell, which had been in existence since the establishment of the school, rang out suddenly from the rooftop of the main teaching building. The melodious chime resonated far and wide, gradually quieting the bustling playground. Principal Chun Guorong of Linjiangno 7 High School strode confidently to the main stage, his gaze brimming with enthusiasm. "Esteemed leaders," after a barrage of formalities, he proclaimed, "I hereby announce the commencement of the 36th Martial Arts Talent Testing Conference of Linjiang No. 7 High School. Chapter 11. One's Own Affectionate Fool. Even if using tricks, can only adore oneself. With Principal Chen's command, the students, under the guidance of their teachers, lined up in an orderly fashion at the Talent Awakening platform, grouped by their respective classes. Naturally, those at the forefront prioritized for the martial arts talent test were the students from the martial arts elite class. At Linjiangno, 7 Middle School, over 10,000 students were preparing for the martial arts examination. However, only 200 would be selected to join the elite class prior to their Talent Awakening, making it a truly distinguished group, comprised of the finest students excelling in both physical prowess and academic performance in martial arts. Of course, the composition of the martial arts elite class is not static. Every half semester, the most outstanding students from various classes are reselected to join. Both Lu Qingchen and Lin Wanqing have the opportunity to enter this elite class in the latter half of the semester, aiming for admission into the 4 most prestigious martial arts academies in Daxia. Even if they do not succeed, they can still gain entry into a top-tier domestic martial arts university. Upon graduation, the least they could aspire to is a captaincy in the Municipal Security Bureau, a guaranteed path to success. Observing the elite students at the front, their faces adorned with pride, the ordinary class students behind them could not help but feel a pang of envy. Gu Tingting gazed at them with longing. If only I could enter the elite class. She lamented. I've heard that once elected, there's a monthly scholarship of 3,000 yuan. If one manages to enroll in a top-tier martial arts university during the examination, there's a reward of 100,000 yuan. And if luck favors, gaining admission to one of the 4 prestigious academies could yield a direct reward of 500,000 yuan. I truly envy you, Wanqing. Her sigh was laden with the scent of ambition. Though she had benefited somewhat from Lin Wanqing's connections, enjoying some fine provisions from the martial goddess family, her physical abilities stood at one, just meeting the threshold for the elite class. Yet, her martial arts grades were mediocre, with only 2 out of 9 mandatory disciplines reaching a discernible level. She was merely a step away from the elite class, but found it exceedingly challenging to bridge that gap, leaving her in a state of distress. Lin Wanqing, still preoccupied with recent events, fixed her gaze on Fang Qingchen's back. He had given her breakfast, which was rightfully hers, to Lu Qingchen. This left her feeling quite unsettled, as if something that belonged to her had been taken away. Hearing Gu Tingting's words, there was no trace of pride on her face. Instead, she turned her head and cast a quiet glance at Lu Qingchen, who stood in another line, still exuding an air of uncertainty. With her head slightly lowered and her arms wrapped around her backpack, she appeared more spirited than before, illuminated by the sunlight. Lin Wanqing's brows furrowed slightly. If one were to envy, let it be Lu Qingchen. Despite her family's poverty, she possesses physical capabilities that rival my own and excels in martial arts studies, ranking first in the class. If she awakens a B-level, or even an A-level martial talent shortly, she will undoubtedly become a key focus of cultivation within the school. You, on the other hand, should strive a little harder. She playfully tapped Gu Tingting's forehead. Although her growing irritation with her was undeniable, she could not help but acknowledge that Lu Qingchen was indeed exceptional. After saying this, she shifted her gaze back to Fang Qingchen. With a lift of her pristine white sneakers, she contemplated confronting him. However, after a moment's reflection, she restrained herself. A seductive smile graced her lips. Fang Qingchen, once the martial talent assessment is complete, you shall be regretting your actions. Did you not promise me a grand gift yesterday? Let us see if this gift satisfies me. As she gazed at the distant talent testing platform, confidence illuminated her countenance. Fang Qingchen had pursued her for 2.5 years, employing various tactics. Considering his peculiar behavior from yesterday and today, Lin Wanqing felt she had begun to understand. This boy seeks to ensnare me? He is still too green. Her spirits lifted. She realized that even the most devoted admirer, despite their schemes, could only worship her from afar. Just as she felt everything was within her grasp, the students of the martial elite class began to orderly ascend the testing platform. At that moment, Principal Chen Guorong moved, his body seemingly defying gravity as he stepped into the air, standing above the testing platform. The multitude of students gazed in astonishment, gasping in disbelief. Wow, Principal Chen has taken flight. It is said that only those who reach B-level can walk through the air. Thus, B-level martial artists are also known as skyward warriors. Is this the grandeur of martial prowess? How inspiring. I too must strive diligently to become a formidable warrior. In the realm of martial arts, the legacy is passed on through perseverance. Only by instilling hope in the aspiring generation can we ensure the flame of tradition endures. Principal Chen's actions instantly ignited the fervor within the students present. They were nearly compelled to perform 2 sets of military exercises on the spot. Observing the charged atmosphere among the students, Chen Guorong nodded appreciatively. He then spoke with clarity and purpose. This time, his words carried weight. Students, once the talent assessment concludes, some exceptional individuals will undoubtedly awaken A-level or even S-level, SS-level talents. Such talents will allow even those in the ordinary classes to rise overnight, becoming the center of attention. Conversely, there may be students from a martial elite class whose talents do not meet expectations, perhaps even lacking the most rudimentary martial aptitude. However, I wish to emphasize that martial talent is merely your starting point, not your destination. I have witnessed individuals with seemingly weak talents, as low as D or E level, who through relentless effort and training evolved into formidable warriors, serving in the military to combat otherworldly beasts. Likewise, I have seen those gifted with powerful S-level talents who, through complacency, achieved nothing. I hope that regardless of the outcomes today, all of you will maintain a heart eager for advancement. Principal Chen, without the aid of a microphone, stood with his hands clasped behind his back and spoke with fervor. His voice resonated like a mighty bell, clearly reaching every corner of the vast playground and every student's ear, demonstrating an impressive command of his presence. The students were stirred, their spirits ignited by his words. As his voice faded, a thunderous round of applause erupted above the campus, echoing endlessly. Chen Guorong's actions were undoubtedly laden with significance. Each year, during the assessment of martial arts aptitude, there are students who excel academically in martial arts yet awaken to a meager talent. This often leads to feelings of despair and resignation. His words served as a powerful tonic for them. However, there was another layer of meaning. Fang Qingchen perceived it, gazing up at Chen Guorong with a look of disdain. Old Chen, it seemed, still relished in his pretentiousness. Chapter 12. The Rabbit Kicks the Eagle, Defying the Celestial Polarities. The Crimson Talent. Chen Guorong shared a profound camaraderie with Fang Qingchen, the esteemed martial god and father of Fang Qingchen. In their youth, they were classmates, having fought against ferocious beasts and shared moments of camaraderie. However, as time went on, the limitations of martial talent caused Chen Guorong to fall behind Fang Qingchen in cultivation, leading him to step back from the forefront. Yet, this old fellow relished the spotlight, eagerly volunteering to return to his alma mater in Linjiang City as the principal. The relationship between the two families remained amicable, with Chen Guorong frequently visiting his old friend for drinks. He was also the sole individual at Linjiang No. 7 high school privy to Fang Qingchen's true identity. Nevertheless, due to Fang Qingchen's explicit instructions, he refrained from providing Fang Qingchen with any preferential treatment at school, not even allowing him entry into the elite martial arts class. As a loyal friend to Fang Qingchen, Chen Guorong often felt a mix of disappointment and frustration towards Fang Qingchen. During their drinking sessions, he had expressed on multiple occasions that if Fang Qingchen were his son, he would have broken several of his legs by now. Consequently, in his previous life, Fang Qingchen held a profound fear of this principle. With an authoritative gaze, Chen Guorong swept across the multitude of students on the playground. However, when his eyes fell upon Fang Qingchen, he noticed the boy was also observing him. His expression peculiar and enigmatic, half smiling, half serious. What? Chen Guorong was momentarily taken aback. Something was amiss. Typically, Fang Qingchen would react like a rabbit spotting an eagle, eager to bury his head in the ground. What had changed today, granting him such courage to meet his gaze? Moreover, under Fang Qingchen's scrutiny, Chen Guorong felt an unsettling sense of being seen through, as if his thoughts were laid bare. The notion struck him like lightning. Could it be that the son of his old friend possessed such keen perception? He was taken aback. No way. How could the sycophantic offspring of old Fang possess such sharp insight? Had he lost his senses today? The eyes are the windows to the soul. Only those with formidable willpower can evoke such an illusion. Clearly, Fang Qingchen did not meet that criterion. Perhaps if it were his father, it could be plausible. Shaking his head, when he looked back at Fang Qingchen, he found the boy had already diverted his gaze, engaging in laughter and conversation with his peers, appearing as nonchalant as ever. How strange. This little rascal. What could account for such a stark contrast in demeanor over the past few days? Pondering this, Chen Guoron recalled the events at the school gate yesterday, which he was well aware of, having witnessed Fang Qingchen effortlessly defeat Li Jiangnan from his office. Such prowess, even among the elite martial arts class, was formidable. The disparity between this display and Fang Qingchen's usual demeanor was nothing short of astonishing. Yet, with no time to dwell on these thoughts, he shook off his musings and waved his hand decisively. A booming voice resonated once more, calling out to the students gathered at the Talent Awakening platform. Focus your mind, free from distractions, and place your hands upon the central metallic sphere. Quietly feel the flow of energy within. Suddenly, 10 students ascend the stage upon receiving the command. They immediately raise their hands and press them against the metallic orb at the center of the awakening platform. In an instant, vivid azure light emanates from the sphere, spreading along their palms and gradually enveloping their entire beings, as if undergoing a meticulous scan. Their bodies begin to flicker incessantly, as if on the brink of transformation into data. Gulp. Witnessing this transformation, the atmosphere in the entire playground becomes charged with tension. Everyone gazes upward, their attention riveted on the 10 enormous screens ahead. The results of the talent assessment will be unveiled in half a minute. At that moment, the distinction between dragons and worms will become clear. Even among friends who usually share a close bond, a multitude of conflicting thoughts arise. They fear that a friend's talent may be disappointingly low, leading to sorrow, yet they also dread the possibility of a friend's exceptional talent far surpassing their own, creating a profound sense of contradiction. The 30 seconds of waiting stretch both swiftly and slowly. Just as the first batch of 10 elite martial arts students on stage begins to sweat nervously, the countdown reaches its conclusion. Beep, beep, beep. The urgent sound of machinery fills the air. Instantly, the water blue light that enveloped the 10 students begins to shift. 3 individuals gradually transform into deep blue. 4 others fade to green, while 2 stand there, their colors entirely dissipated, appearing dazed. Only one tall boy remains cloaked in a brilliant red glow, strikingly vivid. The awakening platform displays different colors based on the varying levels of the test taker's talents. Individuals lacking any martial arts aptitude will not exhibit any color. Low-level E and D-grade martial arts talents present as light green and deep green, respectively. C-grade talents manifest as deep blue, while B-grade talents reveal a radiant red. Generally, possessing a B-grade martial arts talent is already quite formidable, with awakening probabilities exceedingly low, 1 in 10,000 if not less. A-grade martial arts talents are even more impressive, surrounded by a striking purple aura, with awakening probabilities plummeting to 1 in several hundred thousand. As for S-grade martial arts talents, they are exceedingly rare. Each S-grade talent is considered invincible, and any student awakening an S-grade talent is regarded as a prodigy. With dedicated training, they can achieve strength akin to that of Principal Chen Guoron. However, such individuals are scarce within Jiangnan province, typically emerging only a few times a year. When they do appear, they are invariably prioritized for intensive cultivation. The 4 foremost martial arts academies of the Great Xia Empire will eagerly extend their olive branches, engaging in fierce competition to recruit them. Naturally, beyond S-grade talents, there exist even more extraordinary SS and SSS grade talents. However, the probability of awakening can be described as appallingly low. Throughout the vast realm of the Great Xia Kingdom, and indeed across the entire world, it may take a year or even several years for a single occurrence. Setting aside these ethereal, extraordinary talents, the mere awakening of A-level or B-level abilities essentially positions one among the pillars of humanity. It guarantees a definitive leap in social status. As someone on stage awakened a B-level talent, exclamations of astonishment erupted. My goodness, during the very first round of testing, a B-level talent was already revealed. Remarkable. This is Zhang Changhao, who ranks 15th in our grade, and to think he has awakened a B-level talent. It is likely that he will easily break into the top 10 in the next examination. Look, his talent has been revealed. It is a combat talent. Chapter 13. Nature hard to change. Above the awakening platform where Zhang Changhao stood, a colossal screen flickered with countless streams of data, seemingly engaged in analysis. The crimson glow enveloping him gradually retreated into a metallic sphere. Subsequently, a line of large text materialized on the screen. Combat Class B talent. Elemental affinity, lightning. Upon witnessing the result, the students below were filled with envy, their eyes turning red with jealousy. A combat talent. What incredible fortune! It is said that upon awakening an elemental affinity combat talent, one could attract the corresponding elemental force from the heavens and earth while performing any martial arts, enhancing their power immensely. The lightning elemental force is inherently ferocious and possesses the ability to refine the body, making Zhang Changhao exceptionally lucky this time. Genuine admiration. Let us switch faces, make it mine. The classmates were all consumed by envy. On the awakening platform, Zhang Changhao displayed an expression of uncontainable joy, his head held high and his eyelids nearly rolling back in delight, exuding an air of triumph. He fully comprehended what a B-level talent represented as a student of the elite martial arts class. By diligently practicing martial arts, he could effortlessly gain admission to one of the 4 prestigious martial arts academies of the Great Xia Kingdom, thus bringing honor to his family. Apart from Zhang Changhao, the other students who had awakened their talents also wore beaming smiles, their mouths stretching from ear to ear as they descended from the awakening platform to share their good news with the homeroom teacher. In stark contrast, those few who failed to awaken even the lowest E-level talent wore expressions of despair, as if mourning a great loss. Among them, 2 girls covered their faces, sobbing softly. Without the enhancement of martial arts talent, their physical abilities would hardly see significant improvement. Most critically, without martial arts talent, they could inflict no damage upon the rampant, aberrant beasts. These creatures, emerging from the interdimensional nodes, even the weakest F-level aberrant beasts, were protected by an invisible, special energy field. This energy field rendered modern heavy weaponry's damage negligible. The formidable S-level aberrant beasts could even bathe unscathed amidst a rain of nuclear bombs. Consequently, at the onset of the aberrant beast invasion, the human military suffered heavy casualties and experienced a complete rout. A single C-level aberrant beast was enough to annihilate a small nation. It was only after someone unexpectedly awakened their martial arts talent and single-handedly killed an aberrant beast that the higher echelons of humanity realized that those who awakened martial arts talent naturally generated a unique energy within their bodies. By harnessing ancient martial arts, they could maximize its power and deal significant damage to aberrant beasts. Thus, ancient martial arts revitalized, with warriors gradually taking center stage in the world. Humanity embarked on a new epoch, the martial arts era. For this reason, the 4 prestigious martial arts academies would not admit students lacking martial arts talent, as it would be utterly meaningless. It can be said that their path in martial arts has reached its conclusion. For aspiring students who wish to become martial artists, this is undoubtedly a significant blow. Yet, the truth is often harsh. In the Great Xia Kingdom, each year, more than half of the students awaken no martial talent, thereby losing their eligibility to participate in the martial arts examination. However, not qualifying for the examination does not equate to the end of the world. They can still partake in the regular college entrance examination and attend conventional universities, pursuing careers in various fields. As the first batch of students successfully awakened their talents, the remaining classmates continued their assessments with methodical precision. The entire elite martial arts class, comprising over 200 students, swiftly completed the awakening process. By fortunate chance, a substantial number of students displayed martial talents. Besides the initial Zhang Changhao, 3 additional students manifested B-grade talents. Moreover, one student astonishingly awakened an A-grade combat talent. His entire being enveloped in a radiant purple glow, soaring to a height of 10 meters. The entire playground erupted in excitement. On the platform, Principal Chen Guorong beamed with delight, his face radiating like a blooming chrysanthemum. As the head of a municipal martial arts school, discovering even a single A-grade talent in a year is considered an outstanding achievement worthy of recognition. Congratulations, old Chen. This year, your school has produced such a remarkable crop of martial talent. These youngsters will undoubtedly become the pillars of our great Xia kingdom in the future. You have truly spread your influence far and wide, remarked an elderly gentleman with glasses and a rosy visage, sipping tea from a fine porcelain cup. This man appeared to hold a position of great significance, and even Chen Guorong dared not be dismissive. He promptly turned slightly, lowering his head respectfully, and said, "Thank you for your kind words, Elder Lin. This is all thanks to your leadership in Jiangnan province, vigorously promoting the local economy. The improvement in the people's living standards has enhanced their physical well-being, consequently increasing the probability of talent awakening. Your contributions are indispensable." His gaze was filled with reverence and determination, and his words resonated with strength and ambition. The surrounding school officials and dignitaries present for the ceremony responded with enthusiastic applause. Elder Lin humbly waved his hand to quell the applause. "Old Chen, you old rascal, how could you say such things? It's a pity that on such a grand occasion, Fang Wuxian is away on a secret mission for the nation, and thus absent. Otherwise, if he were able to visit our school, allowing the students to witness the grandeur of our great Xia kingdom's martial deity, it would be an unparalleled honor." Speaking of Fang Zhenhai, the esteemed figure from the province, Elder Lin could not help but express a sense of longing. Despite his considerable influence and power in Jiangnan province, commanding authority as he did, he still regarded the near-legendary martial deity, representing the pinnacle of the great Xia kingdom's martial prowess, with the utmost reverence. By the way, Elder Lin said with a smile, scanning the densely packed students below. His gaze gradually settled on the location of Class 7, specifically on Fang Qingchen. If I recall correctly, Fang Wuxian's son should also awaken today. This young lad is quite the romantic, possessing an unwavering determination, albeit misguided. I can only hope that he awakens a superior martial talent, allowing him to focus more intently on the path of martial arts, he sighed. Although Fang Qingchen's identity remains largely undisclosed within the confines of Linjiang No. 7 High School, it is hardly a secret among the higher echelons of the Daxia Kingdom. His outrageous deeds have long since circulated among the elite, garnering both overt and covert ridicule. Many in the upper echelons consider him a cautionary tale, using his example to admonish their own children. Listening to Elder Lin's words, the guests who had come from various provinces and cities to attend the ceremony nodded in agreement. Yet inwardly, they harbored profound disdain. It is said that while one may change their circumstances, one's inherent nature is difficult to alter. Even if Fang Qingchen, this inept sycophant, were to awaken an S-grade talent, it would be like casting pearls before swine. Awakening a dog would be more beneficial than granting it to him. Chapter 14. Alas, that day was not hers. Is there truly such a plethora of wayward souls returning to the fold? This sentiment resonates with the majority's perception of Fang Qingchen. The students of the martial arts elite class, having awakened their talents, descended from the awakening altar in succession. Next, it was the turn of the students from the ordinary class. With the elite students blazing the trail, the fervor within the hearts of the remaining students was ignited. What noble lineage or royal bloodline could compare? What elite class? Their fleeting lead mattered little. Without martial talent, they too would be cast aside. Yet, for the students of the ordinary class, should they awaken a C or B grade martial talent, a reversal of fortunes could very well be within reach. Observing the elite class students, heads hung low, their spirits dampened by the absence of awakened talents, many on the playground felt a surge of clandestine delight. The once celebrated geniuses had fallen, and witnessing others stumble is an intrinsic aspect of human nature. How delightful! How captivating! Although 10 awakening altars operated continuously, yielding a high efficiency, the sheer number of students, over 10,000, waiting in line rendered the process somewhat strained. Those who ascended the awakening platform bore expressions as somber as those about to face execution. The waiting students shared a similar plight, akin to warriors awaiting their fates. Many were breathless with anxiety, drenched in perspiration, their calves cramping in distress. At that moment, Lin Wanxing felt her own palms grow clammy with tension. The sun rose steadily, heat rising in tandem, coupled with her empty stomach, which grumbled in protest from skipping breakfast. She felt quite uncomfortable, thirsty, and hungry. Instinctively, she glanced at Fang Qingchen, only to find him at ease, hands in pockets, exuding an air of nonchalance. To her astonishment, he was savoring a cup of milk tea, seemingly procured from some unknown source. The fire of indignation within her could no longer be suppressed. Men truly are oblivious. Had it been any other time, he would have eagerly offered her that very cup of milk tea. At that moment, she could no longer maintain her aloof demeanor as the esteemed school beauty. Biting her delicate lip, she approached Fang Qingchen. Her hands, seemingly awkward, were clasped behind her back, and her tall figure leaned slightly forward. Her enchanting gaze locked onto his. Fang Qingchen, you appear quite confident, not all anxious. Far more so than when you confessed yesterday. By the way, if my attitude yesterday upset you, I sincerely apologize. I'm sorry. You're not truly angry, are you? If you've calmed down, might I have a sip of your milk tea? Her voice was melodious, tinged with remorse, a sweetness interwoven with her previously icy demeanor. It was as though a celestial being were seeking forgiveness. Any man would find it irresistible. As she spoke, her exquisite face tilted slightly to one side, a classic head tilt move, a charming display of feminine contrition that would leave Li Jiangnan, who was about to ascend the stage to awaken his talent, grinding his teeth in frustration. The little green tea actress was at it again. Had it been my former self, I would likely have transformed into an enraged dragon at this very moment. Yet, gazing at the submissive Lin watching before me, I couldn't help but concede. The lethality of this move, for a boy of his age, cannot be understated. It is nothing short of a decisive blow. Yet, for Fang Qingchen, it was ineffective. His heart remained unperturbed, even tinged with amusement. Indeed, Fang Qingchen chuckled, with a flash of his pearly whites. His smile sparkled brilliantly under the sun, dazzling in its radiance. It was merely a matter of awakening a talent, a mere touch yielding results. What was there to be anxious about? Furthermore, Lin Wanxing, could it be that your hunger has clouded your judgment? Why would I carry 2 cups of milk tea? As he spoke, Fang Qingchen rummaged through his backpack. To his surprise, he indeed produced a cup of milk tea. Ah, it turned out he had brought 2 cups. With that, he handed one over. Shoo! The surrounding classmates observed this scene, their faces revealing knowing expressions. Whispers ensued. I had overestimated Fang, the sycophant. He couldn't even endure half a day without returning to his old ways. Yet, I empathize with him. Lin, the campus belle, truly knows how to captivate. Most people wouldn't even have the chance to fawn over her. Witnessing Fang Qingchen perform what seemed like a magic trick, producing another cup of milk tea, a glimmer of triumph flickered in Lin Wanxing's beautiful eyes. Look at you, can't resist, can you? In light of your abysmal performance today, I shall let you stew for a few days after you drink the milk tea. Consider it a punishment. She mused internally, feeling a tad parched, the rich aroma of the milk tea wafting towards her. She could hardly adhere to the principle of refusing 3 times before reluctantly accepting. Lin Wanxing extended her delicate, slender hand, poised to receive the milk tea. This scene mirrored countless previous occasions, as if it were a mere copy and paste. Simultaneously, she braced herself for him to apologize first. Little did she know, Fang Qingchen didn't even glance at her outstretched hand. With the milk tea in hand, he pivoted halfway, his tall frame turning to face the almost invisible Lu Qingchen. Lu Qingchen, this cup of milk tea is for you. As my desk mate, it's only reasonable to treat you to a cup. Lu Qingchen lifted her lowered gaze, her face a portrait of astonishment. However, her inherently cool and reserved demeanor prompted an instinctive desire to decline. I'm not thirsty, she murmured softly. If Lin Wanxing's aloofness was feigned, then Lu Qingchen's was authentic. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, Fang Qingchen had already placed the milk tea into her left hand. With a gentle upward push of her palm, the cup rose, the straw brushing against her rosy, plump lips. Here, the straw has touched your lips. No one else will drink from it now. Fang Qingchen shrugged, contentedly sipping from his own cup. Lu Qingchen puffed her cheeks, finding his behavior utterly unreasonable. Given her personality, had it been anyone else offering her milk tea, she would have likely splashed it on the ground. It was said that dehydration could affect the accuracy of talent awakening. Fang Qingchen added another remark, observing her countenance which, though adorned with a smile, possessed an unblemished clarity akin to water. As she clasped the cup of milk tea, her grip gradually tightened. I knew you were deceiving me, she thought. Fool! Who would present a girl with milk tea in such a brusque manner? She dared not gaze long into Fang Qingchen's eyes and, lowering her head, murmured softly, "Thank you. Next time, I shall treat you." Taking a sip of the milk tea, she was enveloped in the rich aroma and the sweetness that filled her mouth. Just one sip awakened an insatiable yearning for sweetness within the girl who had never tasted milk tea before. Lu Qingqian's eyes sparkled with delight. Was this the milk tea her classmates often indulged in? How exquisite! As she pondered, her right hand lifted, cradling the cup with both hands, savoring it sip by sip. Fearful that drinking too hastily would cause this moment of joy to vanish too soon. She was so engrossed in her experience that she failed to notice Fang Qingchen's unwavering gaze fixated on the palm of her raised right hand. Her hand was strikingly beautiful, fair and tender. Yet, upon closer observation, a flicker of disappointment flashed across Fang Qingchen's eyes. Alas, that day, it was not her. Chapter 15. Fang Wuxian Fang's surname is Fang, and even Fang Tiango shares the same surname. The fleeting expression of disappointment quickly vanished. He smiled at Lu Qingqian, disregarding the hushed murmurs of his classmates and the murderous glare from Lin Wanqing. Turning, he returned to the front row. The wait was exceedingly dull. With no gossip to entertain them, the students swiftly sought new topics of conversation. Our school truly is frugal. Why can't we have a few more awakening altars? There are over 10,000 students eager to awaken, yet we only have 10 altars, leaving us to languish in the scorching sun. If I were to become the principal one day, I would ensure that each student has their own altar. Many students voiced their complaints. However, soon a knowledgeable student countered. You ignorant frogs at the bottom of the well, do you even understand? Do you know how much it costs to construct an awakening altar? No, 100 million. You must be joking. How could such a small altar be worth that much? Many classmates were skeptical. At that moment, Fang Qingchen's homeroom teacher, Old Huang, spoke up. This student is not mistaken. The cost of an awakening altar is indeed exorbitant. It represents the pinnacle of human technology, which is why it allows you to awaken your talents without any danger. Moreover, the energy required to activate it can only be sourced from A-grade or higher exotic beasts. Each altar consumes at least several million yuan per hour of operation. As she spoke, observing her classmates' astonished expressions, their mouths agape in disbelief, she seemed quite pleased with their reaction. Continuing to elaborate, her eyes sparkled with reverence and fervor as she pointed to the large character Fang inscribed on the awakening altar. However, students need not worry that such expenses would bankrupt the school. The 10 awakening altars before us, along with all operational costs, are generously sponsored by our guardian of Linjiang City, Fang Zhenhai. Students, be grateful. I remember 3 years ago, Linjiang No. 7 Middle School had only one awakening altar. Without Fang Wuxian, you would have had to wait at least 10 days to awaken your talents. When Fang Wuxian was mentioned, Old Huang's voice brimmed with excitement. Clearly a devoted fan. Upon hearing Fang Zhenhai's name, even the most carefree students couldn't help but express their respect. Wuxian, it is a sacred title throughout the great Xia kingdom and even the world, soaring through the skies, cleaving mountains and seas. It symbolizes the zenith of combat prowess and the limits of human physicality. In this world ravaged by exotic beasts, he represents humanity's last glimmer of hope. Even a half-step Wuxian commands such reverence. Old Huang's voice was loud enough for students from nearby classes to overhear. In Class 4, a bespectacled girl beside Li Jiangnan's desk suddenly had a bold idea. Fang Wuxian bears the surname Fang, just like Fang Qingchen from Class 7. What a coincidence! As soon as the words left her lips, Her classmates regarded her with an expression of bewilderment. Li Jiangnan, who was about to ascend the stage to awaken his innate talent, grimaced in disdain. Oof. As if that useless sycophant Fang Qingchen could ever have any connection with Fang Wuxian. I would eat a pound. With that, he boldly strode to the platform to awaken his abilities. Before long, the deep blue aura enveloping his body had yet to dissipate as he descended the altar, his expression one of incredulity, gazing at his own hands. Suddenly, he leaped into the air in a frenzied manner, his fists striking the sky. Eureka! I have awakened, he exclaimed, laughter spilling forth. Combat class C talent, agility. Who in our 7th high can surpass my speed now? Li Jiangnan beamed with pride. For combat class C talent was indeed remarkable, even if he failed to gain admission to one of the 4 prestigious martial academies of Daxia. He could easily enter a double first-rate martial university. Provided he graduated smoothly, he would become an E-rank or even D-rank martial artist, guaranteeing him a place in the military with a starting rank of school-level officer. Even if he did not join the army, major corporations would eagerly seek to employ him. With annual salaries commencing at several million, filled with self-satisfaction, buoyed by his newfound talent, he strode into the area designated for Class 7. As he passed, those classmates who had yet to awaken stepped aside, acknowledging a shift in status. With his C-class talent, Li Jiangnan was no longer someone they could easily provoke. Wanxing, did you see? I have awakened my combat talent, and it's C-class. My future is limitless. Rest assured, if Fang Qingchen dares to bother you again, I will teach him a lesson. He stood before Lin Wanxing, his voice booming, desperate for the world to know of his achievement. In a provocative manner, he glanced at Fang Qingchen, anticipating a reaction of envy or jealousy. However, much to his dismay, Fang Qingchen seemed oblivious, engrossed in her phone, enjoying herself thoroughly. What a feeble disguise. I bet you're panicking inside. Li Jiangnan scoffed dismissively. Faced with Li Jiangnan, who had awakened his talent, Lin Wanxing's tone softened, though it remained rather indifferent. Congratulations, classmate Li, but this is the area for Class 7. I hope you can return to your group and not disrupt the order of the playground. As for the matters between Fang and myself, you needn't concern yourself. It was evident to all that her words carried a tone of dismissal. Li Jiangnan was taken aback to find himself humbled in front of the school as belle, despite his awakened talent, was a bitter pill to swallow. He felt a flush creep across his face, transforming him into a red-skinned duck, and he turned to leave, covering his face in embarrassment. As Li Jiangnan passed by Fang Qingchen, his gaze was fiercely fixed upon him, brimming with animosity as if he wished to devour him whole. It was all his fault. Normally, Wanxing did not treat me in such a manner. It was he who had provoked Wanxing's ire, leading to this predicament. That wretched being must pay dearly. He placed the blame squarely on Fang Qingchen. Before long, noon arrived, heralding the moment for Class 7's awakening ceremony. This event was crucial for the evaluation of the homeroom teacher's professional performance over the year. Old Huang, donning high heels, disregarded the sweat pooling in her shoes, straining on tiptoe to cheer for each student ascending the stage. However, fortune seemed to evade them. Out of more than 60 students in Class 7, only over 40 had taken the stage, and a mere handful had awakened their talents. To their dismay, all were of E and D rank, with not a single student achieving the C rank. This reality sent ripples of tension through Lin Wanxing, Gu Tingting, and others, their palms clammy with anxiety. Class 7, Lin Wanxing, Gu Tingting, Che Qi, Su Rue, prepare to take the stage for their awakening. Chapter 16. Even a piece of tissue or a bitter tea leaf has its purpose at long last. It is our turn. Wanxing, let's hasten. I can hardly contain my excitement. Watching others awaken their talents one by one has made Gu Tingting restless. Upon hearing her name called, she immediately grasped Lin Wanxing's hand and made her way toward the awakening platform. As they passed by Fang Qingchen, Lin Wanxing cast a lingering glance in his direction, only to find him utterly engrossed in his phone, showing no interest in her impending awakening. She bit her lips softly, pondering, Fang Qingchen, I hope that once I awaken my talent, you will still remain so composed. Below the stage, Li Jian, seated behind Fang Qingchen, spoke up anxiously. Qingchen, the school beauty. Lin is about to awaken. Aren't you curious about what her talent will be? You seem remarkably unfazed. He continued, you've been licking that progress bar for so long. It's nearly full. Surely you can't be giving up now? I refuse to believe it. Li Jian, who ranked around 20th in their class, had just awakened a D-grade auxiliary talent, perception, which allowed him to sense the presence of exotic beasts, a rare and special ability that practically secured his place in the martial arts elite class. As one of Fang Qingchen's few friends, he posed a soul-searching question. Upon hearing Li Jian's words, Fang Qingchen glanced up from his phone, regarding him with a serious expression. He was, of course, not curious. He had already lived through this scene in a past life. Who awakened what talent was akin to an open-book exam, entirely transparent. However, the label of a devoted admirer clung to him too tightly, making it impossible for those around him to alter their perceptions. Fang Qingchen had no desire to elaborate further, offering only a vague response. Perhaps I shall refrain from licking for now. Oh, that is more like it. Li Jian exclaimed, visibly relieva. You startled me. I thought you had changed your number. With a knowing look, he clapped Fang Qingchen on the shoulder. Fang Qingchen, unfazed, retaliated with a light jab to Li Jian's side. Your martial talent is commendable. Be sure to utilize it well. Upon hearing this, Li Jian's expression fell. D-grade is considered commendable? My perception ability allows me to sense exotic beasts within a 10-kilometer radius. But what use is that? It pales in comparison to the military's latest super radar. Besides, the beasts are so large, even a blind person could see them from 10 kilometers away. I merely possess a rare talent. He felt a wave of dejection wash over him. Fang Qingchen patted his shoulder in consolation. Do not worry. Even a piece of tissue or a bitter tea leaf has its purpose. Your talent will not be overlooked. Truly, you have a way with words. I appreciate your support. Yet, Fang Qingchen was not merely comforting him. For in a few years, as the attacks from exotic beasts intensified, many mutated species would emerge, including those that could cloak themselves and evade all detection devices. Due to the complete lack of forewarning, these aberrant creatures once wreaked havoc upon human cities. It was during this tumultuous time that warriors endowed with perceptive talents emerged from the ranks of idlers to take center stage in the world, showcasing their worth. As Fang Qingchen spoke, the awakening process for the 10 students of Class 7 had reached its climax, except for 6 students devoid of any martial arts aptitude, whose radiant glow had faded. The remaining 4 displayed various colors of light representing their talent levels, beyond the 2 emanating green light, denoting D and E levels. A deep blue glow unexpectedly illuminated Gu Tingting, signifying a C-level martial arts talent. Her face, overwhelmed with joy, contorted in disbelief as tears streamed down her cheeks. I have finally made it. I am Gu Tingting, not merely someone's sidekick. In that moment, she stood tall, turning to address Lin, launching at the awakening platform, ready to utter words she had longed to say yet dared not. But as her face turned, a blinding purple light erupted before her, dazzling to the point her eyes could scarcely remain open. What? Is this possible? Instinctively, she raised her hand to shield her eyes, yet through her fingers, she clearly beheld Lin Wanxing, bathed in the purple radiance, her hair flowing like a goddess, brilliantly radiant and striking. An A-level martial arts talent. Simultaneously, at the leadership table, Chen Guorong and Elder Lin were equally captivated by the mesmerizing purple light. The second A-level talent. Haha. It seems the position of the top martial arts school in Linjiang this year shall belong to our Class 7. The first school will surely be outdone by us. Chen Guorong beamed with pride, like a crooked-mouthed dragon king reveling in his triumph. Elder Lin, too, exhibited astonishment, having attended numerous talent awakening ceremonies. It was his first experience witnessing the simultaneous emergence of 2 A-level martial arts talents. Today had indeed opened his eyes, and he felt fortunate to be present. Even at his stature, accomplishments still required substantiation, and this was precisely the validation he sought. Excellent. Class 7 is truly blessed with exceptional talent. Old Chun, once I return, I shall ensure that your teaching funding is increased. I am confident that after witnessing today's awakening ceremony, the province will voice no objections, he declared, gesturing toward the sky with a cheerful demeanor. Above, the skies were filled with drones from various media outlets, reporters passionately narrating the events in real time. It could be said that any talent deemed exceptional in this awakening would instantly become a figure of renown. Wow, Lin Wanqing has awakened an A-level talent. Our school now has only one belle left, and that is Lin, the school flower. Fang Qingchen was right. This fellow has a remarkable eye for talent. The students erupted in excitement at the sight of another A-level talent emerging. In our school, numerous remarkable individuals have emerged, and naturally, they bask in the glory of their accomplishments. Undoubtedly, the one most elated by this is our homeroom teacher, Ms. Huang, whose face trembles with excitement. One can faintly discern the words she is repeatedly uttering. Steady. The grade director is steady. Even the typically aloof Lu Qingxian lifts her head, casting a fleeting glance of envy. Only Fang Qingchen remains composed, his demeanor unruffled. His combat type A-grade talent, duplication, is rather mediocre, proving to be somewhat superfluous and inferior to the usual A-grade combat talents. Only through its evolution to S-grade talent, duality, will a significant transformation occur. His eyes shimmer with an illuminating clarity. In his previous life, with his assistants, Lin Wanqing utilized the celestial crystal to elevate her initially lackluster A-grade talent directly to S-grade, achieving a meteoric rise. Yet in this life, such aspirations seem utterly unattainable. Chapter 17. All glands have become obstructed. Brother, are you drenched in sweat? Lin Xiaohua has taken off from the ground, and your competitive pressure has intensified. The experience points you accumulated seem to have been reset to 0. Standing at the front, Lu Jian's face appeared as purple as an eggplant, filled with envy and a touch of anxiety. He was well acquainted with the proverb that warns against dragons mingling with snakes. Having read it in various novels, Lin Wanqing, with her exceptional physique and beauty, has now awakened an A-grade martial arts talent, akin to being adorned with diamonds, radiating brilliance. With her elevated status, her horizons have expanded correspondingly. Not everyone can be a sycophant. Li Jian perceived the reality clearly. Individuals like Fang Qingchen and Li Jiangnan, small affluent heirs, may find themselves unqualified to even indulge in such roles in the future. Fang Qingchen shrugged indifferently. Is this the extent of it? Just an A-grade talent? And suddenly the pressure mounts? This lad probably has no inkling of what true pressure entails. In her past life, Lin Wanqing possessed an S-grade talent, which was truly dazzling. Especially after entering university, the suitors surrounding her could stretch for miles, each boasting a more impressive identity than the last. There were 3 or 4 sons of semi-divine warriors like him, and even the offspring of true divine warriors were in the fray, creating a chaotic scene. Yet, what puzzled Fang Qingchen was that, until his demise in a previous life, he had never heard of Lin Wanqing's marriage. A joyous announcement echoed. Congratulations to Class 7's Lin Wanqing on awakening the A-grade, combat-oriented martial arts talent. Clone. A booming trumpet voice resonated across the playground. Bathed in a violet glow, Lin Wanqing resembled a goddess. She turned around, her exquisitely beautiful face exuding an even more aloof demeanor, unfazed by the fervent gazes of thousands of classmates. She calmly waved at the crowd below. This was the formidable confidence that A-grade talent bestowed. She appeared as regal as a queen. Her powerful aura left the young boys in the audience spellbound, with many feeling a sense of inferiority wash over them. Even someone as confident as Li Jiangnan, gazing at the radiant Lin Wanqing, found himself feeling unworthy of her. It was akin to a toad yearning for a swan's flesh. Wow, wow, wow. My heavens. An A-grade talent. Wanqing, you're simply magnificent, truly deserving of being my dear best friend. Oh dear, I must cling to your success. The moment Lin Wanqing stepped off the stage, her arm was enveloped by Gu Tingting, bursting with enthusiasm, as if she were a different person. The two shared laughter as they returned to Class 7's ranks. As they passed by Lu Qingchen, Lin Wanqing paused slightly, casting a provocative glance her way. Despite their similar heights, she emanated an air of superiority. Upon noticing Lin Wanqing halt before her, Lu Qingchen lifted her gaze. The eyes of the two young women collided. The milk tea that Fang Qingchen brought must taste delightful, Lin Wanqing remarked with a light chuckle, eyeing the milk tea cup cradled in Lu Qingchen's hands. Regrettably, you shall never savor it again. Take your time. Lin Wanqing wore a triumphant smile. As she brushed past, she was acutely aware that Fang Qingchen, the devoted admirer, would soon come seeking forgiveness. Fang Qingchen, were you not quite arrogant just a moment ago? To publicly reject me. I am most curious to witness how you will apologize to appease my ire. Lin Wanqing was oblivious to her own morbid psychology. After awakening her A-grade talent, the first thing that brought her joy was envisioning Fang Qingchen before her, weeping profusely in contrition. The mere thought was delightful. As she walked by, Lu Qingchen's tense expression finally relaxed. Feeling targeted, the usually reticent and aloof Lu Qingchen could no longer contain herself and executed what she deemed her most forceful retort. She pouted her plump lower lip forward and, mimicking Lin Wanqing's earlier demeanor, squeezed her brows inwards. With her adorable little head shaking side to side like a playful gesture, she formed her lips into a shape, dramatically articulating "take your time" in a manner that was both exaggerated and charming. After this display, she felt considerably uplifted. Taking a sip of her milk tea, she chuckled softly at her own antics, unaware that Fang Qingchen had observed her every little motion. It was truly unexpected that Lu Qingchen possessed such a youthful side. The contrast with her martial prowess was striking. Oh, Lin Wanqing, do you truly believe that awakening an A-grade talent allows you to treat Lu Qingchen as a mere soft persimmon? Fang Qingchen regarded the haughty Lin Wanqing with a bemused expression, shaking his head inwardly. Upon Lin Wanqing's return, old Huang was the first to approach her, his smile warm and welcoming. Ah, I was right about you, Lin Wanqing. I knew you would be the most accomplished in Class 7. However, despite your newly awakened A-grade talent, do not become complacent. Cherish your gift, diligently practice martial arts, avoid distractions, and certainly do not engage in romantic pursuits. Old Huang's admonishment was particularly emphatic on the last point, a clear reference to Fang Qingchen. Lin Wanqing merely nodded in acknowledgement, exuding an aura of goddess-like composure. Then, feigning indifference, she cast a glance at Fang Qingchen, her heart yearning to witness regret, frustration, and remorse etched upon his face. Alas, she was once again met with disappointment. Fang Qingchen didn't even spare her a glance, his hands casually tucked into his pockets, exuding an air of nonchalance. How vexing. Clearly, I am exceptional, and this year, in Lingjiang City and perhaps all of Jiangnan Province, there may not be anyone with a talent surpassing mine. Why has he not come to apologize? Lin Wanqing felt a surge of agitation coursing through her, yet she maintained her aloof faade, unaware of how difficult it was to suppress her feelings. She felt as though she might explode. If he would not come to her, then she would strike back fiercely. She was fully prepared to mercilessly mock the pair once Lu Qingchen and Fang Qingchen had awakened their talents. Please have Lu Qingchen and 9 other classmates from Class 7 come to the stage for their awakening. After a brief moment of revelry, the awakening must continue. As she heard her name called, Lu Qingchen, despite having prepared herself, felt a tremor of fear coursing through her body. She longed to take a step forward, yet her feet felt extraordinarily heavy, as if they were rooted to the ground. The weight of her apprehension was overwhelming. She feared that she might fail to awaken her martial arts talent. The burdens of her family rested heavily upon her fragile shoulders, leaving her nearly breathless. Only by awakening her talent could she gain admission to a martial arts university and become a warrior, thus earning enough to provide medical care for her parents and support her younger sister's education. Should she lack martial arts aptitude, her world would likely be devoid of any glimmer of hope. Just as she felt on the verge of suffocation, a sudden clap echoed through the air. Chapter 18. I guarantee you will awaken an S-class talent. A warm hand rested gently upon my shoulder. As I lifted my gaze in confusion, I beheld Fang Qingchen's handsome face illuminated against the light, adorned with a heartwarming smile. His starry, shimmering eyes instilled an overwhelming sense of reassurance within me. Lu Qingchen, there is no need to be anxious. After drinking my milk tea, I assure you, you will awaken an S-class talent. If it's insufficient, I will provide whatever you lack, he said, his tone playful, as if jesting. Yet, for reasons unknown, my taut nerves relaxed significantly upon hearing his words. I felt a wave of calm wash over me. You're just boasting, but thank you, I murmured softly, quickly lowering my head again. Clutching my backpack, I passed by Fang Qingchen. I'm going on stage now. The next turn will be yours. You, do your best. As I prepared to ascend the awakening platform, taking deep breaths, Fang Qingchen curiously stroked his chin. Why do I feel like she's not as withdrawn as in the previous life? He pondered. She seemed quite talkative. In the past, I scarcely paid attention to Qingchen. Although we were desk mates, we hardly exchanged more than a few words until graduation. I had always presumed she was a girl with social anxiety. It wasn't until I accidentally discovered her family background that the truth dawned on me. Yet now it appeared. Not too bad. He diverted his gaze from Qingchen to the enormous clock embedded in the school building. It read 11:12 a.m. In the previous life, it was likely around this time as well. Fang Qingchen's eyes deepened as he gazed toward the eastern sky. Qingchen stood ready on the platform, extending her hands to touch the metallic orb. Just then, a chorus of gasps erupted from the playground as students surged like a tide towards the east. The individuals on the awakening platform, including Qingchen, were left bewildered. As she turned to look, she was instantly awestruck by a breathtaking spectacle in the distance. In the east, a resplendent golden pillar, seemingly forged from gold, soared into the heavens, reaching a height of several hundred meters before finally ceasing. The golden light radiated brilliantly, leaving all the teachers and students of Linjiang No. 7 Middle School in utter astonishment. Such a golden beam was familiar to every teacher and student, having witnessed it in educational videos. This was the luminous glow emitted from the awakening altar when an S-class martial arts talent was awakened. Everyone found it hard to believe their eyes. The golden light was blinding and dazzling. Chun Guorong's eyes widened in disbelief, and he abruptly stood from his chair. It's Linjiang No. 1 Middle School. He could scarcely fathom it. His body swayed, and as if stepping into thin air, he instantly traversed the sky, weaving through the numerous flying cars surrounding No. 7, appearing in midair. Gazing towards No. 1, he confirmed his suspicions. This golden pillar indeed emanated from there. Viewed from above, it was even more breathtaking. The resplendent golden radiance emanating from the golden pillar illuminated all the buildings within a several-kilometer radius of the first high school, transforming the surroundings into a magnificent golden palace, a truly spectacular sight. To everyone's astonishment, someone at the first high school had awakened an S-level talent. 10 prodigious students possessing A-level talents could hardly compare to a single genius endowed with S-level capabilities. This year, our 7th high school is destined to lose once again in the grand inter-school martial arts examination of Linjiang City. Alas, his expression darkened as he contemplated the fierce competition among the various martial arts high schools in the city, each employing diverse tactics to seize exceptional students. Those in positions of power, wielding abundant resources, would undoubtedly prefer to send their children to the most prestigious schools. The annual citywide martial arts examination serves as a critical gauge of the capabilities and foundations of these institutions. Although the type of martial arts talent one awakens is largely a matter of fortune, it cannot be denied that a school that consistently produces students with S-level talents is surely a veritable treasure trove of favorable circumstances and auspicious energy. Furthermore, last year, the first high school had already witnessed the emergence of a student with S-level talent, surpassing all other martial arts high schools in the city and establishing itself as the foremost institution. Not only that, but it also garnered a remarkable reputation, achieving top 3 standings in the provincial martial arts examination held in the latter half of the academic year, solidifying Linjiang First High School status as the only special key martial arts high school in the province. This accolade also attracted a significant influx of educational resources from the provincial government, prompting numerous officials, wealthy merchants, and martial arts experts from surrounding counties to enroll their children at Linjiang First High School. The citizens of Linjiang take pride in their children's admission to this esteemed institution. This year, Our 7th high school had produced 2 promising candidates with A-level martial arts talents, leading to hopes of elevating our standing. However, before we even began, it seemed we were already facing defeat. He shook his head, casting an authoritative gaze over the students on the playground. There was little to admire. It was crucial to focus on oneself rather than envy others. He ordered all students to regroup, emphasizing the need for order. Teachers were to maintain discipline within their respective classes as the awakening continued. His deep voice quelled the cacophony, restoring order among the students. As he returned to his seat, he noticed Mr. Lin beside him had shattered his teacup, his expression darkening considerably. It was evident that his political rivals were among those attending the ceremony at the first high school, hardly a situation conducive to good spirits. On the playground, the atmosphere had noticeably shifted from its earlier fervor to one of despondency. Competition existed not only among the schools, but also among the students themselves. For many students who lacked even C-level martial arts talents, those possessing S-level abilities appeared as insurmountable as the soaring golden pillar, something to be gazed upon in awe. A thick cloud drifted in, obscuring the sun and casting a shadow over Lin Wanqing's aloof countenance. With the emergence of an S-level talent, her own A-level abilities paled in comparison, leaving her quite displeased. The fleeting sensation of being the center of attention had lasted far too briefly. It matters not, for we are not from the same institution. In the 7th middle school, I remain the most resplendent genius. She silently reassured herself. The awakening continued, seemingly ignited by the dazzling brilliance of S-class talent. Both the students on stage and those in the audience, particularly those yet to awaken, felt a surge of excitement following a brief moment of despondency. They envisioned themselves as the next prodigy. Lu Qingchen also withdrew her gaze. Taking a deep breath, she placed her hand upon the metallic sphere. The coolness of the sphere sent a jolt of clarity through her mind. Yet, inexplicably, she recalled the encouraging words spoken by Fang Qingchen moments earlier. I guarantee you will awaken S-class talent. Remembering Fang Qingchen's earnest demeanor while he spoke, a rare smile flickered across her pure, downcast cheeks. Gradually closing her eyes, she surrendered to fate. Such a deceiver. At the very instant she shut her eyes, the blue radiance enveloping her body flickered violently, almost simultaneously, under the astonished gazes of all the faculty and students in the school. It quietly transformed into a golden hue. In that moment, golden light surged forth like a rainbow, manifesting as a brilliant beam that soared into the sky, illuminating all around. Chapter 19. A momentous announcement. Thank you, Fang Qingchen. Everyone was taken aback by this sudden spectacle. The appearance of 2 S-grade talent possessors is unprecedented in the history of the Great Xia Kingdom. Each individual present bore witness to history. After a brief moment of bewilderment, the playground erupted in a cacophony of excitement. The students, with eyes as red as rabbits, began to chatter animatedly. Oh my goodness, my eyes are going to be blinded. Am I dreaming? Another S-grade talent. Isn't she that introverted girl, Lu Qingchen, from class 7? Why is it her who awakens the S-grade talent? Not me. This time, it's my turn to feel withdrawn. Setting aside envy and jealousy, we finally have a chance to stand tall. Otherwise, those braggarts from class 1 would have been insufferable. I declare Lu Qingchen to be the sole goddess of our class 7, surpassing all the school beauties. Seconded. The students buzzed with a myriad of voices. Yet the underlying sentiment was clear: admiration. Lin Wanqing stood at the foot of the stage, feeling like a clown, gazing up at Lu Qingchen, who was bathed in golden light. Her hands clenched tightly, her eyes a tumultuous mix of emotions. She had lost, thoroughly. An A-grade talent pales in comparison to an S-grade talent, much like the countless stars in the night sky, overshadowed by the brilliance of the full moon. Everyone had witnessed Lu Qingchen's dedication to her studies and martial arts. 100% effort combined with S-grade martial talent would undoubtedly propel her to great heights. Even if she exerted herself to the utmost, she might not keep pace with Lu Qingchen, let alone contend with the terrifying abilities of an S-grade talent. Recalling the words she had just uttered, Lin Wanqing wished she could sink into the ground. When she noticed Lu Qingchen on stage turning around, she hastily lowered her head. unable to bear the thought of looking at her again. The overwhelming golden light not only pierced the heavens, but also tore through the veil of shame that cloaked her heart. Upon reflecting on Fang Qingchen's attitude towards Lu Qingchen moments ago, Lin Wanqing felt a sudden rush of panic. She truly felt a bit apprehensive. On stage, Lu Qingchen slowly opened her eyes, seemingly bewildered by the golden light enveloping her. She raised her delicate hands, watching the golden glow cascade from her fingertips. Her eternally unchanged ponytail danced gracefully in the golden radiance. Her lively, sparkling eyes were tinged with a hint of gold. The strange power surging within her compelled her to stand tall, unconsciously pushing her chest out, showcasing her figure, which was slightly taller than Lin Wanqing's. In that moment, all traces of inferiority and timidity vanished from her being. She radiated brilliance, exuding a sense of purity amidst her divine aura. Her entire presence was imbued with youthful vigor, embodying the very essence of the idealized vision of beauty that resided in the hearts of young men. All the boys were mesmerized. Even those boys from Class 7 found it hard to believe. Was this truly the Lu Qingchen they once knew? The transformation was astonishing. Fang Qingchen was equally moved. Gazing from afar, the brilliance shone like the sun rising amidst the morning glow. Upon closer inspection, it dazzled like the lotus emerging from the rippling waves. In my past life, my eyes seemed to reach the soles of my feet. Had another pursued me, might my fate have been less tragic? He shook his head and turned his gaze back to the awakening platform, where the golden beam of light was already beginning to dissipate. A momentous announcement. Congratulations to Lu Qingchen from Class 7 for awakening an S-Class combat talent. Weapon Master. Let us extend our warmest applause to her. Accompanied by Principal Chen Guorong's fervent shout, Lu Qingchen descended the stage, her backpack clutched tightly, stepping over the scattered golden fragments. This time, she did not lower her head, but met Fang Qingchen's eyes directly. With her large, glistening eyes fixed upon his clear gaze, she uttered not a single word. Her cheeks, as smooth as cream, retained a serene expression, yet her trembling lips betrayed her struggle to contain her emotions. Fang Qingchen was well aware that in her previous life, upon awakening her talent, she had wept openly on the awakening platform, releasing years of pressure and grievances that had weighed heavily upon her heart. Look, I was right, wasn't I? My breakfast and milk tea do have their significance. You are now a formidable being with S-Class talent. I seek your guidance. Fang Qingchen extended his hand towards her, his tone light-hearted, wishing to alleviate her stress. However, the moment he spoke, her carefully maintained composure began to unravel. As she gazed upon his sunlit visage and listened to his warm words, Lu Qingchen could no longer contain her emotions. Her plump lips quivered into waves, and soon, tears cascaded from the corners of her eyes like a torrential flood. Accompanying this deluge was the eruption of her pent-up sobs. Woo-woo. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Fang Qingchen. You truly did not deceive me. Only you did not deceive me. If I had not awakened my talent, I truly would not know what to do. Woo-woo-woo. Thank you. This girl, nearly crushed by the weight of her pressures, stood before Fang Qingchen, crying and laughing simultaneously. To her classmates, it appeared rather comical. Yet, Fang Qingchen did not laugh. In his former life, as a reckless scion, he could not empathize with such emotions. It was only later, as he traversed the land, fighting for the nation and its people, that his perspective underwent a profound transformation. He witnessed the struggles of many families enduring hardship in this high martial world besieged by monstrous invasions. Yet, even amidst their tribulations, they retained an unwavering spirit of resilience. Without complaint, they exert every effort to survive. In the face of seemingly invincible beasts, they do not cry out for the strongest to take the lead. Instead, they actively enlist in the military. With their fragile flesh and blood, they become a beacon of light in the darkness. Alongside countless martial arts masters, they erect a formidable wall of flesh and blood to protect the Great Xia. Even though their status may be humble, in comparison, the former sycophant, Fang, is truly less than refuse. After a moment, having wept to his heart's content, Fang Qingchen discreetly withdrew the sleeve of his school uniform, now a disheveled mess of tears and snot. Glancing at the other hand, which held an empty tissue pack, he thought, "If you're not done, then do not cry." There are no tissues left. With a soft laugh, Lu Qingshan transformed her tears into a radiant smile, akin to blossoming peach flowers. Chapter 20. Attention from all quarters. The Tang family. The divine aura she once possessed dissipated with her recent bout of tears. Sniffling, she reverted to her previous demeanor of a withdrawn young girl. With slightly swollen eyes, she gazed at Fang Qingchen's school uniform, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "I'm sorry for soiling your uniform. I will take it home tonight and wash it clean," she said in a soft, timid voice, seemingly fearful of inciting his anger. Such a simple statement, yet it shattered the resolve of the numerous envious boys surrounding them. They wished for nothing more than to shatter into pieces. "Fang, you truly deserve to perish. The goddess, Lu, is offering to wash his clothes? Is there no justice left in this world? How infuriating!" Fang Qingchen had indeed struck gold. Both Lin Xiaohua and Goddess Lu had unwittingly placed their bets on this fool. Ignoring the cacophony of jealousy around him, Fang Qingchen experienced a thrill he had never felt before. It was the first time a girl had taken the initiative to offer to wash his clothes. To claim he was not thrilled would be a falsehood. Without a hint of hesitation, he disregarded the almost ashen face of Lin Wanxing in the distance. Naturally, he removed his uniform and handed it to Lu Qingchen. She took it with utmost seriousness, folding it neatly before carefully placing it into her backpack. Beneath his school uniform, he wore a crisp white shirt that, under the sunlight, accentuated his handsome features, drawing the attention of several girls nearby. As a renowned heartthrob of the 7th High School, many girls yearned to pursue Fang Qingchen. However, in his past life, he had been blinded by his infatuation with Lin Wanxing, neglecting all other opportunities. Otherwise, as the son of a demigod martial artist and a scion of a wealthy family, he would have been inundated with admirers. Seeing Lu Qingqian's mood stabilize, Lao Huang approached with a warm smile, exuding a motherly affection as he took her hand and inquired about her well-being. Classmates who usually exhibited little warmth toward her now surrounded her like long-lost friends, making small talk, which left the typically composed Lu Qingqian feeling quite out of place. In times of prosperity, distant relatives draw near. In hardship, one finds no one to care. This has been true throughout history. In the VIP section, Lin Lao had shed his earlier despondency. His face radiated with vitality, his once white hair seemingly darkening with joy. An S-class talent. Truly remarkable. This fellow, Old Chun, knows how to run a school. 7th High has a promising chance at this year's Provincial Key Martial Arts High School evaluation, he exclaimed with laughter. Lu Qingchen, very well done, he continued, chuckling heartily. Beside him, Chen Guorong had long since vanished. Now he stood proudly above the 7th High playground, buoyed by the thrill of success and surrounded by a throng of flying cars and reporters eager for an interview. Principal Chen, with the emergence of such an S-class prodigy in your school, what message do you have for everyone? Facing the barrage of cameras and microphones, Chen Guorong waved his hand elegantly. Turning his face, he endeavored to ensure that each frame captured the visage of his aged countenance. The remarkable achievements of Lin Jiangno, 7 Middle School, compelled me to express my gratitude. Various interview scenes flowed seamlessly across the internet, broadcasted in real time by major media outlets and short video applications. Almost simultaneously, countless citizens of the Great Xi'an Nation tuned in to witness the awakening program. Following the recent awakening of 2 students from Linjiang City with S-level martial arts talents, the news surged to the top of trending lists on platforms such as Zio Yinfu, Slow Step, Duya, Huyu, and ABC Station. Notably, the breathtaking image of Lu Qingqian enveloped in a golden beam of light garnered her the endearing title of the nation's beloved White Moonlight. Throngs of internet users flocked to the live broadcast from No. 7 Middle School, eager to catch a glimpse of her grace. Particularly, students from esteemed martial arts universities across the nation were keen to see the girl who might soon become their junior. However, upon realizing the screen was dominated by the aged visage of Principal Chun, they inundated the comments with fervent messages. "Old Chun, step aside, don't block our goddess Lu. Please, esteemed reporters, capture another shot of our goddess Lu. Wow, this old man must be a B-level flying martial artist. Be cautious with your words, or you might find yourself in trouble. Flying martial artists are nothing compared to my father, the martial sage. Let him come find me. I'm still Qin Shi Huang. Send me money. Lu, consider applying to Hsinchu University. Your senior will look out for you. The comments scrolled frantically. The reporters, well aware of the situation, understood the importance of seizing the moment. Thus, they redirected their cameras below. Although Lu Qingchen was nearly obscured by her classmates surrounding her, the awakening ceremony was far from over, and there remained a possibility for an A-level or even S-level talent to emerge, granting them another opportunity to capture significant traffic. Meanwhile, in the depths of ancient relics underground, Fang Qingchen sat cross-legged atop a colossal stone statue. Above the exquisite watch adorning his wrist, a holographic image projected into existence, showcasing the live broadcast of Linjiang No. 7 Middle School's awakening ceremony. Despite being 10,000 meters below ground, the signal remained strong. Quite impressive. That girl is remarkable. Old Chun is also doing well. An S-level talent has even collided with him. TSK. Such talent is unparalleled in combat. Next, it should be my little rascal's turn. Let us hope he brings some honor to his father. I can hardly lift my head in front of those old comrades. He chuckled wryly, brushing off the dust from his head. Just as he finished his thoughts, a series of fluctuations in the air heralded the arrival of several formidable martial artists clad in battle armor, descending from the void to his side. Old Fang, are you watching your son awaken? Don't worry, there is no point in stressing over it. A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, approached him with a jovial demeanor and began to jest. Fang Qingchen cast a displeased glance at him. Old Chun, your daughter has awakened her B-level talent and has gone off to study at Longxi University. How can you not feel at ease? By the way, my son has taken a liking to the items in that bronze box and wants to take it back for some experimentation. Do not waste your thoughts on your girl. At the pinnacle of the Tang Group building in Linjiang City, the conference hall, resplendent and magnificent like a palace, was alive with the live broadcast from Linjiang No. 7 Middle School, displayed on the enormous screen at the front. At the grand conference table below, a dozen dignified men and women were seated in a circle. Each of them, without exception, held significant power under the Tang family's dominion. At the forefront, on 3 chairs crafted from fragrant wood arranged in a triangular formation, sat 2 men and 1 woman. The woman on the right exuded elegance and poise. She was none other than Fang Qingchen's mother, Tang Bingyun. The middle-aged man on the left, tall and imposing with high cheekbones and an eagle-like nose, possessed a notably fierce demeanor. He was none other than Tang Bingyun's elder brother, Tang Zilong, the eldest son of the Tang family. And in the center, the silver-haired elder needed no introduction. He was the current head of the Tang family, Tang Hong. All eyes were intently focused on the images displayed on the screen. Chapter 21. The True Fire of Tang Bingyun. Evening Star, look at this. There is no modesty whatsoever. With a chuckle, Bingyun remarked, I never imagined that your alma mater, the 7th high school, would produce another child with S-class martial arts talent after so many years. The last one to awaken such an exceptional gift was my esteemed son-in-law, Jinhai, 2 decades ago. If that rascal Qingchen had even half of his father's ambition, he wouldn't be the subject of ridicule, reduced to his current state, bringing shame upon our Tang family. Although the old patriarch of the Tang family sported hair as silver as needles, his eyes sparkled with an unmistakable brilliance. The mention of Fang Qingchen elevated his tone, clearly indicating his immense satisfaction with this son-in-law who stood at the threshold of the martial god realm. The Tang Group had evolved from a mere local enterprise into a commercial behemoth spanning the Jiangnan province, commanding trillions in wealth, with Fang Qingchen's influence playing a significant role in its ascent. However, upon the mention of Fang Qingchen, a shadow clouded the old man's face, revealing his evident discontent with his grandson. Tang Bingyun, who had initially wore a cheerful expression, now appeared somewhat troubled. Father, Qingchen is still young, and his temperament is yet to stabilize. He is bound to make mistakes. As long as he recognizes his faults and strives for improvement, That is what matters. I can sense his determination. He has already begun training diligently, rising early to practice martial arts today in her defense of her son. Tang Bingyun showed no signs of retreat, even in the presence of the true power holders of the Tang family, her tone somewhat rigid. Tang Zilong, seated nearby, raised an eyebrow, tapping his fingers impatiently on the table, exuding disdain. Oh, so a fleeting burst of diligence for a single day equates to reform? This little rascal thinks he can take up martial arts again? He might as well be fishing for 3 days and sunbathing for 2, with his meager capability of 1. 3, which he has merely accumulated through resources. My son Tang Yuhao could crush him with a single finger. Pride was evident on Tang Zilong's face as he spoke of his own son, eliciting a smile from the old patriarch. Clearly, there was a distinction between grandsons and grandsons, especially with Tang Yuhao, who not only awakened an A-class martial arts talent, but also gained admission to the Xinzhou Martial Arts University, one of the 4 prestigious martial arts academies of the Great Xia Kingdom last year. He was truly a genius with an immeasurable future. In every conceivable way, he surpassed Fang Qingchen by countless magnitudes. Most importantly, his grandson bore the Tang surname. As the head of the Tang family, with his son-in-law, Fang Zhenhai, growing increasingly formidable, a sense of unease began to brew within Tang Hong. A man of honor cannot remain perpetually beneath others. The Tang family requires a martial god of their own lineage. Even if it means investing trillions of wealth, they must produce one. Otherwise, he feared that everything the Tang family has built would become the possessions of others. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, Tang Bingyun simply stated, Qingchen will not be inferior to Yu Hao. With the key members of the Tang family present, she chose not to engage in further disputes. Yet, Tang Zilong was relentless, a calculating smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth as he turned to point at the awakening platform displayed on the screen. Sister, since you possess such unwavering confidence in your son, would you dare to wager with me? If he should awaken a martial talent of B grade or higher, I will double the shares of the Tang Group promised to him, and I shall supplement the difference. However, should he fail to meet this standard, he shall forfeit his claim to the shares, which will then be allocated to Hauer instead. Tang Bingyun's delicate features hardened in response. She had not anticipated that despite her willingness to concede, her own brother would press further, eyeing the shares originally intended for Fang Qingchen. As she glanced over at Elder Tang, he squinted his eyes, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding tension. It was evident he had tacitly approved this course of action, perhaps even having conspired in advance. In that moment, Tang Bingyun felt as though she were an outsider in her own home. The atmosphere in the hall was charged with unspoken hostility, with every member of the Tang family fixated on her expression, awaiting her reaction. Lowering her gaze, she blinked and exhaled deeply. When she raised her head again, her countenance had reverted to that of a formidable businesswoman. Father, elder brother, since you have evidently conspired, there is no need for subterfuge. I shall accept this wager on behalf of Qingchen. Furthermore, should he lose, I will willingly resign from all positions within the Tang Group. Her tone was resolute, her presence so commanding that it rendered Tang Zilong momentarily speechless under the weight of her intensity. Noticing her rising ire, Elder Tang's expression shifted to one of embarrassment. Although he was ostensibly the leader of the Tang family, it was Tang Bingyun's formidable capabilities that had propelled the family to its current stature. He had no desire for the situation to escalate further. Bingyun, your brother means no harm. This is for Chen'er's own good. We fear that his current temperament may jeopardize the Tang family's legacy. Indeed, sister, that is precisely my concern. I fear he may not be able to handle it. Tang Zilong hastily echoed, sensing her resolve to withdraw. If my son cannot manage it, does that mean your son can? Tang Bingyun scoffed internally, listening to the announcement inviting Fang Qingchen to the stage for his awakening. Her voice was unexpectedly calm as she declared, throughout my years at the helm of the Tang Group, I have never rescinded my words. After dedicating so many years to the Tang family, I find myself weary. It is time I fulfill my duties as a mother. Very well, Qingchen is about to awaken. With that, she turned her gaze to the large screen, falling silent. Elder Tang shot Tang Zilong a fierce glare before joining the rest of the Tang family in their focused attention on the grand display. At last, it was time for my awakening. I must hasten to complete it and return home to unleash my potential. The mere thought of the celestial crystal lying beneath my bed filled Fang Qingchen with excitement. In my previous life, although I had led the research on the proper utilization of the celestial crystal, I had nearly depleted the reserves of the great Xian nation. Not long after, I had perished amidst a world-ending beast tide, never experiencing the benefits of the celestial crystal in enhancing my talent level. He was naturally filled with immense anticipation. He stepped towards the awakening altar. A soft and delicate voice drifted from the side, calling his name, Fang Qingchen. Turning to look, he saw Lu Qingxian standing amidst the crowd, still embodying the demeanor of a reclusive girl. After a moment of hesitation, she mustered her courage, suddenly tilting her head back, and with a small fist raised, made a gesture of encouragement. You can awaken an S-level talent too. Her courage faltered, and she quickly lowered her head, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. Fang Qingchen gave her a thumbs up, remarking that if she fell short, he would be curious to see how she would make up for it. He strode confidently onto the awakening platform, his foot already lifted, while Lin Wanxing, who sought to elevate herself by offering some comforting words, wore a countenance darker than the bottom of a pot. Gu Tingting pouted. Wanxing, look at that. They aren't even trying to be discreet. No sooner had she spoken than she felt Lin Wanxing's murderous glare on the back of her head. Sticking out her tongue, she fell silent. On the stage, gazing at the familiar metallic sphere, Fang Qingchen took a deep breath. Countless emotions flickered across his profound eyes, before ultimately settling into unwavering determination. Thus, the path of martial arts in this life would truly commence at this very moment. With a resounding clap, he pressed his hands firmly down upon it. Chapter 22. The Rarest Rule System Talent. Above, countless cameras were aimed at the altar, although they were positioned at a considerable distance. The extraordinarily high resolution captured every minute detail of each student's face as if they were being photographed at close range. However, after surveying the scene, every single camera inevitably focused on Fang Qingchen, initiating a close-up. It was unavoidable. His striking handsomeness commanded attention. Furthermore, since his rebirth, he had shed the despondent demeanor of a sycophant, exuding an unparalleled elegance with each movement, radiating an air of aristocratic refinement. There was also an indescribable aura of ironclad resolve about him. Standing amidst the crowd of students, he was like a crane among chickens, making it nearly impossible not to notice him. In various live-streaming rooms, comments flooded in. Wow. How come this guy looks just as handsome as I do? Oh my, this young man is stunning. Age is no barrier. In 3 minutes, I want every detail about this young man. Instantly identified as Fang Qingchen from the 7th High, a notorious sycophant. No way. With looks like that, how could he still be a sycophant? That's a reversal of fortune. Indeed, it really is. What kind of talent do you think he might awaken? He's already so handsome. If he were to awaken an impressive talent, how would the rest of us survive? Clearly, he must lack talent. Lack of talent. Lack of talent. Various comments filled the screen, dripping with sarcasm. Within less than 3 minutes, the sycophant Fang Qingchen had surged to the top of the trending search list, only trailing the beloved national figure Lu Qingxian. On the playground of the 7th High, students held their phones, leading the charge on the trending app while engaging in heated discussions. Haha, finally it's this sycophant's turn. Sycophant Bis, probably just an E-grade talent. Is it possible that he has no talent at all, and ends up with nothing after all that sycophancy? Fair point. Don't be fooled by his current bravado. Once he discovers his talent is subpar, I bet he'll be in tears. If someone like him can awaken a formidable talent, I'll gladly bow to him right here. Me too. Every student who knew Fang Qingchen adopted a tone of disdain, as if he were their sworn enemy, sneering and ridiculing him. Except for Lu Qingxian. No one wished him well. Lin Wanxing felt a conflict within. She secretly hoped Fang Qingchen would awaken a decent talent, yet she also feared that he might surpass her, thus threatening her sense of superiority. It was a rather unhealthy mindset. Chen Guorong had returned to his seat, observing the son of an old friend on stage with a complex expression. Qingchen, make your father proud. Just as he was reflecting, Lin Lao beside him suddenly spoke up. Old Chun, hasn't it been 3 or 4 years since any students in Jiangnan province awakened a talent in the rule system martial arts? Do you think this year could be different? His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Chun Guorong's body trembled slightly. The term rules system struck his heart like a heavy hammer. He forced a bitter smile and shook his head. Old Lin, you are well aware of how rare the rules system talent is. Even the most basic A-level talent in the rule system is more elusive than an SS-level talent in the combat system. In our great Xia kingdom, among the tens of millions of students who take the martial arts examination each year, it is exceedingly rare to find one who awakens a talent in the rule system. This talent is extraordinarily unique. Upon awakening, it commences at an A level. As the name implies, its abilities are exceedingly formidable, encompassing the realm of rules. Even an A-level talent possesses strength comparable to an SS-level talent in the combat system. Moreover, an S-level talent in the rules system rivals even the highest-tier SSS-level talents in other disciplines. From the inception of martial arts to the present day, every individual who has possessed a rules system talent has been immensely powerful. Those who have survived until now are at least at the realm of martial saints. It is rumored that among the most powerful martial gods in the great Xia kingdom, 2 are endowed with S-level talent in the rule system. Despite the numerous martial arts academies in Linjiang City over the years, students with S-level or even SS-level martial arts talents have emerged. Yet not a single student with a talent in the rule system has ever been seen. This underscores its rarity. He had never even dared to imagine that any student from 7th High might awaken a talent in the rule system. Chun Guorong cast a sharp glance at the regretful old Lin, inwardly cursing. This old fellow is quite greedy. Having already awakened an S-level martial arts talent, he should be content to still desire a talent from the rules system. Does he fear choking on his own ambition? If I were still in the military, I would have kicked you into a ditch by now. As time passed, every second felt like an eternity. Half a minute trickled by. In the underground ruins, the Tang family's conference room, various live streaming studios, and a playground. The majority of gazes converged on Fang Qingchen, standing above the awakening altar. The once boisterous playground had inexplicably fallen into silence. Everyone instinctively held their breath, awaiting the revelation of the results. Just as 30 seconds elapsed, a buzzing sound emanated from the awakening altar on Fang Qingchen's left. A bespectacled girl enveloped in blue light suddenly transformed, radiating a brilliant red glow. Simultaneously, apart from Fang Qingchen, the other 8 awakening altars burst forth with vibrant colors. Blue, green, and red intertwined. Astonishingly, all 9 students who ascended the platform with Fang Qingchen awakened their martial arts talents, including one with a B-level talent. Cheers and jubilations erupted on stage. However, on the playground below, silence reigned. No one cheered for them, nor did anyone pay them any attention. Even the barrage of comments in the various live streaming rooms had ceased. Everyone gazed in confusion at the altar where Fang Qingchen stood. For reasons unknown, Fang Qingchen remained in the same pose, his hands still touching the metallic sphere, and the aquamarine glow enveloping him showed no signs of change. There was neither a change in hue due to the awakening of talents, nor a fading away from the absence of them. It was as if one had succumbed to a state of stasis. What could have transpired? Why had the awakening altar remained unchanged? Was it perhaps malfunctioning? A mere kick might suffice, yet some could hardly endure the deathly silence, murmuring softly in frustration. This unprecedented scene left everyone utterly bewildered. Lu Qingqian clutched the hem of her garment tightly, her expression fraught with tension. Lin Wanqing's face reflected a blend of joy and concern. Numerous young journalists tasked with commentary gazed at Fang Qingchen, who remained motionless for an extended period, their impatience beginning to surface. They began to voice their doubts. Could it be that the awakening altar of the 7th middle school had run out of energy? Meanwhile, the students in a live broadcast room were reminded to choose their schools wisely, prioritizing those with strong faculty. Yet, a few seasoned journalists with extensive experience seemed to have a revelation. their faces gradually betraying expressions of astonishment. Could this possibly be? Chapter 23. Is that it? A shock to the audience. Below, Chen Guorong also noticed the unusual phenomenon at the awakening altar. It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck his mind. His previously composed demeanor shifted from astonishment to confusion, and soon his entire countenance began to tremble uncontrollably. Even his hands, capable of splitting mountains and diverting rivers, could not restrain their violent shaking. Gripping the chair beneath him, he struggled to rise, as if bearing the weight of a mountain. The formidable aura of a martial arts master inadvertently surged forth, radiating power in an instant. Boom! A powerful shock wave emanated from him, sweeping across dozens of meters and toppling the tables and chairs of the VIP section. The prominent figures from the city and province who had come to witness the event were caught off guard, tumbling backward in disarray. Groans of surprise filled the air. Elder Lin, too, was unprepared for this unexpected display, landing heavily on the ground. Pain shot through his tailbone, and his glasses flew off. Anger flickered in his eyes. Old Chun, what on earth are you doing? I can't endure such turbulence at my age. Help me up. Accustomed to a position of authority, he instinctively wanted to scold, but as he observed the surging energy waves several dozen meters away, his expression cleared. The reprimands he had prepared transformed into playful banter. However, Chen Guorong paid him no heed. His gaze remained fixated on Fang Qingchen, as if anticipating something. His hoarse voice repeatedly echoed a few words. The awakening altar cannot be faulty. There is only one possibility, the only possibility. But how could it manifest in him? His voice was barely audible. Yet Elder Lin caught every word. Initially, Chen Guorong's lack of assistance left Lin feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yet upon hearing the repeated phrases from Chen, Lin felt a jolt of realization, as though electrified. In an instant, his frail body sprang up with the agility of a young monkey, effortlessly bouncing up from the ground. The two elderly men, collectively over 100 years old, completely disregarded the puzzled and irate expressions of the other guests. Their eyes were glued to Fang Qingchen, fearful of missing any detail. A profound silence enveloped the atmosphere, and the stillness of the awakening altar felt suffocating. Just as everyone was on the verge of losing their patience, someone in the live broadcast room suddenly commented, "Look, it's changing." All eyes turned to see the blue light enveloping Fang Qingchen begin to shift after a full minute of silence. The color gradually faded, ultimately transforming into a pale green, symbolizing E-level talent. Instantly, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Oomph. A chorus of boos echoed throughout the playground. In a live stream, comments flooded the screen with "Is that it?" Lu Qingqian's eyes revealed an unmistakable sadness, while Li Jiangnan laughed heartily, filled with pride. The conference room of the Tang Group. Tang Zhihu paid no heed to Tang Bingyun's precarious state, his face a mask of disdain as he stoked the flames of mockery. I thought it was something remarkable. Turns out it's merely a trash E-rank talent. Little sister, let's not discuss your resignation. Our Tang family still requires your presence. However, regarding Qingchen's shares, his words faltered abruptly, his mouth agape in disbelief as he gazed at the large screen. The netizens across numerous streaming platforms, who had been fervently commenting, fell into stunned silence as well. The previously light green luminescence began to transform, deepening into a rich green that symbolized D-rank talent. This time, aside from a few still questioning, no one dared to utter a word. Everyone held their breath, anxious for further changes. Indeed, in the next moment, the deep green shifted once more, accelerating into the deep blue that represented C-rank talent. Both the teachers from the 7th high school present and the multitude of online viewers stood in astonishment. In all their years, they had never witnessed a talent awakening that resembled a chameleon's metamorphosis. Yet, some, seasoned by experience, began to form vague conjectures, though deep within, they struggled to accept the reality. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Fang Qingchen's radiance evolved again. The deep blue transformed into a vibrant red, indicative of B-rank talent. This crimson glow was far more pronounced than that of any previous student with awakened B-rank talent. "Please, stop changing," I cannot bear it, Li Jiangnan lamented internally. Even if it ceased at this point, B-rank martial talent would have already eclipsed his C-rank. Deep underground, a thunderous boom echoed, observing the projected image. Fang Jinhai's energy surged wildly, causing the entire subterranean relic space to tremble slightly. His eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy, for he recognized the significance of this transformation. As resilient as he was, never had he shed a tear, even when grievously wounded by beast. Yet now, moisture gathered at the corners of his eyes. My dear son, I knew it. My son, Fang Jinhai, is certainly not inferior to anyone. The laughter of a father, filled with heartfelt relief, reverberated through the depths of the earth. Meanwhile, the changes surrounding Fang Qingchen continued unabated. The blood-red light silently morphed into a regal purple, symbolizing A-rank talent. At that moment, the invited dignitaries were left agape, astonished by the kaleidoscopic display of colors emanating from Fang Qingchen. Everyone breathed cautiously, as if afraid to disturb the unfolding spectacle. In that instant, Fang Qingchen's eyes snapped open. Concurrently, the surrounding purple glow underwent yet another transformation, erupting into golden brilliance amidst gasps of astonishment. However, unlike before, the preceding purple had signified S-rank talent, now morphing into a resplendent golden radiance. None of the light transformed into towering beams. Rather, it seemed to be suppressed by some unseen force, still enveloping him. Golden. Gold is an S-class talent? Impossible, it cannot be. Many students felt their mental states teetering on the brink of collapse, gazing at Fang Qingchen on the stage as if he were a monster. A flicker of regret danced in Lin Wanxing's eyes, yet it was overshadowed by surprise and anticipation. Is this the gift you mentioned yesterday? I admit you've struck a chord with me. Observing the students below, each one resembling a bereaved soul, Fang Qingchen offered a slight smile. Children, you have no idea what impossible truly means. A wicked grin tugged at his lips. From the metallic sphere, a radiant light extended, enveloping him. Green, blue, red, purple, and gold. They began to shift at an almost imperceptible speed, rapidly transforming. All colors gradually melded together, coalescing into a resplendent, rainbow-like brilliance. As the speed reached its zenith, the kaleidoscopic light surrounding him suddenly halted. Then, before the incredulous gazes of all, it erupted from him, becoming a magnificent and dazzling rainbow beam that soared into the heavens. Even the clouds above were dispersed by this radiant column, and sunlight once again flooded the playground. Chapter 24. A momentous revelation. The enigmatic rule system talent. A resplendent pillar of multicolored light soared into the sky, seemingly propelled by an inexplicable energy. In the blink of an eye, it ascended to an altitude of 10,000 meters, resembling a divine column connecting heaven and earth. Its brilliance was so striking that it captured the attention of not only the entire Linjiang city, but also the majority of Jiangnan province. Anyone who glanced upward could behold this magnificent, kaleidoscopic beam. The dazzling radiance seemed to silence the crowd, rendering the playground eerily quiet as everyone stood transfixed, gazing at the youth bathed in the colorful glow, resembling an ancient deity. Time passed slowly until someone broke the silence with a whisper. The seven-colored light. We encountered this during the impromptu test. This appears to be the rule system talent. These words fell like a bombshell into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of astonishment throughout the crowd. In the next instant, the entire playground erupted into chaos. The shouts of thousands of invigorated students surged forth like a tidal wave. The glass of the teaching building trembled on the verge of shattering, while hovering flying cars swayed violently in the tumult. Journalists in the sky were equally electrified by the spectacle. One reporter, nearly losing his voice in excitement, exclaimed, "Heavens! It has emerged! The seven-colored light! The rule system! It is indeed the rule system talent! Linjiang number 7S, Fang Qingchen, has awakened the rule system martial arts talent. This is Yu Qing'e reporting for you." At that moment, various live, streaming platforms went into a frenzy. Viewers watching this extraordinary event were left in disbelief. No way. How could someone truly awaken the rule system talent? They lamented. Shut down the stream. It's unbearable. It's worse than death. What a curse. He is handsome and gifted. If he is also wealthy, I might just perish on the spot. As all major streaming rooms were inundated with envious comments. The towering Tang financial building in the heart of Linjiang City appeared diminutive before the magnificent 10,000-meter pillar of light, resembling an ant gazing up at a giant. The entire structure was illuminated by the seven-colored glow. Within the top-floor conference hall, the members of the Tang family were not focused on the enormous screen, but stood instead before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. Their expressions filled with astonishment as they gazed at the radiant column rising from the Linjiang No. 7 playground. The patriarch, Qingchen, has actually awakened the rule system talent, at least at the A level. Truly, the son of Fang Qingchen lives up to his lineage. A tiger father does not beget a dog. Remarked a senior executive of the Tang family with deep respect, knowing well the weight of offending Fang Qingchen. At the forefront, old Master Tang, hearing these words, wore an expression of uncertainty, his eyes flickering as if lost in thought. Meanwhile, Tang Zihu's face was illuminated by the colors, resembling a vivid painting. His face twitched with a mix of shock and fury, his heart bleeding with despair. This time, he had suffered a tremendous loss. Fang Qingchen, being an outsider, should never have had any shares in the Tang group. However, his father, a formidable half-step martial god, had bestowed upon him 2 equity during his childhood birthday celebration, all in a bid to solidify his ties with his son-in-law. According to the wager just made, Tang Zihua would now be obliged to transfer his own shares to Fang Qingchen without compensation. A mere 2 stake in the trillion-yuan Tang group felt like a slice of his flesh being severed. Yet, this was no longer the crux of the matter. The real issue was that Fang Qingchen had awakened a talent for the rule system, utterly eclipsing his son's A-grade combat talent. His future accomplishments might well rival those of his father. Waves of crisis surged through his mind, casting a pall over his countenance. Tang Bingguin possède un padan inside. She could easily discern their thoughts. Observing her short-sighted relatives, blinded by the allure of authority and wealth, she shook her head in disappointment. The Tang family had a narrow vision, lacking the virtue to match their riches. It was Zhenhai who had elevated them to heights that did not rightfully belong to them. Her expression gradually transitioned from disappointment to indifference, her tone devoid of inflection. The other members of the Tang family, upon hearing her words, bowed their heads in silence. The elder Tang was displeased, yet, unwilling to lose face, he huffed and slammed his palm against the floor-to-ceiling window. Tang Zhilong's face reddened, eager to retort. But when met with Tang Bingyun's indifferent gaze, he felt a pang of trepidation and fell silent. Although he was the eldest brother, he harbored a latent fear of the formidable Tang Bingyun. Tang Bingyun sighed, her enthusiasm waning as she turned to exit the conference room. "Father, I am rather fatigued. Please refrain from involving me in the group's affairs for a while. And, elder brother, do not forget the shares you promised to Qingchen." As she departed, the elder Tang sighed in resignation. "Bingyun, university will soon be on break. Your nephew Howard will be returning shortly. Do find time to bring Qingchen to the old residence. It has been far too long since those 2 brothers have met." He finally spoke. Tang Bingyun paused momentarily, acknowledging with a simple "I understand," before pushing the door open and leaving. "Alas, I too bear my burdens, Bingyun. I hope you do not hold it against your father." The elder Tang's eyes reflected a blend of helplessness and resolve. As the resplendent, multicolored beam enveloping Fang Qingchen gradually dissipated, the large screen above the awakening altar flickered with streams of data. Eventually, a line of text emerged. Once again, Chen Guorong made his appearance. Upon seeing the words on the screen, he momentarily froze, then raised his voice to personally announce a momentous announcement. "Congratulations to Fang Qingchen of Class 7 for awakening the A-grade talent of the rules system. Simplicity. Let us extend a warm round of applause for him." The applause from his students surged like a tidal wave. Yet, in their minds, each individual was fervently rummaging through their memories, reflecting on the descriptions of this talent found within their textbooks, eager to ascertain the true prowess of such an endowment. Naturally, some astute classmates had discreetly unlocked their phones, commencing their searches. After all, there existed a plethora of martial talents, numbering in the thousands, far too many for the average person to recall entirely. In Class 7, Qingchen, excelling in both martial arts and academics, required only a moment's contemplation to recollect the information. Her lustrous eyes, gazing at the confident Fang Qingchen on stage, began to exhibit a peculiar expression. Rule system, A-level talent. Simplified, such an odd rule system talent. How could Fang awaken such an ability? Meanwhile, Lin Wanqing, having emerged from her state of shock, quickly conjured the textual description of the simplified talent in her mind as well, her gaze adopting a similarly strange demeanor. On the playground, the applause gradually dwindled, and the atmosphere turned palpably eerie. Chapter 25. The simple talent of grooves. Everyone, whether in thought or observation, has already perused the introduction of this A-grade talent, simplicity. It is remarkably straightforward, encapsulated in a single line. Rule type A-grade martial talent. Simplicity, effect, allows the wearer to don and learn martial tools and techniques that exceed their current level. For a moment, there was a sense of bewilderment. This peculiar talent, akin to a poet grasping at verses, seemed rather unimpressive at first glance. Yet, I found it rather formidable. It appeared both impressive and unimpressive, provoking a delightful mental quandary. On the playground, students whispered amongst themselves, engaging in discussions about this rare rule-type talent. What a relief. The familiar talent has returned. Fang Qingchen wore a relaxed and contented expression, seemingly unperturbed by the curious gazes of those around him. Just as he stepped down from the awakening platform, the vice principal, Huang, rushed towards him with an exuberance that was palpable, his physical prowess surpassing that of Lu Qingchen and Lin Wanqing with a remarkable speed. He firmly grasped Fang Qingchen's shoulder, holding him in place. Fang, I assure you, I did not mistake you. Arranging for you to sit next to Lu Qingchen was indeed the wisest decision of my life. You are among the finest students I have ever taught. Truly commendable. As he spoke, old Huang became so emotional that tears welled up in his eyes. His voice trembled, causing Fang Qingchen to feel somewhat dazed. This marked the first time he had seen her cry since her husband's passing. This moment signified her own ascension. Old Huang, your enthusiasm is overwhelming. I can scarcely bear it, Fang Qingchen replied, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. He turned his head to glance back at Lu Qingchen, who was chuckling softly with her head lowered, offering a look of amusement. He yearned to return home swiftly to enhance his abilities. After an extensive monologue of gratitude, old Huang finally released Fang Qingchen. Wiping away his tears, his face radiated with newfound vitality, as though he had shed a decade. He stood with a hand on his hip, exuding confidence while basking in the envious gazes of his colleagues. Teacher Huang, I would like to request. Fang Qingchen began to ask for leave to return home, but old Huang interrupted him. I understand. Please take good care of yourself at home, Fang. Don't forget to return in 3 days to participate in the martial arts examination. Although with your current talent, you have already secured a place in the elite martial arts class, one must remain humble and diligent. The examination is still imperative, as the 4 prestigious martial academies will consider your overall performance. With heartfelt sincerity, she imparted her advice before sauntering off to greet the other homeroom teachers. No sooner had old Huang departed than Lin Wanqing interposed herself before Fang Qingchen. To be fair, Lin Wanqing's election as the school's flower was well-deserved. Even in loose-fitting uniforms, her alluring figure could not be concealed. Her snow-white skin and exquisite features rendered her utterly captivating, making it difficult for anyone to avert their gaze. Although undeniably stunning, Fang Qingchen had long since grown weary of it. Upon seeing her obstructing his path, he furrowed his brow. With a slight shift of his body, he intended to bypass her. In this lifetime, he wished to avoid excessive entanglement with her. However, just as he attempted to sidestep, Gu Tingting emerged unexpectedly. Fang Qingchen, having revealed such a prominent face, do you intend to slip away? Don't you have anything to say to my dear Wanqing? I must inform you that if you apologize and profess your feelings now, Wanqing might actually acquiesce. She resumed her role as Lin Wanqing's devoted confidant and strategist, coordinating their efforts seamlessly. Fang Qingchen regarded Gu Tingting as though she were a fool. Lin Wanqing, on the other hand, appeared considerably more composed and cunning. She seemed to have discerned something, mimicking Lu Qingqian's demeanor, her head slightly bowed. Her hands, seemingly uncertain, intertwined as she nervously fiddled with her fingers. Her pristine white shoes inadvertently tapped lightly against the ground of the playground. The cool, aloof tone of her voice softened. Fang Qingchen, congratulations. We can once again join a martial arts elite class together, and I hope you will look out for me in the future. A prodigy of the rules system, I am quite eager to see the gift you mentioned. May I? Her playful smile and charming demeanor elicited gritted teeth from countless boys. With Li Jiangnan particularly seething with rage, though he still harbored some trepidation regarding Fang Qingchen's martial prowess, opting to remain silent for the moment. Look, the campus beauty. Lin has taken the initiative to extend goodwill. Fang, the devoted admirer, will surely reveal his true self. Naturally, who could withstand such a lure? If it were me, I too would falter. One could only remark, why you take it so personally? Despite Fang Qingchen recently awakening an impressive talent. To the students of the 7th high school, he merely seemed to have adorned the iron badge of a sycophant with a layer of brilliance. Fundamentally, he remained unchanged. As long as Lin Wanqing tossed him a bone, he would obediently bark in response. In his previous life, he had indeed done just that, having bestowed the invaluable celestial crystal upon Lin Wanqing right after awakening, thus facilitating her rise to prominence. Not far away, Lu Qingqian lowered her head, yet her eyes peeked through the strands of her hair, quietly observing Fang Qingchen. Her large eyes sparkled. From her vantage point, Fang Qingchen and Lin Wanqing appeared as a perfect match, radiating brilliance as they exchanged heartfelt glances, as if a soundtrack from a romantic drama enveloped them. For reasons unbeknownst to her, an uncomfortable feeling stirred within. She tightly clutched her backpack, intending to step forward to celebrate, but halted instead. The joy brought forth by her S-class talent seemed to have diminished significantly. Her emotions fluctuated, while the other students on the playground eagerly awaited to witness Fang Qingchen's folly. The collective sentiment was clear. Although my talent may not rival his, at least I am not a sycophant. Fang Qingchen observed the tenacious Lin Wanqing before him with resolute determination, pointing a finger towards the small shop at the school gate. The room is filled with an array of items. Feel free to take whatever you desire. The bill is on you. After stating this, he did not even glance at Lin Wanqing, whose expression was one of incredulity, and once again moved aside. What are you doing? Gu Tingting bravely advanced, attempting to block the way once more. Yet this time, Fang Qingchen showed no signs of yielding. His steps remained unbroken, and with a slight shift of his shoulder, he executed a youthful version of a powerful charge, directly colliding with Gu Tingting, who stumbled back several steps and fell to the ground. Goodness, is this really the same Fang who used to be so submissive? What a true man! Has he truly found his footing? Is this the confidence bestowed by innate talent? I recall that Gu Tingting's physical abilities are commendable, and her performance in martial arts class was quite impressive. How could she be so effortlessly knocked aside by Fang Qingchen, who only barely scraped by martial arts? Chapter 26. Are you named Fang Qingchen? Brother Dust, do you smoke? The student's jaws nearly dropped in astonishment. The shift in demeanor was as shocking to them as witnessing Fang Qingchen awaken his talent for the rules. However, Fang Qingchen paid no heed to the murmurs surrounding him, striding confidently towards the school gates. As he passed by Lu Qingqian, he paused momentarily, tilting his head to bestow upon her a radiant smile. Lu, no need for congratulations. Just make sure my school uniform is cleaned, he remarked before turning with effortless grace and departing. Lu Qingqian's heart raced, her budding emotions dissipating in an instant. Well, she murmured softly, barely audible even to herself. As Fang Qingchen walked on, students on either side instinctively parted to create a path, as if welcoming him in a grand procession. While others might feel daunted, Fang Qingchen remained unfazed. It was merely a minor spectacle. Yet, the earlier attitude of Lin Wanqing puzzled him. In his previous life, she had been considerably more aloof. He had always been the one to seek her favor. Even after awakening his talent, she had never spoken to him in such a manner. It was strange. Why did Lin Wanqing seem so peculiar? He found it perplexing, but chose not to dwell on it, suspecting it might just be another ploy learned from some obscure texts, an attempt to curry favor. As he stepped out of the school gates, under the watchful eyes of numerous teachers and classmates, he noticed 2 security vehicles parked nearby, with several burly officers in uniforms eyeing him intently. As he exited, they swiftly surrounded him, encircling him completely. "So you are Fang Qingchen?" A middle-aged man with a captain's insignia scrutinized him from head to toe, glancing at the arrest warrant in his hand, nodding in satisfaction. "It's you. We've been waiting for you for quite some time." "Very well, Fang Qingchen. You're under arrest for the crime of intentional hit-and-run. Please come with us." Last night, his sparring match with Li Jiangnan was inconsequential. Yet if the incident of damaging the car door without compensation were substantiated, he could face at least 6 months of confinement. As he spoke, he tilted his head, and one of the officers approached with gleaming electronic handcuffs, ready to restrain him. These handcuffs, made from superalloy materials and equipped with miniature explosives, made escape nearly impossible even for those with exceptional physical prowess. Any attempt to break free would trigger the explosives, capable of causing devastating destruction. Observing the scene before him, Fang Qingchen quickly deduced the situation. It was clear that Li Jiangnan, unwilling to accept defeat, had orchestrated this. However, he suspected that Li Jiangnan could not have anticipated that he would awaken his talent for the rules. With this newfound aura of power, even disregarding his identity as the son of the martial god, he felt an undeniable confidence. It is not merely a trivial municipal security bureau that can intervene in this matter. Upon returning home, delays ensued once more, leaving Fang Qingchen both amused and exasperated. Such insignificant characters hardly warrant his trouble. Yet, the situation persists, does it not? He did not even cast a glance at the security personnel before him. Turning his gaze through the crowd, he regarded Li Jiangnan in the distance with a semblance of a smile. Li Jiangnan, in a state of utter panic, found the day's shocking events had caused him to forget about his intentions to deal with Fang Qingchen. It was a disaster. How could he possibly capture anything in this chaos? He needed to promptly inform Uncle Jean. Currently, Fang Qingchen was a coveted figure at No. 7 Middle School. Principal Chen Guorong, having retired from the military, provided a formidable backing, making the position of a mere security captain utterly insignificant. He hastily dialed his father's number, only to find it unanswered. It dawned on him that his father would likely be in a meeting at this hour. Li Jiangnan, frantic like an ant on a hot pan, dared not approach directly. Instead, he leaped and waved at Uncle Jean, the captain of the security team stationed at the school gate, attempting to signal for a swift retreat. However, Jean Liang mistook his actions for a greeting and waved back from a distance, indicating his acknowledgement. Subsequently, he casually instructed a junior security officer nearby, Xiao Li, retrieve his files from the archive and notify his parents to come to the bureau to discuss compensation matters. "Hey, it seems like we might need to sell a house for those 2 luxury sports cars," he ordered. "Cuff him and recall the team." Captain Jean Liang cast a disdainful glance at Fang Qingchen. Xiao Li nodded in response, tapping a few times on a screen to begin the inquiry. "Kid, just comply." The security officer, wielding electronic handcuffs, reached for Fang Qingchen's wrist with a technique rooted in basic martial arts. To qualify as a security officer, a minimum physical fitness standard was mandated alongside extensive combat experience, making them adept at subduing typical offenders with precision. Yet, Fang Qingchen did not even deign to look at him. "I have committed no crime. According to the laws of the Great Xia, you lack the authority to apprehend me." As he spoke, he merely shifted slightly, evading the grasp effortlessly, and then mockingly glanced at Jean Liang. "Are you still daring to hide?" The security officer with the electronic cuffs altered his expression, while Captain Jean Liang, instead of becoming angry, appeared pleased. He had not anticipated that a student from No. 7 Middle School possessed such skill, yet it was inconsequential. Evidence and video footage were available. There was no room for your rebuttal. Now, an additional charge of violent resistance to law enforcement would be appended. With that, he prepared to take matters into his own hands. Just then, Xiao Li, who was checking Fang Qingchen's information, suddenly froze in disbelief, tapping the screen several times. His expression transformed dramatically. He could barely maintain his footing as he rushed to intercept Jean Liang. Captain Jean, wait. It seems we VE made a mistake. Xiaoli, drenched in sweat, frantically blinked at Jean Liang while pointing at the tablet in his hand. Jean Liang, still not grasping the significance of the situation, remained perplexed. Loosening his collar and cuffs, he prepared to apprehend Fang Qingchen. Jean, take another look. Xiao Li's voice trembled with genuine fear. What on earth are you doing? Jean Liang, growing impatient, snatched the tablet. After a mere glance, he gasped as if frozen in place. The security system interface displayed nothing but Fang Qingchen's photograph and name. All other fields were left conspicuously blank, save for two glaring crimson characters emblazoned on the screen. Top secret. Beads of perspiration broke out on his skin. Fa. Even the most powerful officials in the province had their information accessible. Yet, he was utterly classified. Let me capture him. Li Chenggong, are you trying to get me killed? As he gazed at the handsome youth before him, whose expression was both amused and enigmatic, his hand trembled while holding the tablet. The other security personnel, sensing the gravity of the situation, gathered around to witness. After reviewing the information, they too were rendered speechless, especially the officer assigned to detain Fang Qingchen, who sighed and handcuffed himself instead. Confrontation was inevitable. Jean Liang took a deep breath, his demeanor turning grave as he stepped forward to face Fang Qingchen. He scrutinized him for a full 10 seconds before suddenly breaking into a smile. Hey brother, do you smoke? No lighter. Click, 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 click. I don't smoke. All right then. Chapter 27, trending first. At the school gate, Principal Chen remarked, Indeed, you are right. Regarding the false alarm, I shall conduct a thorough investigation upon my return. I assure you, Brother Fang will receive an explanation. Anyone who dares to slander Brother Fang is opposing me. Such wicked deeds shall not go unpunished. He continued, Understood. I will have our director call you. If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. Dismissed. Standing at the school entrance, Chen Guorong observed Captain Jean, who turned back every few steps, but he remained indifferent. Instead, he smiled at Fang Qingchen. You only know how to read novels, instead of learning the good. You've chosen to imitate the sly Dragon King in hiding his identity. Look at the trouble you've caused. If you get caught by the Security Bureau, how will your father face the world? Fang Qingchen shrugged nonchalantly. But I have you, Uncle Chen. If I were to be apprehended at the school gate, where would your face be? The two shared a knowing glance and burst into laughter. Chen Guorong studied Fang Qingchen closely, sensing a change in him compared to before. With the school still in a state of awakening, he decided not to linger. After a few more words, he sent his regards to Fang's mother and departed. This minor incident did not take much time. Fang Qingchen hummed a tune as he rode his electric scooter home, leisurely enjoying the ride. Meanwhile, in a patrol car, Jean Liang wiped the virtual sweat from his forehead while on a video call. We have clarified the situation. Li Jiangnan's family account received a compensation payment last night, but they have not checked it yet. Fang Qingchen is innocent. Moreover, he is the first martial arts prodigy in Linjiang City to awaken a rule-based talent in many years. Given today's events, it is plausible that someone deliberately aims to undermine the martial arts foundation of our city. This situation is extremely detrimental. We must act decisively and investigate thoroughly. Yes, Director, I assure you we will complete the task. With a heart full of trepidation, he ended the video call, his expression turning grave once more as he extinguished the cigarette in his hand. Let us head to Li Chenggong's sweatshop and make some arrests. On Fang Qingchen's ride home, the term A-class talent, simplistic surge to the top of trending searches across various websites. On platforms like Notation and ABC app, numerous bloggers and content creators began to provide insights about this talent. Some more radical bloggers even produced videos titled, Shocking, the weakest rule-based talent turns out to be this, and ranking the 10 weakest A-class talents. Surprisingly, this one is last. Fang Qingchen, the one who was about to take off but was forced to land prematurely, found himself at the center of attention. Undoubtedly, the majority of comments below were critical. Martial arts represent the mainstream of this world and serve as the strongest weapon against the invading beasts. Over the years, countless martial arts masters have tirelessly developed the discipline, leading to a clearer classification of martial arts levels. From the foundational martial arts that anyone can practice, which lay the groundwork, to the E-level martial arts that require a certain level of physical fitness, and culminating in the most formidable SSS-level martial arts known to humanity. The progression is methodical and devoid of shortcuts. The notion of a martial artist devoid of skill, suddenly acquiring SSS-level prowess, and achieving invincibility is utterly absurd. Even E-level martial arts encompass various knowledge areas, such as breathing techniques, muscle and bone conditioning, and meridian pathways. Only those E-level martial artists whose physical fitness reaches a level of may second engage in their training. Attempting to practice without the requisite fitness not only imposes tremendous strain on the body, but also hinders skill proficiency, making it exceedingly difficult to reach even the initial stages of mastery, thereby rendering any potential power ineffective. As one ascends to the higher tiers of C-level and B-level martial arts, the requirements become even more stringent. These levels necessitate the integration of mental meditation, worship, stargazing, and prayer. Those who have yet to unlock their mental potential as C-level or B-level martial artists may find themselves utterly at a loss. This includes the martial tools that enhance their abilities, which are similarly stratified. E-level martial artists are restricted to wielding E-level equipment. Attempting to use higher-tier tools not only imposes significant physical burdens, but also fails to unleash the true capabilities of such advanced weaponry. For instance, a C-level battle knife, when held by a C-level martial artist, could transform into a colossal weapon. While an E-level martial artist's attempt to wield it would render only marginally more effective than a mere stick. This disparity is primarily attributed to the source within the martial artist's body. The so-called source is intangible and imperceptible, yet it resides within every martial artist who has awakened their martial talent. As martial artists break through their strength thresholds, their internal source naturally expands, enabling them to equip more powerful gear. This concept bears resemblance to many online games. Typically, no martial artist can transgress the established rules, such as learning martial arts or wielding equipment beyond their level. However, the talent associated with rule manipulation exists precisely to defy these conventions. The A-level talent, known as simplistic, is the variability that permits such rule-breaking. With the augmentation of the simplistic talent, even if Fang Qingchen has yet to become an E-level martial artist, he can freely don E-level equipment and learn E-level martial arts without adverse effects. This may sound appealing, yet it is precisely the reason why many dismiss its potential. In comparison to other extraordinary talents that manipulate rules or combat abilities, such as time distortion, matter transformation, and spatial leaps, which are overwhelmingly powerful and nearly impossible to counter. Simplistic merely provides a rudimentary enhancement of external force, lacking true foundational strength. For instance, an A-level martial artist with a simplistic talent, even when clad in S-level gear and utilizing S-level martial arts, would find it nearly impossible to slay an S-level beast and may not even manage to escape. Conversely, those endowed with other extraordinary rule-manipulating talents, even if they cannot conquer their foes, would still have a chance to evade danger. In extreme circumstances, they might even achieve a one-for-one exchange. This illustrates the vast chasm that exists. The analysis is coherent and compelling, rendering it irrefutable. Simplistic is akin to a double-edged sword. This reflects the sentiments of the majority of netizens regarding this extraordinary talent. Indeed, in the divine realm of martial gods, Fang Qingchen reclined comfortably on the sofa, his right hand deftly scrolling through his phone, captivated by the myriad of videos emerging online, a broad smile gracing his face. Undoubtedly, in his previous life, he was a unique 10-star martial sage, endowed with exceptional talent. He adorned himself in SS-grade martial armor, wielding an SS-grade battle spear and executing SS-grade martial techniques. Yet, he could only contend with SS-grade extraordinary beasts in a draw to mutual destruction. However, you all speak truthfully, but what if I were to evolve my A-grade talent simplified to S-grade? How would you respond then? He opened his left hand, and within his palm, The celestial crystal shimmered under the illumination, refracting an enchanting brilliance. Chapter 28. Fulfilling Dreams. Finally promoted. As I stepped out of the room, descending the stairs and exiting the house, I traversed a garden adorned with vibrant blossoms. Before me stood an expansive training facility spanning over 1,000 square meters. The parents of Fang Qingchen held high hopes for their son, and the training room was exquisitely designed. Inside, it boasted an array of the most advanced martial arts training equipment, including force measuring devices, speedometers, neural reflex testing machines, and biological recovery pools, as well as an assortment of weaponry, such as swords, spears, and boxing gloves. Additionally, several sets of martial arts combat armor glimmered with various hues. Notably, there was also an exceedingly expensive virtual reality combat pod, capable of simulating battles against virtual characters and exotic beasts. After swapping energy modules, it could even simulate energy combat for incredibly realistic training sessions. However, its cost surpassed that of the Awakening Altar, with energy modules priced exorbitantly, truly a money-burning contraption. Although Linjiang's 7th middle school possessed such combat pods, they only had 3, activated solely during student physical assessments. The cost of this relatively modest training facility exceeded several minor objectives, nearing the value of a small corporation. As I gazed upon the familiar array of equipment within the training room, a wave of nostalgia washed over me. In my previous life, I had scarcely entered such a premier martial arts training facility. It was a sheer squandering of resources. Under such exceptional conditions, had I been even a tad more diligent, my physical capabilities would certainly not have been a mere one. 3. Observing the transparent, bulletproof glass walls and the line of smiling, black-clad maids outside, each holding trays of fruits, chilled beverages, and snacks, I instructed, "Little Fang, activate private mode." "Understood," a cheerful voice replied. In an instant, the surroundings transformed with a kaleidoscope of light and shadow. Countless honeycomb-patterned mosaics illuminated, obscuring the external view and enveloping the training room in a cyberpunk ambience. The sensory door of the training room swiftly closed and locked, ensuring that no one could enter from the outside except for me. Confirming that I would not be observed, I settled onto a meditation cushion. This spot was the only area beneath the starry ceiling that remained uncovered. A 3-foot square of transparent space allowing sunlight to create a Dolly Garden effect, casting a tangible beam of light upon me. Bathed in the gentle radiance, I placed the celestial crystal in front of my body, recalling the correct usage method I had developed in my previous life. I began to adjust my breathing frequency, not rushing to utilize it, but instead focusing on the virtual screen above. I watched as the seconds ticked away. As the digital clock approached 5 o'clock, my gaze sharpened suddenly. My breathing rhythm became peculiar, and I slowly uttered several strange syllables. The sound was ethereal and sacred, echoing like the whispers of deities within an ancient temple, resonating throughout the completely enclosed training room. Breathing in and out, the syllables resonated, causing every muscle in his body to vibrate in a marvelous rhythm. As the peculiar cadence from Fang Qingchen's mouth quickened, the celestial crystal before him appeared to come alive, beginning to resonate in harmony. The light particles within, glimmering like stars in a galaxy, seemed to respond to this stimulus, swirling and spinning in a frenzy. The smooth sphere of the celestial crystal trembled incessantly, as if on the brink of breaking free from its constraints. In that instant, Fang Qingchen fixed his gaze intently on the clock. At the very moment the time flickered to 1700 hours, he uttered his final syllable. With a resounding ja, the blood-red remnants of the setting sun seemed to warp under the strain. Simultaneously, the resonance of the celestial crystal reached its zenith, and a sound akin to the first chirp of a chick breaking free from its shell echoed forth. The mirror-like sphere of the celestial crystal shook violently, fissures appearing in its surface. Then, with a thunderous explosion, it shattered into countless sparkling light particles, filling the entire training room. In an instant, the space transformed into a cosmic sea of stars. Fang Qingchen sat cross-legged in the center, bathed in the remnants of the sunset, resembling an ancient deity meditating amidst the galaxy. A faint yet divine aura emanated from him. Promotion. In a flash, he leapt to his feet, opening his mouth wide and drawing in all his strength for a powerful inhalation. In that moment, the star-like light particles surged toward him as if they had found their source, rushing in and vanishing into his being. As the particles fused with him, a captivating spectrum of colors illuminated the space around him once more, reminiscent of the awakening's 7-colored pillars. Yet this time, the radiance was even more profound and genuine, dazzling to behold. Had the training room not been set to private mode, the brilliance would have transformed the transparent chamber into a colossal, vibrant neon bulb, illuminating the entire martial god manor. After several minutes, the luminosity gradually subsided. Ultimately, as the extraordinary phenomena dissipated entirely, Fang Qingchen exhaled deeply. He had succeeded. In his previous life, due to various circumstances, he had failed to ascend despite possessing an A-level martial arts talent. Simplistic. But now, reborn, he had finally undergone a metamorphosis. He had genuinely evolved to S-level, as rare and formidable as an SSS-level combat talent. He could sense that the source within him had undergone certain transformations. Whereas before, in the dark void of his being, this source had flickered like a solitary match. It now blazed like a roaring torch, dispelling the shadows. Practice is the sole criterion for testing talent. He stepped toward the display rack of D-level weapons, gazing at the array of arms displayed above. A 3-foot-long, palm-width sword, entirely translucent blood red with a deep groove running along its blade, was casually grasped. Intriguingly, within the blood-red blade, one could discern a series of segmented structures resembling bone. This was a D-class standard weapon, the Bloodblade, forged from the most resilient vertebrae of the D-class beast, the Blood Beast. It possessed an unparalleled sharpness capable of effortlessly slicing through superalloy metals. As it rested in his hand, an indescribable aura of ferocity emanated from the blade, as though the negative emotions of hatred and resentment from a colossal beast before its demise were condensed within. It found an outlet, surging through his arm and flooding into Fang Qingchen's mind. It craved destruction, a tearing apart. At that moment, if the wielder's strength fell short of a D-class warrior, they would likely be overwhelmed by a shuddering dread, perceiving the sword as eerily heavy and utterly incapable of unleashing its true potential, potentially leaving an indelible shadow for all eternity. Chapter 29, remarkably simple. A surge in combat power. However, just as the wave of negative energy was about to wreak havoc within Fang Qingchen, a sudden tremor reverberated through his core. In an instant, the previously violent and rampant energy transformed into a docile force, akin to a tamed stallion responding to its rider's command. In that fleeting moment, it coalesced entirely upon the crimson blade. A gentle hum resonated as a tangible azure gleam enveloped the once unremarkable blood-red sword. This shimmering aura, pulsating with life, caused a 1-meter-long weapon to elongate by half, resembling a brilliantly futuristic lightsaber. If one were to observe closely, they would discern that the extended azure light, though seemingly solid, vibrated at an extraordinarily high frequency, thereby enhancing its cutting prowess. It could effortlessly breach the specialized energy field surrounding the bodies of exotic beasts. With a graceful flourish, he released the sword's aura, allowing it to revert to its humble form. As he sheathed the blood-red sword, a spark of excitement finally illuminated his previously composed expression. Indeed, it was precisely as he had surmised in his past life. Upon the evolution of the Simplicity talent to S rank, the effect had also undergone a transformation. He could now learn and wield martial arts and weapons surpassing his own 2 levels without restriction. The S rank martial talent of the rules system. Super simply, at this moment, although his physical prowess had not increased, his overall strength had experienced a monumental shift. A qualitative change emerged from a quantitative one. The ability to access martial arts and weapons 2 levels above his own was sufficient to reverse the tides of fate. If previously, with his E-rank martial arts and weaponry, he could barely hold his ground against weaker E-rank exotic beasts, now, clad in a full set of D-rank gear, he could easily slay E-rank beasts. Such was the disparity. Clenching his fist tightly, Despite his mind being tempered through the trials of blood and fire, he could not suppress the tumultuous surge of emotions within. It could be said that only now did he glimpse a flicker of hope against the impending apocalyptic beast tide. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was already 5:30. Time for dinner. Disengaging the privacy mode, the walls around him transformed back into transparency, and the doors opened automatically. The delightful maids outside were diligent. The fruit smoothies they held had been replaced several times, yet they remained poised, showcasing their long, slender legs and sweet smiles. Either charming or regal. Standing outside, tilting their heads, they called out to Fang Qingchen, "Young master, Tang is calling you for dinner." Their harmonious voices echoed, reminiscent of a melodious chorus. The maids were well-mannered. They understood that the training room was a sacred space during his presence and dared not intrude, only calling from outside. They embodied the essence of thoughtfulness. Understood. By the way, Fang Qing, please inform the housekeeper to retrieve a vial of life essence, a bottle of sun essence, and a portion of E-grade exotic beast essence from storeroom. Have them delivered to my room after dinner. Fang Qingchen casually pointed to a tall maid donned in a bunny girl outfit. Upon joining the Fang family, all employees adopt a new name, serving as their code name. Working for the martial god family comes with benefits that surpass even those of high-ranking executives in ordinary companies. The competition is fierce, even among the maids, with many vying for the position, viewing it as a badge of honor. In fact, more than half of the maids standing before Fang Qingchen had changed their names to reflect their code names within the Fang household. Understood, young master, replied Fang Qing with a habitual acknowledgement, only to realize something was amiss. What was the young master thinking today? He typically never required such items. Not daring to inquire further, she hurried off to relay the message. Other maids, enveloped in delightful fragrances, soon gathered around. Some offered fruits, others presented chilled beverages, while a few held towels ready to wipe his face. The service was exceptionally attentive. Fang Qingchen stood amidst the fragrant air with ease. In his previous life, while pursuing Lin Wanqing, he had locked himself in a chastity vow, harboring no interest in other women whatsoever, scarcely even glancing their way. The obedient maids at home were strictly kept at bay, many having been sent away by his scolding. This time around, he intended to savor every moment. As he made his way to the dining hall, surrounded by the maids, a sudden, melodious notification chimed from his pocket. What on earth is that noise? Goosebumps erupted across Fang Qingchen's skin, nearly causing him to toss his phone aside. Old memories began to assail him once more. This was the ringtone he had set exclusively for Lin Wanqing. Absurd. Glancing at the maids, who were struggling to stifle their laughter, he felt a flush of embarrassment creep over him. Why had he engaged in such humiliating antics in his past life? Attempting to maintain composure, he retrieved his rather uncomfortable phone to find a video from Lin Wanqing. Without a moment's hesitation, he hung up and swiftly altered the exclusive ringtone, his custom couple's name, and all personalized settings in one go. Only after completing these adjustments did he feel at ease. Just a minute after disconnecting, a green notification bubble appeared from Lin Wanqing. Fang Qingchen, what exactly do you mean? He glanced at it, recalling his previous habit of responding instantly. This time, however, he chose silence. Of course, in his past life, Lin Wanqing had never initiated contact. He casually stowed his phone away. After a while, another message chimed in. How bothersome. In his previous life, when she had messaged him, he was either in the shower or preparing for bed. Why was she so chatty this time around? Fang Qingchen impatiently retrieved his phone, only to discover a multitude of messages awaiting his attention. You weren't like this before. Indeed, people do change, don't they? Is it because of Lu Qingxian? As he noticed the typing indicator hovering above the chat, Fang Qingchen felt a surge of frustration. Goodness, when will this end? I still admire your rebellious spirit. Without a moment's hesitation, he casually typed a few words in response. Yes, Lu Qingxian is more attractive than you, possesses a better personality, boasts superior talent, achieves greater academic success, and has a more enviable physique. She can even do laundry. Can you? After sending the message, he swiftly rejected a 60-second voice note, expertly blocking the contact. In that instant, as he hit the block option, He fancied he heard the sound of his phone shattering. His mood elevated. He hummed a little tune as he approached the entrance of the dining hall. I wish I could strike you, but without you, the world is left in desolation. Even the snow leopards have grown distant. Suddenly, the ringtone chimed again. Hadn't he blocked them all? Just as he prepared to unleash a torrent of words, he noticed a charming little bird avatar. Lu Qingchen, Chapter 30. The success rate of the celestial crystal is low. Do not despair, even in failure. What? It succeeded? Why is it her? Fang Qingchen was taken aback. He had never added Lu Qingchen as a friend on the Green Bubble app. However, the classmates from Class 7 were all in the class group chat, which made it possible for her to reach him. Hesitant to turn on the video, this was indeed in line with Lu Qingchen's character. Has the laundry been finished so quickly? Fang Qingchen murmured to himself before answering the call. Hello, is this Fang Qingchen? Yes, it is. Then a prolonged silence of 5 seconds ensued. Fang Qingchen could hear the sound of deep breaths coming from the other end of the line. Thank you for the breakfast and milk tea today. After the awakening ceremony this afternoon, the school awarded me a 100,000 yuan incentive. Upon saying this, she seemed to realize it might not be appropriate and hurriedly added, You received it too, but since you weren't here, Teacher Huang temporarily accepted it for you. Distributing incentive funds to exceptionally talented students has become a tradition among various martial arts academies. This money can be used by students to purchase nutritional supplements and enhance their physical abilities. Additionally, it serves to attract more students to enroll. Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Fang Qingchen's face. 100,000 yuan is indeed a substantial sum for an average family, especially now that the Great Xia's national strength is robust, and the currency holds significant purchasing power. 20,000 yuan is sufficient to cover the annual expenses of a family of 3 in a city. However, for him, it barely covers a meal. The introverted girl wouldn't reach out to him over such a trivial matter. Okay, thanks for letting me know. You're quite nice. Fang Qingchen's tone was lighthearted. He glanced up to see his mother, already seated at the dining table, waving at him. A portable screen on the table displayed his father's face. It seemed like the couple was planning to celebrate Fang Qingchen. His father gestured for him to join them. I'm about to eat. If there's nothing else, Fang Qingchen prepared to say goodbye. It was not easy for his father to connect from the underground ruins, so he couldn't let this opportunity go to waste. On the other end of the line, in an old, rundown apartment building on the outskirts of the city, a modest 2-bedroom apartment of just over 50 square meters was neatly organized, albeit showing signs of age in its decor and furniture. Lu Qingchen sat in one of the small rooms, awkwardly holding her phone. Even through the wireless connection, her face appeared somewhat flustered, hesitant to speak. Now, she sat upright, no longer slouching. Her loose t-shirt was held up high. As Fang Qingchen seemed ready to hang up, anxiety flickered across Lu Qingchen's face. Wait, she quickly interjected. However, the words lodged in her throat seemed stuck. At that moment, a small head suddenly popped up from the simple bunk bed beside her, resembling Lu Qingchen with about 70 to 80% similarity. However, her face radiated youthful vitality, brimming with exuberance, unlike the serene demeanor of Lu Qingchen. Hello, brother. My sister wishes to invite you to dinner, came the melodious voice of a girl, as crisp as silver bells from Fang Qingchen's phone. With the speakerphone activated, Tang Bingyan, seated in the restaurant, perked up her ears. She gestured for silence to Fang Zhenhai on the video call. The husband and wife exchanged a knowing glance, their understanding palpable. Though they engaged in light-hearted banter over the phone, their focus lay entirely outside the restaurant. The speaker must have been Lu Qingchen's younger sister, whose vivacious temperament starkly contrasted with her sister's. Moreover, she wanted to invite me to dinner? Fang Qingchen found himself momentarily bewildered. It was indeed astonishing that the typically aloof Lu Qingchen would extend such an invitation. After all, she placed significant importance on an ordinary breakfast. Had it been anyone else, Fang Qingchen likely would have dismissed them entirely. Yet, Lu Qingchen, possessing an S-level talent, was different. She was a prospective martial deity, and her exceptional aptitude was unparalleled even among the elite S ranks, akin to the mightiest spear. It was essential to recruit her into his team before she fully blossomed. In his previous life, He had fought alone until his demise. After being given a second chance, many of his beliefs had transformed. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. Free meals are the most delectable. No problem. When? Lu Qinglian, are you tagging along for a free meal? Without hesitation, Fang Qingchen accepted. On the other end of the line, the sound of laughter mingled with Lu Qingshan's flustered voice. Perhaps after the exams. I'll hang up now. Beep, beep, beep. The call ended. Lu Qingshan shot a playful glare at her giggling sister on the bed. You chatter too much. Yet, she couldn't help but smile in return, as if a garden of flowers had bloomed, illuminating the dim room. Unbeknownst to her, Fang Qingchen had recognized her sister's name. Lord Martial Deity, may fortune smile upon you. Have you discovered any treasures today? Fang Qingchen exclaimed at the dining table, savoring a stir-fry made from the tenderloin of a C-grade exotic beast, each bite fiery enough to make him grimace. Across the video call, Fang Jinhai erupted into laughter. My dear, what treasure could surpass that of my beloved son? Today, you have truly brought honor to your father. You have no idea, ever since your awakening, my phone has been inundated with messages. His pride soared. As a father, witnessing his son transform from a notorious sycophant into someone admired was immensely gratifying. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that, in Fang Qingchen's previous life, at this moment, he was immersed in real-time imagery. As I observed Fang Qingchen on the playground, amidst countless viewers nationwide, personally delivering the celestial water crystal to Lin Wanqing, an overwhelming sense of despair enveloped me. In that moment, I even entertained the thought of creating a new account to train with Tang Bingyun once more. Fang Qingchen, fully aware of my frustration, silently berated my past self for my foolishness. After exchanging a few mundane pleasantries among the three of us, Fang Jinhai glanced around to ensure no one was watching. A look of anticipation spread across his face as he exchanged knowing glances with Fang Qingchen. Son, have you used the celestial water crystal? Yes, I have. Fang Qingchen replied earnestly, nodding his head. Tang Bingyun, filled with excitement, fixed her gaze intently on Fang Qingchen. How'd it go? Not much. It was successful. Ah, son, do not get your hopes too high. The success rate of this item is indeed quite low, and failure is normal. What did you say? Clatter. The chopsticks in Tang Bingyun's hands fell to the ground. Fang Jinhai felt as though his heart had momentarily ceased. The couple's eyes widened in disbelief, gazing at Fang Qingchen as if he were a phenomenon. Fang Qingchen remained composed, as if nothing were amiss. I said it was successful. Your son's martial arts talent is now an S-grade talent in the rules system. Incredibly simple. Chapter 31. A small family, a great family. How can one aspire to be a director without ambition? Fang Jinhai took a deep breath, his head nodding fervently, as if possessed. He resembled a youthful boy, jumping in place twice before suddenly turning around, presenting his back to the camera, his head held high, motionless and silent for a long while. Is it possible that their S-no signal again? Just as Tang Bingyun began to feel puzzled, with a swift motion, Fang Wuxian raised his right fist and struck upwards fiercely. A paternal love as profound as a mountain. The sound resonated so powerfully that the entire underground relic trembled slightly, causing the workers engaged in excavation to believe an earthquake had struck, leading them to scurry for cover. After a considerable pause, the couple finally regained their composure. What a remarkable young man you are. This is indeed an S-grade talent in the realm of rules. TSK. Far more impressive than your father's S-grade combat talent. So how effective is it? The excitement in Fang Wuxian's eyes was palpable. Within the martial arts talent database, there existed no S-grade rule talents akin to basic. Although Fang Jinhai held a prominent position among humanities combatants, privy to many secrets unknown to the common folk, he could not recall any talent named super basic. After all, this was a name bestowed by Fang Qingchen himself. Fang Qingchen, still nonchalant, took another bite of his meal. It's not that extraordinary. It merely allows one to transcend 2 levels while wearing martial gear. Smack! Just as Tang Bingyun replaced her chopsticks, they slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. The smile on Fang Jinhai's face also froze momentarily. After a long pause, he swiftly turned his head, covering the communicator on his arm, obscuring the holographic image above. On Fang Qingchen's end, the video plunged into darkness, leaving only Fang Zhenhai's voice audible. Xiao Wang, come here. Have you submitted the list yet? Reporting to Commander Fang. Not yet. All right, let me see if there are any errors. Look, the number of ancient god armors is recorded incorrectly. It's not 2. Only 1 has been excavated. Young man, you must be more attentive when handling affairs. Show some ambition. Otherwise, how will you ever become a competent director? Huh? Yes. Yes. Commander Fang, you're absolutely right. It was my mistake. I will rectify it immediately. After a while, the image returned. Fang Qingchen, amidst Tang Bingyun's incessant inquiries, finished his meal. Lifting the tablecloth to wipe his mouth, he announced, Dad, Mom, you two enjoy your time. I shan't disturb you any longer. I will return to my room to cultivate. With that, Fang Qingchen departed. Fang Zhenhai and his wife watched his receding figure. Zhenhai, have you noticed? Our son seems to be quite different now. Just moments ago, the butler informed me that he proactively requested to drink the life essence. Also, did you hear? He has even arranged to dine with another girl. Lu Qingqian. Ah, it seems she is his desk mate. The girl who awakened her S-class talent today. Tang Bingyun's complexion, as pristine as that of a youthful maiden, radiated with the satisfaction of a proud mother. Fang Zhenhai, with a casual wave of his hand, expressed his unwavering confidence in his son's discernment. He has come of age, whatever challenges arise. We shall lend our robust support from behind. Upon uttering these words, his keen gaze softened, and he looked apologetically at his wife before him. Bingyun, I have not been home lately. I appreciate your hard work. I am aware of the events that transpired today at the Tang family. My brother-in-law has quite the audacity, wagering on my son, and shares, no less. To speak frankly, I am not oblivious to my father-in-law's intentions. They cannot genuinely believe that I, Fang Zhenhai, covet their modest assets, can they? Upon my return, I shall have a thorough discussion with them. As he mentioned the Tang family, Fang Zhenhai stood tall and proud, exuding an imposing aura reminiscent of a son-in-law poised to claim dominion. Tang Bingyun sighed and replied, Zhenhai, for my sake, do not stoop to their level. I shall take this opportunity to rest and spend more time with our son. Over the years, our absence has deprived him of our companionship. Any shortcomings in his upbringing can only be attributed to us. Upon hearing this, Fang Zhenhai sighed and lowered his head. He too yearned to be present for his son's growth, to nurture their small family. Yet, he continued to choose a life of travel, safeguarding countless families across the great Xia nation. Given another chance, he would make the same choice without regret. Fang Qingchen returned to the penthouse bedroom. On the table in the hall lay 3 transparent crystal vials, neatly arranged and measuring the length of a palm. They contained the life essence, solar essence, and E-class beast essence delivered by the steward. These were biopharmaceuticals developed by top-tier biotechnology companies, meticulously extracted from the essence of exotic beasts. They significantly enhance the physical capabilities of martial artists. The E-class beast essence fortifies bodily strength, while the life essence boosts cellular vitality, replenishing the nutrients and energy required by cells. The solar essence is particularly remarkable, derived from the legendary tales of ancient solar and lunar energies. Regular consumption can invigorate the spirit and elevate morale. However, the costs are exorbitant. The cheapest E-class beast essence is priced at 8,000 yuan per vial. The life essence and solar essence are even more costly, with a single vial capable of exhausting the annual earnings of a middle-class household. Most families simply cannot afford such luxuries. He casually picked up the 3 vials. With a series of crisp sounds, the caps popped off. He tilted his head back and gulped them down in quick succession. If Li Jiangnan were to witness this scene, he would likely be envious enough to bleed. He is affluent enough to afford a luxurious sports car, yet he can only indulge in a single bottle of life essence each month. When consuming it, he must exercise utmost caution, taking but a single drop each day, fearful of wasting its precious potency. How could he dare to be as extravagant as Fang Qingchen? Upon ingesting 3 different elixirs, Fang Qingchen felt as though a blazing flame ignited within him. To fully absorb the essence of such body-enhancing potions, one must engage in martial arts, Otherwise, once the potency dissipates, it is as if one had consumed nothing at all. With unparalleled experience, Fang Qingchen's body sprang into action. With the technique of the Azure Dragon exploring the sea, his hands transformed into claw-like appendages, twisting forcefully as he reached forward. His 5 fingers cut through the air, producing a sound akin to a dragon's roar. Next came the divine dragon wagging its tail. He leapt into the air, his body twisting with an astonishing fluidity, as if devoid of bones, forming an incredible posture. The tendons within him snapped like taut bowstrings, echoing with a resounding crack. His bones creaked ominously, as if on the verge of twisting and breaking. Yet his feet moved with the precision of a wound spring, slicing through the air with fierce agility. This was a technique from the E-grade martial art, Azure Dragon Claw. Such a maneuver is exceedingly difficult, not only for students of advanced martial arts, but even those who have just embarked upon the path of E-grade warriors would find it nearly impossible to execute. Chapter 32. Sister, I am no longer a child. With a physical capacity below level 2, forceful training could potentially lead to muscle and tendon tears, or even bone fractures, harmful rather than beneficial. However, for Fang Qingchen, there was no pressure whatsoever. Under the influence of the super simplified talent, his physique seemed enveloped by an invisible layer of qi, safeguarding his body. The adverse effects arising from exceeding his physical limits were wholly absorbed by this layer of qi. This meant that Fang Qingchen could unleash the full power of E-level and D-level martial arts without any side effects, achieving an extraordinary martial arts realm with an unparalleled 200 power enhancement. This was the true strength of the super simplified talent at work within him. Most martial arts he had mastered in his previous life, reaching their highest proficiency. As he executed the final move, claw shadows enveloped him from all directions, making it impossible to discern the real from the illusion. His muscles and bones twisted violently, producing a sound that could make one's teeth ache. Yet the power he wielded was astonishing. Within a 3-meter radius, it seemed as though a tempest had arisen, the sound of dragon roars echoing incessantly. After completing the E-level martial art, Azure Dragon Claw, he seamlessly transitioned into the E-level technique, 5 elements capture, followed by the agile movements of the flexible serpent art. Various martial arts flowed effortlessly from his fingertips. He continued this relentless display for a full half-hour before finally coming to a halt. A mist-like vapor gently rose from his body, and beads of sweat flowed across every inch of his skin. Yet, he felt no hint of fatigue. Rather, a wave of refreshment coursed through him. His body felt remarkably light, with each cell within him seemingly more invigorated. The density of his muscles had solidified further, and his mind was clearer than ever. He understood that this sensation of euphoria was a natural response to the enhancement of both his physical and mental faculties. The improvement of physical capacity is an arduous journey, even a mere 0. One increment requires immense effort and resources. Nonetheless, Fang Qingchen was different. Although he had previously squandered his martial path and wasted a significant amount of time, the years spent consuming various rare and exotic delicacies, along with numerous restorative potions that enhanced physical abilities and invigorated the spirit, had unknowingly accumulated within him. Even though much of it had been wasted due to his lack of martial practice, some essence remained, gradually building up over time. As he continued to train in martial arts, these robust foundations would be released, significantly accelerating his physical enhancement. Now, although his physical capacity had not yet reached 1.4, it was close. Fang Qingchen casually clenched his fist, producing a crisp cracking sound from his bones. Just a day after his rebirth, when his physical capacity was at 1.3, he had already increased it by nearly 0.1 in such a short span, a truly astonishing rate of progress. After indulging in a comforting bath, he finally settled into a relaxed posture, propping his arms behind his head as he lay on the bed. His gaze drifted through the floor-to-ceiling window, quietly observing the luminous moon outside. His thoughts began to wander. Meanwhile, in the suburban apartment building, Lu Qingxian had just finished tending to her parents, who lay in the master bedroom. After freshening up, her dark, lustrous hair was adorned with a cute pink headband, a gift she had given herself for her 19th birthday. She approached the window of her small room, peering through the somewhat cramped space to gaze at the bright moon. In her clear eyes, a flicker of hope for the future emerged. At that moment, Lu Qinglian entered the room, tilting her head. She was drying her hair with a frayed towel after her shower. Although she was 2 or 3 years younger than her sister, her development was not significantly different. The light green pajamas she wore, which had been discarded by Lu Qingchen, felt a bit snug. Observing her sister's silhouette, she hesitated before shyly speaking up. Sis, the second semester is approaching. The teacher mentioned we need to pay for the textbooks. As her younger sister, she understood the heavy burden her sister carried for the family and how hard it was for her to earn money. Each time the school requested fees, she delayed until the last moment before asking Lu Qingchen. Though she was aware that her sister had awakened her S-class talent and received numerous scholarships today, most of that money had gone towards repaying their parents' medical expenses. There was little left for them to use. Yes, I have already prepared the tuition for you. Lu Qingchen withdrew her gaze and turned around, affectionately ruffling her sister's still damp hair. Seeing her sister's somewhat awkward expression stirred a pang of discomfort in her heart. Grasping her sister's hand, they sat together on the lower bunk. Lu Qingchen looked earnestly at her younger sibling. Little sister, just wait a few more months. Once I enter university and become a martial artist, our family's life will truly improve. By then, I will be able to earn enough to cover mom and dad's medical bills. With today's advanced biotechnology, as long as we have the funds, even dad's paralysis and mom's cancer can be completely cured. Her tone was resolute, calming the heart of Lu Qinglian, who nestled beside her. Cease. The medicine to cure mom and dad must be extraordinarily expensive, right? Does it cost $1 million? Lu Qinglian voiced the astronomical figure she had imagined. A pair of dimples appeared on Lu Qingqian's cheeks as she playfully tapped her sister's forehead with her slender, onion-like finger. You need not worry about such matters. My dear child, now off to bed you go. Sis, I'm not a child anymore. Oh really? Is that so? The sisters filled the room with warmth and laughter. Though the night had deepened, the highest military base of the Great Xia Kingdom remained brilliantly illuminated. Numerous technicians are seated before their computer screens, incessantly typing. Information flickers across the screens, emanating from a multitude of provinces and cities nationwide, as an overwhelming influx of awakening data is continuously being entered and analyzed. At the forefront of the hall, before a colossal screen, stands a burly middle-aged man with a chiseled face and deep-set features, clad in a black combat uniform. With his hands clasped behind his back, he gazes intently at the display. The screen showcases numerous student photographs, including those of Fang Qingchen and Lu Qingchen. It is evident that these exceptionally gifted students have been designated as key subjects of interest by the military. Commander Li, is it customary for you to refrain from engaging with these outstanding students prior to the martial examination? Inquired a tall woman dressed in a form-fitting black combat suit, who stood behind Li Hailong. Li Hailong waved his hand dismissively. No engagement, he stated firmly, simultaneously prohibiting all martial arts clubs, training centers, and companies from making contact with them. Chapter 33. The Elegant Zhang Qian. Fang Zhenhai's female disciple. Information regarding students with B-level talent and above shall be temporarily kept confidential. Zhang Qian nodded and tapped a few times on the tablet in her hand, issuing a notification. Students who awaken exceptional talents are not only coveted by the military, but are also in high demand by various martial arts organizations within society. In the past, when regulations were not yet well established, on the day of student awakenings, the vicinity of prominent martial arts academies was often filled with vehicles from different clubs and schools. Upon discovering a student with formidable talent, numerous organizations would rush forward, offering exorbitant annual salaries to entice these promising individuals into signing contracts. Even a student with C-level talent could command an annual salary in the hundreds of thousands. Those with A-level talent, once contracted, would receive no less than millions annually. Many of these talented students hail from ordinary families, suddenly thrust into a wealth beyond their comprehension. Many, lacking maturity, become lost in this newfound fortune, indulging recklessly and ultimately squandering their gifts. There have even been instances where students possessing A-level martial arts talent failed to gain admission to even a first-rate martial arts university. It was only after the military intervened that investigations revealed several companies harbored ties to foreign nations, spending lavishly to corrupt these gifted students. Since then, the Great Xia has imposed strict prohibitions against such practices. Any company found to be privately engaging with students prior to martial arts examinations would face charges of treason. Had it not been for this regulation, it is likely that after Lu Qingchen's awakening, her apartment building would have been besieged by numerous clubs and companies. After confirming the information, Li Hailong's stern visage suddenly broke into a smile. He relaxed and pointed to a student's profile on the left side of the screen. Look, Zhang Qian, this is the son of your master, Fang Wuxian. See, the young man is quite handsome. As for his martial arts talent, he possesses a simple A level in the rule system, not too impressive. Upon hearing the name, Fang Wuxian, an expression of profound respect immediately graced Zhang Qian's mature and alluring face. However, gazing at Fang Qingchen's profile, an unmistakable disdain flickered in her eyes. What use is handsomeness? He is merely being manipulated by a woman. Such a disgrace to my master, she remarked with a tone that bore a hint of irritation. Li Hailong, observing her reaction, burst into hearty laughter. Suddenly struck by a thought, he exclaimed, by the way, you will be the chief instructor for the freshman training at Longxi University this upcoming fall, right? If that lad manages to get accepted into Longxi University, just imagine the scenario. He would fall right into your hands. He stroked his chin, seemingly envisioning a rather cruel scene, which only made him chuckle more heartily. Zhang Qian, with her graceful and statuesque figure, turned to leave. Her cold, elegant voice echoed. He had better pray to be accepted by one of the other 3 martial arts academies. He must not get into Longxi University. Fang Qingchen lay upon his bed, his breathing steady, eyes firmly shut, evidently ensnared in the depths of slumber. Yet, his body and eyelids quivered slightly, betraying the torment of a nightmare. The formidable SS-level beast, the purple lightning frenzy dragon, loomed before him, its gargantuan form reminiscent of a mountain. Blood, shimmering with the essence of lightning, poured forth from the massive wounds upon its body, cascading down like a waterfall, saturating the ground beneath. Even superalloy steel, upon contact with this sanguine deluge, evaporated instantaneously, akin to tofu, succumbing to heat. Within 100 kilometers, remnants of shattered walls and ruins lay strewn about, ravaged by the potent shockwaves. However, at this moment, the violet lightning flickering in its colossal eyes was gradually dimming. The shattered SS-level war spear lodged deep within its skull had severed all traces of its life force. The mountain-like body began to topple towards the debris. Before this behemoth, in the void, a man clad in tattered battle armor seemed to have lost all strength. Behind the damaged visor, a weathered visage emerged, strikingly similar to Fang Qingchen himself. The brilliance in his eyes ebbed away, and his chest bore several immense transparent holes. Even his heart lay shattered. The formidable vitality that once coursed through him was now so diminished that he could scarcely lift a finger, his limbs helplessly succumbing to the ground. His vision, gradually blurring, gazed into the distance. There was no reinforcements, no glimmer of hope, only the relentless tide of monstrous beasts surging forth from the flickering nodes of another dimension, descending upon him like a storm. Despair. The end was nigh. His parents had perished in battle, and he found himself devoid of any attachments. Surely, no one would come to his aid now. Alas, he lamented, he would not even have a complete corpse left, destined to be devoured like a strip of dried meat by these beasts. If there were to be a next life, he vowed never to be a sycophant again. A sudden cough erupted from his throat, only to yield a mist of blood. His lifeblood had long been drained during 10 relentless days and nights of combat. He beheld the sky, now rife with monstrous creatures, awaiting the arrival of death. Suddenly, a scarlet blade of light illuminated the heavens. The myriad beasts above him were cleaved into fragments, cascading down like a crimson rain. Then, he felt his plummeting body land within a soft embrace. A delicate hand, stained yet tender, caressed his face gently. Life was slipping away, teetering on the brink of oblivion. With a valiant effort, he turned his head, his final gaze resting upon that hand. The palm was fair and smooth, speckled with droplets of blood, and within its center lay a cross-shaped scar. Just as he endeavored to lift his head to discern her visage, he was jolted awake, sitting upright in bed, gasping for air like a fish out of water. The memories of his impending demise lingered vividly. Who was the one that came to my aid? There was an uncanny familiarity to her presence. As he grappled with these thoughts, two more SS-level beasts materialized within the nodes of the other dimension. Even if the martial deity were to arrive, it would still be exceedingly perilous. Moreover, at that pivotal moment, the entire Great Xia kingdom was engulfed by a cataclysmic beast tide. The capital was besieged by nearly 30 SS-level aberrations and 3 SSS-level monstrosities. All martial deity-level powerhouses, along with the majority of the nation's elite forces, were concentrated in the capital, resolutely determined to defend it at all costs. In such a dire situation, who could come to the rescue, save for one's own parents? In my previous life, you bore the burden of bloodshed to retrieve my remains. In this life, regardless of your identity, I shall undoubtedly find you. I must. After closing his eyes for a moment, he finally steadied his mind. Looking around, he noticed the dawn illuminating the ground. It was already past 6 in the morning. Although he did not have to attend school today, the habits formed over many years prevented him from returning to bed for a leisurely slumber. Chapter 34. Nothing comes for free. You must repay me. Fang Qingchen spent his days indulging in meals and cultivating his skills. Before he knew it, 3 days had passed, and the time for the final martial art competition had arrived. After enjoying a sumptuous breakfast at home, he contemplated and ultimately decided to take a portion of breakfast with him. It wasn't merely a remnant of his past life, a continuation of servitude. The impending catastrophic beast tide loomed over him like a sword suspended above his head, preventing any relaxation. Additionally, the memory of that final moment, marked by a hand, compelled Fang Qingchen to refrain from investing too much emotional energy in others. However, setting aside the matter of emotional investments, he felt it necessary to bring breakfast to Lu Qingchen. This was primarily due to his earlier sentiments. He could not allow her, his strongest ally, to squander her talents. After all, they would be comrades in the future, and it was imperative to enhance her nourishment. Should she exhaust her potential, it would not only affect her lifespan, but would also be exceedingly difficult to recover from. In truth, this small investment was inconsequential to him. Humming a cheerful tune, he arrived at school early. Upon entering the classroom, he noticed several classmates already present, engaging in lively chatter. Lu Qingchen was seated at her desk. Engrossed in devouring a stemmed bun. Fang Qingchen furrowed his brow and swiftly approached her. As he passed by Lin Wanxing, she looked up, ready to speak, but Fang Qingchen, appearing oblivious, walked past her. This incited her frustration, causing her to stomp her foot in annoyance. Lu Qingchen also noticed his arrival, her gaze narrowing instinctively as she hastily shoved the half-eaten bun into her desk. Wasn't she in possession of a 100,000 yuan incentive? Why was she still eating steamed buns? Did she not realize that her current physical prowess was derived from overexerting her potential? Taking his seat, Fang Qingchen turned his attention to Lu Qingchen. Although he had lived 2 lives, he was not well acquainted with her family circumstances. He was aware that her parents were ill, yet the specifics eluded him. Given the advancements in modern medicine, a sum of 100,000 yuan should suffice for the treatment of most ailments once deemed incurable. Lu Qingchen pressed her lips together in silence. After a moment, she shook her head. It's none of your concern. I enjoy eating steamed buns. Her voice was soft and somewhat evasive. She wished to keep her family's troubles from Fang Qingchen, not wanting to evoke sympathy from others. With that, she attempted to lift the bun once more, but before it reached her mouth, Fang Qingchen's hand reached out, poised to grasp it. At that moment, Lu Qingchen's previously evasive gaze sharpened, her demeanor shifting dramatically. In a flash, she altered her grip on the bun, holding it firmly while her fingers deftly maneuvered to intercept Fang Qingchen's approaching hand. With her skillful grasping technique, she was capable of exerting her full strength, given her current physical capability of 1. 2. If she were to deploy this technique against the previous incarnation of Fang Qingchen, he would find himself immobilized, ensnared by her grip on the tendons of his arm. The crane grasp technique is not to be utilized in this manner. Fang Qingchen seemed to have anticipated her actions, a subtle smile gracing her lips. In an instant, the 200 power of the pinnacle realm's crane grasp unfolded, the silhouette of her fingers layered upon one another, resembling a lotus flower blooming before her eyes. With a mere flick and a sweep, she effortlessly dismantled the crane grasp, simultaneously snatching the steamed bun from her palm. How fortuitous! I too have a fondness for large steamed buns. Fang Qingchen shook the bun in her hand, while Lu Qingchen stared, utterly mesmerized by Fang Qingchen's dexterity. As the dual representative of the cultural and martial arts classes in Class 7, her martial aptitude was exceptional as she fully understood the challenges of mastering the crane grasp. Despite feeling somewhat inferior regarding her family background, she possessed unwavering confidence in her martial abilities, especially after awakening her S-grade talent. She had noticeably enhanced her physical capabilities within just 3 days. Although she had not exerted her full strength, merely aiming to control Fang Qingchen's hand, she was astounded to discover that Fang Qingchen's crane grasp surpassed her own by such a vast margin. She had practically no means of resistance, and the bun was whisked away. Is this truly the same deskmate I know? Her mind was a whirlwind of questions, her gaze strangely fixed on Fang Qingchen. How could your crane grasp be so formidable? That day when you caught teacher Huang's piece of chalk, you were not merely guessing. Her voice remained cool, yet carried a hint of excitement. Fang Qingchen shrugged her shoulders. Not only my crane grasp, but my heart-piercing dragon claw also possesses unique attributes. Would you care for a spar? Lu Qingchen shook her head. I am not of simple talent. I cannot cultivate E-grade martial arts. Return the bun to me. I'm still hungry. She extended her delicate white hand, yet Fang Qingchen paid her no heed, directly stuffing the bun into her mouth. In just a few bites, it disappeared down her throat. It must be said, Lu Qingchen's steamed buns were indeed quite delectable. Your breakfast has been consumed by me. As compensation, I shall offer you my breakfast. Fang Qingchen let out a contented burp, then retrieved her lavish breakfast from her bag, placing it before Lu Qingchen. Observing her fuming expression, Fang Qingchen quickly added, Do not claim you do not wish to eat. You cannot wash my clothes without recompense. If you refuse to eat, the arrangement for you to treat me to a meal will be nullified. Lu Qingchen, who typically did not engage much with her classmates, found herself taken aback by such a tactic. Her cheeks puffed up in indignation, rendering her utterly adorable. You are unreasonable. Gazing at her flustered demeanor, Fang Qingchen chuckled. Come now, eat up. We have an exam to prepare for. Of course, I cannot allow you to eat for free. When the time comes for the cultural exam, you will need to let me copy your answers. Should I fail, you will owe me a meal. Lu Qingchen fell silent. Even as several days had passed, she could vividly recall the unparalleled sense of satisfaction she experienced after consuming the breakfast brought by Fang Qingchen. Gazing at the exquisitely crafted lunchbox before her, she fell into a moment of silence. At last, she extended her hand to unveil the box. Instantly, an enticing aroma wafted through the entire classroom, causing even those who had already partaken in breakfast to swallow hard at the delightful scent. The rumbling of her stomach rendered Lu Qingchen's face flushed with embarrassment. However, Fang Qingchen did not mock her. Instead, he casually picked up a book and began to read absent-mindedly. Noticing that he was oblivious to her, Lu Qingchen let out a sigh of relief. She picked up the chopsticks from the lunchbox and delicately lifted a piece of mouth-watering braised pork ribs, savoring it bite by bite. Meanwhile, Lin Wanqing, seated in the front row, clenched her fists tightly, her eyes fixated on Lu Qingchen as she enjoyed the breakfast that rightfully belonged to her. The steel pen in her hand had been unconsciously deformed from her grip, and her typically aloof expression had morphed into one of slight distortion. Chapter 35. Are you handcrafted? Cultural class examination with a haughty glare, sharp eyes scrutinized Fang Qingchen, yet after a prolonged stare, her eyes began to ache. It was futile. Fang Qingchen did not bother to lift his head. Beside Lin Wanqing, Gu Tingting wore a face marked by deep frustration, chewing listlessly on the bun in her hand. It was utterly distasteful, devoid of flavor. The meat buns made by Fang Qingchen's family were far superior, leaving one invigorated after consumption. Wanqing, do you think the braised ribs inside are any good? she asked, glancing at the lunchbox on Lu Qingchen's table. One could eat the buns without needing to drink water. Lin Wanqing discreetly swallowed hard, shooting her a glare. Even mealtime cannot silence your incessant chatter. Stop yearning for it. You won't have any in the future. With half a bun stuffed in her mouth, Gu Tingting stared vacantly at Lin Wanqing. What do you mean? Because Fang Qingchen has blocked my green bubbles. Bang! Lin Wanqing slammed her hand on the table, sending her deformed pen flying. Rising to her feet, her long legs scraped the chair against the floor, creating a jarring noise. Witnessing the school flower's outburst, the classmates in the room exchanged knowing glances, eager for the spectacle. Naturally, the sight of her devoted admirer seemingly wavering sparked interest among several male classmates. You're not going to fawn over her anymore? Then this opportunity is mine. After all, she was a school flower with an A-level martial arts talent. What if things developed? They would soar to new heights. Yet, most merely entertained such thoughts, ultimately resigning after a glance in a mirror. Zhang Dafei and Ma Yingqi, however, were the second highest in martial arts talent in Class 7, aside from Fang Qingchen, having awakened a C-level talent. Their performance in martial arts class and physical fitness consistently ranked among the top 10 in the class, ensuring a place in the elite martial arts class next semester. They seemed to believe their talents were respectable enough to contend with an A-level. Like a magician, they produced an assortment of nutritious breakfast from their desks and approached her. Lin Wanqing, you haven't had breakfast yet. Allow me to treat you, Zhang Dafei said, attempting to strike up a conversation. Ma Yingqi, more cunning, emulated Fang Qingchen. Thank you for helping me with the problems the other day, Lin. This breakfast is my token of appreciation. Lin Wanqing shot them a disdainful look, uttering a single word, scram. With a waft of fragrance, she departed towards the classroom exit, her peripheral vision catching a glimpse of Fang Qingchen and Lu Qingchen's seats. Noting the commotion, she felt even more incensed when she observed that Fang Qingchen had not even glanced up. Fang Qingchen, do you believe that awakening a rule-based talent makes you exceptional? Do you think Lu Qingchen's S-level talent can surpass everyone else? You are mistaken. You have no idea how powerful my duplication talent is. Once the examination concludes today, I shall make you aware of just how absurd your assumptions are. Fuming, she stormed off, with her loyal follower Gu Tingting hastily trailing behind. Alas, Wanqing, wait for me. Their breakfast pales in comparison to what Fang Qingchen brings. Yet one cannot let it go to waste. I'm still quite hungry. Ha ha! Upon seeing Lin Wanqing leave, a wave of laughter erupted in the classroom. Zhang Dafei and Ma Yingqi resembled a pair of clowns, standing before Lin Wanqing's desk, awkwardly gazing at the breakfast in their hands, wishing to immediately hurl it onto their faces. After returning to their seats, their brief moment of camaraderie transformed into a shared animosity. Curse it, it's all that Fang Qingchen's fault. Over the years, he has spoiled Lin Wanqing's palate. The breakfast he used to bring her must have been from lavish restaurants costing hundreds. My own super nutritious breakfast, worth merely a few dozen, I hesitate to consume. Yet she dares to scoff at it? What a family. Let that Fang Qingchen flaunt his superiority. During this afternoon's martial arts examination, I shall ensure he receives a thorough beating. Both of them, filled with indignation, prepared to confront Fang Qingchen during the exam later that day. The buzz surrounding Fang Qingchen's A-grade, basic talent, having been dissected across various popular video platforms, had begun to fade. The effectiveness and practicality of his abilities had been scrutinized by many vloggers online. The invincible aura of his rule-based talent had vanished, and the students of No. 7 High School had, in essence, become disillusioned. Within 3 days, Fang Qingchen's reputation had plummeted from that of an emerging martial arts prodigy back to that of an inept sycophant. Even students with C and D-level martial arts talents found newfound confidence, believing they could challenge him. After all, it was common knowledge that Fang Qingchen's physical prowess was merely inflated, while his martial arts skills were dismal, just a tough target to beat. I am full. Thank you for your breakfast. It was truly delightful. Lu Qingchen set down her chopsticks, retrieved a handkerchief to wipe her lips, and gazed at her still flat abdomen. Fang Qingchen swallowed hard. The ability to eat might indeed be a talent in itself. Although he had already caught a glimpse of Lu Qingchen's appetite on the day of her awakening, It now seemed he had underestimated her. A whole lunchbox filled with a substantial portion of C-grade beast ribs, a full pound of meat, alongside a platter of biotechnologically cultivated nutritious vegetables, and a limited supply of lanya rice, enough to satisfy 3 strapping young men. She had consumed it all in silence. Moreover, the lunchbox was impeccably clean, suggesting she could have perhaps eaten even more. What a seemingly reclusive gourmand. Without a bit of money at home, one truly cannot afford to raise such an appetite. Here is your school uniform. While Fang Qingchen marveled at the situation, Lu Qingchen had already retrieved his neatly folded uniform from the table, faintly scented with laundry detergent. Fang Qingchen skillfully donned it and casually inquired, "Did you hand wash it?" Lu Qingchen looked at him as if he were an oddity. "Do you not have a washing machine at home?" "Well, perhaps." Time swiftly passes, and soon it is 8 o'clock. The students have already taken their seats in the classroom. Lin Wanqing has returned as well. After a brief excursion, she seems to have come to a realization. Without glancing back, her expression has regained its aloofness. She sits upright in her chair, exuding a powerful aura of confidence. It appears she has emerged from the disappointment of losing her devoted admirer, transforming once again into the cool and distant school bellevue. Vice Principal Huang enters with a radiant smile, donned in a tailored gray professional suit, her heels clicking assertively against the floor. Clutching a thick stack of examination papers, she strides to the podium. The classroom immediately falls into a hush. A smile graces her lips as she surveys Fang Qingchen, Lu Qingchen, and Lin Wanqing with evident satisfaction. Only then does her demeanor shift to one of seriousness. Adjusting her gold-rimmed glasses, she gazes sternly at the students before her. This morning, the subjects of Chinese literature, mathematics, physics and chemistry, and the history of martial arts development will be assessed. The duration of the examination is 3 hours. Any form of plagiarism is strictly prohibited. The distribution of papers commences now. Chapter 36, after merely half an hour, you submitted your exam? Although in the era of martial arts, the aspiration to become a warrior does not place great emphasis on academic subjects. Cultural course results still constitute 20 of the martial arts examination score. The primary reason for this is that the martial arts practitioner's training is not simply a matter of perusing a book with rudimentary illustrations of figures executing various stances. Rather, it encompasses a wealth of knowledge regarding meridians and acupoints. Particularly in advanced martial arts, the material draws from numerous schools of thought, reaching a depth comparable to that of an encyclopedia. Without a solid foundation in cultural studies, one would struggle to comprehend, let alone practice, these intricate techniques. Consequently, the 4 prestigious academies of the Great Xi'an Nation, Shenzhou University, Longxi University, Xianhuang University, and Hongguang University, maintain exceedingly high standards for academic performance during admissions. Failing to meet these criteria will result in rejection, even for those possessing A-grade martial talent. The process is exceptionally stringent. Moreover, in this era, cheating has become nearly impossible. The examination rooms are equipped with omnipresent, fully automated cameras that provide comprehensive surveillance, capturing every detail with clarity, even the pores on a student's face. Any subtle movement is magnified and recorded. A mere tilt of the head triggers automatic recognition, effectively eliminating any possibility of dishonesty. The classroom is enveloped in an eerie silence, punctuated only by the faint sound of pen tips gliding across paper. Students are allotted 3 hours to complete examinations in 3 subjects, a time frame that is scarcely sufficient for most. The history of martial arts development is particularly daunting, laden with an overwhelming volume of content. Just selecting 10 out of thousands of martial talents for the exam can leave most students utterly bewildered. Old Huang sits cross-legged at the podium, affording her a clear view of every student's expressions and movements. Observing her students, some scratching their heads, others gnawing on pen tips, or tossing coins in a game of chance, she shakes her head in dismay. However, when her gaze falls upon Lu Qingchen and Lin Wanqing, a glimmer of admiration shines in her eyes. The 2 young women seem to be engaged in a silent competition, both fervently scribbling away at their desks. With her enhanced physical capabilities, Old Huang's vision is remarkably acute, allowing her to discern the answers on their examination papers without the need for merely decorative glasses. Their accuracy exceeds 90, a benchmark that is nothing short of extraordinary for students in a martial arts class. Even if they were to apply to prestigious cultural universities, their performance would undoubtedly secure them a place. Of course, for them, this achievement is merely par for the course, and old Huang is not surprised. Yet, when her attention shifts to Lu Qingqian's deskmate, Fang Qingchen, her brow furrows in bewilderment. She notices that the typically underperforming student in cultural subjects, who usually struggles to write a single word in half a day, is remarkably engaged in answering questions this time around. Moreover, the speed at which he writes is astonishing. Something feels amiss, an unsettling 9 out of 10. This is due to the position. She cannot discern what Fang Qingchen is writing. Yet the velocity with which his pen glides across the page is akin to a tempest sweeping through autumn leaves, akin to the winds dispersing the clouds. Among the 3 subjects, there are a total of 10 papers. Remarkably, he completes the first one in under 5 minutes, advancing to the next paper with the swiftness of the top student. Writing at such a pace? Surely this lad must be guessing. A hint of doubt flickers within her. However, recalling that the previous papers consisted solely of multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions, she finds solace in the thought. After all, one could simply select option C. Fang Qingchen has engaged in such tactics before. She shakes her head, her mind drifting back to a few days prior, when Fang Qingchen was inscribing notes on the blackboard. At that time, she had thought he had finally grasped the concepts, but now it seems she had overestimated him. His simplistic talent in the realm of rules, while barely sufficient as a stepping stone to prestigious schools, is overshadowed by his dismal academic performance in cultural subjects and his lackluster results in martial arts. It is likely that the 4 esteemed academies would not consider him for admission, leaving him with no choice but to attend a double first-class martial arts university. A sense of pity wells up for Fang Qingchen within her heart, yet there is nothing she can do. The renown of the 4 academies is immense, and they are never short of prodigious students. Even with special recruitment, they would only select those with S-grade talents in combat or support systems, as well as those possessing formidable rule-based abilities. As her thoughts meander, Fang Qingchen has completed yet another paper. It is far too simple. Writing the answers feels akin to mere copying. How dull, with one hand propping up his chin and the other wielding the pen with fervor. These high school-level questions pose no greater challenge than elementary arithmetic to a former 10-star martial sage. Though his eyes and hands remain on the paper, his mind begins to wander. Having been reborn, it is imperative that he does not merely play the sycophant. Diligent cultivation is not as simplistic as that. In the era of high martial arts, while the outskirts of the city are rife with exotic beasts and peril, they simultaneously give rise to countless opportunities. In his previous life, due to his lackadaisical attitude, he missed numerous extraordinary chances. Now, with the advantage of his past memories, neglecting to seize these unique opportunities would render his rebirth utterly futile. Within his mind, the chaotic memories begin to organize and consolidate. From this very moment, he recalls all the opportunities he has heard of. Thus, while multitasking, half an hour swiftly elapses. With a flourish, he completes the final question of the Martial Arts Development History paper, a detailed analysis of the cultivation insights regarding the fundamental martial technique, Vajrasil. All papers are now completed. He glances at the clock, 8:30. A mere half hour has passed. His speed surpasses even that of simply copying answers. With a satisfying stretch, he prepares to rise and submit his papers when suddenly, his deskmate, Lu Qingqian, gently steps on his foot from beneath the table. Fang Qingchen was utterly perplexed. A myriad of questions swirling in his mind. An image spontaneously materialized before him. What does this mean? A glance at Lu Qingqian from the corner of his eye revealed her utterly rigid form. Her hand, gripping the pen, trembled with anxiety. Yet her body, previously slumped over the desk, had now straightened, revealing the entirety of the examination paper that had been concealed. The implication was clear, even to the simplest of minds. What the heck? What does introverted girl mean? Is she suggesting I copy her answers? I was merely jesting. Did you take me seriously? Fang Qingchen couldn't help but admire Lu Qingqian's adorably naive nature. Perhaps she believed her own hastily scribbled answers were mere guesses, which prompted her to offer him the opportunity to replicate her work. Assisting someone in cheating could lead to severe consequences, including nullification of one's results. Yet this girl, typically embodying the attributes of a diligent student, was brazen enough to undertake such a risk, earning his respect. Nonetheless, he appreciated her good intentions. Noticing that old Huang was already furrowing his brow in their direction, and the classroom's intelligent cameras began to pivot towards her, Fang Qingchen discreetly nudged her with his foot. Subsequently, he collected the examination papers, aligning them meticulously, and stood up leisurely. "Teacher, I am ready to submit my paper." In an instant, all eyes in the classroom were fixed upon Fang Qingchen. Chapter 37 Absolutely correct. Who could possibly guess so accurately? Huang Chunli was astonished. Is this it? Has the exam ended already? I haven't even finished guessing. Could Fang Qingchen really be submitting a blank paper? How audacious! Surely he cannot believe that his mediocre aptitude in the realm of rules could exempt him from entrance exams to prestigious institutions. How naive! The classmates in Class 7 were taken aback by Fang Qingchen's actions. One by one, they lifted their heads, regarding him with peculiar glances. However, the majority of their expressions conveyed scrutiny and disdain. Lin Wanxing, seated in the front row, furrowed her brow but did not turn around. She continued to focus intently on her paper. On the other hand, Lu Qingshan appeared flustered. She presumed that her overly strict supervision while writing had provoked Fang Qingchen, leading him to submit his paper in frustration. Her face flushed with anxiety, yet she dared not speak, her heart racing with unease. Fang Qingchen, however, was indifferent to others' opinions. Just as he was about to step forward to submit his paper, Teacher Huang cleared his throat. "Fang Qingchen, once you submit your paper, you cannot retrieve it. I am offering you a chance now. You may sit down and continue answering. I will disregard what has transpired. Surely, you do not wish to find yourself rejected by the martial arts university due to unsatisfactory academic performance in the future?" Teacher Huang adjusted his glasses, earnestly advising him. Previously, in such situations, she would have lacked the authority to assist, but now, her status had changed. With power comes confidence, allowing her to advocate for her students' welfare. Zhang Dafei, Ma Yingqi, and others, witnessing Fang Qingchen as favorable treatment, were envious to the point of salivating. They were all too aware that had they submitted their papers early, they would not have received such leniency. In his 2 lifetimes, Fang Qingchen felt for the first time that Teacher Huang was not as rigid and stern as he once believed. In fact, dressed in a purple blouse and professional skirt, she appeared somewhat amiable. Understanding her good intentions, he nonetheless had no desire to remain idle in the classroom for another 2.5 hours. Shaking his head, he proceeded to the podium. "Teacher Huang, I have completed my exam. I wish to step outside and stretch my limbs in preparation for this afternoon's martial arts exam." He placed a stack of papers on the podium, gazing up at the tall, handsome figure of Fang Qingchen, radiating with a sunny disposition. Teacher Huang shook her head with a hint of regret. "Ah, then you may go." A good word cannot dissuade a determined spirit. As his homeroom teacher, she could not physically restrain Fang Qingchen in his seat. Moreover, he would soon transition to the elite martial arts class, leaving her with little time to teach him. Watching him depart the classroom, Teacher Huang sighed once more. What a pity. Then, her stern gaze shifted back to the students before her. Do you feel that there is ample time to complete your answers? Do you also wish to join him outside? If so, you may submit your papers now, and I shall allow you to leave immediately. The oppressive aura of the terrifying homeroom teacher swept through the room, rendering the schadenfreude-laden classmates utterly silent, their eyes obediently averted as they resumed their examinations. Only Lu Qingchen appeared conflicted, her mind wandering for a considerable time before she finally re-engaged with the task at hand. Casually gathering Fang Qingchen's examination paper, she cast her gaze across it. The handwriting, flowing like a dragon and serpent, bore a striking vigor and strength. Although she had previously seen Fang Qingchen's writing on the blackboard days earlier, the elegance of his cursive on paper now revealed an entirely different charm. It was indeed exquisite. While he had always written neatly, this new standard was akin to a celestial being compared to an earthbound creature. On that day, she had photographed Fang Qingchen's blackboard notes and shared them with her grandfather, hoping he would appreciate them. To her surprise, old Master Huang had clutched the phone, engrossed for an entire afternoon, repeatedly exclaiming about the fine handwriting. He even offered a remark that left Huang truly astounded. After a lifetime of writing, he felt that the vigor of his strokes could not rival this young man's. She was utterly astonished. Had it not been for Huang Chunli's fervent intervention, her grandfather might have been inclined to visit the school to seek mentorship in calligraphy. She could not fathom the sudden prowess of Fang Qingchen's writing. Curiously, she glanced at his answers. The first few sheets comprised Chinese language and mathematics examinations. Although Huang Chunli specialized in the history of martial arts development, she could still grasp the essence of a few fundamental questions. Just a cursory glance left her utterly astonished, for she realized that every question she could confirm was answered correctly by Fang Qingchen. What did this lad guess so accurately? Despite being multiple choice questions, something felt amiss. Turning to the second page, which contained essay questions, she was further astounded. Fang Qingchen's answers, impeccably neat as if produced by a printer, filled the space beneath each question. The clarity and detail of his explanations were such that they could easily be displayed in the school's exhibition of exemplary papers for students to study. Flipping to the third page, where the composition question lay, her eyes lit up immediately. The writing flowed beautifully, with coherent structure, flawless diction, and innovative viewpoints, qualifying it as a model essay worthy of full marks. Even if she were to attempt writing such an in-depth piece, she doubted her ability to achieve it. At this point, Huang Chunli finally sensed something was amiss. Yet, the first thought to cross her mind was whether he had once again copied Lu Qingchen's answers. However, she quickly dismissed this sudden notion, as Lu Qingchen had only just begun her composition. Old Huang, at this moment, could no longer maintain his composure. Frantically flipping through the mathematics paper she could not comprehend, he swiftly turned to the final examination on the history of martial arts development. After merely glancing at it, he was left astounded. She felt as though her breath had nearly ceased. Rubbing her eyes vigorously, she thought, how is it possible that every question is answered correctly? Even the most challenging martial arts aptitude assessment, which I can hardly remember fully, he has managed to answer flawlessly. She seemed to be in a trance. Turning directly to the final page, she encountered the most difficult section of every cultural examination, an analysis of the understanding of 9 fundamental martial arts. If the preceding questions had standard answers, the discourse on martial arts was entirely a test of the examinee's personal comprehension of the discipline. 1,000 candidates would yield 1,000 interpretations. There was no definitive answer, especially in the case of martial arts, which is often so enigmatic that understanding it fully is far more challenging than articulating it. To express and inscribe thoughts about it is exceedingly difficult. The authenticity of one's knowledge could be discerned solely through this. However, as her gaze swiftly traversed Fang Qingchen's discourse on the Vajra seal, she felt as if struck by lightning, her hand trembling while clutching the examination paper. There, on the page, were merely a few lines totaling just over 100 words. Logically, this scant amount of text fell woefully short of the basic requirement of 800 words. Yet, these mere 100 words struck her mind like a multitude of heavy blows. Chapter 38, A Lofty Perspective. Taming the restless mind and the wayward intent, conquering the heart, is nothingness at that moment. The Venerable One inquired of the Buddha, "What constitutes true practice?" The Buddha replied, "The heart is like a restless monkey, scratching and fidgeting. The mind resembles a galloping horse, leaping and bounding. To tame the heart's monkey, to tether the mind's horse, and to conquer one's intent is to attain emptiness." The Venerable One asked again, "How does one achieve this conquest?" The Buddha remained silent, pointing one hand to the heavens, forming the diamond seal, while the other hand rested upon the earth. The Venerable One praised, "Marvelous! The diamond seal illuminates the void, serene and unmoving like the earth, as tranquil as the void, unmoving like the earth. So it is, I comprehend. I have finally comprehended. Old Huang appeared entranced, repeatedly murmuring these words. In that moment, she felt as though she stood upon the shoulders of giants, viewing the world from a lofty vantage. Originally, she had only cultivated to the pinnacle of mastery in her practice, the diamond seal. Yet now, an epiphany dawned upon her. It seemed she could effortlessly step into the realm of profound mastery. Even her once stagnant physical prowess stirred with renewed vigor. After a lengthy pause, she seemed to lose her strength, collapsing into her chair. Cradling Fang Qingchen's answer sheet with reverence, she placed it delicately upon the podium. The skeptical gaze in her eyes had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming gravity. She could hardly fathom that with Fang Qingchen's barely passing grade in martial arts, he had achieved such a terrifying understanding of the diamond seal. It was evident that this reflected a level of mastery, perhaps even perfection. In just a few succinct phrases, he encapsulated the very essence of practice. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would never have believed such words could flow from the pen of a notoriously lackluster student in martial arts. Though the diamond seal is one of the 9 foundational martial arts, it stands as the sole discipline not renowned for its offensive capabilities. Rather, through specific hand seals and synchronized breathing, it fortifies and enhances the spirit of novice practitioners, laying an essential groundwork for future cultivation in C-level mental martial arts. The difficulty of mastering this art is exceedingly high. Even many E-level and D-level warriors have failed to reach the level of mastery in this discipline. Could be that Fang Qingchen had perfected the diamond seal, or even achieved a state of completeness. A myriad of disbelief swirled within Huang Chunli's heart. She felt as though her mind was unraveling, with even thoughts of examination content leakage crossing her mind. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet, moving to the window to gaze out at the playground. However, the grounds lay desolate, with only a few janitors sweeping the floors. There was no sign of Fang Qingchen. Suppressing the tumult of thoughts within her, she organized Fang Qingchen's answer sheet and placed it in a sealed bag, regardless of how he had arrived at these answers. During the practical assessment of the martial arts examination, there was no room for deceit. Regardless of how eloquently he articulated his thoughts, they remained mere castles in the air. One need only take action to reveal the truth. Observing old Huang's restless demeanor, Lin Wanxing, seated in the front row, felt a twinge of curiosity. She was eager to discover what was inscribed on Fang Qingchen's answer sheet that could so thoroughly unnerve their ordinarily composed homeroom teacher. 3 hours for answering questions passed in the blink of an eye. With the conclusion of the examination, candidates were instructed to cease writing as the invigilator began to collect the papers. As the time to submit arrived, most students reluctantly set down their pens. The upcoming semester would soon feature the martial arts examination, and the current assessments were largely modeled after that format. The intensity of the answering was palpable. Many students, who typically excelled in cultural subjects, found themselves unable to complete the questions and were compelled to submit their papers prematurely. Alas, the time allotted for the exam was simply too brief. Several significant questions remained untouched. Indeed, the theoretical discourse on the martial arts technique, the Vajra seal, proved particularly challenging. Mastering the Vajra seal has always been difficult, and it was likely that no one would achieve a perfect score this time. I envy Fang Qingchen, who carelessly scribbled a few lines before submitting his paper without a second thought, sparing himself the mental strain. However, when he returns home with his paper, that envy will surely dissipate. Hastening towards the cafeteria for a meal, I must ensure I eat well to prepare for the afternoon's martial arts examination. My classmates, wearing forlorn expressions, trudged together towards the dining hall. Lin Wanxing felt she had performed satisfactorily, her spirits lifting considerably. Dragged along by Gu Tingting, she exited the classroom. Upon reaching the doorway, she glanced back and noticed Lu Qingxian still seated, seemingly lost in thought. Wanxing, why are you looking at her? Gu Tingting remarked. After eating the breakfast Fang Qingchen brought, you won't feel hungry all day. TSK. Actively washing clothes and exchanging breakfasts, we can't compete with that. Such actions are beyond our capabilities, right, Wanxing? Gu Tingting's tone dripped with sarcasm. Deep down, she had yet to alter her attitude towards Lu Qingxian. despite the latter's awakening of an S-rank talent. After all, Lu Qingqian's temperament was exceedingly gentle, and she remained oblivious to the opinions of others. Having expressed her thoughts, Gu Tingting playfully nudged Lin Wanqing, seeking affirmation from her close friend. In her eyes, she believed she was standing up for Wanqing. However, Lin Wanqing merely furrowed her brow. Choosing silence, Gu Tingting, feeling somewhat thwarted, stuck out her tongue and was about to pull Lin Wanqing away when, suddenly, Lu Qingqian's cold voice resonated from behind them. Tingting, could you repeat what you just said? As her icy words fell, a palpable chill enveloped the classroom, causing the remaining students to feel as if the temperature had plummeted. Clad in their school uniforms, goosebumps prickled on their arms. What caused this sudden coldness? Lin Wanqing also felt a discomfort, a tingling sensation akin to being watched. Yet, it was Gu Tingting who felt it most acutely. At that moment, she sensed Lu Qingqian's frigid gaze upon her, akin to a blade poised above her neck, ready to strike the instant she uttered a word. Fear gripped her, and involuntary goosebumps erupted on her fair neck. In that instant, at last, she comprehended the terrifying nature of an S-rank martial arts talent. Even a mere glance from her was an insurmountable chasm that she could not contend with, though she was acutely aware that this was a school environment and that Lu Qingqian would never unleash her S-rank weapon master abilities to attack her. The instinctive dread that coursed through her body and mind left her trembling. She ultimately succumbed. I didn't say anything. You must have misheard. Gu Tingting forced herself to utter, wishing desperately to vanish into the ground. The provocation had ended in utter failure. She realized that she would never be able to hold her head high in front of Lu Qingqian again. With her face flushed with embarrassment, she dragged Lin Wanqing away in haste, having made a fool of herself before their classmates. In the cafeteria, Lin Wanqing inquired, Tingting, was Lu Qingqian truly that fearsome just now? She gazed at Gu Tingting, who sat across from her, somewhat skeptical. Yet Gu Tingting appeared as though she had encountered a ghost, her neck retracting, her eyes betraying her terror. I swear, Wanqing, I am not deceiving you. In that fleeting moment, I genuinely believed she would slay me. It was utterly horrific. Currently, Lu Qingqian is undoubtedly the strongest in our class, and she should secure the top position in this afternoon's martial arts examination. Honestly, Wanqing, I believe you're no match for her, but you should have no trouble claiming second place. After all, as a devoted admirer of Fang, merely passing would be regarded as a success. Tupti Trentano, Li Jiangnan's bankrupti. Has the young master discovered me? Outside the school, Fang Qingchen, having indulged in a plethora of cold treats, returned with a contented pat on his round belly. The renowned cold drink shop at the entrance of the 7th High School was indeed the most authentic. After a morning spent savoring various delicacies, he had only spent about 1,000 yuan. In his previous life, as he reached middle age, he often reminisced about the days spent enjoying cold treats at the 7th High School's entrance while simultaneously slaying exotic beasts. This time, he felt he had made up for it all in one go. It would be a while before such thoughts resurfaced. Glancing at the time, it was nearly 1 in the afternoon. Deciding against returning to the classroom, he made his way directly to the martial arts training room. At this hour, the playground was filled with students taking leisurely strolls after their meals. Fang Qingchen's appearance instantly attracted numerous gazes. As a well-known figure at Linjiang 7th High School, many students were already familiar with him, following the viral video of his talent awakening. Even those who had not previously known him recognized this senior with a peculiar affinity for the rules. Upon seeing him in the flesh, they directed their attention towards him. Many girls were visibly enamored. Wow, is this Fang Senior? He is even more handsome in person than in the videos. How can someone so attractive still be a sycophant? I can't even. One exclaimed. If only I could switch places with Lin Wanqing. I'd only refuse him 9 times before accepting. Another scoffed. He is just an average guy with a mediocre talent. He doesn't deserve this goddess's E-level talent. Realizing their own limitations and the futility of their chances, the girls transformed their jealousy into hostility, launching verbal attacks with considerable fervor. Fang Qingchen, however, remained indifferent. After all, one cannot retaliate against a dog that bites itself. I am too benevolent, he thought with a smirk. In his previous life, After becoming a martial saint, he had acted ruthlessly, particularly during the massive assaults by exotic beasts on the Great Xia Kingdom. Many masters, martial saints, and martial gods fought valiantly, staining the land with blood. Some audacious individuals on certain apps openly insulted these valiant martial artists who fought for their country, even spreading false information about the impending fall of the Great Xia Kingdom and urging others to flee abroad. This incited national outrage. Led by Fang Qingchen, they tracked down tens of thousands of these individuals overnight. Subsequently, a live broadcast was initiated, stripping them of their Great Xia citizenship and expelling them from the nation. That night, what awaited them was not a foreign vessel, but the fangs and claws of exotic beasts. Outside the borders of the Great Xia Kingdom, the exultant roars of the beasts mingled with the anguished cries, echoing throughout the sky. From that day forth, the harsh lessons of iron and blood made it abundantly clear to all. The times had changed. The atmosphere throughout the Great Xia Kingdom became one of clarity and resolve. Just as Fang Qingchen was nearing the martial arts training room, a tall figure suddenly rushed towards him with great speed. Standing before Fang Qingchen was none other than Li Jiangnan. Was that not Li Jiangnan? It seemed he bore a grudge against Fang Qingchen. Moreover, his family had fallen into dire straits recently. It was said they had been reported for tax evasion and were now bankrupt, even facing imprisonment. Witnessing the unfolding drama, many students discreetly gathered around, eagerly anticipating another confrontation between the two. Faced with the seriously solemn expression of Li Jiangnan, Fang Qingchen was momentarily taken aback. Who would have thought he would dare to provoke him again? What gave him such audacity? Patience, once tested, could wear thin. Even Fang Qingchen, known for his kindness, felt a hint of annoyance. So, he wished to spar again, did he? Very well. Just as he was about to speak, Li Jiangnan's next action left the surrounding students utterly dumbfounded. Suddenly, tears streamed down his previously stern face. The tall young man, standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, broke down in tears. Subsequently, he performed an exaggerated bow of over 90 degrees, exclaiming, "Ooh, Brother Chun, I was wrong, truly wrong. I swear I will never dare to pursue Lin Wanqing again. Please, spare me, spare the Li family. My father has merely committed tax evasion, yet they are intent on destroying him." His sobs were so intense that it seemed he might kneel before Fang Qingchen at any moment. Fang Qingchen furrowed his brow. Throughout it all, he had never regarded someone as insignificant as Li Jiangnan. Much like a dragon would not concern itself with an ant crawling across its claw. As a former 10-star martial saint who had fought valiantly for the Great Xia Kingdom until death, he had no reason to be bothered by such trivial disputes among students. He was aware that during his school years, he had always been protected by elite bodyguards trained by his father, quietly ensuring his safety, though he had been oblivious to this at the time. However, given their status, it was impossible for them to engage with mere ordinary individuals. Was it that Captain Jean? Ah, that would suffice. There was no need to push the matter to an extreme. Fang Qingchen quickly deduced the situation and sighed. Looking at Li Jiangnan before him, memories from his past life flashed through his mind. This individual had a penchant for jealousy, yet could discern right from wrong when it truly mattered. With a C-level martial talent, he had also cultivated to become a C-level martial artist in his previous life. During an invasion of Linjiang City by an S-level beast tide, he had bravely fought alongside a 5-star martial saint to defend the city, ultimately perishing in the battle, his body left in tatters. There was some valor in him. After all, you're a grown man. Why are you crying? Stand up. I am unaware of your family's affairs, but the innocent will remain clear of blame. Your father's crimes shall not be absolved, and he will not be wronged for deeds he did not commit. For the sake of him, let us part ways amicably." With that, Fang Qingchen turned to glance towards the bell tower, nodding slightly before entering the training room. Above, atop the grand educational building, the immense bell tower loomed. A young man clad in a silver-white combat suit, nearly merging with the silvery rooftop, suddenly froze in astonishment. He blinked in disbelief. Did he notice me? Chapter 40. The Dilemma of Choice. Where to sit? Lin Feng touched his nose, somewhat incredulous. Though youthful, his martial prowess was considerable, having already attained the status of a C-grade innate warrior. He possessed mastery over a unique martial art of stealth utilized by the military. With the right intent to conceal himself, even a B-grade warrior would struggle to detect him from such a distance. Yet, recalling the piercing gaze of Fang Qingchen moments ago, it was as if their eyes clashed across hundreds of meters. It was unequivocal that he had been discovered. How peculiar. How could the young master know of his presence here? The martial god was well aware of the young master's preference for discretion and had no reason to inform him. Lin Feng was utterly perplexed. As a member of Fang Zhenhai's personal guard, he, like his comrades, had once been an orphan whose family perished during the invasion of alien beasts, while Fang Zhenhai traversed the lands of the Great Xia Kingdom, suppressing such calamities. In the eyes of these guards, Fang Zhenhai was not merely a savior, but a figure akin to a master or father. Fang Qingchen, being Fang Zhenhai's son, was regarded by the guards as if he were their own younger brother. Upon learning that Fang Qingchen was attending school at Qizhong, the captain of the personal guard issued direct orders to ensure his safety, assigning guards to rotate as covert protectors. This month, it was Lin Feng's turn on duty. On that fateful day, the mysterious repair funds obtained by Li Jiangnan were, in fact, Lin Feng's precautionary measures against potential threats. Such a sum was trivial for a C-grade warrior. Spending it for Fang Qingchen's sake would surely evoke envy among his fellow guards. He had presumed the matter would conclude there, but unexpectedly, Li Jiangnan had audaciously sought connections within the Security Bureau to apprehend Fang Qingchen. In his early 30s, Lin Feng was still in the throes of youthful temper. In a fit of rage, he merely made a visit to the Security Bureau, casually displaying his identification, which nearly terrified the bureau chief, who was of a significantly lower rank. Realizing he had provoked an untouchable force, Lin Feng unleashed his fury upon Li Jiangnan's household, thoroughly investigating their affairs and even unearthing a scandal from Li Jiangnan's father's youth regarding peeping on a neighbor. He was labeled a lecherous criminal. Lin Feng was utterly indifferent to such trivialities. Hardened by years of a ruthless existence, he deemed such vermin unworthy of concern. However, from Fang Qingchen's demeanor, it appeared he harbored no intentions of total annihilation. The young master remained benevolent, much like the martial god, a heart akin to that of a bodhisattva. For the young master's sake, I shall spare you. Puffed. Lin Feng casually spat out his chewing gum, retrieved his phone from his pocket, and dialed a number. Security Bureau? That should suffice. After all, who prompted you to drive a family to the brink of despair? One must treat the populace with warmth akin to a spring breeze. Yes, I understand. Inside the Security Bureau, the director wiped the sweat from his forehead and slammed his hand on the table, summoning Captain Jean. How are you handling this? Li Qinggong merely committed tax evasion. It's a matter for the tax authorities, and he can settle the dues. Why have you apprehended him? You should release him immediately. On the playground, Li Jiangnan watched as Fang Qingchen walked away, crouching on the ground with his face partially hidden in his hands. The broad-mindedness of Fang Qingchen made him feel a burning shame on his face, akin to a monkey chattering before a ferocious tiger. Guilt and regret flickered in his eyes as he recalled the upheaval that had transpired at home in recent days. The once amiable Uncle Jean, who shared a brotherly bond with his father, had transformed into a stern enforcer, leading a charge into their family factory. The company had gone bankrupt due to tax evasion. To him, all of this seemed to stem from Fang Qingchen awakening his rule-based talent. He struck his own face with a fierce slap. Fang Qingchen, thank you for sparing me and my father. I will not compete with Lin Wanqing anymore, but in martial arts, I shall not concede to you. His gaze hardened, devoid of narrow-minded vengeance, embodying instead the pure spirit of rivalry between classmates. When Fang Qingchen arrived punctually at the martial arts training room, his classmates from Class 7 were already present. As he pushed the door open, numerous peculiar glances were directed towards him. The buzz surrounding his remarkable feat of submitting his paper in just half an hour had not yet faded. Upon seeing the protagonist, it was inevitable that whispers resumed. Qingchen, what happened this morning? Why the rush? Even if you had to relieve yourself, you could have at least taken a moment to compose yourself. You should have waited to submit your paper after ensuring a passing score. You wouldn't believe how your classmates are discussing you. It's quite infuriating. Li Jian approached with a grave expression, as if attending a solemn occasion. He patted Fang Qingchen on the shoulder. I noticed old Huang's face change. It seems ominous. Be cautious. With that, he cast a glance filled with concern and wobbled away. If you were to tell him that it was a perfect paper, he probably wouldn't believe it. Fang Qingchen chose not to explain. In a couple of days, when the results were released, the doubts would dissipate, and a great scholar would defend his case. Glancing around the room, he raised an eyebrow, noticing something amiss. How strange that they all kept their distance from Lu Qingchen. Were they isolating her? He instinctively thought of the excessive movements characteristic of American-style bullying, but quickly dismissed it. With Lu Qingchen as current S-rank martial arts talent, who would dare bully her? Instead, there was an undercurrent of fear in the eyes of his classmates. Particularly, Gu Tingting was completely tucked behind Lin Wanxing, resembling a mirror image, afraid to show herself before Lu Qingchen, terrified of being swiftly dealt with. It seemed as if they feared her. Had she engaged in a confrontation with someone? It is indeed perplexing, given Lu Qingchen's character. He would not become enraged, even if mocked behind his back. He remains oblivious to the events that transpired in the classroom at noon. Had he been aware, his astonishment would be palpable, for the Lu Qingchen of his previous life would unequivocally eschew such actions. Before Fang Qingchen could ponder further, the time for the examination had arrived. At that moment, Instructor Zhou, responsible for the martial arts class of Class 7, strode in, clad in a standard combat uniform, exuding a commanding presence. With eagle-like eyes and a nose that resembled a hawk's beak, his face appeared chiseled, marked by a long scar at the corner of his mouth. A retired martial arts instructor from the military, he bore the indelible aura forged through rigorous discipline. His approach was swift and decisive, and he was known for his stern demeanor with students, earning him the moniker Scar Joe. Behind him followed the supervising teacher. Upon reaching the front of the training room, Scar Joe's piercing gaze swept across the space like a blade, instantly enveloping the students in an invisible pressure that silenced them. The previously chaotic training room transformed into an epitome of tranquility as all students promptly settled onto their mats, ready to commence the examination. Fang Qingchen surveyed the room and noted that beside Lu Qingchen and Lin Wanxing, there were 2 vacant mats. Where to sit? What does this signify? A multiple-choice question, perhaps? Chapter 41. I shall not be defeated. Physical fitness test. Little Green Tea has resolved never to provoke her again. She is simply too skilled. He cannot compete with her. Fang Qingchen, with his hands tucked into his pockets, stepped over the cushion beside Lin Wanxing and walked straight to Lu Qingchen, plopping down beside her. Lu Qingchen, her head bowed, murmured, "It's not that I don't want to lend you my answers. It's just, I had breakfast brought by Fang Qingchen this morning. One cannot bite the hand that feeds them." She felt a deep sense of guilt and quietly vowed to herself never to partake in Fang Qingchen's breakfast again. Fang Qingchen waved his hand, interrupting her words with a righteous gaze. "Lu, you took my teasing seriously? We are both diligent students. We cannot indulge in cheating or plagiarism. Moreover, do you honestly believe your cultural course grades will surpass mine this time?" Lu Qingchen raised her eyes, casting a skeptical glance at Fang Qingchen. "The label of a good student hardly applies to you, does it? Besides, when have you not copied my answers in previous exams?" She mused internally, her large, sparkling eyes clearly expressing disbelief. Her soft, plump lips parted a whisper. "Bragging again?" Fang Qingchen, brushing a strand of hair from his forehead, grinned mischievously. His current reputation for trustworthiness was, in the eyes of others, abysmally low. What if your cultural course grades do not surpass mine? The moment academics were mentioned, Lu Qingchen transformed from a withdrawn girl into a radiant beacon of confidence. She regarded Fang Qingchen earnestly, unable to discern any signs of a top scholar in him, and shook her head. "If you win, then I will treat you to a meal." This was the best wager Lu Qingchen could conceive. Treating me to a meal another day? After this meal, you would owe me again. I fear your meager incentive may not hold up, Fang Qingchen retorted. "If I win, you shall join me as a team for the off-campus practical training after the martial arts competition. I will be the captain. You'll follow my lead." Fang Qingchen flashed a charming smile, revealing his true intentions. Lu Qingchen, easily entangled in his scheme, straightened her hunched shoulders. "Very well, I accept. But what if you lose? she countered. Fang Qingchen's gaze deepened as he stared out at the azure sky beyond the window. Me? Huh. I shall not be defeated. Ignoring Lu Qingqian's skeptical expression, memories of his past life flooded his mind. Luring Lu Qingqian into the car, seizing the opportunity lost during the previous practical training. This time, he would not let it slip away. He tightened his fists slightly. As the students settled down obediently, the scarred instructor nodded, his voice resonating once more. Excellent. Now, let the examination commence. The martial arts examination consists of 3 components: physical fitness test, martial arts skills assessment, and practical combat test. The cumulative scores from these 3 elements will determine your eligibility for the elite martial arts class. Now, let us commence the first examination, the physical fitness assessment. Those whose names are called, step forward to undertake the test. Zhao Qi. As his stern voice echoed, a girl, upon hearing her name, playfully stuck out her tongue, stood up, and walked towards the equipment area. The physical fitness test is a multidimensional comprehensive evaluation. It includes a dynamometer for measuring strength, a speedometer for assessing running velocity, and a neuroreflex training machine for gauging reaction time. All 3 machines are present in Fang Qingchen's training room at home, which is significantly more advanced than those at the school. Bang, bang, bang. Zhao Qi relentlessly struck the dynamometer with his fists, delivering a total of 50 powerful punches before finally ceasing. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he eagerly glanced at the data. The numbers on the dynamometer whirled rapidly before finally settling at 700 kilograms and 500 kilograms. Zhao Qi's peak punching power was recorded at 700 kilograms, with sustained power at 500 kilograms. The closer these 2 figures are, the more it indicates the candidate's explosive power and endurance are exceptionally formidable. Wow! Zhao Qi's previous peak punching power was merely 600 kilograms, and now it has surged so significantly. It is conservatively estimated that her fitness level has also risen to 1. Many classmates looked on with envy. It was only logical given that Zhao Qi had recently awakened a D-grade martial talent. The subsequent speed test was straightforward, requiring participants to sprint at full capacity in a corridor-like arena. The neuroreflex test, however, demanded a higher intensity. Candidates were required to stand within a spherical chamber, for meters in diameter, riddled with holes. Once the test commenced, these holes would randomly launch marbles at the candidates for a duration of 30 seconds. Upon conclusion, the number of marbles successfully evaded would be assessed to determine the speed of their neuroreflexes. When all 3 tests were completed, Scarface Zhou pressed a few buttons on the physical fitness assessment device. Zhao Qi's comprehensive punching power was recorded at 600 kilograms, with a speed of 12.5 meters per second and a neuroreflex speed of 120 milliseconds. Her fitness score was 1.13. At this point, a glimmer of satisfaction crossed his face. This fitness score is already commendable. Should the subsequent martial arts and practical tests yield above-average results, she would undoubtedly secure a place in the elite martial arts class. Hooray! Zhao Qi excitedly pumped her fist. Returning to her seat, she ignited a spark of motivation among her classmates, who began to step forward one by one to take their tests. It was at this moment that the disparities between individuals became apparent. Those who once had decent physical capabilities but lacked any awakened talent found their fitness levels stagnating, resulting in a palpable sense of dejection. Conversely, students who had previously exhibited only average physical abilities experienced a remarkable enhancement following their awakening of martial talent. Among these individuals, some who had previously recorded scores below 1 now surpassed that threshold after today's assessment. Each individual was radiating confidence, their faces emblazoned with the defiance of youth against adversity. Zhang Dafei and Ma Yingqi, both endowed with sea-level talent, were particularly noteworthy. Their physical capabilities had nearly reached an astounding 1.2, a standard comparable to that of Lu Qingxian and Lin Wanqing, who had ranked second in the previous physical assessment. This remarkable feat elicited gasps of astonishment from their peers. The duo basked in the envious glances of their classmates, buoyed by an overwhelming sense of vanity and newfound confidence, standing tall with rectitude and pride, reminiscent of peacocks displaying their vivid plumage. Their gazes towards Fang Qingchen were laced with provocation, prompting him to shake his head in disbelief. Were they truly competing in such a manner? Shortly thereafter, Lin Wanxing emerged from the spherical testing chamber, her demeanor as frosty as ever. Upon reviewing the results displayed on the physical assessment apparatus, even Scar Joe was taken aback, his tone lifting with surprise. Lin Wanxing's comprehensive punching power registered at 980 kilograms. Her overall speed measured at 16 meters per second, and her neural reaction time clocked in at an impressive 99 milliseconds. Her physical score soared to an impressive 1.3. Instantly, the training room erupted with exclamations of astonishment. Chapter 42. Have Eyes Turned Digital? The Joy of Supporting Female Students. A chorus of astonishment erupted. Goodness! Is this the prowess of an A-grade martial arts talent? An increase of 0.1 in physical abilities. How formidable! The school belle, Lin Wanxing, was indeed impressive. With a physical ability score of 1.3, she could easily rank among the top 10 in the martial arts elite class. A wave of envy washed over many. Why am I not endowed with an A-grade talent? Most students were acutely aware that the gap between them and Lin Wanxing, who possessed the A-grade doppelganger talent, would only widen in martial arts. The course on the history of martial arts development contained profound records of this talent. Those endowed with the doppelganger ability could, using their own vitality, create a flesh-and-blood doppelganger that lasted for 2 hours each day. This doppelganger could unleash 80 of the original strength and could even cultivate. When the time expired, the doppelganger would dissolve back into vitality, and all enhancements gained during that time would revert to the original body. It could be said that this ability not only assisted in combat, but also significantly enhanced training efficiency, making it extraordinarily powerful. For students of the martial arts high school, who had not seen much of the world, this talent was nothing short of miraculous. Though Lin Wanxing had heard compliments to the point of callousness, being the center of her classmates' envious gazes felt quite delightful. With a refined and aloof visage graced by a hint of a smile, she strode confidently towards her mat, her long, graceful legs moving with the pride of a queen. Her triumphant eyes provocatively glanced at Lu Qingchen. Lu Qingchen, I've told you, my doppelganger talent is no less than yours. Lu Qingchen, sharp of mind, immediately sensed the piercing gaze. Gone was her usual timidity and self-doubt. She merely raised her head slightly, her eyes coldly meeting Lin Wanxing's. The standoff between the introverted girl and the scheming one was like swords clashing in the air. Even Fang Qingchen, seated beside her, seemed to hear the resonating clash of blades in the atmosphere. Such rivalry among young women was peculiar. In her previous life, after Lu Qingchen awakened her S-grade talent, Lin Wanxing seemed to have ceased her targeting. Why, in this new life, had they resumed their contention? Fang Qingchen pinched the bridge of his nose, unwilling to meddle in the girl's conflict. He was well aware of Lu Qingchen's martial potential. She would not be easily bullied. In his past life, even when Lin Wanxing, with his assistance, upgraded her A-grade doppelganger talent to an S-grade twin talent, she could only barely match Lu Qingchen. This was primarily due to Lu Qingchen's earlier nutritional deficiencies and excessive consumption of her potential, which had led to a depletion of cellular energy and prevented her from fully realizing the true potential of her S-grade master talent. It was only after entering university that Lu Qingchen managed to eliminate all hidden dangers within her body. From that point onward, she began to accelerate, gradually leaving Lin Wanxing behind. Memories from her previous life flowed through his mind like a gentle stream, and he found himself lost in thought. Gazing ahead, his mind wandered slightly, oblivious to the fact that his line of sight happened to be directed at Lin Wanxing's long, elegant legs. In the eyes of his classmates, it would not be an exaggeration to refer to Fang Qingchen as a gallant hero at this moment. Impressive. He was indeed famished. His eyes remained fixed, unblinking, almost glazed. Lin Wanxing had outshone him far too often. This time, the stamp of a sycophant upon Fang Qingchen seemed to penetrate deep into his very being. Oh, how he yearned for a similar mark. Observing that Fang Qingchen had only maintained his composure for a few days before reverting to his true nature, his classmates scoffed, their faces etched with disdain. Yet, Zhang Dafei and Ma Yingqi felt an undeniable discontent. Fang Qingchen's return to his old ways was not favorable news for them. Unlike the affluent young Master Fang, they lacked his financial means. Lin Wanxing sensed the peculiar atmosphere, feeling somewhat uneasy under Fang Qingchen's gaze. However, a strange sense of satisfaction blossomed within her. Fang Qingchen, I merely showcased a hint of my prowess, and you can hardly contain yourself. Given your awakening of the rules system talent, I shall pardon you this time. Lu Qingchen, do you genuinely believe you possess great allure? She raised her head high, embodying the stance of a victor, looking down upon Lu Qingchen and Fang Qingchen. Lu Qingchen, I await your performance shortly. After a brief display, she found it somewhat tedious and gracefully returned to her mat. Hee, Wanxing, you are truly remarkable. Fang Qingchen's eyes widened in admiration. Surely, this time she would have him thoroughly subjugated. Let him not bring us breakfast, Gu Tingting chimed in, bubbling with pride. She had also completed her fitness test, achieving a commendable score of 119, placing her among the elite of Lingjiang No. 7 Middle School. Her spirits soared. Upon seeing Lin Wanxing depart, Lu Qingchen pouted and formed silent words with her lips, mimicking Lin Wanxing's manner of speaking. However, her fair, moonlight-like face could not capture the essence of that haughty demeanor, rendering her incredibly endearing instead. She glanced sideways at Fang Qingchen, giving a light huff through her nose. Mother was right. Boys are indeed all the same. Their eyes turn digital upon seeing beautiful girls. Sensing the unfriendly gaze nearby, Fang Qingchen felt a twinge of alertness and blinked, perplexed. What was happening? Why did Lu Qingchen appear so resentful? Just this morning, she had eaten my food, and now her attitude had soured? He was at a loss. At that moment, Scar Zhou began calling names again. Candidate Lu Qingchen stepped forward for testing. Next, candidate Fang Qingchen, prepare for your test. After speaking, he swept his keen gaze across the room, and upon spotting Lu Qingchen, his smile broadened. Teachers favored diligent students, and Lu Qingchen had always excelled in martial arts. Her dedication was commendable, and now, as an S-level talent holder, her future appeared exceedingly bright. As her martial arts instructor, Scar Zhou felt a sense of pride. Should Lu Qingchen ascend to the status of a martial saint, or even a martial god in the future, his own standing would undoubtedly rise in tandem with hers. Lu Qingchen rose from her seat and approached the strength tester. After adjusting her breathing, her previously serene gaze transformed into one of seriousness. Every muscle in her body tensed in preparation for her strike. Observing her earnest demeanor, Fang Qingchen chuckled softly and stretched lazily, anticipating an exciting spectacle. He recalled, albeit vaguely, that in his previous life, without his assistance, Lu Qingchen had achieved a physical performance score of merely 129 in her martial arts examination, slightly lower than Lin Wanxing's. Now, however, having consumed the breakfast and milk tea he had provided, the energy contained within was akin to a potent restorative elixir, especially since Lu Qingchen, a voracious eater, had indulged herself immensely. She must have replenished her physical potential. Thus, her performance score would likely surpass that of her previous test. The quiet joy derived from such nurturing filled Fang Qingchen with immense satisfaction. It was no wonder that in the novels he had read in his past life, the affluent often took pleasure in supporting female students. What a delightful indulgence. Chapter 43, The Angry Birds. Does simple talent not enhance physical abilities? The Azure Dragon sets sail. One punch. Gumos. With a commanding shout, Lu Qingchen let out a sudden breath. The young girl's voice resonated, reverberating through the air, causing even the surrounding glass windows to tremble slightly, as if she had expelled all the air from her lungs. Her strength was formidable. Scar Zhou's eyes brightened. Her robust physique indicated a significant enhancement in her physical capabilities. Had Lu Qingchen consumed some potent tonic recently? As her instructor, Scar Zhou had long noted that while Lu Qingchen possessed commendable physical attributes, there was always a hint of superficiality. When she practiced martial arts, a slight lag hindered her fluidity. In simple terms, although she had physical prowess, her stamina seemed insufficient, akin to a strong man who had not eaten enough, unable to fully exert his strength. Of course, another student, Fang Qingchen, also failed to showcase his potential. However, in Scarjo's eyes, Fang Qingchen simply lacked effort. He had consumed too many supplements while neglecting his martial training, resembling a glutton whose body was overindulged. Without further contemplation, Lu Qingchen unleashed her petite fists upon the force tester with tremendous force. Bang! Her punch reverberated through the air, causing the tester's dial to spin rapidly. The first punch typically represents 1's peak strength. 1-2T. When the number stabilized, every student in the training room stared in astonishment, their breaths quickening. She was the second person in Class 7 to surpass a ton in punching power, exceeding Lin Wanxing by a full 100 kilograms. Such terrifying strength emanated from the delicate fists of a seemingly frail and introverted girl, creating an overwhelming contrast. The confident expression on Lin Wanxing's face vanished, replaced by a grave demeanor. How could this be? With the aid of my physical doppelgangers in training, my strength should not be inferior to hers. Did Fang Qingchen tamper with the breakfast he provided? She bit her red lip, deeply unsettled. After delivering her punch, Lu Qingchen felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. After all these years, she finally grasped the thrill of fully unleashing her physical potential. In the act of striking, she no longer experienced that lingering sensation of unfulfilled might. Her heart and strength aligned, bringing her immense satisfaction. Even if she were oblivious, she could sense the transformation within her body, undoubtedly a result of the two delectable breakfasts Fang Qingchen had provided. The efficacy of such meals must have far surpassed her expectations regarding their true value. With her eyes cast down and a hint of astonishment gracing her cool features, a radiant smile blossomed. "Thank you, deskmate. Your kindness with the two breakfasts shall be repaid in due course." Taking a deep breath, she suddenly lifted her head, her eyes shining with an unprecedented determination. Her petite fists continued to strike relentlessly against the force tester, producing a rhythmic sound akin to a drum. In a mere 20 seconds, she executed a total of 50 punches. Comprehensive punching power, 1 ton. Such a formidable statistic is indeed alarming. In the second speed test, Lu Qingchen also demonstrated exceptional prowess, achieving a velocity of 18 meters per second. In the final assessment of neural reflex speed, she exhibited remarkable agility. Within the confines of circular chamber, faced with high-speed testing marbles shooting from all directions, her seemingly frail body executed a series of complex wall maneuvers with remarkable finesse. In the span of 30 seconds, out of 100 marbles, only 7 struck her form, resulting in an impressive pass rate of 93 and a neural reflex speed of 88 milliseconds. As the testing concluded and she emerged from the chamber, despite her habitual inclination to lower her head, her loose-fitting school uniform revealed no notable movement. Yet, all present felt an undeniable aura of confidence radiating from her, compelling them to instinctively bow their heads in deference. Scar-faced Zhou gazed at the figures displayed on the fitness test apparatus, his face illuminated with excitement. His voice trembled with exhilaration. Lu Qingchen, physical fitness score, 132. As he finished speaking, a resounding applause erupted in the training room. Faced with her undeniable strength and talent, her classmates could not muster any jealousy. In fact, many felt deep down that her awakening of S-class talent was well-deserved. The seemingly introverted girl before them, hailing from a modest background, had never relinquished her dream of martial arts. Juggling multiple jobs to support her family, subsisting on steamed buns, she persevered in her training. Truly, hard work pays off. The applause was heartfelt. A classmate with such remarkable talent would remain a topic of pride, even after class divisions. Although Gu Tingting was somewhat reluctant, she joined in the clapping, nudging Lin Wanxing with her elbow. "Wanxing, Lu Qingchen is just a tad better than you in everything, isn't it ironic?" She still harbored resentment from the morning's events, subtly stoking the flames for her close friend. Lin Wanxing furrowed her brow, remaining silent. As Lu Qingchen passed by her, their eyes met once more. Lin Wanxing's gaze lifted while Lu Qingchen's remained downcast. "I shall not concede so easily, especially not to you." Lin Wanqing clenched her fist. Lu Qingchen, wordlessly, approached Fang Qingchen's mat, gazing intently at the handsome youth before her. Her heart swirled with emotions, her eyes misty. Taking a deep breath, she abruptly bowed to him. Fang Qingchen, thank you. Just as her head dipped halfway, Fang Qingchen swiftly stood, exclaiming, "Don't block my way. It's my turn to take the test." Caught off guard, her intended bow transformed into a clumsy headbutt, colliding squarely with Fang Qingchen's chest. Bang! Ouch! Are you an angry little bird? I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. Lu Qingchen clutched her head, her nose stinging, tears welling in her eyes. Appearing utterly pitiful, the emotions that had been brewing moments ago were abruptly shattered. Fang Qingchen, clutching his chest, smirked and boldly circled around her. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he approached the measuring device with an air of arrogance. Despite having awakened his talent in the realm of rules, the notoriously ill-reputed student, Scarjo, remained impassive. Particularly irksome was his nonchalant posture, which only served to exacerbate the tension. "Go ahead and strike," Scarjo said, his tone unfriendly. Beside him, two proctors observed Fang Qingchen with considerable interest, eager to discern the unique aspects of his talent. The attention of the other students also converged upon Fang Qingchen. According to the textbooks, the basic, rule-based talent merely alters the regulations governing a martial artist's learning and utilization of martial arts equipment. It is one of the few talents that, once awakened, does not significantly enhance physical capabilities. Without diligent practice in martial arts, no amount of nutritional supplements would yield substantial improvements in physical performance. Fang Qingchen gazed at the familiar measuring device before him, a nostalgic smile gracing his lips. He hadn't tested it since becoming a C-level innate martial artist. How he missed it! In the next moment, his hand, which had been resting in his pocket, shot out without warning, like a dragon emerging from the sea, and delivered a powerful punch to the device. Bang! Chapter 44. The most powerful strike? Is the dynamometer malfunctioning? A resonant thud echoed, akin to distant thunder, reverberating in the hearts of the students. The force of the punch propelled the sleeves of their uniforms, producing a sound reminiscent of a whip cracking through the air. Scarjo's ears perked up, and the disdain in his eyes sharpened suddenly. His pupils constricted as he fixated on the dynamometer's display. This sound was unusual. Just the sheer force of this punch surpassed that of Lu Qingchen and Lin Wanqing moments ago. It was utterly inconceivable that a mere 1-3 fitness level could generate such power. Lin Wanqing also felt her ears twitch. Her beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. What immense strength in that punch! Had Fang Qingchen significantly enhanced his physical capabilities? Impossible. Lu Qingchen, with her S-class talent, could surpass me, but how could his basic talent, which merely improves training efficiency, compare to mine? She could hardly believe it, her gaze fixed intently on the dynamometer, awaiting the rapidly changing numbers to stabilize. Meanwhile, Fang Qingchen remained composed. For the past few days, he had diligently practiced the dragon snake breathing technique each morning to expedite the digestion of residual medicinal effects within his body. He was eager to see how much he had improved after these days of rigorous training. As the counter ceased its frantic movement, a striking red figure materialized on the display. 1-5T. Gasp! The entire martial arts training room was thrown into shock by this revelation. Everyone collectively inhaled sharply. Gu Tingting's mouth hung open, as if she could fit an egg inside. Goodness, during the last test, his peak punching power was merely 1 tons, and now it has surged to 1-5 tons? Even with drugs, this is unprecedented. Her throat felt parched, and she instinctively swallowed. The reactions of the other students mirrored Gu Tingting's. The adage "one force breaks myriad techniques" rang true. With Fang Qingchen's current peak punching power, if one were to engage him in combat and inadvertently get struck, they would surely be rendered incapable of fighting back. Fang Qingchen did not turn around. He could already surmise his classmates' reactions, a playful smirk blossoming on his face. "Children, are you shocked already? It's still early." He flashed a radiant smile, his pearly white teeth glistening in the sunlight. In the next moment, he unleashed a flurry of punches, His fists flew in a blur, arms almost conjuring illusions. The blows landed incessantly on the dynamometer. Bang, bang, bang. A cacophony erupted, reminiscent of rain beating against banana leaves, resonating continuously throughout the training room. All the students watching this spectacle found their expressions synchronizing with Gu Tingting's mouths agape in disbelief. Their astonishment morphed into sheer terror. Lin Wanqing, too, sprang to her feet, her delicate lips trembling as she stared ahead. For on the dynamometer's display, a scene unfolded that they had never dared to imagine. The force data that was originally supposed to fluctuate with each punch he threw had, at this moment, seemingly frozen at a static one. 5 tons. As if the machine had malfunctioned. In less than 10 seconds, he had completed 50 punches. Fang Qingchen casually retracted his hands, nonchalantly slipping them back into his pockets. The task was accomplished. He cast a casual glance at the instructor, Scarjo, who appeared utterly dazed, and raised an eyebrow. "What are you still dawdling for? Announce the results." Scarjo's prominent Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard, his throat parched. Fang Qingchen, peak punch force. 1. 5 tons sustained punch force. 1. 5 tons. He struggled to articulate the data. A palpable hush fell over the room, interrupted only by the sound of students swallowing hard. What the heck? Is he some kind of poet? 6 punches per second, each one packed with power? This is absurd. Every punch is at maximum force. Are you wearing 9 sets of gear? I refuse to believe this. How can this sycophant's physical prowess always be so astounding? Good grief. His family must be wealthier than I imagined. Whispers and incredulous exchanges rippled through the students, who were left in stunned disbelief. The 2 other proctors were equally bewildered. What was happening? They had overseen countless students at this institution, yet had never encountered one capable of achieving identical peak and sustained punch forces during the strength assessment. For any individual, exerting force during a punch inevitably consumes energy. Breathing, exertion, and even the movements of the waist, back, and legs subtly influence the power behind each strike. Achieving peak strength with every punch would typically require one to reach at least the D-rank martial artist level. Scarjo and the 2 proctors were merely E-rank martial artists. Even if their martial prowess and physical capabilities vastly surpassed Fang Qingchen's, they could not sustain punch force at the same level as their peak force. Could the measuring device be faulty? The 2 proctors, rubbing their eyes, exchanged a glance with Scarjo before swiftly approaching Fang Qingchen, who was about to test his speed. "Candidate, please hold on. We need to examine the measuring device. The data from earlier, well, it seems a bit unusual." As these words were spoken, a wave of commotion surged among the students. Their hearts, previously on the brink of despair, suddenly felt a sense of relief. Lin Wanqing stood there, her heart seemingly easing, uncertain whether to feel grateful or disheartened. Meanwhile, Lu Qingqian tugged nervously at her school uniform, a hint of worry etched across her cool visage. Everyone awaited a result that would satisfy their curiosity. Do we lack confidence in our school's measuring device? Fang Qingchen shrugged playfully, making light of the situation as he stepped aside. The 2 proctors, bent over, began inspecting the measuring device. Logically, these machines used for testing should have undergone rigorous checks prior to the examination, ensuring that no issues would arise. However, Fang Qingchen's performance was astonishingly extraordinary, truly shattering conventional perceptions. A thorough investigation was imperative. After a few minutes of deliberation, the 2 proctors gradually straightened their backs, momentarily at a loss for words. Scarjo grew anxious. "Teacher Qin, Teacher Feng, how did the force gauge fare? Speak up." He was eager to learn the outcome. Teachers Qin and Feng swallowed hard, gazing at Fang Qingchen, who stood leisurely with his hands in his pockets, as if he were a creature of myth. Ultimately, it was Teacher Feng, displaying greater composure, who slowly began to speak, his voice resonating clearly in the ears of all present. "The force gauge is functioning perfectly. There are no discrepancies in Fang Qingchen's results." Silence enveloped the room. The students remained mute, unsure of what to say at that moment. For the vast majority of them, whose peak punching power had scarcely surpassed 1 ton, Fang Qingchen's terrifying strength had created an insurmountable chasm between them. They were no longer in the same realm. Scar Zhou stared at Fang Qingchen for an extended period, then nodded slowly, his voice hoarse as he instructed, "Please proceed to the next test." Yet, Fang Qingchen remained still. Chapter 45. The Test of Obedience. A foundation as sturdy as reinforced concrete. He cast a mocking glance at Scar Zhou and his companions. "TSK, TSK. One moment you announce a test, the next you call for a halt. You are quite adept at manipulating the mood. Shall we now inspect the remaining 2 testing instruments? Lest I complete my measurements only for you to claim the machines are faulty, correct?" His tone was remarkably indifferent. Yet, upon hearing his unmistakably confrontational remarks, Scar Zhou and his companions felt an invisible pressure descend upon them. This sensation was peculiar. The student before them was evidently weak and could not possibly be their match. Yet he seemed to possess an overwhelmingly powerful aura. Even as E-level martial artists, they felt dwarfed in his presence. "No more, no more. Classmate Fang, please proceed with your examination." The 2 supervising teachers hurriedly gestured, sensing the unusual tone in Fang Qingchen's voice. They indicated that the machines were functioning properly and retreated to their original positions, thoroughly disheartened. They were merely teachers from the 7th high school with mediocre talents, destined to remain E-level martial artists without any significant background. However, they understood the importance of gauging the situation. The possessor of the rule talent, Fang Qingchen, regardless of his current weaknesses, would undoubtedly achieve far greater accomplishments in the future than themselves. There was no need to provoke him. Conversely, Scar Zhou's expression darkened. Having come from the military, he was known for his foul temper and stubbornness. He had fought against exotic beasts on the battlefield and had survived perilously. He harbored a deep disdain for the pampered offspring of the wealthy, relishing the opportunity to conduct obedience tests in the classroom. Any student who dared to defy him had faced his harsh reprimands. When his temper flared, even the grade director's interventions proved futile. Naturally, he felt displeased by Fang Qingchen's sardonic remarks, despite the latter's astonishing test results and rule talent. He chose to adopt a defiant stance. Moreover, during previous martial arts classes, Scar Zhou had frequently singled out Fang Qingchen, a seemingly indolent scion of privilege, as an example of what not to be. This was not born out of a desire for reform, but rather a personal vendetta. "Fang Qingchen, mind your tone. Do not presume that a minor achievement grants you the right to act recklessly. That will not fly with me. Proceed with your speed test." He bellowed like a command before turning on his heel, his temples and neck visibly tensed, revealing a fearsome countenance. It was clear that he was incensed. In his beliefs, he would never allow his students to flaunt their prowess over him, especially not one he considered his worst student. He was agitated. Fang Qingchen, finding amusement in the spectacle, pointed at Scar Zhou's retreating figure and turned to his classmates, forming a silent gesture. The classmates, already under Scar Zhou's oppressive rule, were swiftly amused by his antics. A shared smile emerged among them, and deep within, their perceptions of Fang Qingchen began to shift. It was evident to all. Fang Qingchen has indeed transformed from his former self. At the very least, he possesses a courage to confront instructor Zhou directly, a quality that others lack. Even the typically reserved and indifferent Lu Qingshan could not stifle a chuckle, her eyes curving like a crescent moon. Approaching the speedometer, Fang Qingchen did not hesitate. He simply stretched lazily, neglecting the standard starting posture, still embodying the strong demeanor with his hands in his pockets. "Candidates, please assume the correct position," barked the Scar Zhou. However, Fang Qingchen paid him no mind, not even turning his head, instead gazing calmly at the speed track ahead. "I like this posture." "Very well. You wish to oppose me, do you?" Zhou was nearly laughing in frustration, nodding emphatically. "Begin." The other 2 supervising instructors quietly distanced themselves from Zhou. With numerous tests still ahead, Fang Qingchen exhaled a breath of stagnant air, then suddenly tightened his leg muscles, akin to a bowstring drawn taut. If someone were to stand close by, they might even hear the rhythmic thumping of his muscles, reminiscent of a vibrating bowstring. Meanwhile, in the corridor outside the 7th class martial arts training room, Song Wanli, the chief instructor of the elite martial arts class, strolled with his hands clasped behind his back, inspecting each training room. In this era, examination malpractices have been virtually eradicated. He was merely passing the time. He peered through the windows of each classroom, anticipating that soon the outstanding candidates among the examinees would join the elite martial arts class and become his students. As he raised his gaze, he caught sight of the 7th class training room, and a smile crept across his face. What a coincidence! He found himself at the threshold of a class brimming with martial arts prodigies. Since he was already there, he decided to take a look. He adeptly approached the back door and peered inside, witnessing Fang Qingchen channeling power through his legs. In just one glance, his eyes could not tear away. As the chief martial arts instructor, Song Wanli's martial prowess and discerning eye far surpassed that of Zhou. He was a genuine 6-star, D-level martial artist. Although Fang Qingchen's loose school uniform obscured his legs, Song Wanli discerned the underlying strength immediately. His muscles were like a taut bow, ready to spring forth. What a solid foundation in martial arts. At my age, I was nowhere near his level. Wait, is this the Fang Qingchen with the awakened A-level, simple talent of the rule system? Zhou Chunlei claimed his physical abilities were superficial and his foundation unstable. Yet, this fellow seemed to possess a structure as robust as reinforced concrete. How could his foundation be deemed weak? He cursed inwardly. Such a promising candidate. Had he been discovered sooner, he would have been placed in the elite martial arts class long ago. Just then, Fang Qingchen made a sudden move. Whoosh! His hands shot out in conjunction with his legs, and in an instant he propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. The body surged forward, tearing through the air, producing a sound reminiscent of a kettle boiling. His speed was astonishingly swift. Before his classmates could even respond, he had already reached the finish line. He stood there, poised and unruffled, without a hint of breathlessness or flushed cheeks, exuding an air of effortless mastery. Astonishingly, his average speed was measured at 22 meters per second, significantly surpassing Lu Qingqian's. Fang Qingchen was remarkably strong. It was a mystery how he had honed such prowess. It appeared that he had once again claimed the top spot in the class for physical fitness. Without needing to be prompted by scarred Zhou, his classmates began to enthusiastically praise him. Observing Fang Qingchen casually sauntering towards the neural reflex speed testing apparatus with his hands in his pockets, scarred Zhou's expression darkened like a stormy sky, a flicker of malice gleaming in his eyes. Unbeknownst to others, he discreetly slipped his hand into his pocket and pressed a button on the remote control that governed the speed of the marbles in the neural reflex speed testing device. Chapter 46. The Tester in the Pinnacle Match. A perfect fusion. The astonishing head instructor, the neural reflex speed tester, along with the initial velocity of the marbles, has been meticulously calibrated to fixed values, adhering to stringent standards. Even the slightest alteration could yield significant consequences for the final results. The screen displays the initial velocity, making any form of cheating impossible. However, the scarred Zhou harbors intentions to undermine Fang Qingchen through alternative means. While he lacks the authority to adjust the initial velocity, he possesses the means to make fine-tuned adjustments to the marble launch intervals. The students of Class 7 have long adapted to the launch speed of marbles during their neural reflex training. A minor modification could lead to habitual misjudgments, resulting in unsuccessful evasion. After secretly pressing a few buttons, Zhou has subtly altered the launch intervals, hastening them slightly compared to their usual pace. Such minute changes are nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, even for the students undergoing the test. They would merely attribute any failure to their own performance, harboring no suspicion towards the testing apparatus. Once the testing concludes, Zhou will revert the launch intervals with a remote control, leaving no trace of his meddling. Fortunately, the neural reflex speed testers at Class 7 are antiquated models, lacking many refined features, which has afforded him this opportunity. What does it matter if one possesses a talent for rules? I have my own methods to deal with you. Soon, during the subsequent martial arts and practical assessments, you shall await your failure. He chuckled sinisterly, the scar on his face contorting like a centipede, exuding an aura of chilling menace. Based on his experience, he anticipated that aside from Fang Qingchen's physical test scores, his martial arts and practical skills would be utterly dismal. With just a slight increase in intensity, he could ensure that Fang would not pass. While Zhou is aware that even if Fang Qingchen fails all his tests, he would still be eligible for the martial arts elite class. He finds satisfaction in the thought of disrupting Fang's current air of triumph. With the little power he wields, he feels compelled to impose a slight punishment, indulging his twisted psyche. You think you can secure a spot in the martial arts elite class? I shall ensure you fail your exams, denying you the ranking rewards of that class. Fang Qingchen reminisced as he touched the neural reflex speed tester before him. This antique truly evokes nostalgia. The last time he measured his neural reflex speed was likely during his ascension to martial saint, wasn't it? He shook his head with a smile and stepped into the spherical testing chamber. Outside, Song Wanli, who had been spying, snapped back to reality from his astonishment. This young man possesses considerable talent. His composite speed is remarkably swift. At 22 meters per second, he is nearly on par with the top 5 students of the martial arts elite class. His physical fitness score is likely above 135, and he could very well rank within the top 30 of the elite class. His potential is impressive. He nodded discreetly, harboring great expectations for Fang Qingchen. Those who could enter the martial arts elite class were undoubtedly the most exceptional students in the school, prior to awakening their talents. Most of these individuals boasted physical abilities exceeding 1-2. Now, with the considerable time elapsed since the last assessment and the recent awakening of their martial arts gifts, the overall physical prowess of the elite students had ascended significantly. Students with physical abilities of 1-3 and 1-4 were emerging in abundance, while the top 5 students in the grade had collectively surpassed 1-5 truly remarkable feats. After observing the nerve reflex test, Song Wanli decided to linger a little longer, not in haste to depart. Upon noticing Fang Qingchen standing still in the testing chamber, the scarred-faced Zhou adopted his usual icy demeanor. "Candidates, prepare for the examination," he announced, pressing the start button. Instantly, an electronic beeping resonated within the testing room, signaling the commencement of the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the final number was uttered, a swift white blur shot forth from the 11 o'clock direction behind him. The angle was particularly cunning. Only students with exceptionally acute senses could evade being struck. Earlier, during testing, Lin Wanqing and Lu Qingshan had incurred penalties due to such angled projectiles. However, neither the testing apparatus nor Zhou anticipated that they were currently facing a martial artist who had transformed from a fickle admirer to a seasoned warrior. A protector of the great Xian nation who had battled fiercely on the beastly battlefield. He was the sole 10-star martial sage in the world, a pure embodiment of peak prowess. Observing the childish nature of the test, Fang Qingchen chose not to feign interest. With a slight smile, he adjusted his ears to discern the sound's origin. A mere tilt of his head allowed the marble to glide past, barely brushing his hair. To the onlookers, it appeared as if he had merely shifted uncomfortably, fortuitously avoiding the projectile. Before the first marble even touched the ground, another shot forth from the opposite side. Fang Qingchen maintained his relaxed demeanor, hands in pockets, his body utterly still. With just a subtle bend of his arm, the marble sailed through the gap beneath his elbow, not even grazing his uniform. Subsequently, over a dozen more marbles were launched, yet Fang Qingchen remained unmoved, merely adjusting his posture slightly to evade each one with remarkable finesse. In stark contrast to his peers, who leaped and dodged as if desperate to escape the testing chamber, his composure was on an entirely different level. The spectators felt their hearts leap to their throats, anxiously anticipating the next marble that might strike him. Fang Qingchen is incredibly fortunate to evade them all, Gu Tingting murmured from her seat. She had just suffered considerable setbacks from these backstabbing marbles, causing her head to throb with pain. Others also felt that Fang Qingchen was indeed fortunate. Scar Zhou wore a bewildered expression as he tugged at his hair, convinced he was witnessing something supernatural. I had clearly adjusted the shooting intervals. How could he possibly evade? During the last test, he performed far worse. This underachiever could not have made such a sudden leap in progress. It must be a fluke. The next shot will surely hit the next one. He glared intensely, internally urging the speed marbles on. Outside the door, observing Fang Qingchen with his hands in his pockets, yet navigating perilous circumstances, Song Wanli's expression gradually turned grave. His previously casual stance became remarkably upright. To the untrained eye, it was mere excitement. To the seasoned observer, it revealed underlying skill. His insight far surpassed that of Scarjo. No, this footwork and body movement, he has astonishingly fused the E-grade martial art, the Serpent's Grace, with one of the 9 foundational martial arts, the Mysterious Steps, and executed it with such seamless grace. My heavens, how was this possible? His eyes widened in disbelief, his face a portrait of astonishment. Chapter 47. The results of physical fitness are out. Lin Wanqing could no longer remain seated. How can I avoid this? Fang Qingchen possesses an A-level simple talent and employs an E-level martial art, which does not astonish Song Wanli. However, the crux of the matter lies in the distinction between being capable of practicing and actually mastering it. After all, how long has it been since he awakened his talent? Even with the simplest E-level martial art, practicing tirelessly for 25 hours without rest would barely suffice to grasp the basics. Moreover, the Ling Snake Soft technique, which demands an exceptionally high level of physical quality and is notoriously difficult to master, adds to the challenge. Observing Fang Qingchen's remarkably agile waist, it is evident that his proficiency in this martial art is far beyond the norm. It seems that he is a rare talent in physical training, potentially rivaling the top student, Wang Hao. Unfortunately, his martial arts talent might hinder him under similar physical conditions. He may not hold an advantage against Wang Hao's combat-oriented A-level talent. Song Wanli's gaze towards Fang Qingchen has shifted to one of admiration. He believes his assessment is already quite generous. Having previously investigated Fang Qingchen's lackluster performance in martial arts classes, he now reaches a conclusion. Realizing that Fang Qingchen is not lacking in effort, but rather has directed all his attribute points towards physical martial arts. In an era of martial arts, where the variety is vast, he has encountered many students who specialize in a particular field. Excelling in physical training is commendable once he becomes an E-level warrior. Leveraging his martial arts talent to transcend levels, he can learn D-level physical martial arts such as Dragon Roar Ironcloth and Tiger Howl Golden Bell. Typical E-level exotic beasts would be utterly incapable of breaching his defenses. His survival capability on the battlefield would be exceptional. Song Wanli feels a sense of satisfaction. He has witnessed numerous students who, relying solely on their physical prowess without any martial arts, can engage in close combat with exotic beasts, tearing them apart with ease. True battlefield titans. Swish, swish, swish. Inside the testing room, the marbles continue to fly. The 30-second mark is rapidly approaching. Fang Qingchen remains with his hands in his pockets, effortlessly evading each marble. As the examination concludes, his evasion rate stands at an astonishing 100. The candidate's neural reflex speed measures 60 milliseconds. Until the final second of the countdown, the testing room doors automatically swing open and an announcement begins. The students gaze at Fang Qingchen in stunned silence. Even the most oblivious among them can discern the truth. Dodging 1 or 10 may be attributed to luck, but evading them all is a testament to formidable neural reflex speed. What does a reaction time of 60 milliseconds signify? In contrast to their own average reaction times, which barely reach 120 milliseconds, his reflexes are twice as fast. He is not merely impressive, he is extraordinary. Lu Qingqian observes him quietly, her bright eyes reflecting Fang Qingchen's tall figure, deep in contemplation. He is truly remarkable. Moreover, in comparison to his formidable strength and speed, it appears that his reflexive nerve response is his true forte. During the recent assessment, he seemingly did not exert his full potential. His transformation is so profound that it is as if he has become an entirely different person. However, I am resolute in my determination to catch up with you. Upon exiting, Fang Qingchen did not return to his seat, but instead walked directly to Scarjo. The ambiguous smile on his face, coupled with the teasing glint in his eyes, caused Scarjo, already shaken and anxious, to break into a cold sweat. For reasons unknown, Fang Qingchen's gaze instinctively instilled a sense of dread deep within him. What on earth has happened to this kid? It's implausible that he could be this formidable without some form of enhancement. And what is with that look in his eyes? Could he possibly have figured it out? No, that can't be. He rubbed the sweat from his palms, attempting to muster bravado as he glared. Fang Qingchen, why aren't you sitting properly? What brings you here? Scar Joe barked loudly. The two proctors beside him were somewhat taken aback by his demeanor. Logically, a teacher should be elated at such outstanding results from their student. However, knowing Scar Joe's temperament, they refrained from provoking him and instead approached Fang Qingchen with a conciliatory attitude. Dear student Fang Qingchen, Teacher Zhou will calculate your physical performance scores. Rest assured, we are the proctors, and with our oversight, the results will be flawless. Please return to your seat and take a moment to rest in preparation for the upcoming examinations. They were quite tactful, their tone polite. Particularly, the emphasis on the infallibility of the results was pronounced. Fang Qingchen glanced at their proctor badges and nodded with a smile. I appreciate your efforts, teachers. With that, he cast a lingering look at Scar Joe, the corners of his mouth curling into a playful smirk, which unsettled Scar Joe further. He then returned to his seat. With his martial sage-level perception, Fang Qingchen had already sensed something amiss with the timing of the second Projectile S launch. The testing apparatus had surely been tampered with. It was unnecessary to ponder. It could only be Scar Joe's doing. Although such petty tricks were negligible to him and would have no real impact, Fang Qingchen was not one to be easily trifled with, especially after repeated provocations. Calamity and fortune are often self-invited. The path you tread is narrowing. Ignoring the admiring gazes of his classmates, he seated himself cross-legged on the mat, closing his eyes to recuperate. Now was not the time to expose him. Otherwise, the confrontation and evidence gathering would consume considerable time. It was better to let him exhaust his final energies, standing firm in his last duty. The sooner the assessments concluded, the sooner he could enjoy a meal courtesy of Lu Qingxian that evening. Scar Joe gazed at the physical testing device in his hands, his expression as grim as if he had consumed something foul. He truly had no desire to proceed, yet seeing the eager faces of the students and the proctors, he let out a reluctant huff. Fang Qingchen, physical performance score, 142. Reluctantly, he recited the number. Upon hearing this figure, the classmates erupted into a frenzy. Although they had long suspected that Fang Qingchen's physical prowess would be remarkable, none could have anticipated it reaching such an extraordinary level. It surpassed even Lu Qingxian, who had awakened an S-class talent by a considerable margin. Lin Wanxing could hardly contain her agitation. Had her pride in her own talent for duplication been bested yet again? Fang Qingchen's physical performance far exceeded her expectations, rendering her own abilities utterly eclipsed. The most astonishing aspect was Fang Qingchen's display of agility during the neural reflex speed test, which bore a striking resemblance to the foundational martial art, Misty Steps. However, Misty Steps was something all the students were familiar with, and she had even mastered it to an exceptional degree of proficiency. Why could she not evade it? Was he somehow cheating? Chapter 48. I have no regrets. A duel amongst maidens. Astonishing martial arts insight. During the previous martial arts assessment, Fang Qingchen's performance in the Mizong step was merely a glimpse into the rudiments of the technique, barely passing. How could Lin Wanxing be unaware of the nature of her devoted admirer? Was it merely due to the awakening of a talent that he had become formidable? That was quite absurd indeed. A difference of over 0.1 in physical capabilities at this stage was already tantamount to a crushing defeat, unless one possessed an exceptional martial talent to bridge that chasm. Lin Wanxing, fiercely competitive, found it difficult to accept this disparity, especially since this individual had only days ago been her foremost admirer. However, the pathways of human thought differ greatly. She arched her brow, her exquisite face adorned with bright eyes and pearly teeth, offering a slight smile. Fang Qingchen, do you seek to prove yourself? Do you await my regret and an apology from me? You are mistaken. I, Lin Wanxing, shall never harbor regrets. In the forthcoming martial arts assessment, I shall make you acutely aware of the gap between us. She glanced back at Fang Qingchen, observing him with closed eyes in repose, seemingly oblivious to her presence. And she did not mind. As a battle-type A-grade avatar, One of her advantages was that her corporeal doppelganger could not only cultivate but also serve as a target for practical combat, honing her martial skills with exceptional efficacy. The insights gained by the doppelganger would ultimately merge back in her own being. Unbeknownst to her, in her past life, she had leveraged the assistance of Fang Qingchen's celestial water crystal to elevate her doppelganger S talent to an S-grade twin talent, which truly embodied strength. The split doppelganger was essentially a perfect replica of herself, capable of exerting her full power and sustaining it for an extended duration, greatly enhancing both her martial training and physical growth efficiency. Soon, all students had completed their physical assessments. While the overall class performance had shown considerable improvement, a frown remained etched on the scarred face of Zhou, who displayed no signs of joy. He surveyed his classmates with an icy demeanor. Next, we shall proceed with the martial arts evaluation. Clear the area. With his command, the students promptly rose, gathering their cushions beneath them. The crowd spread outward, creating a spacious clearing of nearly 20 meters in width. The martial arts evaluation did not entail merely standing still and performing forms. Such an endeavor, no matter how expertly executed, would be devoid of significance. Instead, students were to employ their martial arts in pairs, engaging in combat to manifest their skills in a genuine context. This was where true meaning lay. However, it was not a bona fide combat test. It could only be termed as martial arts sparring, devoid of genuine peril, with a focus on control. The final practical evaluation would prove to be far more hazardous. Once everyone was seated, Zhou pressed a button on the curtain beside him. Instantly, a virtual screen was projected forth. The names of the students from Class 7 flickered continuously. The teaching system began to randomly assign opponents. Unlike in the past, the current matching mechanism was designed for fairness, separating those who had awakened their martial arts talents from those who had not, thus pairing them accordingly. After all, they were no longer of the same ilk. Soon, the first group of combatants was matched. A stir rippled through the students as they beheld the names frozen on the screen. A glint of interest sparked in Fang Qingchen's eyes. How intriguing. The opening match features a powerhouse, does it? They have paired the two against each other. A spectacular. The screen boldly displayed Lu Qingchen versus Lin Wanqing. Upon seeing that her opponent was Lin Wanqing, Lu Qingchen maintained her usual cool demeanor, her expression unchanged. Habitually, she tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and silently walked to the center of the arena. Wanqing, your opponent is Lu Qingchen. Her physical abilities slightly surpass yours, but do not fear her. Her scores in the compulsory martial art assessments were only marginally better than yours in the last test. Do your best and teach her a lesson for me, so she can give me a fright at lunchtime. Gu Tingting nudged Lin Wanqing at her waist, whispering conspiratorially in her ear. Lin Wanqing shot her a look of exasperation. Was her dear friend made of plastic? Was she insinuating that she was inferior in every aspect? While it held a grain of truth, it still irked her. She was displeased with Lu Qingchen, irritated to see her enjoying the breakfast that rightfully belonged to her, annoyed by her sipping on her milk tea, and resentful of her S-class talent that overshadowed her own. The fact that Fang Qingchen had not lavished her with attention lately had only deepened her frustration. She felt the need for an outlet for her pin-up emotions. Lu Qingchen, let me witness your prowess. Lin Wanqing stepped forward, her delicate fingers gathering her long hair into a high ponytail, accentuating her already slender figure and imbuing it with youthful vitality. As the two strongest girls from Class 7 stood face to face, the sunlight illuminated them. Their ponytails swayed. Their school uniforms fitted perfectly, and their skin glowed with youthful exuberance, brimming with collagen. Their bright eyes and radiant smiles exuded a captivating vitality, and the essence of youth filled the air. Not only the classmates, but even the supervising teacher felt a flutter in their hearts upon witnessing this scene, as if they had been rejuvenated by several years. Scarred Joe swallowed hard and cleared his throat. The rules for the examination remained unchanged. In the martial arts test, candidates were prohibited from utilizing their innate martial talents. Each martial arts exchange would last no less than 5 seconds and no more than 10 seconds. With strikes to vital areas strictly forbidden, all contact should be controlled. Having stated this, several intelligent cameras positioned above the training room focused on the two in the arena from various angles. The assessment of martial arts proficiency would no longer require human judgment or intervention. The educational system at the 7th high school automatically conducts a frame-by-frame analysis based on the real-time images transmitted by the cameras, rendering the most reasonable and accurate performance assessments. As the examination commenced with a command, Lu Qingchen and Lin Wanqing exchanged distant glances, one exuding an air of cold indifference, the other radiating a proud aloofness. In their eyes, both detected a flicker of combativeness. Typically characterized by her self-doubt and introversion, Lu Qingchen felt a surge of determination within her. I may concede defeat to Fang Qingchen, but I shall undoubtedly triumph over Lin Wanqing. Meanwhile, Lin Wanqing rolled up the sleeves of her school uniform, prepared to establish superiority and determine the victor. The atmosphere surrounding their martial arts assessment had ignited. The classmates sensed the palpable tension in the air, an almost suffocating intensity. Fang Qingchen, however, appeared somewhat bewildered, stroking his chin and observing the two fiery young ladies with keen interest. Why do I sense that there is some personal animosity between them? Just as he pondered this, the two girls simultaneously turned their heads, fixing their gazes upon Fang Qingchen. Are you two going to fight, or what? Why are you staring at me? A wave of frustration washed over him. This is utterly absurd. The boys in the room were stirred by the scene, inwardly lamenting, some even wishing harm upon Fang Qingchen. While the barking of dogs could be disregarded, the piercing gaze of the girls felt like a blade, inflicting undeniable pain. There was no way to ignore it. Fight! He gestured with a swift hand, mimicking a slicing motion. This signal proved more effective than any command from the notorious Scarjo. The previously stationary Lin Wanqing and Lu Qingchen seemed invigorated, as if energized by an unseen force. They propelled themselves forward, erupting into action, their speed surging as they closed the distance in the blink of an eye. Their bodies sliced through the air, producing a sound akin to a tiger's roar. Fierce tiger leaping the gorge. Black tiger pouncing at the heart. These were indeed techniques from the tiger overlord's claw. Chapter 49. I can afford to lose. So completely defeated, the martial arts test commenced, systematically evaluating 9 essential foundational martial arts. The tiger-S claw, the crane capture finger, the 8 extremes leg, the mysterious steps, the diamond seal, basic spear technique, basic sword technique, basic knife technique, and basic archery. The tiger-S claw had previously been demonstrated by Li Jiangnan when he confronted Fang Qingchen at the school gate. Yet, the aura he exuded paled in comparison to that of the two young maidens before me. One could liken it to the difference between a cat and a tiger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as Lu Qingchen and Lin Wanqing engaged, the deadly strikes of the tiger-S claw were unleashed. The 4 delicate hands, with fingers curled and nails gleaming, resembled the claws of a tiger, slicing through the air. Lin Wanqing aimed for Lu Qingchen's face from above, while Lu Qingchen's fingers curved menacingly towards her chest, unleashing a tempestuous force that tore through the atmosphere with ferocity. However, at the critical moment, both girls judiciously withdrew to defend themselves. Swish, swish, their fair hands, as white as jade, continuously shifted through techniques, colliding with each other. On numerous occasions, their nails interlocked with precision, producing a sound akin to the clash of metal, nearly igniting sparks. Many classmates watching broke into a cold sweat. The tiger-S claw, with its powerful execution, roared like a tiger through the mountains and forests. They had mastered this martial art to an extraordinary level. With their formidable physical prowess amplifying their strength, each could easily overpower 5 or 6 of their peers. Such was the disparity between individuals. Bang, bang, bang. As the two young women's arms intertwined, their eyes, through the myriad gaps, remained fixated on each other's pupils, creating a subtly charged atmosphere. In less than 10 seconds, as if in perfect harmony, their colliding palms transformed, their fingers resembling cranes, aimed to seize each other's wrists with the crane capture finger. Though the crane capture finger is fundamentally a grappling technique when combined with the girl's sharp nails, it proved devastating A mere scratch could draw blood. Suddenly, Lin Wanqing and Lu Qingchen, having been in constant motion, found themselves rooted in place. Their arms entwined, fingers engaged in a relentless duel, the shadows of their fingers intertwined. Here, the disparity between the two young maidens became apparent. Lu Qingqian's crane capture finger exuded a fluid grace, her fingers moving as if they were truly those of a celestial crane. Lin Wanqing, though competent, exhibited a slight hesitation in her movements, nearly falling prey to Lu Qingqian's grasp on several occasions. What is happening? I have been practicing the flesh and blood clone, primarily honing my crane capture finger technique for days now. I should be reaching a consummate level of mastery, yet it feels so arduous. Has she truly perfected her crane capture finger? She grew increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed, fully aware that she could not compete. Though unwilling to concede, she could only adopt a defensive stance, desperately hoping to endure the next 10 seconds. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Qingchen possessed an extraordinary aptitude for martial arts. After witnessing Fang Qingchen's crane grasp technique, her understanding of this martial art deepened significantly. Just as she was about to transition to another martial technique, Lu Qingchen seized the opportunity. A sudden flash of inspiration illuminated her mind, recalling the moment when Fang Qingchen had guided her through the crane grasp. In a stroke of serendipity, the technique she executed bore a striking resemblance to Fang Qingchen's demonstration that day. She deftly bypassed Lin Wanqing's defensive palm, her index finger flicking forward, the nail slicing towards Lin Wanqing's wrist with ferocity. It was done. There was no way to block it. This was the sole thought racing through Lin Wanqing's mind. The onlookers' eyes followed the action, their mouths unable to keep pace, too stunned to cry out. Yet, just as the nail was about to graze her wrist, Lu Qingchen suddenly retracted her nail, merely brushing the tips of her fingers against Lin Wanqing's pale wrist before withdrawing. Feeling the coolness of Lu Qingchen's fingertip against her skin, Lin Wanqing momentarily froze, then shot a complex glance at Lu Qingchen. Her typically aloof and stunning visage was now marred by a hint of pride. Lu Qingchen, are you holding back? Lin Wanqing thought indignantly. I can accept defeat without your pity. The proud little green tea's defiance surged within her. No, that's not it. Lu Qingchen noticed her misunderstanding and felt a pang of anxiety. However, seeing Lin Wanqing unleash the 8 extremes legs in her attack left no room for explanation. Her cheeks flushed, she too initiated the 8 extremes legs to counter. Observing this scene, Fang Qingchen displayed no surprise, as if he had anticipated her actions all along. Truly gifted, he mused, I merely provided her a gentle nudge, and she has seamlessly integrated it, elevating her mastery of the crane grasp from proficiency to a state of transcendence. Having endured life's tribulations, yet retaining an innocent heart, having such a person as a teammate would instill true confidence when a cataclysmic beast tide descends. As for Lin Wanqing, her prideful tendencies had resurfaced. It seemed an increase in dosage was necessary. His eyes brimmed with admiration for Lu Qingchen, while his assessment of Lin Wanqing was one of hubris and narrow-mindedness. Should she tap into her martial talent, Lin Wanqing would barely last 3 exchanges against Lu Qingchen. The competition of the 9 foundational martial arts would reveal its outcome swiftly, with each technique lasting no more than 10 seconds, culminating in less than a minute and a half. With the final crisp clash of swords echoing through the air, the duel between the 2 young women came to a close, marking the conclusion of the foundational swordsmanship segment. The basic archery skills would be tested later, during the practical evaluation at the school's archery range. The 2 returned their unsharpened swords to the weapon rack in silence, making their way back to the group. The training room was enveloped in a tranquil quietude. Observant eyes could easily discern that Lu Qingchen's proficiency in martial arts was markedly superior to that of Lin Wanqing. On the grand screen, the results were swiftly revealed. Besides mastering the capturing the crane technique, Lu Qingchen had also elevated 2 other martial arts to the realm of perfection. Other disciplines had reached a level of consummate skill. Such remarkable martial achievements were comparable to those of the top 10 students in the elite martial arts class. Within Class 7, she stood distinctly ahead, evoking both astonishment and envy among her peers. Lin Wanqing also performed commendably, with two foundational martial arts attaining the same pinnacle of mastery, though her accomplishments were not to be underestimated. However, without comparison, there is no pain. Chapter 50, The Easy Victory Dog. Look into my eyes. So incredible. Before the martial arts examination, I had already cultivated the foundational martial arts to a transcendental level. We struggle to even reach the proficient level. The disparity between us and the talented is simply staggering. Alas, this is the reality of genius, and the gap between us only widens. There is no need to compare ourselves with the likes of them. If we cannot match them, how could we ever hope to surpass Fang Qingchen? Despite his impressive physical capabilities, his martial arts assessment quickly revealed his shortcomings. What a relief. The classmates whispered among themselves, discussing how the two of them had surpassed them by such a margin, existing entirely on a different plane. Jealousy proved futile. To find solace, they could only dredge up Fang Qingchen for some disparagement. At that moment, Ma Yingqi and Zhang Dafei felt a surge of competitive spirit. Fang Qingchen's explosive physical performance indeed left them feeling despondent. However, the path of martial arts is not merely a numbers game. It is not sufficient to simply possess superior statistics to sweep away the competition. Proficiency in martial arts, courage, perception, judgment, and improvisation are all crucial. It is akin to a multidimensional combat power chart. Any deficiency could sway the ultimate outcome of battle. Although the results of the martial arts assessment do not signify everything, they both desired to showcase their abilities in front of Lin Wanqing. Gu Tingting, at this moment, found herself feeling somewhat intimidated, her gaze towards Lu Qingqian shifting. The confidence she once held upon awakening her talent had completely dissipated. The chasm between her and true genius was overwhelming. The mere disparity in martial arts had already left her feeling hopeless. Wanqing, Lu Qingqian's martial arts are truly formidable. You might find yourself at a disadvantage. Yet, do not lose heart. With your dual talent, it won't be long before you catch up to her. Furthermore, losing to her is no disgrace. You still rank second in our class, while others likely lag far behind you. Gu Tingting, playing the role of a strategic advisor, offered words of comfort. Lin Wanqing was left utterly speechless, nearly rolling her eyes in frustration. With her A-level talent, how could there be any comparison between her and the other students? Isn't it only natural to be superior to them? What is there to be proud of? Her gaze shifted to Fang Qingchen, instinctively seeking his reaction. However, once again, disappointment washed over her. Fang Qingchen remained aloof, hands tucked in his pockets, lazily standing there, showing no interest in the ongoing martial arts assessments, instead engrossed in his phone. There was no intention to come over and congratulate her. In the past, when I rejected him, he would bounce back within a day. Yet this time, he had persisted for 4 days, even sulking. I hope that when the holiday outdoor training arrives, he doesn't come begging to team up with me. A flicker of disappointment crossed Lin Wanqing's cold, beautiful eyes. Fang Qingchen's repeated acts of rebellion had ignited a flame of indignation within her. She had resolved that after the upcoming examination, during the external practical training, she would firmly reject him. The sole solace she found was that Fang Qingchen had not extended his congratulations to Lu Qingqian. Otherwise, it would have been a crushing defeat, both personally and in terms of morale, which would have sent her into a spiral of frustration. Lu Qingqian, however, was not as preoccupied as Lin Wanqing. She merely sought out a secluded corner to stand in. In the face of her classmates' deliberate flattery, she offered only a faint nod, her heart untouched by the commotion around her. Casually, she lifted her gaze to glance at Fang Qingchen, noting his calm demeanor as he ignored the martial arts assessments of their peers, which piqued her curiosity. Why is he so composed? She pondered. Is he preparing to give up entirely? I owe him so much. If his results are poor this time, perhaps I could offer to tutor him. With so many people around, it would be better to wait until I invite him to dinner tonight to discuss this. Gently biting her rosy lip, she contemplated the notion of proactively assisting a boy with his studies, an unprecedented experience for her, one that stirred a hint of embarrassment. Yet, she was unwilling to leave any debts of gratitude unpaid. It was a well-known fact that Fang Qingchen's academic performance was dismal, and his martial arts skills were equally unimpressive. Although Lu Qingqian's introverted and self-doubting nature stemmed from familial challenges, fundamentally, she was a radiant and cheerful girl, much like her sister, Lu Qinglian. For those who had aided her, she never hesitated to extend her kindness. While she may lack other talents, she had no qualms about helping a struggling student catch up. Meanwhile, Fang Qingchen was engrossed in his phone, oblivious to the two girls who were gossiping about him. He was enjoying a lively conversation. Not a snow leopard. Are you there? I'm out of money. Hand reaching out. JPG. Flower blooms with prosperity. Flower blooms with prosperity. I'm dying of laughter. Which good Samaritan is broke? Laughing and crying. Not a snow leopard. I can't stop laughing. Which martial godson only has a monthly allowance of 100,000. Flower blooms with prosperity. Do you want it, idol? Not a snow leopard. Another 100,000. 10,000 a day. Ding. Your account has received 3 million. Flower blooms with prosperity. That's small change. Think bigger. Not a snow leopard. Praise the most beautiful mother in the world. Flower blooms with prosperity. Anyway, it's not my money. The equity my uncle lost to my mom has been fully transferred. This afternoon, I'm headed to the beauty salon and then to buy a few new A-grade beast leather bags. Not a snow leopard. Look into my eyes. Flower blooms with prosperity. Bye-bye, lucky dog. Within the Fang family estate, Tang Bingyun set down her phone, her eyes sparkling with joy. Has her son finally awakened? Is he no longer to be underestimated as a youth in poverty? Has the Dragon King returned? Putting away her phone, Fang Qingchen pondered, stroking his chin. His uncle lost equity to his mother? Since his rebirth, an overwhelming series of events had unfolded, and he had nearly forgotten such trivial matters. In the previous life, he achieved the status of a martial sage after a similar incident. He had heard his mother mention it in passing. However, during that lifetime, despite his uncle's defeat, upon returning to the Tang family ancestral home with his mother during the holidays, he not only lost twice as much, but also caused his mother to lose face in front of the Tang family members. It could be said that they left in utter disgrace. It was only after he reformed and attained the title of martial sage that the Tang family voluntarily returned what was owed. The thought of having spent his own money instantly dampened Fang Qingchen's spirits. He grimaced at the memory. Where was the sense in indulging in trivial matters? A single visit to a beauty salon along with a few new designer handbags could easily exceed 30 million. In total, he suffered a staggering loss of 60 million. Just then, the next set of match results was announced. Fang Qingchen versus Zhang Dafei. Zhang Dafei was taken aback, but soon a look of excitement spread across his face. His luck was astonishing. He never expected to be matched with Fang Qingchen. It would be difficult not to showcase himself. He puffed out his chest, held his head high, and strutted into the arena like a proud rooster. Chapter 51. My attributes surpass yours. The vision of the martial sage. The true form of the fierce tiger. With a provocative gaze directed at Fang Qingchen, Zhang Dafei pondered, why had I not noticed such bravery in him before? What sins did I commit in my past life to attract the attention of a feeble being with a mere one? 2. In physical prowess? My attributes undoubtedly exceed yours. Fang Qingchen, observing his overflowing confidence, could hardly contain his laughter. He sauntered over, hands casually tucked into his pockets. Despite Zhang Dafei's evident discomfort, he maintained his relaxed demeanor, seemingly unbothered by the confrontation. This nonchalance irked Zhang Dafei deeply. Typically, the two had little interaction within their class, and now, standing face to face, they found themselves at a loss for words. Their eyes locked, with Zhang Dafei glowering at Fang Qingchen's sun-kissed, handsome visage, while he himself bore the scars of acne. Clenching his fists, he seethed, I'll smash your face in. Just wait. As the countdown echoed through the air, the attention of their classmates converged upon the arena, eager to witness this highly anticipated martial arts duel following the impressive performances of the two strongest girls from Class 7. Everyone was curious to see whether the infamous Fang Qingchen, after a boost in physical abilities, could still wield martial arts with such ineptitude. Zhou, the scarred-faced instructor, smirked coldly. Zhang Dafei, do not underestimate your opponent due to Fang Qingchen's lack of foundational skills. Any leniency on your part could adversely affect your martial arts test results. The camaraderie of classmates should not be reflected in this arena. Understood, Instructor Zhou. I will give it my all, Zhang Dafei replied, brimming with eagerness. He assumed a tiger stance, fingers poised to strike, his back arched forward as he lunged ahead, exuding the ferocity of a tiger descending from the mountain to hunt its prey. An aura of lethal intent emanated from his very being. Zhang Dafei had diligently pursued his martial arts training. During the previous martial arts exam, he had nearly perfected the tiger-subduing overlord claw technique, capable of unleashing its full potential with absolute mastery. At this moment, with his enhanced skills and physical prowess, he was confident in his ability to withstand several rounds, even against formidable opponents like Lu Qingshan and Lin Wanqing. What more could be said of Fang Qingchen, whose previous martial arts scores had merely grazed the threshold of competency, barely reaching the entry-level proficiency that allowed only 30 of their potential to be realized. Calculating swiftly, he deduced 1. 42 multiplied by 0. 3 equals 0. 42, while my 1. 2 multiplied by 2 equals 2. 4. The advantage lies with me. It is that simple, steady, and resolute. With the countdown reaching its end, Zhang Dafei unleashed a thunderous roar. His voice echoed with a degree of authority. With a powerful push, he surged forward like a descending tiger, his hands slicing through the air, aiming to seize Fang Qingchen's arms with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, he was upon him, unafraid of Fang Qingchen's speed. The martial arts test does not permit evasion. The moment he seizes the opponent's arm, the shoulder is instantly dislocated, leaving no opportunity for resistance. The martial arts teaching system will likely determine that the opponent has made no progress, recording the same score as before. As Zhang Dafei's hand approaches Fang Qingchen, it remains casually tucked in his pocket, as if he has yet to react. The scarred man smirks, his tense heart finally at ease. He has returned. Everything is back to normal. Fang Qingchen remains unchanged, still the familiar, incompetent rich air in the eyes of others. Even Song Wanli, who was peering through the window, furrowed his brows and shook his head repeatedly, unwilling to watch any longer. 60 milliseconds of neural reflex speed, and he cannot evade even a single strike? Indeed, as the rumors suggest, he possesses mere physical prowess while his martial arts combat skills are abysmal. He had hoped for a promising candidate, but alas, such a talent wasted. Disappointment etched on his face. He shook his head and turned to leave. Unbeknownst to him, Fang Qingchen's gaze reflected boredom. Too slow, and this is supposed to be a challenge for me? In Fang Qingchen's 10-star martial sage vision, observing Zhang Dafei, whose movements lagged as if perpetually delayed, he could not help but shake his head. His training was inferior even to that of Li Jiangnan. In the next moment, Fang Qingchen made his move. With a swift motion, he executed the fierce strike of the tiger descending the mountain. Both hands moved in unison, and a sound reminiscent of vibrating bowstrings suddenly resonated. The air around his school uniform sleeves trembled, whipping up a tempest that left his surrounding classmates barely able to open their eyes. Amidst the gale, an ethereal roar of a tiger reverberated, stirring the very soul. In that instant, everyone sensed a chilling wind approaching. Fang Qingchen appeared as a ferocious tiger with bloodied fangs, advancing with predatory intent. Confronting Fang Qingchen's overwhelming aura, Zhang Dafei felt as though the world before him had blurred. The familiar figure of Fang Qingchen seemed to vanish, replaced by a magnificent tiger with piercing eyes and a white brow. The roar of the tiger echoed through the forest, its claws seemingly rending the earth as it lunged toward him. Faced with such terrifying momentum, he felt as insignificant as a mere tabby cat. Was this truly the claw of the Tiger King? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a sudden ache surged through his arms, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness consuming him. Then came the sharp sounds, crack, crack. In a mere exchange, Fang Qingchen had preemptively thwarted his attack, dislocating both of his arms with ease. Thud! Zhang Dafei, having lost his balance, fell helplessly to the ground, utterly disheveled. What had just transpired? Silence. The martial arts training room fell into a chilling stillness. Fang Qingchen's speed had been so extraordinary that the majority of his classmates could scarcely comprehend what had occurred. Even those with keen eyesight could only observe Fang Qingchen's hand, which had been tucked in his pocket, twitched before Zhang Dafei knelt before him. Everyone stood in a daze, staring at the center of the arena, their eyes wide in disbelief. Gu Tingting pouted, bewildered. What on earth was Zhang Dafei doing? She was about to voice her thoughts when Lin Wanqing suddenly interrupted her with an exceedingly stern tone, commanding silence. Gu Tingting was taken aback by Lin Wanqing's unexpectedly cold demeanor, momentarily rendered speechless. However, she soon sensed that something was amiss. The expression on Lin Wanqing's face was unusually grave, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Fang Qingchen, unwavering even as she shouted at Gu Tingting. Meanwhile, Lu Qingshan covered her mouth with her small hand, her eyes wide open in astonishment. Her reflexes were nearly as swift as Fang Qingchen's, allowing her to catch a glimpse of his movements. It was precisely this that left her in shock. She believed her own prowess in the tiger's claw technique had reached an impressive level. Yet, upon witnessing Fang Qingchen's execution of the tiger descending the mountain move, she realized just how far behind she truly was. The sheer might of that move was something she felt she could spend another year practicing and still not achieve such an imposing presence. Powerful. So powerful. How could he be this formidable? Chapter 52. The pinnacle of mastery lies within the teaching system, not my own limitations. Noticing that no one was paying attention to her, the introverted girl wore a cold expression while subtly sticking out her tongue, an act both frosty and playful. In recent days, Fang Qingchen had continually reshaped her understanding of him. His advancement in martial arts was astonishingly rapid, far surpassing her own innate comprehension. A true expert reveals their prowess at a glance. She silently assessed their comparative strengths, realizing that without resorting to her martial talent, weapon master, she would undoubtedly be no match for the current Fang Qingchen. In less than 10 exchanges, she would likely find herself defeated. The thought of her earlier overconfidence, contemplating offering Fang Qingchen supplementary lessons, caused her fair complexion to flush slightly. Fortunately, she refrained from voicing it. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing. However, she soon recognized that her joy was perhaps premature. Fang Qingchen's physical capabilities exceeded her own, and, judging by his stance, it seemed improbable that she could outshine him in martial arts either. Thus, the prospect of losing to him loomed ever closer. Recalling their wager in the classroom, where they agreed to team up for an off-campus practical activity during the holidays, she felt a pang of embarrassment. A lone boy and girl in a wilderness survival scenario? The mere thought of it made her conservative sensibilities blush. After all, she had never anticipated her defeat that morning, which was why she had agreed so readily. A trap. It was undoubtedly a trap. Realizing she had been ensnared, Lu Qingchen pouted slightly, her gaze piercing through her classmates to rest upon the sunlit figure of Fang Qingchen, as if imprinting her thoughts upon him. His intentions were dubious, yet deep within her. A faint flicker of anticipation began to bloom. Suddenly, a figure, scarred and imposing, made a swift approach, with a fierce glare directed at Fang Qingchen. He then knelt beside the trembling Zhang Dafei to inspect his arms. Once assured that Dafei had merely dislocated a shoulder and was not gravely injured, he understood that as the examiner, he could not evade responsibility should a student suffer significant harm during the test. Seizing Zhang Dafei's arms, scarred Zhou exerted a sudden, forceful upward push, eliciting 2 sharp cracks accompanied by Dafei's anguished yelp. This minor injury was swiftly addressed. However, the flexibility in Dafei's arms had significantly diminished, rendering him incapable of continuing the test for the time being. In light of the unexpected incident, the examination was temporarily halted. Current standings revealed Zhang Dafei's prowess with the Fuhua Bawang Claw, proficient, minor achievement, while Fang Qingchen's results were still being calculated. The teaching system detected anomalies and triggered an alert, proceeding to announce the recent scores. Since Zhang Dafei had been dispatched in a single move, his performance was deemed lacking in progress, further aggravating his already sore arms. Yet, he dared not voice his grievances to Fang Qingchen, not even casting a glance in his direction. He was genuinely terrified. Only by facing Fang Qingchen directly could one truly grasp the extent of his terrifying capabilities. Just moments ago, when Fang Qingchen grasped his hand, The grip was more ferocious than a tiger's claw. Zhang Dafei was in no doubt that with but a slight exertion, Fang Qingchen could easily overpower him. One's arm should be as easily detachable as the wings of a plucked chicken. There exists a terrifying illusion, akin to the arrival of a fierce tiger, even under duress. You would not believe this was merely an entry-level technique of the tiger subduing Overlord Claw. Before him stood a familiar classmate, radiating an aura of great dread. After 2.5 years of feigned ineptitude, he now began to masquerade as a pig to ensnare the tiger, disregarding all semblance of dignity. Zhang Dafei had been subdued by the blows, yet the other students remained perplexed, gazing at the still screen of the educational system. What was happening? Why had Fang Qingchen's results not been revealed? Surely our school's malfunctioning server had crashed? Someone should hasten to give a kick. Scarjo, having tended to Zhang Dafei's injuries, turned to stand before Fang Qingchen, a menacing expression on his face. Although he was not as tall as Fang Qingchen and had to look up, his aura as an E-grade warrior, coupled with years of experience as an instructor, lent him a certain gravitas. His hawk-like eyes bore down upon Fang Qingchen. Fang Qingchen, who permitted you to strike so fiercely and injure Zhang Dafei. As the chief examiner of Class 7, I possess the authority to terminate your examination and nullify your results. His tone was aggressive, and the scar on his face twisted, rendering him quite fearsome. Any ordinary student, under such scrutiny, would likely crumble in fear. Upon hearing this, the class erupted in an uproar. The invalidation of the martial arts examination results was a grave matter. It would significantly jeopardize the overall performance scores in martial arts classes, greatly affecting rankings in the elite martial arts program. These rankings were tied not only to scholarships, but also to numerous hidden benefits that even families with considerable wealth would covet. "Humph. To challenge me, boy. You are still too green," he declared triumphantly, believing he had found a chink in Fang Qingchen's armor, expecting him to yield in fear. However, Fang Qingchen merely pinched his nose, stepping back with an expression of disdain. Instructor Zhou, Zhang Dafei himself, just said that fists and feet lack discernment. My martial arts training is incomplete, and he, too, lacks control. Surely this cannot be blamed on me, can it? Would you not agree, Zhang Dafei? Fang Qingchen's tone was unperturbed. Yet Zhang Dafei shuddered, feeling as if a thorn were lodged in his back. Damn it! Why are you two dragging me into this? My heart aches. Yet I am not foolish. One is merely an instructor, while the other is an extraordinarily gifted individual with the potential to rise dramatically. If a dog were to be brought forth, it would be obvious whom to choose. Zhang Dafei's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Under the pressure of Scar Zhou's gaze, he took a step toward Fang Qingchen. Instructor Zhou, Fang Qingchen did not act with intent. I failed to restrain myself, and my error resulted in the dislocation. My sincerest apologies, Fang Qingchen. He knelt in a flash. Scar Zhou was left dumbstruck. What happened to your previous bravado? At that moment, the two proctoring teachers approached. Instructor Zhou, please refrain from employing such a harsh teaching method. Since Zhang Dafei has stated that there are no issues, let Fang Qingchen's examination proceed. It appears that the teaching system is experiencing some difficulties, and I shall report this matter. Both of them have also come forth in support of Fang Qingchen, even beginning to subtly confront Scar Zhou. They hold disdain for an instructor who fails to defend his own students. Scar Zhou is on the verge of exploding with rage. The once easily manipulated sycophant seems to have transformed unexpectedly into someone formidable today, despite his remarkable physical prowess being a 2-3 rank martial artist. The tiger-suppressing Overlord Claw has only been practiced to a consummate level, which pales in comparison to the formidable display of martial prowess exhibited by Fang Qingchen. Could it be that he has acquired a 1-month martial arts mastery guide? Is martial arts truly developed in such an absurd manner? At that moment, the teaching system, which had been stuck in a loop, suddenly sprang to life. The screen revealed the results of Fang Qingchen's performance. Tiger-suppressing Overlord Claw, transcendent mastery. Although it was anticipated that Fang Qingchen's results would be impressive, witnessing it firsthand caused a flurry of question marks to appear above the heads of all the classmates. Fang Qingchen, who had consistently lingered at the bottom of the class, barely passing the 9 foundational martial arts. Had managed to catch up to top students Lu Qingshan and Lin Wanqing in just a month's time. Such a feat seemed too extraordinary to even dream of. Yet, Fang Qingchen remained composed. The reason Lu Qingshan and Lin Wanqing achieved transcendent mastery is that they have reached their current limits. While his achievement is constrained by the teaching system's intelligent assessment, which can only recognize up to the level of transcendent mastery. Chapter 53, Foster Father. Ascension of Chickens and Dogs. A 1-minute crash course to mastery in martial arts. We invite the candidate Fang Qingchen to continue matching. The invigilators wield considerable authority. Noticing that the scarred Zhou was silent, they chose not to show him any courtesy, proceeding directly to assist Fang Qingchen with a new match. Both invigilators nodded and smiled at Fang Qingchen, an act that was tantamount to publicly slapping Zhou in the face. Zhou's expression turned icy, almost dripping with disdain. However, the invigilators were his equals in rank and not inferior in strength. No matter how angry he was, he had to endure it. On the matching panel, the names of Class 7 students whirled rapidly. In the crowd, Ma Yingqi was drenched in sweat. At that moment, he had no ulterior motives. He could only pray not to be matched with Fang Qingchen. The latter was as formidable as a hexagonal warrior, resembling a humanoid tyrannosaurus, which filled him with despair. He dared not provoke him. With a single mastery, even if Fang Qingchen faltered in other martial arts, his unparalleled Tiger King Claw would easily dispatch him. He certainly did not wish for his martial arts results to remain stagnant like Zhang Dafei's. Naturally, the sentiments of the other classmates mirrored Ma Yingqi's. No one wanted to face this human tyrannosaurus. Their prayers proved effective. Fang Qingchen versus Li Jian. The lean monkey Li Jian's eyes lit up, his face a mask of joy. With a swift movement, he leaped into the center of the arena, as agile as a monkey. Hey buddy, let me have a good performance. When my sister returns from university, I'll introduce you to her. He winked at Fang Qingchen. Upon seeing that he was matched with Li Jian, Fang Qingchen smiled faintly. What one wishes for often comes to pass. Li Jian was one of the few friends he had during his student days. In his previous life, he had failed to achieve mastery in one martial art during this examination, which relegated him to the lowest rank in the elite martial arts class. Consequently, he lost the monthly scholarship and many other hidden benefits. His abilities stagnated, and his innate talent for perception went unrecognized. Now that he had a second chance at life, he thought, if I did not assist him, who will? Fang Qingchen gave him a thumbs up. Leave it to me. Just come at me with all you've got. Remember, do not resist. The two conspired loudly, leaving the invigilators speechless. Not buddies, we're not dead yet. Planning to cheat in front of the examiners? Zhou, arms crossed and eyes narrowed, stood to the side, sneering. Could one really cheat in a martial arts test? What a dream. Zhou was well aware of Li Jian's capabilities. In the last examination, he had only achieved mastery in one martial art, while the remaining 8 were at the entry level or minor accomplishment. Li Jian awakened an auxiliary talent, which did not significantly enhance his physical abilities. This time, it would be remarkable if he could manage to achieve mastery in even one additional martial art. The other students dismissed it as mere banter among friends. The test commenced. The first challenge was the fierce tiger's claw. As the sound echoed, Li Jian bellowed, "Be careful. I'm coming." With that, he lunged forward like a ferocious tiger, exhibiting a degree of might. However, Fang Qingchen did not even lift his eyelids, merely shaking his head at Li Jian's approach. The essence of this martial art lies in the coordination of tiger steps and claws. If scarred Zhou failed to comprehend, then let me enlighten him. Without a glance at Li Jian's impending grasp, he swiftly raised his leg and struck Li Jian's calf with precision. Simultaneously, his hand, previously tucked in his pocket, shot out like lightning. His fingers curled like claws, reaching forward with a sudden grasp. The air erupted with a thunderous crack. Waves of energy surged forth. The black tiger's heart grab was not an attack, but rather a direct hold on Li Jian's arm, rhythmically pressing on the acupoint. Shake! This kick and grab were executed with remarkable accuracy. Faced with Fang Qingchen's overwhelming force, Li Jian instinctively felt the urge to resist. Yet, recalling Fang's earlier words, he chose to trust him, allowing Fang Qingchen to strike him. Naturally, Evasion was not an option. In the next moment, Li Jian felt two powerful forces oscillating through his tendons. His entire body became uncontrollable, as if passing through a sieve. Even his mind felt a peculiar tingle, an exhilarating sensation. Meanwhile, he was astonished to realize that his limbs seemed to operate independently of his will. His 10 toes suddenly curled down with such force that it felt as though he could carve out a 3-room suite from the ground. Simultaneously, the trembling of his legs affected his waist and spine, causing his entire demeanor to shift, bending slightly as if he were a hungry tiger lurking in the jungle, ready to pounce. Tiger steps, tiger form, tiger claws. Do you understand now? Fang Qingchen's gentle admonition resonated like a clarion call in Li Jian's heart. Those simple words, coupled with the movement of his body and the flow of energy through his muscles, made Li Jian feel as though he had unlocked the gates to a new world. What he previously struggled to grasp about the fierce tiger's claw suddenly became crystal clear. Ah, so that's how it is. I understand. I finally understand. Brother, there are too many people here. Once it's clear, I shall show you my respect. His eyes sparkled with joy, awakening his perceptive talent. His spirit was inherently keen, surpassing that of ordinary individuals. His ability to comprehend martial arts was not lacking. He merely required a guiding light. In his past life, he had no mentor. In this life, he had finally encountered a benefactor. Without the need for further guidance from Fang Qingchen, he began to continuously execute the techniques of the fierce tiger's claw on his own. The black tiger's heart grab, the fierce tiger's leap, the fierce tiger descending the mountain, and the evil tiger's tail cut. Each move was unleashed with fluidity and precision, evoking the sound of howling winds, akin to a tiger's roar. This was indeed a testament to his mastery of the martial art. However formidable, everything was effortlessly dismissed by Fang Qingchen with a mere flick of his hand. As 10 seconds elapsed, the next move emerged, the crane seizing finger. I understand, foster father. Do not hold back. Strike me with all your might. In the center of the arena, shadows darted with a whirling intensity. Observing Fang Qingchen's casual slaps, Li Jian executed martial techniques that were textbook perfect. The surrounding classmates were utterly astonished, rendered speechless. Was this truly a spectacle akin to cinema? Beyond comprehension, had they even managed to transmit skills on the spot? Was such absurdity truly necessary? Did they not already know what Li Jian was capable of? To witness such on-the-spot training was beyond belief, surpassing even the rapidity of a 6-winged instant chick. The students of Class 7 felt as though their worldview was crumbling. If martial arts could be mastered with such outrageous ease, what had their arduous years of practice amounted to? Was it merely a stroke of misfortune? Zhang Dafei stood amidst the crowd, dazed as he beheld the flushed visage of Li Jian. Suddenly, he raised his hand and struck his own face with a resounding slap, nearly brought to tears by regret. He had failed to grasp the opportunity presented by Fang Qingchen's benevolence. Had his attitude been more favorable, he could have been the one receiving martial enlightenment. Everything unfolded with astonishing speed and unexpectedness, leaving an overwhelming sense of shock. No one had the time to ponder how Fang Qingchen's martial prowess had become so formidable. With a swift tap of his long sword against Li Jian's waist, a ripple of energy surged forth, allowing Li Jian to instantaneously unleash a flurry of 7 or 8 sword blossoms. The martial testing between the two had concluded. Foster father, I shall say nothing more. Please accept my bow. Chapter 54, No More Pretense. The 3-year deadline has arrived. We await the Dragon King's emergence. Li Jian was drenched in sweat. Under Fang Qingchen's guidance moments ago, he had unleashed his martial arts abilities to their fullest potential. Although he was slightly out of breath, his spirit was remarkably high. He scampered over to Fang Qingchen, exaggeratedly performing a bow, and was about to return the sword to the weapon rack. However, Fang Qingchen waved his hand dismissively. Why exert such effort? Without even a glance, he casually tossed the unsharpened training sword backward. In an instant, it soared like a radiant rainbow, sheathing itself with unparalleled flair. He was, after all, a charming young man, and this act of sheathing the sword was executed with an extraordinary nonchalance that left the girls of Class 7 starry-eyed. How dazzling! The boys, on the other hand, were inwardly lamenting. Wow, wow, wow. So he is not even pretending anymore? He had us fooled for over 2.5 years. Astonishing. A martial arts master is right beside me. Now that the 3-year period had elapsed, the students were most eager to learn about Fang Qingchen's martial arts test results. The expression on scarred Zhou's face darkened, even more so than the bottom of a black pot, as he stared intently at the screen. Soon, the data emerged. Li Jian looked at his scores in the 8 foundational martial arts, all rated at the level of mastery. Overwhelmed with excitement, he leaped into the air, performing a monkey fist. With such a score as a foundation, even if his final practical test were to falter, he would still secure a place in the elite martial arts class, and his ranking would not be too low. Not only would he enjoy numerous benefits, but the monthly scholarship alone would amount to a considerable sum, surpassing even his parents' salaries. All of this was thanks to Fang Qingchen. It could be said that in those fleeting seconds, Fang Qingchen had paved the way for his future. His eyes welled with tears as he silently looked toward Fang Qingchen. Brother, I cannot express my gratitude in words. From now on, let us face the beast together, and should we perish, I shall go first, you follow. Li Jian's results were impressive, placing him among the top 5 in the class. Yet at that moment, no one paid attention to him. All eyes were fixed on the screen, on Fang Qingchen's name. Behind that name, a series of bright red characters detonated in their minds like a bomb. Tiger conquering claw, transcendent mastery crane seizing finger, transcendent mastery 8 extremes leg, transcendent mastery misty steps, transcendent mastery 8 martial arts, all at the pinnacle of mastery. A complete triumph. At this juncture, the way the classmates gazed at Fang Qingchen underwent a profound transformation. No longer were their expressions filled with disdain, viewing him as an obsequious fool or a laughingstock. Instead, they were filled with deep admiration and reverence. Possessing formidable physical strength and profound martial arts skills, he is humble and exhibits a stable temperament. A paragon of excellence, an absolute embodiment of perfection. Little do they know, Fang Qingchen has ascended to a new level. They only recognize that the current Fang Qingchen is terrifyingly powerful. Such is human nature. When a singular individual within a group far surpasses their peers, that person inevitably becomes the cornerstone of the collective. At this moment, Fang Qingchen has undeniably become the linchpin in the hearts of his classmates in Class 7. Suddenly, the teaching system, which was supposed to continue its matching process, resonated with a melodious female voice. Congratulations to Class 7's Fang Qingchen. You have successfully mastered all 8 martial arts to the Grand Mastery level. You have shattered the martial arts record of Qizhong. Once your foundational archery skills reach the Grand Mastery level, your name will be inscribed on the Dao Bell at Linjiang Qizhong. The voice was enchanting, akin to the sound of a flowing spring. Upon hearing that Fang Qingchen's name would be immortalized on the Dao Bell, the students collectively gasped in astonishment. Even the supervising teacher wore an expression of shock. Scar-faced Zhou staggered back several steps, unable to maintain his composure. The Dao Bell is the ancient bronze bell that tolls atop the main building of the teaching complex on the Day of Awakening. It has existed since the inception of Qizhong and is said to have been unearthed during the foundation digging, an artifact of the previous dynasty. Its origins remain shrouded in mystery. As a symbol of Qizhong, only those who have made monumental contributions or those prodigies who can elevate all martial arts to the Grand Mastery level before the martial examination are deemed worthy of having their names engraved upon it. Over the years, Linjiang Qizhong has nurtured countless outstanding individuals, yet only one has ever earned the privilege of having their name etched upon it. Half-step martial deity, Fang Zhenhai. Furthermore, there are whispers regarding the Dao Bell, suggesting that those whose names are inscribed upon it will receive inexplicable blessings of fortune. Such profound mysteries abound. And now, at long last, another candidate has emerged with the potential to vie for this honor. Impossible. How could this be? How could he have suddenly become so formidable? Scarface Zhou was genuinely alarmed. The terrifying prowess displayed by Fang Qingchen shattered all his calculations and fantasies. Mastery of all 8 martial arts? Since the school's establishment, only martial deity Fang has achieved this feat yet. Fang possessed an astonishing S-grade talent. Though scar-faced, Zhou harbored resentment towards the affluent. He was not foolish. Had Fang Qingchen revealed his terrifying martial prowess earlier, he would have dared to confront him, even if given 1,000 chances. In fact, he would have regarded Fang Qingchen as a valuable resource for his own ascension. But now it was all utterly confounding. Everything was in disarray. Chapter 55. The dragon lurks in the abyss, astonishing all. Abandoning a star, gaining a sky full of stars. Genius student favor -1. So you wish to play mind games with me? What of it? You are merely a student of Class 7. No matter how remarkable your achievements, they shall ultimately reflect upon me. We are all working for my benefit. Tremendous achievements. Despite having ruffled the feathers of a talented student, I believe this will not hinder my future promotions. Fang Qingchen, Lu Qingshan, Lin Wanqing. Just the accomplishments of these three alone are sufficient for Scarjo to boast for a lifetime. Not to mention the prospect of being selected as the chief coach. Even becoming the vice principal would be a breeze. Look at Huang Chunli, who ascended from a mere homeroom teacher to the position of vice principal in one fell swoop. What a commanding presence. Scarjo also yearns for the role of vice principal, to sit in the office, issuing directives, while the secretary handles the trivial matters. A complete turnaround. At this moment, he wisely refrains from provoking bad luck, retreating quietly behind the two proctors. Lin Wanqing clenched her delicate hands tightly, observing Fang Qingchen, who seemed to radiate brilliance in the arena. Her emotions were a tumultuous blend of shock, confusion, anger, regret, and surprise. She had envisioned countless scenarios for Fang Qingchen's rise, yet never anticipated that within mere days, he would re-emerge before her in such an invincible manner, shattering the filters of the past 2.5 years. This stark contrast and overwhelming sense of unreality made her question her senses. Were it not for the pain from her nails digging into her clenched fists, she might have thought she was dreaming. It seemed utterly impossible for anyone to elevate their martial arts from barely passing to dominating within a mere 3 or 4 days. In her eyes, there was only one plausible explanation. Fang Qingchen had been masquerading all along, deceiving himself. He had merely feigned indifference at school, only to return home and practice relentlessly, surpassing all others. Thus, it made sense that a seemingly ordinary affluent heir could possess such extraordinary physical prowess. And with the thought of Fang Qingchen's penchant for reading tales of underdogs rising to greatness, Lin Wanqing's anger surged. How infuriating! Did he truly envision her as the villainess in his story? Ah, how naive of me to have been deceived by your seemingly honest demeanor, concealing so many hidden agendas. The hunter, often disguised as the prey, had led me to believe I was the pursuer, only to find I had been the quarry all along. Is this your idea of surprise? I concede, you have indeed caught me off guard. Lin Wanqing blinked her large eyes, her long lashes sweeping like windshield wipers, revealing a spark of clarity. After contemplating for a moment, her delicate lips curved into an elegant smile. Merely a means to please me. I see. I know what you wish to hear, so I shall indulge you for a moment. Lin Wanqing felt a profound understanding within her, her eyes shimmering with confidence. With her long legs striding through the crowd, she approached Fang Qingchen directly. Her hands were clasped behind her back, and for the first time, a radiant smile graced her normally aloof and exquisite face. Lin Wanqing, at the tender age of 19, embodied the perfect blend of youthful exuberance and mature elegance. The fragrant breeze wafted through the air, intoxicatingly seductive, capturing the attention of every boy in the class. She lowered her gaze slightly, as if pondering her next words. Her lips pressed together in a thoughtful manner. To onlookers, it appeared that she had made a significant decision. Finally, she spoke. Fang Qingchen, congratulations. You are about to break our school's record. With an air of playful mockery, she continued. Isn't it time for you to say to me, do not underestimate the youth of the poor? Her bright eyes and radiant smile betrayed no hint of embarrassment, even as she engaged in self-deprecation. To emphasize her tone, she playfully stuck out her tongue, her piercing gaze adding a touch of mischief to her otherwise refined beauty. She effortlessly wielded her high-cold demeanor combined with a playful charm, truly adept at captivating the boys around her. Standing merely a meter apart, Fang Qingchen exuded tall, handsome confidence, while Lin Wanxing radiated a cool brilliance. In the sunlight, they formed a striking tableau that would elicit admiration from any observer, evoking the sentiment of a perfect match. Fang Qingchen appeared visibly nervous, and it was strongly anticipated that he was about to confess his feelings. This time Lin, the school beauty, would surely not decline. After 2.5 years of build-up, he was finally poised to express himself. Cheers erupted among their classmates, eagerly awaiting the unfolding scene. Yet, amidst the excitement, Lu Qingqian quietly lowered her head. Listening to the murmurs of her classmates, she pressed her lips tightly together, her small hands clenching the 500 yuan she had saved for an evening meal with Fang Qingchen. She alternated between loosening and tightening her grip in an anxious rhythm. Lin Wanxing, perceptive as ever, sensed the atmosphere shift. Her delicate ears picked up on the sounds around her, and her heart raced at the thought of Fang Qingchen possibly confessing his feelings. Would accepting him make her seem a superficial girl? Should she continue to refuse him? A whirlwind of emotions coursed through her, her starry eyes eagerly awaiting Fang Qingchen's response. Fang Qingchen glanced down, casting a bemused look at the girl beside him. Utterly speechless. Were you thinking? Trying to manipulate me again? You think this is a novel? With your due, not underestimate the youth of the poor line? Do you take me for that previous incarnation of a lovesick fool? Get a grip. He ran his hand through his hair, his expression one of exasperation as he regarded Lin Wanxing, showing her no favor. Thank you for the congratulations, but surely you haven't fully awakened yet? My progress in martial arts has nothing to do with you. Why would I utter such words to you? Surely, you do not believe that my mastery of martial arts has been cultivated solely for your sake? Perhaps you should indulge in fewer novels. He showed Lin Wanxing no mercy, just as he had during the countless times he had confessed his feelings. Lin Wanxing, in turn, had never shown him any kindness. You. Lin Wanxing's eyes brimmed with disbelief. She had always thought that Fang Qingchen's recent behavior was merely a manifestation of his whims. She believed that by simply offering him a smile, he would revert to his usual self. Yet, to her astonishment, he was serious. He truly no longer wished to pander to her. What unsettled Lin Wanxing the most was the sudden realization that if Fang Qingchen genuinely ceased to pursue her, with his remarkable strength, striking looks, affluent background, and adherence to rules, he would undoubtedly become the most sought-after boy in the entire school. At that juncture, various girls such as Chunxing, Xixing, and Yuexing would flock to him like stars circling the moon. To abandon one star in exchange for a sky full of them? The sky is falling. The sheer disparity of this realization was far more distressing than being devoured by a shark. Chapter 56. As the sun sets in the west. You do not accompany. When rising again in the east, who are you? A model for us. Fang Qingchen, still insisting you've never read this novel. Is this not the Dragon King? As the sun descends in the west, you do not stand by. When you rise again in the east, who are you? Observing that Fang Qingchen harbored no worldly desires, he actively rebuffed the school beauty's advances. Every boy in Class 7 looked upon him with admiration. Incredible. Truly remarkable. If it were them, they would have likely knelt down to kiss the soles of her shoes by now. Li Jian swallowed hard, feeling a sense of vindication. The previous Fang Qingchen had been too humble in his devotion. He could be described as nothing more than Lin Wanxing's personal ATM. What was most infuriating was that while being rejected was perfectly normal, after the rejection, he would still flaunt his disdain towards Fang Qingchen. Rejection, yet offering false hope. Relishing in being the devoted admirer, only to reject again. This endless cycle had tormented his adoptive father for 3 years. After one rejection, how could he feel wronged? Standing beside Fang Qingchen, he held his head high. Were it not for Lin Wanxing's exceptional martial arts talent, he would have certainly taken a jab at her. Observing Lin Wanxing remaining stationary, striking a pose, Fang Qingchen lost patience. If there were no further words, then let it be. The other students still had martial arts assessments to attend to. With that, Fang Qingchen clasped his hands behind his head and strolled leisurely back. Lin Wanxing had never been treated in such a manner by any boy throughout her life. The stark contrast left even the aloof school beauty somewhat unsettled. In her starry eyes, moisture swiftly gathered, turning crimson. She was on the verge of breaking down. Gu Tingting had never witnessed such fortitude from Fang Qingchen. Stunned, she quickly realized that Lin Wanxing was not in a good place and hurried over to grasp her arm, pulling her outward while offering constant reassurances. As Fang Qingchen approached, the nearby students immediately cleared a large space for him, leaving the somewhat bewildered Lu Qingqian standing there. "Chengge, come stand here, it's not sunny," Zhang Dafei said, approaching with a sheepish grin, bowing and leading the way as if he were a lackey. At that moment, he had no intention of confronting Fang Qingchen. As Fang Qingchen casually walked over, he glanced at Zhang Dafei's arm. "Does it hurt?" Zhang Dafei shook his head vigorously. "Not at all. It doesn't hurt one bit. Thank you, Chengge, for your leniency. Otherwise, my arms would have been ruined. This is entirely my fault for being too arrogant and not knowing my limits. It's all my fault." He nodded and bowed repeatedly, apologizing profusely. His demeanor changed swiftly. Yet, the surrounding students did not scorn him. Fang Qingchen had nearly become a deity in Class 7. To confront him directly? That would be sheer folly. Seeing him yield so quickly, Fang Qingchen paid him no mind, waving his hand dismissively, and Zhang Dafei scampered off, not at all embarrassed but rather quite pleased. As Fang Qingchen approached, Lu Qingqian did not lift her gaze. At this moment, her face, as cool and serene as the moon, exhibited an expression that was rather poorly managed. The corners of her mouth continually lifted, a smile that she could not suppress. There was no particular reason. The mere act of inquiry conjured thoughts of joy. Fang Qingchen noticed her silence as she lowered her head, leaving him somewhat perplexed. The introverted girl appeared surprisingly composed. Even as she seemed on the verge of conceding to him, she maintained her poise. Intrigued, he cast a few glances in her direction. Assuming she was merely stubborn and unwilling to admit defeat, he decided not to look at her any longer, placing his hands in his pockets, as if watching children spar. Observing the remaining classmates, he continued to witness the matchups. With the final group of students completing their tests, the martial arts assessment finally came to an end. The two proctors completed their duties, disregarding Scarjo, and merely nodded in Fang Qingchen's direction. After he returned their gesture with a smile, the two departed. Satisfied with their task, this endeavor had proven worthwhile. The seeds of virtue sown would inevitably yield good fruits. Scarjo looked disdainfully at the retreating figures of the proctors. "Hurry up and leave. Come into my territory to play the Good Samaritan? It's futile, no matter how much you fawn over him. His achievements will still be attributed to me. Soon, the entire 7th high school, nay, the entire educational system of Linjiang City will know that the second student to have their name inscribed on the bell of seeking the way is one taught by me, Zhou Chunlei." At this moment, he was somewhat entranced by his own delusions. What he remained unaware of was that as Fang Qingchen's foundational martial arts scores reached the pinnacle of the educational system, an extraordinary event was triggered. This significant news swiftly reached the higher echelons of the school. Beep. In the teacher's office, Huang Chunli sat gracefully at her desk, delicately holding a cup of hot tea and gently blowing on it. Having recently been promoted to vice principal, her new office had just been renovated and still bore the scent of fresh paint. She was in no rush to relocate, continuing to work in her original space. Naturally, Huang Chunli had no desire to move prematurely. Surrounding teachers kept their heads bowed, silently grading exams. Though they occasionally glanced towards her, their gazes filled with envy and jealousy. If one were to gain power without flaunting it, would that not be akin to donning splendid attire while walking in the shadows? What significance was there in such influence? Huang Chunli felt an unprecedented joy, one surpassing even that of her wedding night. "Principal Huang, all the papers from Class 18 have been graded. Although a few students have not awakened their martial arts talents, their academic performances are commendable, with hopes of being accepted into top-tier cultural universities in the country. Here are their names and scores for your review." The grade director, Zhang Yong, approached, wiping the beads of sweat from his balding head with a handkerchief. Clad in a striped shirt, thick-soled leather shoes, and wide-waisted trousers, he waddled over, a beaming smile on his face as he presented the A4 sheets to Huang Chunli. Huang Chunli cast a glance at Zhang Yong. Perhaps due to her father's esteemed reputation as a master calligrapher, Zhang Yong had not pressed her unduly. "Thank you for your efforts, Director Zhang," she nodded, reaching out to take the list. Just then, her phone rang, a message from the school's senior management group. She instinctively stole a glance at it, and in that moment, her hand, poised to grasp the list, froze mid-air. Her pupils dilated rapidly, and her breath quickened. Principal Huang? Huang Xiaozhong? Noticing her stillness, Zhang Yong wondered if he had made an error or said something amiss, his heart racing in anxiety. He softly called out to her twice. To his surprise, Huang Chunli abruptly stood up, her well-maintained skin twitching uncontrollably. There was no time to acknowledge him. She seized the phone from the table, the heels of her black stockings clicking against the marble floor, and she dashed toward the martial arts building like a gust of wind. At that moment, her mind was consumed by the information she had just seen. Fang Qingchen, mastery of the 8 fundamental martial arts, accomplished, poised to break the historical record of the 7th middle school and challenge the bell of seeking the Tao. The singular thought racing through Huang Chunli's mind was, "I have struck gold." Chapter 57. A stirring up among the school's higher echelons, who had the audacity to tamper with the testing apparatus. Meanwhile, the head coach, Song Wanli, who was patrolling other classrooms, received a notification from his communication watch, which beeped insistently. Upon reading the message, his eyes bulged with astonishment, reminiscent of a startled frog. Subsequently, he struck his thigh in frustration. What? Mastery in the 8 schools of martial arts at the pinnacle level? It's that brat. Damn Zhou Chunlei, are you deceiving me? You wish to monopolize the fruits of this achievement, don't you? Furious, furious, furious. He had no inclination to continue his patrol. In a fit of rage, he pounded the wall beside him, startling the other teachers who were also on patrol in the corridor. Song Wanli was genuinely incensed. He had long heard of Fang Qingchen. His physical prowess had already met the selection criteria for the elite martial arts class. However, the instructor of Class 7, Zhou Chunlei, had consistently reported Fang Qingchen's martial arts scores as the lowest, barely passing. Despite his numerous inquiries, the responses indicated that Fang Qingchen was frivolous and unambitious, merely coasting along. After several queries, he lost interest in such a student. But now, you dare to suddenly inform me that Fang Qingchen is, in fact, a super genius? On the verge of breaking the historical record at the 7th high? Is this a joke? It seems Zhou Chunlei intends to keep such a promising talent for his own gain. The thought that Zhou Chunlei might ascend to become his superior based on Fang Qingchen's nearly unparalleled achievements only fueled his ire. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Fueled by indignation, he hurried toward the martial arts training room of Class 7. Not far down the corridor, he encountered Huang Chunli. A mere exchange of glances revealed that they were both rushing to investigate the matter. Principal Huang, congratulations. Not only have you nurtured martial arts prodigies like Lin Wanqing and Lu Qingxian, but it seems you are about to unveil another individual of the caliber of Fang Wuxian. Envy, genuine envy. Song Wanli clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, his words sincere. He was truly envious, cursing inwardly at the fortunate ones. He lamented that while they could bask in effortless success, he toiled relentlessly in the elite martial arts class. Yet, his elite students were being outclassed by the notoriously lackluster students from the ordinary class. What a disgrace. Additional training is imperative. You little rascals, if I suffer this summer, none of you shall enjoy ease. He mused angrily as he walked. Next, they proceeded to the shooting range at the back of the school for the final practical test. Scarred-faced, Zhou wore an impassive expression. He was solely focused on completing the exam as swiftly as possible, eagerly awaiting the prospect of promotion and a raise. As he reached the doorway and opened it, the scene outside sent a shiver down his spine. He beheld, in the ordinary course of school life, the higher-ups, elusive as a mythical dragon, rarely made their presence felt. Yet now, they congregated outside as if for a meeting. Absent was Principal Cheng Guorong, who had gone to the provincial assembly. Instead, the honorary principal, various vice principals, and the chief coach filled the corridor to capacity. Zhou Chunlei had never encountered such grandeur in his lifetime. Witnessing this spectacle made his heart tremble. Was a promotion and salary increase imminent? He swallowed hard, straightened his posture like a javelin. As the martial arts instructor for Class 7, Zhou Chunlei was familiar with the esteemed leaders. He surmised they must have heard the news about Fang Qingchen and quickly introduced himself, anxious that others might not recognize him. Huang Chunli, however, had no time for pleasantries. With Principal Chen absent, the vice principal held the greatest authority. She deftly bypassed him and hurried to Fang Qingchen, her face radiating boundless excitement. Fang Qingchen, you truly accomplished. Last time during the exam, you were still. You were incredible, she exclaimed, her words tumbling over one another in her fervor. After all, this was a monumental promotion, and the vice principal's composure was yet to fully develop. Observing Huang Chunli's exuberance, Fang Qingchen shrugged, revealing a brilliant smile that shone like sunlight. Oh, Teacher Huang, please don't flatter me. I merely practiced casually and, inadvertently, everything came together. It's not that I am exceptional. It's all thanks to my classmates. As his words left his lips, the students of Class 7 erupted into laughter, well aware of his playful banter, which enlivened the atmosphere. No one took it to heart, although there was truth in his statement. Huang Chunli, too, was delighted, her laughter infectious, causing Fang Qingchen's eyes to momentarily dazzle. She continued to praise his wit and charm, and the training room soon buzzed with enthusiasm. Observing this, the vice principals and higher-ups outside entered the room, all smiles, extending their congratulations to Fang Qingchen, Lu Qingxian, Lin Wanxing, and others, each showering them with accolades. They nearly exalted Fang Qingchen to the heavens, comparing him to the sun. Meanwhile, scarred Zhou found himself sidelined, overlooked by all. Yet he possessed a thick skin. His perpetually long face transformed into a grin as he gravitated towards the influential vice principals. Some of the school leaders who had struggled to engage began to take notice of him, realizing he was Fang Qingchen's instructor and treating him with newfound respect. Instructor Zhou, truly an exemplary educator. A middle-aged principal in a suit began, intending to exchange pleasantries for having taught a student like Fang Qingchen. Zhou Chunlei was destined for elevation, potentially reaching parity with her. Scarred Zhou felt a surge of joy. Suddenly, Fang Qingchen's clear voice sliced through the chatter, akin to the scythe of death. Words cannot be carelessly spoken. I am not the product of Instructor Zhou's teachings. Just moments ago, while I was undergoing a neural reflex test, certain individuals had the audacity to tamper with the apparatus, causing significant disruption to my examination. I sincerely hope that the esteemed leaders will discern the truth and provide me with an explanation. Silence. The training room fell into a profound stillness, akin to the depths of a grave. The words dropped like a bomb into the tranquil waters, stirring tumultuous waves. The expressions of all the school leaders present darkened. Although Fang Qingchen did not specify who was responsible, the keen observers in attendance, with their knowing gazes, turned mockingly toward Zhou Chunlei, who could remain oblivious to the perpetrator. The cunning old fox, Song Wanli, swiftly seized upon the crux of Fang Qingchen's statement, being the first to speak up. How audacious! Who possesses the audacity to act unscrupulously and interfere with the examination of candidates? Is this individual intent on sabotaging the martial arts curriculum at Linjiang No. 7 Middle School? Chapter 58, Conclusively Seizing Victory, Restoring the Glory of the Martial Arts Elite Class. A thorough investigation must be conducted immediately and rigorously. I shall dispatch personnel from the control room to investigate. Or rather, I shall undertake this task personally. With that, he cast a penetrating glance at the scarred man before vanishing in an instant. The neuroreflex speed tester has a remarkably limited remote range. Only an examiner present in the examination room could silently alter the parameters of the tester and interfere with the candidate's assessments. This leaves a total of 3 individuals, including Zhou Chunlei, who are easily identifiable. The female principal conversing with Zhou Chunlei now regarded him with a wary gaze, instinctively distancing herself a few steps. The higher-ups from other schools also cast unfriendly glances in his direction. Meanwhile, Zhou Chunlei found his mind blank upon hearing Fang Qingchen's revelation. His thoughts screamed in disbelief. Impossible. I merely made a slight adjustment, Such minute variations in speed are imperceptible, even to me. How could he possibly have detected it? A cold sweat began to form on his brow. Though his expression remained composed, his shirt was already damp with perspiration, particularly under the scrutinizing gaze of the numerous school officials observing his most prized student being secretly sabotaged. Huang Chunli was incensed. Fang Qingchen, rest assured. With your teacher Huang here, I will thoroughly investigate any injustice you have faced. I will stand up for you. She conveyed an expression that promised to take full responsibility, patting his shoulder reassuringly. Then, adjusting her glasses, she turned and walked with purpose towards the neuroreflex speed tester, her heels clicking sharply against the floor. The technician who rushed over began examining the equipment. Almost all the senior staff from the school were gathered there, and the technician worked with astonishing efficiency, completing the inspection in under 5 minutes. What Fang Qingchen stated is indeed accurate. The historical records I retrieved indicate that during the neuroreflex speed test, the tester exhibited anomalous data. The interval speed of the test projectiles was artificially manipulated, deviating from the predetermined parameters. However, this individual was cunning. They adjusted the settings back to normal after the test concluded, exploiting a flaw in our batch of testers. The technician pointed to the densely packed data on the display, visibly outraged. Were it not for Fang Qingchen's discovery of this minute discrepancy, he would have undoubtedly borne the brunt of the blame in any future investigation. He could not help but curse the family of the person who had tampered with the parameters. At that moment, Song Wanli returned with the monitoring footage from the examination room, immediately projecting it onto the large screen. The details were crystal clear. Fang Qingchen entered the testing room, and Zhou Chunlei's hands slipped into his pockets. Every nuance was observed by the senior officials from the 7th school. When compared with the timestamp of the tester's data logs, it was irrefutable. Zhou Chunlei was indeed the perpetrator. Upon viewing the video, the students of Class 7 were left in a state of disbelief. They could hardly fathom that the notoriously stern instructor Zhou would engage in such nefarious activities behind the scenes. What difference does this make from ruining a student's life? This was caught in the act. What if it hadn't been? Will he exploit this loophole to further harm more students in the future? He is utterly unworthy of the title of educator. This wretched individual, it is no wonder my martial arts grades have never improved. He has no intention of teaching us earnestly, only scheming in these underhanded ways. Indeed, such a corrupt figure deserves to be condemned. Yet, Fang Qingchen is remarkable. He is able to perceive such subtle discrepancies. He has rid us of a great menace at our school. The students were filled with righteous indignation. Had they been capable, they might have rushed forward to deliver a sound thrashing to the scarred Zhou. Even the usually aloof and indifferent Lu Qingshan was seldom seen so irate, glaring fiercely at Zhou with her big eyes. However, her ethereal beauty lacked any real menace. Zhou Chunlei looked around in a panic, confronted by the cold, resentful gazes that filled him with despair. The admiration and accolades he sought were nowhere to be found. Instead, he was met with the harsh sanctions of the school. It wasn't me. Fang Qingchen is wrongfully accusing me. Even at this juncture, he continued to attempt a defense. Meanwhile, his hands stealthily crept toward his pocket, aiming to crush the controller within. If he could obliterate the evidence, the school could only expel him at most, without bearing any further responsibility. Be careful. He has the controller in his pocket. He intends to destroy the incriminating evidence. Instructor Song, restrain him. Though his petty maneuver might have evaded others, it was no match for Fang Qingchen's keen perception. Suddenly, Fang Qingchen shouted. At the same moment, Zhou reached swiftly for his pocket. Upon hearing Fang Qingchen's voice, Song Wanli's mind did not even have time to process the situation. All right, he instinctively replied. Narrowing his eyes, the formidable physical prowess of a D-rank martial artist erupted forth. With a powerful stomp, he shattered the thick wooden floor beneath him. His fingers curled like dragon claws, and the muscles in his arms rippled like dragon scales. He lunged forward, transferring the force from his legs into his arms, propelling himself like a humanoid high-speed train. The velocity was so great that it created swirling white currents in the air behind him, emitting a sound akin to a dragon's roar. D-rank martial arts. The dragon capture technique. The momentum of this display was undoubtedly honed to perfection. The distance of over 10 meters between the two was traversed in a blink of an eye. In the astonished gaze of Zhou Chunlei, Song Wanli's claw-like hand reached Zhou's, which was already gripping the controller in his pocket. With a slight exertion, a crisp crack resonated, accompanied by a pained wail. Zhou's arm had been crushed into a devastating fracture, dangling like overcooked dough. Song Wanli reached into his pocket, and his eyes brightened with excitement. He produced the remote control and casually pressed a few buttons. The technician on the other side immediately wore a look of elation. Yes, indeed, the parameters of the tester had shifted. He was manipulating it remotely. A clear case of guilt was established. The subsequent events unfolded with ease. Soon, members of the campus security team arrived to escort the despondent Zhou Chunlei away. The charge of disrupting the examination was sufficient to send him to the grinding machine. Once everything settled, the gazes from those present towards Fang Qingchen transformed dramatically. Had Zhou Chunlei managed to destroy the remote control, it would have been impossible to hold him accountable. All of this was thanks to Fang Qingchen's timely warning. Among them, who possessed physical prowess and martial arts mastery superior to Fang Qingchen. Yet, their discernment and judgment were eclipsed by this young prodigy. A martial arts genius. Song Wanli gazed at Fang Qingchen with admiration, marveling at his abilities. Truly, the youth is formidable. Not only did he achieve an impressive reaction time of 60 milliseconds despite the tampering of the tester, but he also excelled in all aspects of martial arts. His observational acuity is equally sharp. In you, I see the shadow of the martial god Fang. Young man, I have great expectations for you. Our elite martial arts class at number 7 high school shall be made great once more by your arrival. Chapter 59, A Favor. The mighty 10-star martial sage, rendered ineffectual. Song Wanli approached Fang Qingchen, his broad hand landing heavily upon a young man's shoulder, eliciting a wince from him. Every instructor yearns for students endowed with exceptional talent and keen insight. Come the next semester, Fang Qingchen would ascend to the elite martial arts class, becoming one of his pupils. Song Wanli was already eager, ready to embark on a grand endeavor. His ambitions soared high. He realized that he would never reach the level of a martial sage in his lifetime. However, he aspired, before his retirement, to lay a solid foundation for a future martial sage, or even a martial god. Since its inception, no student at the 7th high school had ever managed to cultivate their foundational martial arts to the highest level before graduation, achieving the pinnacle of mastery. Even the formidable Fang Wuxian had not attained this remarkable feat yet in Fang Qingchen. Song Wanli glimpsed a beacon of hope, a chance to rewrite the history of 7th high school, and perhaps even all martial academies in Linjiang. The disruptive Zhou Chunlei had been dealt with, but the examinations for Class 7 continued unabated. For the final practical assessment, Huang Chunli, wary of any further complications, declared her intention to personally supervise as the chief examiner. As the vice principal, and having nurtured a prodigy like Fang Qingchen, her prospects for advancement were bright. Her decree was met with unanimous agreement from the school's higher-ups, who eagerly approached Fang Qingchen, their eyes filled with fervent admiration and warmth. After a brief exchange, they departed, leaving Fang Qingchen satisfied as only a few minutes had passed, a testament to efficiency. The demise of the Scar Zhou had brought relief to the students of Class 7, who had long endured his tyranny. No one had dared to resist him before, but now they felt a weight lifted. Those who had not qualified for the elite martial art class would soon have new instructors to guide them, potentially uncovering hidden talents among them. Gratitude lingered in the air. Even the most arrogant students regarded Fang Qingchen with reverence. A debt of gratitude remained unrepayable. As Fang Qingchen stood amidst his peers, basking in their admiration, Lin Wanxing and Gu Tingting found themselves on the periphery, feeling a bitter pang in their hearts. Watching Fang Qingchen has truly changed so much. I hardly recognize him. Could he be truly what they say, a crooked-mouthed dragon? Gu Tingting remarked, shaking her friend's shoulder, her gaze towards Fang Qingchen tinged with uncertainty. Martial arts were a tangible manifestation of strength, devoid of deception, barring the rare instances of showmanship. Upon hearing the term well-matched, Lin Wanxing felt a deeper sorrow and confusion. It was precisely this phrase that had caused her to hesitate, repeatedly rejecting Fang Qingchen. She was a person of high self-esteem, her aloof demeanor stemming from her lofty ambitions. Her aspiration is to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Naturally, the ideal partner in her heart is a radiant star in this field. Thus, those who are handsome and wealthy but lack martial prowess are not even considered. Fang Qingchen perfectly embodies her expectations. Logically, someone like him should not deter her from pursuing her own ambitions. She should be elated. However, she realizes she has erred. She seems to have grown accustomed to the conveniences Fang Qingchen provides, comfortably indulging in his unwavering devotion. For she knows that no matter how resolutely she rejects him, he will emerge from his dejection within 24 hours, revitalized and spirited, arriving at her desk with a delightful, nutritious breakfast. It appears she has become accustomed to such a lifestyle. Simultaneously, this very reason has led to the relentless pursuit by affluent boys from other classes, such as Li Jiangnan, and even the talented elites from the martial arts class. These young men, possessing wealth and influence, traverse their martial paths with remarkable ease. Yet, without exception, they too have been turned down by her. There is no particular reason. She simply does not wish to engage in a romantic relationship. Should I regret this? Or should I feel joy? Lin Wanqing's gaze flickers as she observes Fang Qingchen's carefree smile, her heart a kaleidoscope of emotions. Let us go. She shakes her head and pulls Gu Tingting out of the training room. Upon their departure, Huang Chunli gazes at Lin Wanqing's retreating figure, sighing quietly without uttering a word. Observing the class buzzing with enthusiasm, her spirits lifted, she gestures grandly, signaling for advancement. All right, everyone, let us head to the archery range on the back mountain. Time for archery and combat practice. The students cheer vigorously, invigorated, trailing behind the graceful and poised Huang Chunli as they swiftly make their way up the mountain alongside Fang Qingchen. Lu Qingshan, hands clasped behind her back, walks lightly in their wake, her demeanor serene, a faint smile gracing her lips, reminiscent of a gentle autumn moon. Among the 9 foundational martial arts, only archery remains untested. In this era of advanced martial arts, technology coexists with the art itself. However, the exotic beasts emerging from spatial nodes possess unique force fields that render them immune to most conventional weaponry. This is easily comprehensible. The essence of energy and form differs fundamentally. It is akin to comparing gasoline to fire. No amount of gasoline can extinguish flames and may even exacerbate them. Once a martial artist awakens their innate talent, the source that naturally manifests within them is akin to water. An E-class exotic beast, even when bombarded with mortar shells for an extended duration, cannot be vanquished and may not even sustain damage. Yet, an E-class martial artist wielding an E-class battle blade can effortlessly cleave through the flesh of such a creature, delivering a fatal blow. Except for a select few specialized thermal weapons, the vast majority of such armaments are incapable of harnessing the essence within a warrior's body. Consequently, bows crafted from the bones and sinews of extraordinary beasts have supplanted firearms, emerging as one of the most commonly utilized weapons among martial artists. Each martial arts academy has deemed it essential to include archery as a compulsory subject in their curriculum. The archery range at the rear mountain is expansive, spanning the equivalent of several football fields. At this moment, numerous classes are engaged in archery assessments. Huang Chunli, accompanied by the students of Class 7, swiftly arrived at their designated area. 200 meters ahead, 3 targets, each with a diameter of 1 meter, stood side by side. For students of Wugwa, a distance of 200 meters is not particularly daunting. However, hitting the mere 10-centimeter bullseye proves to be quite the challenge. As the students gathered, Huang Chunli, brimming with enthusiasm, raised her voice to ensure that nearby classes could hear her. The archery test is about to commence. The first to take the stage is Fang Qingchen. Let us give a warm round of applause. She led the applause, and her classmates followed suit, clapping fervently and cheering. Chengge, show us how it's done. Stay sharp, don't embarrass us. Let the other classes witness what it means to be the archery god of Class 7. Today, we claim the top spot. Flattery filled the air as the students, now aware of Fang Qingchen's true prowess, began to idolize him blindly. Fang Qingchen, a versatile champion, Yet, unbeknownst to them, beads of sweat formed in the palm of his hand. No, my friends, in my previous life, I was a melee fighter. When I met my demise, my archery skills were still rudimentary. As a 10-star martial saint, I remained unflinching in the face of 3 SS-level extraordinary beasts. Yet now, confronted with this unfamiliar bow and arrow, I feel utterly lost. Chapter 60. Fool, you're holding the bow incorrectly. Bridging the sense of distance in a previous life, he ascended too late, with insufficient time to cultivate the myriad martial arts. Once he had determined his martial path, archery was swiftly set aside as he devoted himself entirely to the mastery of other disciplines. His current skills in archery were merely the rudimentary lessons taught in school. At a distance of 200 meters, he could hit the bullseye approximately 20 times out of 100 arrows, and those hits were largely by chance. Fang Qingchen gazed at Fang Qingchen with eager anticipation. Fang Qingchen, why not demonstrate for your classmates? Allow me, your teacher, to bask in your glory as you set a new record for our school. In her 30s, she resembled a starry-eyed fan, her eyes brimming with expectation. Well, Fang Qingchen awkwardly ran a hand through his hair. Teacher Huang, let me give you a little warning. First, my archery skills are rather average, and there's much for me to learn. When the results come in, please don't be disappointed. His tone lacked confidence. However, Huang Chunli interpreted this as modesty, her smile growing brighter. It was remarkable how someone so proficient in martial arts could maintain a humble spirit. Such virtue, such talent, such a student, one would be hard-pressed to find another like him. She nodded enthusiastically, her smile radiant. Behind her, the other classmates cast respectful glances at Fang Qingchen. So humble, they thought. He is undeniably exceptional, yet remains overly modest. A true role model, an exemplar for us all. They watched him, eagerly anticipating his astonishing archery skills. Lu Qingshan stood at the front of the group, close to Fang Qingchen. Her delicate hands fidgeted together, her wide, glistening eyes fixed intently on his hands. I believe my archery skills have just reached the level of mastery. Since we are both at this stage, I wish to see the extent of our differences. Though Lu Qingshan was a shy girl, deep within her, a fierce determination resided. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been tirelessly practicing martial arts, pushing her physical limits while nibbling on steam buns. She was unwilling to concede defeat and sought to understand the gap between herself and Fang Qingchen. Earlier, she had closely observed Fang Qingchen during the martial arts assessment, where he had displayed an impressive array of techniques. What puzzled her was that Fang Qingchen, despite possessing great skill and strength, employed methods beyond her comprehension. It was as if he had bestowed enlightenment upon Li Jian, transforming him into a master of multiple martial arts through what appeared to be a form of cheating. There were several disciplines where both she and Fang Qingchen had achieved mastery. Yet, when he executed these techniques, they seemed to come alive in his hands, imbued with a vitality that felt unsettling. It was as though he could manifest a higher realm of martial arts, but chose to deliberately suppress it. Had Fang Qingchen been aware of her current thoughts, she would undoubtedly be astonished by her meticulous powers of observation. Indeed, those endowed with S-class talents are rarely weak. He truly acted in such a manner, for the educational system of the school could only identify talents up to this level. Beyond that, would one not tire oneself unnecessarily? Lu Qingchen observed discreetly. Under the eager gazes of the assembly, Fang Qingchen, with a resolute demeanor, stepped forward to grasp the large bow, measuring 1 meter in length. It felt remarkably comfortable in his hands. It had been over 20 years since he last touched such an instrument. However, mastery in one discipline often translates to proficiency in others. With the perspective and techniques gleaned from his past life as a martial sage, he mused that even without practice in archery, his performance should not be lacking. With a sigh, the confidence born of being a martial sage fortified his spirit. Bow in hand, he approached the designated spot, his mind swiftly recalling comrades from his previous life, one of whom was a martial sage renowned as the god of arrows in the southwest, capable of remarkable feats. With a mere S-class bow, he had dispatched an S-class beast from a distance of 80 kilometers, leaving a multitude of foes in his wake. This was the wisdom of a predecessor, standing upon the shoulders of giants, Even a slight exertion could reach heights unattainable by successors. Fang Qingchen wore a nonchalant expression. He deftly retrieved a steel-tipped arrow from the quiver, knocking it with fluid grace. His movements flowed seamlessly, leaving his classmates in awe. While undeniably impressive, there was a slight awkwardness to his form. Lu Qingxian, observing his actions, gasped in surprise, her mouth slightly agape. With a swish, Fang Qingchen released the arrow. His formidable strength bent the bow like a crescent moon, endowing the arrow with tremendous force. The sharp whistle of the arrow sliced through the air, a dark projectile like a streak of black light, striking the bullseye with force. The classmates were left speechless. Was this truly it? Huang Chunli was equally bewildered. Was her vision deceiving her? Or was Fang Qingchen deliberately playing the fool? As Lu Qingxian noted Fang Qingchen's awkward grip on the bow, an epiphany struck her. A soft giggle escaped her lips. Fool, you've drawn the bow backwards. It appears his archery skills are quite lacking. With this realization, a wave of relief washed over her. Fang Qingchen's earlier display of strength had been overwhelming, so formidable that it had seemed almost ethereal, creating an insurmountable distance even for someone as confident as she. Yet now, that sense of distance dissipated. Witnessing the slightly flustered and insecure Fang Qingchen, she felt reassured. He was, after all, just a person like herself, someone tangible and within reach, capable of inviting her to breakfast and even playfully extorting her into treating him. Chapter 61. The Mind Simulation. Mastering Archery from Novice to Proficient. Lu Qingxian felt an undeniable sense of joy. Her smile was subtle yet radiant, exuding a lightness that was both delightful and carefree. In fact, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of mischievous satisfaction. The resplendent Fang Qingchen finally had an area where he did not surpass her. It was a relief that his defeat was not so abysmal after all. Was Fang Qingchen perhaps using the bow incorrectly? Although Huang Chunli served as the homeroom teacher, her expertise lay in martial arts culture classes. She only occasionally glanced at the progress of students in her class regarding their martial arts training. Thus, she was not well acquainted with Fang Qingchen's foundational skills in martial arts. Upon witnessing his archery technique, she was taken aback and immediately turned to Lin Wanqing, who stood beside her. Does Fang Qingchen typically shoot arrows in this manner? Is he holding the bow incorrectly? Or did that Zhou Chunlei deliberately teach him this way? Huang Chunli expressed her concerns, her tone tinged with irritation as she realized that Fang Qingchen's method of handling the bow was exceedingly peculiar, deviating entirely from traditional archery techniques. Globally, all martial arts schools teach that the left hand should grasp the bow while the right hand knocks the arrow, with the bow held vertically. This is the most accurate and standard posture. Yet, Fang Qingchen was the complete opposite, holding the bow with his right hand and knocking the arrow with his left, even positioning the bow horizontally. A horizontal bow? What kind of sorcery is this? Huang Chunli was baffled. Lin Wanqing silently observed Fang Qingchen's figure, lost in thought. Upon hearing Huang Chunli's remarks, she shook her head slightly, her brow furrowing as she softly replied, "No, previously. He also used a left-handed bow and has never employed such a technique." Had it been earlier, she might have casually added, "His archery has always been poor. It makes no difference which hand he uses." But now she dare not say such things. She couldn't see through him. Indeed, she found it impossible to comprehend. The current Fang Qingchen had transformed remarkably, enveloped in a veil of indistinctness that obscured her perception of whether he was still the boy who once pursued her. Huang Chunli nodded with a sense of satisfaction. Truly, every genius possesses their own understanding of martial arts, forging a unique path. Perhaps Fang Qingchen felt that using his right hand was more suited to him. Students, do you see this? This is what genius looks like. You all should learn from him. She turned around, educating her students as if they were fledgling chicks. Wow, Fang Qingchen dares to challenge with a right-handed bow. Impressive. The esteemed one is indeed exceptional. I can't even comprehend a left-handed bow. However, he missed the target. Do you not understand? This is a demonstration for us. Are you not paying attention? Li Jian, convinced of his comprehension, stood at the forefront, defending Fang Qingchen. As he listened to his classmates' chatter, Fang Qingchen began to realize. What a revelation! The legendary archer he had once fought alongside in his past life turned out to be left-handed. This rascal never even told him. Through a narrow window, one glimpses a leopardess skin. Presently, he finds himself in a predicament, caught between a rock and a hard place. A glance back reveals Huang Chunli and her classmates, all embodying a spirit of earnest inquiry. Meanwhile, Lu Qingchen, with her petite fist delicately covering her mouth, trembles with suppressed laughter. She alone perceives the truth. Fang Qingchen is utterly inept at archery. Yet, she will not unveil this fact. Fang Qingchen, confronted by the eager eyes of eager learners, lets out a sigh. Ah, the heights are indeed lonely. Very well. I shall learn and apply my knowledge on the spot. It cannot be too dreadful. Memories flood his mind of battles fought alongside the Southwest arrow god, showcasing various dazzling archery techniques. While he cannot replicate those advanced skills, he can certainly grasp a modicum of the solid foundational techniques possessed by the martial saint. With a swift motion, he draws another arrow. He bends the bow, nocks the arrow, and executes the action seamlessly. His acute senses detect the humidity, wind speed, and direction in the air, attuning to every subtle shift. Simultaneously, he instinctively engages in the dragon snake breathing technique, inhaling and exhaling rhythmically. Whoosh! Another arrow is released, this one bearing greater force. The arrow quivers through the air, akin to a dark serpent. Thud! It strikes the target with such power that the ground around it trembles slightly. 3 points. Progress. He readies another arrow. Draw the bow, release. 4 points. Draw the bow, release. 6 points. Release. 7 points. Fang Qingchen, bow in hand, gazes vacantly, seemingly immersed in an extraordinary state. The world around him fades away, leaving him in a vast expanse of nothingness. He draws the bow and releases arrows. Surrounding his form is a colossal shadow, a manifestation of his likeness but 1,000 times larger. This shadow wields a magnificent bow, executing an array of intricate archery techniques. Each arrow it fires resembles a radiant beam of light. Remarkably, each one merges with the dark arrows shot by Fang Qingchen, soaring into an unknown distance. Enveloped in this state, his performance steadily improves, with his accuracy reaching an astonishing rate. Most terrifyingly, his shooting speed accelerates. By the time he reaches the final 10 arrows, he even omits the aiming process. His right hand remains steady on the bow while his left hand swiftly nocks and draws the bowstring, unleashing arrows in rapid succession. Swoosh! 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 10 arrows are released in under 5 seconds, creating a tempestuous display of prowess. Thud! 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 The sound of arrows striking the target reverberates like a drumming beat, relentless and powerful. After firing 100 arrows, Fang Qingchen emerges from this extraordinary state, exhaling deeply. How exhausting. It is not the body that is weary, but rather the mind. Fang Qingchen shook his head, gently pinching the bridge of his nose. Just moments ago, he had unknowingly begun to mentally analyze and simulate the archery techniques of the Southwest arrow god. Yet, his current level of mastery was far too low. Even the mere attempt to deduce the foundational skills of such a formidable figure proved to be exceedingly taxing. Fortunately, in recent days, he had been consuming the essence of the sun daily, which had significantly bolstered his mental fortitude. Otherwise, he might have bled a good 20 cc from his nose. As Fang Qingchen completed his archery demonstration, his classmates erupted into applause, their enthusiasm palpable. Regardless of the precision of his shots, one cannot deny his undeniable charm. Graceful and ethereal, he seemed to transcend the mundane. Even Huang Chunli, while watching Fang Qingchen shoot, felt a peculiar illusion. It was as if the young man before them was not merely a student, but a master archer commanding the heavens, his arrows flying like dragons. Bow drawn to shoot at the moon. Goodness, his right-handed form is so striking. I must practice my right hand too. Aren't you practicing daily? Setting aside everything else. Just the poise he displayed while shooting has already crowned him as the foremost archer of our school. He surpasses others by a wide margin. The classmates shouted excitedly, their eyes fixed on the counting board held by Huang Chunli, eagerly anticipating the announcement of the scores. Huang Chunli, wearing a radiant smile, was shifting her gaze from Fang Qingchen to the counting board displaying real-time data when suddenly a languid voice interrupted. The foremost archer of our school? Just based on this hopeless sycophant? What a grand jest! Chapter 62. Upon hearing such audacious words, Fang Qingchen had yet to utter a single syllable, but the students of Class 7 were already incensed. They quickly diverted their gazes toward the source of the provocation. Three tall boys clad in school uniforms crossed their arms, mockingly observing the distant target. The speaker was none other than the boy at the center, whose hair stood erect like needles. Some from Class 7 recognized him, their expressions shifting dramatically. Lin Wanxing furrowed her brow, seemingly sensing impending trouble. However, there were also those unfamiliar with him, and seizing the opportunity to make a name for themselves, Zhang Dafei took the initiative. Who do you think you are barking orders here? My brother Chen is not someone you can critique. I am Zhang Dafei from Class 7, so you better scram while you can. Zhang Dafei, with a prematurely mature appearance and a face riddled with acne, exuded a certain intimidation typical of youth. Unbeknownst to him, the trio erupted into mocking laughter at his words. Zhang Dafei? Who is this little nobody? Never even heard of him. One of them scoffed, chewing gum as he gestured toward the tall youth in the middle. This is Lu Tianming from the martial arts elite class, a genius with B-level martial arts talent, with physical prowess rated at 155 in mastery of archery at an exceptional level. He is the true archery god of our school. Do you recognize him now? Lu Tianming, basking in the spotlight of his accolades, grinned smugly at Zhang Dafei. Now do you know who I am? Zhang Dafei, intimidated, retreated, instinctively shrinking his neck. He knew Lu Tianming all too well, having entered the martial arts elite class long ago as a true prodigy. Recently awakened to his B-level martial arts talent, Eagle Eye, his static vision rivaled that of a telescope, while his dynamic vision could track even the flight path of a bullet. Not only could he easily evade his opponent's attacks, but when combined with his archery skills, he became an extraordinarily formidable force. Zhang Dafei realized that his own abilities paled in comparison to the elite of the martial arts class. The situation had escalated, and Lu Tianming was now intent on causing trouble for Fang Qingchen. Ranked 10th in the martial arts elite class, he also pursued Lin Wanxing, frequently inviting her out for meals, though she had never accepted his advances. It was rumored that his father was a city councilman and that his mother's family wielded significant influence, controlling numerous resources. With a physical prowess of 155, it was likely that they would not reach such heights even upon graduation. Although Fang Qingchen's martial arts level was impressive, he could not match Lu Tianming's physical capabilities, making it uncertain if he could stand as a rival. The students were well informed, and upon hearing Lu Tianming's name, their faces were painted with fear. Such a figure, wealthy, powerful, and immensely capable, was someone they could not afford to offend. Huang Chunli frowned slightly. Classmate, this is currently an examination period. I kindly ask you to return to your designated area. She was aware of Lu Tianming's formidable family background. Even though she is now the vice principal, she still harbors a certain apprehension towards him, refraining from using harsh words. Lu Tianming chuckled lightly. Vice Principal Huang, Fang Qingchen has already completed the exam. I merely wish to exchange a few words with him. Surely that does not constitute an intrusion? The school rules do not prohibit conversing with students after their exams. Do they? Do your job as vice principal. Otherwise, with a mere word from my father, you would have to vacate this position without hesitation. He cast a disdainful glance at Huang Chunli's mature and voluptuous figure, dismissing her as an insignificant vice principal without any connections. You. Huang Chunli was incensed by his words, trembling with anger. His lewd gaze made her feel utterly uncomfortable. Suddenly, a long and warm hand landed on her shoulder, enveloping her in an aura of calm. Her furious heart swiftly transformed into tranquility, a wave of safety washing over her. Turning around, she was met with a handsome, sunlit face. It was Fang Qingchen. Why bother getting worked up over such a person? It's merely a barking dog, he said. Teacher Huang, you wouldn't want to let someone like him ruin your day, would you? With just 3 sentences, he shifted Huang Chunli's fury into joy. You little charmer, you really know how to soothe someone. If only you had done this sooner. The girls at number 7 high school would have been completely enchanted by you. Huang Chunli chuckled, her anger dissipating. With Huang Chunli pacified, Fang Qingchen casually strolled over to Lu Tianming and his companions, hands in his pockets, moving with an unhurried grace. The 1-against-3 situation felt somewhat lopsided. As he beheld the familiar faces in front of him, memories of past grievances resurfaced. He recalled that in his previous life, this was the moment Lu Tianming sought to trouble him, when he had been woefully inadequate in martial arts and had been thoroughly humiliated by Lu Tianming and his friends. His dignity shattered. Excellent. The archival retrieval was successful. It was determined that the torment he endured in his past life would be avenged in this one. Unbeknownst to anyone, Fang Qingchen's initially cheerful gaze had swiftly morphed into something perilous. Danger. Danger. Lu Tianming and his companions were oblivious to the ominous mark that had been placed upon them, staring at Fang Qingchen as if he were a fool. What else with that look? What? Are you dissatisfied because I called you a sycophant? Just because you awakened a mediocre talent, you think you can act all high and mighty? He sneered. Hey, Wanxing, tell me, isn't Fang Qingchen a sycophant? With that, he directed his fervent gaze toward Lin Wanxing. The allure of unattainable desire is indeed the most exquisite, and particularly with Lin Wanxing, who had awakened an A-grade talent. There was an ethereal quality about her that captivated him completely. In his eyes, Lin Wanxing had endured numerous rejections from Fang Qingchen over the past few days and surely harbored a wealth of frustration. She would undoubtedly agree with him. To his surprise, however, Lin Wanxing merely cast him a fleeting glance and replied, Lu Tianming, what concerns my business to you? Seeking joy through the belittlement of others is truly beneath you. It appears that my initial refusal was indeed justified. Some individuals, despite their material wealth, remain perpetually ensnared in a spiritual slum. Lin Wanxing's voice was icy, yet it left her classmates utterly astounded. What is happening? A girl as aloof as Lin Wanxing is actually speaking up for Fang Qingchen? Truly, 30 years along the He River, one should not underestimate the youth in poverty, right? Regretting the role of the leading lady, perhaps? Lu Tianming's mouth hung agape, his expression one of sheer astonishment as he gazed at her, seemingly convinced he had misheard. This is not right, is it? I distinctly remember that in my past life, she did not utter such words. Fang Qingchen, too, was bewildered. Upon returning to life, the narrative had taken an unexpected turn. Yet now is not the time for such musings. Raising an eyebrow, he remarked, Lu Tianming, who cannot boast. Do you believe that with a mere word, my father could unseat yours from his position as a councilman? Wouldn't you agree, classmates? Fang Qingchen's tone was laced with mockery. As he spoke, his classmates from Class 7 were stirred to fervor, stepping forward in unison to resolutely stand behind him. Lu Qingchen and Lin Wanxing exchanged a glance, silently positioning themselves on either side of Fang Qingchen. The wind whispered. Alone, Fang Qingchen stood at the forefront, while his classmates from Class 7 stood steadfastly behind him, resembling an army of thousands. In his previous life, he had endured humiliation and bullying at the hands of Lu Tianming and his ilk. This time, Fang Qingchen would no longer walk alone. Chapter 63. Evening Star? Do not be deceived by him. A spar? How ridiculous! One utterance summons a legion of sycophants to form a line for him. Are the students of Class 7 out of their minds? Are they all swayed by this obsequious fool? How could even Evening Star? Lu Tianming and the others instinctively took a step back, incredulously rubbing their eyes. Especially Lu Tianming, who was utterly astonished to see Lin Wanxing standing behind Fang Qingchen. His mind was in a frenzy. What on earth is happening? Has Lin Wanxing lost her senses? Or am I the one losing my mind? She has always been an unattainable goddess, aloof and impervious to all the boys in the entire 7th High. Despite my privileged background, she barely acknowledged my existence. And now she has awakened her A-grade martial arts talent, with a promising future ahead, undoubtedly a goddess among goddesses. He even felt as though he was becoming unworthy of her. And now, you choose to stand with the very person you once despised? What's going on? Lu Tianming's mind was malfunctioning for several seconds. Lin Wanxing's alignment with Fang Qingchen had effectively turned his identity card into the first card of a poker hand. His mindset shattered. Yet, he was not oblivious. Fang Qingchen's sudden rise to prominence, rallying all the students of Class 7 into a cohesive force, undoubtedly raised suspicions. Could it be that Wanqing believes his talent in the realm of rules is impressive, and thus she agreed to support him? Did the online discussions not label that as a worthless talent destined to become obsolete in the later stages? Lu Tianming's expression darkened with uncertainty. As for what Fang Qingchen had just said, he paid it no heed. My father is Lu Gang, a city councillor. He is not a minor character like Li Jiangnan. Such words hold no weight against him. He ignored Fang Qingchen and turned his gaze toward Lin Wanqing, his eyes sincere and earnest. Wanqing, what has happened? Why are you aiding this sycophant? Do not let this boy deceive you. The rule-based talent, simplified, is merely a trash talent. It could never compare to an S-grade combat talent. At best, it is only of a common B-grade caliber. Furthermore, everyone knows Fang Qingchen's martial arts are mediocre. I could easily overpower him with one hand. Any talent granted to him would be futile. Speaking to Lin Wanqing, his tone was gentle with a faint smile, attempting to project an image he deemed charming. His voice took on a peculiar tone, almost effeminate. It nearly made Fang Qingchen retch. How insufferably greasy. Yet, upon finishing his words, Lu Tianming realized that every student in Class 7 was regarding him with expressions akin to that of bewildered spectators. Such gazes made him exceedingly uncomfortable. Have I misspoken? Is that not the case? He was somewhat bewildered. Lin Wanqing clearly despised this stagnant atmosphere, her brows furrowing tightly, especially at the last remark. Mediocre martial arts? He is a prodigy, having mastered the 8 foundational martial arts to an extraordinary level. A genius likely to inscribe his name alongside that of the martial god Fang, echoing through the annals of martial history. Is this what you deem mediocre martial arts? Your version is rather outdated, isn't it? Previously, due to Lu Tianming's familial influence, Lin Wanqing, despite her aloof demeanor, had graciously declined his advances, showing a modicum of warmth rather than outright disdain. However, now, for reasons unbeknownst to her, upon hearing his recent disparagement of Fang Qingchen, she was suddenly struck by a visceral loathing for him, finding his presence utterly distasteful. Her exquisite visage grew as frigid as winter frost. Lu Tianming, are you attempting to instruct me in my actions? Whether Fang Qingchen's martial prowess is commendable or lacking is not for someone with your B-grade talent to judge. Furthermore, it's not solely him. I will not permit anyone to bully any of my classmates before my eyes. Please leave at once. Her voice, though icy, resonated with authority. Behind her, the students of Class 7 were astonished to witness the high and mighty school belle, Lin Wanqing, displaying such a fierce loyalty to her peers. How commanding! She was indeed the matriarch of Class 7. Meanwhile, on the other side, the introverted girl, Lu Qingchen, though reticent, exuded an undeniable vigor. They're all villains. She glared at Lu Tianming with an innocent yet indignant expression, her S-class talent faintly emanating. The atmosphere felt charged, as though a sharp blade's presence enveloped Lu Tianming and his companions. Goodness, why do I suddenly feel so cold? A boy beside Lu Tianming shivered, rubbing his arms, while another sensed an eerie chill creeping down his neck, as if an invisible, razor-sharp blade were poised at his throat, ready to strike. Though Lu Tianming possessed considerable physical prowess, he too felt goosebumps rising involuntarily, his brow twitching as if the very essence within him quaked in fear, prompting him to instinctively retreat a few steps. This flat-chested girl exuded a formidable aura. She must be Lu Qingchen, awakened with her S-class talent, rallying for Fang Qingchen's support. Hadn't the students of Class 7 always been so united? He was taken aback. He had intended to bully a soft target, but had inadvertently grasped a cactus instead. The aloof girl and the introverted girl stood like guardian deities at this moment. These two young women were not to be trifled with. He could only redirect his gaze back to Fang Qingchen. Fang Qingchen, do you only know how to hide behind the girls? Are you not a man? His tone dripped with derision. Fang Qingchen glanced at the two girls behind him, shrugged, and replied, Your eyesight seems to be lacking. I'm not even standing behind them. I know someone who wears glasses. You could mention my name for a discount. Laughter erupted behind him. Lu Tianming's face alternated between shades of green and red. For someone like Lu Tianming, a minor character, a bit of mockery was well warranted, merely to make a point. Recalling the humiliations endured in a previous life is quite sufficient. From this point onward, let's allow actions to speak through fists. Were you Lu Tianming, merely here to bark like a dog? If you have no other purpose, then come, let's engage in a sparring match. What was it called again? Ah, yes, the arrow god of the 7th middle school. Fang Qingchen casually placed his hands in his pockets, tilting his chin with disdainful eyes that swept over the 3 figures before him. A formidable confidence enveloped him like an aura, instilling in those who beheld his silhouette an overwhelming illusion. His presence seemed to rise like a mountain, looking down upon the 3 insignificant insects before him. Fang Qingchen has never been one to repay kindness with kindness, nor does he play the role of a foolish dragon who bears grievances in silence. In his past life, he had been powerless and bullied, but now that he possesses strength, he intends to retaliate fiercely. After all, what purpose does such power serve if not to be wielded? To walk in silk robes under the cover of night? It would be better not to be reborn at all. Lin Wanqing had never witnessed such an imposing presence in Fang Qingchen before. She was momentarily entranced. Lu Tianming, too, was struck by this overwhelming force. His heart suddenly filled with panic. Chapter 64. Unlocking New Forms. A single leg. However, he quickly regained his composure. How dare this insufferable sycophant actively seek a duel? Had his mind slipped into madness? Engaging in martial arts practice without wielding weaponry. How could he possibly be my equal? Just wait. I shall make short work of you. The momentary panic on Lu Tianming's face vanished, replaced by a mocking expression. He glanced around at the boys accompanying him, chuckling with amusement. Well, what a spectacle this is. The sun must have risen in the west for Fang Liang to dare challenge someone else. He regarded Fang Qingchen with a look akin to that of an amused spectator. With deliberate enunciation, he declared, I am not like that waste Li Jiangnan, with his meager physical prowess of merely one. Since you have so willingly sought to be humiliated, then come forth. I reiterate, you pathetic cur, I can easily best you with just one hand. With that, he strode confidently to an open space behind him, one hand casually tucked behind his back while he mockingly beckoned Fang Qingchen with the other. Come here. Fang Qingchen shook his head. No saving you now. Do you fancy having just one hand? Soon, you will be left with only one good hand. Principal Huang, Fang Qingchen said with a smile, I would like to engage in a martial arts exchange with Lu here within the school premises. This should not violate any school regulations. Correct? Huang Chunli adjusted her glasses and crossed her arms. Not all. We are a martial arts school, and we encourage students to engage in martial exchanges for mutual improvement. Having suffered Lu Tianming's arrogance earlier, she felt a sense of relief at Fang Qingchen's willingness to stand up for her. Yet, she couldn't shake her concerns about his background. She feared that Fang Qingchen might face retaliation from Lu Tianming's family in the future. Despite Fang Qingchen's current strength, his physical capabilities remained a notable disadvantage. With a stamina of 142 facing Lu's 155, even with his extraordinary martial arts, the advantage was minimal. Thus, she added just a friendly exchange, nothing more. Leave the rest to the teachers. Fang Qingchen understood her intent and winked at her. Rest assured, it shall be nothing more than a friendly spar. Women truly hold on to grudges. Lu Tianming possesses a stamina of 155 and a robust physique. What must one do to even begin to bring him down? He might not even recognize his own mother afterward. Imagining such a scene, Fang Qingchen found Huang Chunli's cunning rather intriguing. He had never expected the seemingly stern Huang to possess such an edge. Just as he was about to step forward, the aloof Lin Wanqing, the cool girl, spoke up from behind. Fang Qingchen, do take care. Be mindful of your safety. Her cool, commanding voice imparted a sense of warmth that stirred the hearts of those who listened. Though her expression remained composed, her eyes burned with fervor. She was exceptionally skilled at maintaining her aloof, yet alluring demeanor. The sight left Lu Tianming and his companions utterly captivated. When had the esteemed school beauty of 7th High ever spoken to other boys in such a manner? How infuriating! Lu Tianming, felt as though his lungs were about to burst. Gazing at the two individuals ahead, whose expressions seemed to stretch and distort, he stood there, frozen in place, wishing fervently to find a car to hide beneath. In his mind, a singular thought persisted, a fervent desire to thoroughly reprimand Fang Qingchen. He wanted Lin Wanqing to confront the harsh realities. Goodness, that look in Lin Wanqing's eyes was positively terrifying. Where had her previously defiant demeanor vanished to? That was the authentic version of her. Her current attitude left Fang Qingchen somewhat disoriented. Had she unlocked a new persona? A novel approach to fishing for compliments? It was best to avoid confrontation for now. Imitating Lin Wanqing's demeanor from a previous life, he coldly nodded, choosing not to engage her in conversation. He maintained the posture of a stoic figure, sauntering lazily toward Lu Tianming. The commotion they stirred was considerable. Numerous classes were still conducting their fundamental archery assessments at the range. Upon hearing the ruckus, many turned their gazes toward the spectacle, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Look, Lu Tianming from the martial arts elite class is confronting Fang Qingchen. They exclaimed. What a blunder. Or should we say, Fang Qingchen has taken the initiative to challenge Lu Tianming. Hey, Lu Tianming was ranked 10th in our school last time, a formidable powerhouse with incredible physical prowess. What could have prompted Fang Qingchen to seek out this challenge? Remember, they can't use weapons in this spar. Let us wager on who will emerge victorious. Isn't that obvious? It has to be Lu Tianming. The discussions buzzed with fervor. To the onlookers, Fang Qingchen's actions were tantamount to a reckless assault on his own life. With a physical strength of 155, his combined punching power had surpassed 2 tons, and his speed exceeded 30 meters per second. He was akin to a humanoid beast. Even without martial arts, Fang Qingchen's meager physical capabilities would likely result in him being bloodied with a mere glance from Lu Tianming. He appeared utterly oblivious to his limitations, especially considering his abysmal martial arts performance. He was merely a sacrificial lamb. Many classmates had already taken out their phones, activating the recording mode to capture this moment, intending to share it on the Note app for endless ridicule. They had even concocted a catchy title. Oh my. The gifted strategist is utterly dominated by a B-level talent student. As Lu Tianming approached, he encountered obstacle after obstacle, igniting his frustration. The sight of Fang Qingchen, nonchalantly strolling with his hands in his pockets, had him on edge, particularly due to Fang Qingchen's sun-kissed, handsome visage that made Lu, who usually considered himself quite dashing, feel a twinge of inferiority. His fists cracked ominously as he thought, "You're putting on quite the show. Prepare to be brought down a peg." When it came to Fang Qingchen, he yearned for a swift resolution. With a sudden burst of energy, he forcefully stomped the ground, employing the foundational martial arts technique. The misty steps, he executed a series of unpredictable foot movements, propelling himself forward with astonishing speed. He was confident in his abilities, declaring that he would fight with one hand. His right hand spread wide, resembling a great net ready to ensnare. The overlord conquers the tiger. He lunged towards Fang Qingchen's face with a swift motion. He had mastered both martial arts to an exceptional level, approaching the verge of perfection. With Lu Tianming's physical prowess, this sudden burst of energy was formidable indeed. His body surged forward, enveloped in a wave of force, closing the distance of 4 to 5 meters in an instant. For an ordinary student with a physical capacity of 1, evading such an assault would be exceedingly difficult. Under the influence of his eagle-eyed talent, his dynamic vision was terrifyingly acute. Any attempt to evade would be easily discerned by him. His arm moved like a shadow, poised to strike his opponent's face, and with his overwhelming strength, he could effortlessly pin them to the ground and grind them down. This technique, since the awakening of his talent, had proven effective in numerous sparring sessions. It was a guaranteed success. Even those with comparable physical abilities would find themselves at a disadvantage against him. However, he was now facing an opponent of a different caliber. Fang Qingchen observed Lu Tianming, who approached him at a snail's pace, an unusual glimmer in his eyes. He shook his head, eagle-eyed. While this talent bestowed impressive dynamic vision, regrettably, being able to perceive the trajectory of a bullet did not equate to the ability to evade it. In a flash, he raised his right leg at a perfect 180 degrees, resembling a battle axe, and struck downwards towards Lu Tianming's approaching hand with a ferocious chop. The 8 extremes leg, battle axe style. This kick was incredibly fierce. Before it even made contact, a fierce gust of wind had already formed, causing Lu Tianming's skin to quiver. It was an unparalleled display of raw power. Lu Tianming's eyes widened in horror, as if a true battle axe were descending from the heavens, intent on ending his life. Goodness, is this what they call a lackluster martial art? Are the rumor mongers still around? Chapter 65. The Rain of Arrows. Truly formidable. Next time I shall employ my foot. Simply by sensing the tremendous force encapsulated within Fang Qingchen's leg, one could discern that it was at least of the consummate level of the 8 extremes leg. Fang Qingchen, you sly old coin, the most cunning of sorts. You have concealed your prowess far too deeply. Clearly a master of martial arts, yet masquerading as a novice? Have you deceived us all? This has been entire 2.5 years. How could you endure this? Are you even human? Not even the most patient of turtles could match your restraint. Lu Tianming was on the verge of unleashing a tirade. Though his anger was palpable, he was unafraid. After all, his physical prowess was well established. He had ranked among the top 10 in the entire school last time. How could he possibly fear it? What the consummate level of the 8 extremes leg? I am equally capable. My physical abilities will crush you. Eagle Eye, Lu Tianming's martial talent, even when unleashed, was rarely discernible to others. Quite shameless indeed. With a flourish, as he activated his talent, everything around him seemed to slow. Under his dynamic vision, the trajectory of Fang Qingchen's powerful kick became unmistakably clear. Though formidable, it was nothing extraordinary. With my agility and speed, I could easily evade it. But I shall not retreat. Allow me to demonstrate the absolute disparity in strength. Lu Tianming aspired to defeat Fang Qingchen with an invincible stance, confronting him head-on. He neither dodged nor flinched. As Fang Qingchen's ferocious kick approached, he thrust his outstretched hand forward with great force. Simultaneously, enhanced by the eagle eye's dynamic vision, the angle of his strike was exceptionally cunning. He aimed directly for Fang Qingchen's ankle. With the force of 2 tons behind his strike, the impact would shatter the bone, rendering it incapacitated. A counterattack. This was the forte of a martial artist awakened with the eagle eye talent. Remarkable. The students of Class 7, witnessing Lu Tianming's profound martial prowess, felt a wave of anxiety for Fang Qingchen. This was the caliber of the top 10 in the martial arts elite class. Each one of them was immensely powerful. Were it them, they would have been toppled in an instant. Such cleverness. You think you can counter my moves? How ostentatious. Fang Qingchen barely regarded his hand. With an axe-like ferocity, he struck down. Just as Lu Tianming's hand was about to grasp his ankle, Fang Qingchen's leg suddenly twisted, rotating at an astonishing angle, transitioning from a vertical strike to a horizontal sweep in an instant. It landed forcefully upon Lu Tianming's hand. The swiftness of the change was nearly imperceptible. Do you not possess eagle eye? Can you not see clearly and evade? The mockery in Fang Qingchen's eyes intensified. Bang! The clash of limbs resonated with a deep thud. The force reverberated through the ground, causing a slight tremor beneath their feet. There was no evading. Lu Tianming and Fang Qingchen collided fiercely. Lu Tianming was sent reeling uncontrollably. Stumbling back several steps, he felt as though his hand had struck a solid block of iron. The violent tremors sent a numbing sensation through his entire body. How infuriating! How could he be so powerful? My signature move proved utterly ineffective against him. Astonishment filled his eyes. His eagle-eye talent, combined with his signature attack, was rarely evaded even by the elite practitioners of the martial arts class. Just how swift were his reflexes? Lu Tianming was utterly bewildered. Yet, Fang Qingchen clearly would not grant him the luxury of contemplation. Observing Lu's retreat, he swiftly advanced. In an instant, Fang Qingchen executed his elusive footwork, gliding as if he were a wraith, his steps ethereal and light, resembling a dancer skimming the ground. Within 2 strides, he was before Lu Tianming, relentless in his pursuit. Fang Qingchen, do not presume that fending off my attack signifies your victory. I shall not hold back any longer. You will come to realize. Lu Tianming, sensing a fleeting advantage, charged forward, arrogance from the elite class clouding his judgment. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a ferocious exhalation, the sound resonating powerfully. His blood surged, muscles tensed and bulged, his arm straight as an arrow, piercing through everything. This was the arrow fist, a technique he had derived from the foundational archery methods. Weapons are merely extensions of the body. He embodied the bow, his hand the arrow, executing a masterful display of archery prowess. The potency of his strike was formidable. Should it connect, even a stone figure would be rendered with a gaping wound. To be among the top 10 of the elite class was no trivial feat. Each member possessed their unique skills. Yet Fang Qingchen merely cast a fleeting glance at him. Such a verbose display. In the next moment, he raised his hands high, bending his arms and adopting a stance reminiscent of drawing a bow. He too mirrored the stance of the arrow fist. Every sinew of his body resonated like a taut bowstring, heralding the arrival of a tempest. Arrow fist. Impossible. How could you possibly? You dare to steal my technique? Lu Tianming watched in shock as Fang Qingchen prepared his move, initially believing he was merely imitating him. But in the next heartbeat, with sinews twisting like bowstrings, Fang Qingchen's fist surged forth like a storm of arrows, countless shadows of his punches whipping up a gale. It was as though a multitude of arrows had been released, all aimed at Lu Tianming. Foundational martial arts. 8 extremities fist. Rain of arrows. Bang, 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 ora, ora, ora. In less than a second, Lu Tianming's solitary arrow fist was twisted and contorted. Following that, a torrential downpour of fists rained down upon his face, body, legs, and lower regions. Within a mere 3 seconds, he lost count of how many punches he had endured. He was sent hurtling backward as if he were a rag doll. Meanwhile, Fang Qingchen remained steadfast, his presence as unyielding as a mountain, fists raining down like a tempest. For a solid 10 seconds, he struck relentlessly until his hands began to ache. Only then did he finally withdraw his assault, while Lu Tianming lay crumpled, akin to a broken sack. With a thud, he fell to the ground. At that moment, he was indeed in a pitiful state. His face was swollen like a pig's head, his right arm fractured, and his legs convulsed, suggesting possible fractures. Yet, Fang Qingchen was true to his word, leaving one hand unscathed as he had promised. Lu Tianming, having put on an air of bravado, still had that hand behind his back, perfectly intact. His resilience was astonishing. Perhaps next time, a kick would suffice. Fang Qingchen cast a disdainful glance at him before shaking his hand. With a physical enhancement of 155, the density of his muscles and bones was already remarkably high. For someone of his stature, he weighed at least 5 times more than an average person, showcasing an impressive ability to absorb impact. Had his physical prowess been a tad higher, with his current strength, defeating him would not have been an easy feat, however. Such a record was already terrifying enough. The entire shooting range fell into silence. The students who had been recording the event had forgotten to press the stop button, staring blankly at Fang Qingchen, who stood with his hands in his pockets, exuding an aura akin to that of a war deity. Fierce, utterly fierce. He was nothing short of a human beast. This was the singular thought that occupied the minds of those who had witnessed Fang Qingchen's prowess just moments before. The flurry of punches, akin to a rain of arrows, was nothing short of a man's romance. Chapter 66. Astonishment. The top sycophant of Class 7 turns out to be an unparalleled dragon. The girl's eyes sparkled with admiration. He was undeniably handsome. With a physique that was both well-proportioned and elongated, he unleashed a terrifying power akin to that of a muscular warrior. The contrast was striking, so captivating. If memory serves me right, Lu Tianming was one of the top 10 students in the martial arts elite class. How could he be defeated in the blink of an eye? This battle concluded far too swiftly. While students from other classes anticipated a one-sided thrashing, the outcome was indeed a thorough domination. Only the roles had reversed. What was most difficult for them to accept was that the once ridiculed sycophant, Fang Qingchen, who had been deemed utterly inept in martial arts by everyone at Class 7, had suddenly transformed into a ferocious dragon due to an awakening ritual. Everything came as a complete surprise, shattering the illusions that had been formed over the past 2.5 years regarding Fang Qingchen. Fists are the ultimate proof of truth. It turns out that the true jesters have always been ourselves. Bro, pinch my thigh and tell me this isn't a dream. Ouch. Wrong spot. The students from other classes, who were merely spectators, erupted in excitement. The 3-year period had come to an end. No longer could they endure. It was time for action. The Dragon King has returned. A living testament to the rise of the underdog was being vividly enacted right before their eyes. It was exhilarating, absolutely thrilling. The sensation was more intense than that of short play. Many students felt goosebumps, especially those who had previously been bullied by Lu Tianming. At that moment, a refreshing sense of vindication washed over them. This dream of resurgence had finally been realized by someone. Students who recorded the event hastened to upload the videos to the music app, altering the titles to sensationalize them, garnering thousands of likes. Astonishing. The top sycophant of Class 7 turns out to be an unparalleled dragon. After 2.5 years of concealment, he emerges triumphant. Watch the exhilarating tale unfold. Video after video was uploaded by these title hunters. Some, eager to stir controversy, even posted the videos on the school's confession wall. It wouldn't be long before the entire school became aware of this momentous event. Huang Chunli felt a twinge of shock. She understood the significance of reaching the profound level of mastery in the 8 schools of martial arts. But she never anticipated the level of prowess that Fang Qingchen would exhibit. He was capable of surpassing a 0.1 increase in physical strength, decisively overpowering his opponent, a fellow elite student with equally formidable martial arts skills. This was extraordinary, truly extraordinary. To cultivate such a talented student was a lifetime achievement. The only concern she had was that Fang Qingchen's strikes seemed rather heavy. Wasn't the goal to hold back? This was reckless. Lu Tianming's family wielded considerable influence. Even as the vice principal, she felt insignificant in comparison. If he bore a grudge and sought revenge against Fang Qingchen, she could not guarantee his safety. Lu Qingchen stood there, her eyes sparkling with excitement. In her mind, she continued to replay Fang Qingchen's tempestuous onslaught. Was it the rain of arrows from the 8 extreme fist? Truly impressive. While we were diligently practicing the required martial arts at school, he had already begun to delve into other foundational disciplines. Beyond her identity as a reclusive girl, she was also an ardent martial arts enthusiast. Naturally, she recognized it as the 8 extreme fist. Deep down, her curiosity about Fang Qingchen intensified. What kind of stimulus could provoke such a significant advancement in his martial arts, transforming not only his skills, but also his very demeanor? The seed of curiosity, once germinated, would take root like wild grass, filling every crevice. Fang Qingchen casually glanced at Lu Tianming, who lay on the ground, his face swollen like a pig's head, drenched in sweat and supported by 2 boys who had come with him. His gaze was filled with venomous resentment as he glared at Fang Qingchen. Damn it, how much have you hidden? What martial art was that? It resembled my arrow fist so closely. He dared not provoke further. The martial arts Fang Qingchen had displayed were akin to a torrential rain of arrows, utterly overwhelming him. In retrospect, he felt a twinge of fear. What baffled Lu Tianming was the undeniable sensation that, although he could perceive Fang Qingchen's physical prowess was far inferior to his own, his speed and strength eclipsed when they actually clashed. He felt as if he were unable to exert his own power. It was as though all his vulnerabilities had been laid bare before Fang Qingchen, who wielded the principle of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. His advantages in strength and speed were rendered ineffective. Where had he fallen short? The question tormented him. Fang Qingchen merely shrugged. What business is it of yours? He mused, before striding over to Huang Chunli. With a swift motion of his hands, everything was resolved, and the matter was settled. It was the first time a student had stood up for her. Huang Chunli felt it would be disingenuous to say she was not moved, yet her greatest concern remained Fang Qingchen, fearing he would face retaliation. Did the teacher not say to stop at the point? You sigh. Rest assured, should anything happen, I will protect you, even if it means resigning from my position as vice principal. she said, looking up at Fang Qingchen with utmost seriousness. When you uttered that promise, you secured a bond for life. Fang Qingchen smiled at her and then gestured reassuringly. Suddenly, Lu Tianming interjected, "Hey, don't get too arrogant. I, Lu Tianming, will not let you off for injuring me. Just you wait. Is that a dog barking?" Fang Qingchen was unyielding. He turned and took a step forward, preparing to kick. "Stop! Stop!" Seeing Fang Qingchen so fierce, genuinely prepared to kick, Lu Tianming felt genuine fear and hurriedly called for a halt. His eyes were filled with defiance as he spoke. "You were playing the fool, and I let my guard down, which is why you managed to catch me off guard. Besides, my specialty is archery. Do you dare to wait until I recover and have a proper match? The loser must kneel and call the winner master. Do you dare?" Lu Tianming indeed possesses considerable power and influence. As he spoke, he withdrew a small vial made of pale green glass from his pocket and consumed its contents in one swift motion. Zhang Dafei recognized the substance and couldn't help but gasp. It was muscle molecular liquid. This elixir could rapidly mend skeletal and muscular tissues. While typical recovery from injuries could take 100 days, this potion would facilitate complete healing in merely 10 days, leaving no residual effects. A single vial costs upwards of 10,000 yuan. This dog truly hails from a wealthy family. In martial arts, success hinges not only on innate talent and relentless effort, but also on resources and financial backing. Much like the cultivation novels where wealth, methods, companions, and land are all essential for smooth advancement. Lacking any one of these elements can hinder progress. Upon ingesting the potion, Lu Tianming's injuries began to visibly heal at an astonishing rate. His swollen visage began to deflate, and within a minute, the marks on his hands were scarcely discernible. The fractured bones in his body also commenced their gradual recovery. He pushed aside the two boys beside him and, with great effort, stood tall, casting a fierce glare at Fang Qingchen. At that moment, the counter in Huang Chunli's hand beeped, announcing the results of Fang Qingchen's recent archery performance. Chapter 67. The Defeated Eat Dust. A month? 7 days is sufficient. Lu Tianming quickly perked up his ears to eavesdrop. Despite his unwavering confidence in his archery skills, he felt a pang of anxiety within. Fang Qingchen had undergone such a tremendous transformation in both martial arts and character. Should he suddenly attain a breakthrough in archery, reaching an unparalleled level, today would undoubtedly be a moment of utter embarrassment for Lu. Huang Chunli and the classmates of Class 7 held their breath in anticipation, listening intently. The examinee, Fang Qingchen, achieved a perfect score of 10 rings 60 times, mastering the foundational archery skill to the pinnacle level. The target's 10-ring bullseye is a hollow circular ring equipped with a counting sensor, allowing arrows to pass through effortlessly for accurate counting without the concern of the bullseye being filled with arrows. At a distance of 200 meters, hitting between 60 to 79 arrows out of 100 signifies a mastery of foundational archery. Conversely, hitting 80 to 99 arrows elevates one to an unparalleled, great accomplishment level of foundational archery. While it may sound simple, the difficulty is exceedingly high. At such distances, many with poor eyesight might struggle to even discern the target's rings. A slight tremor in one's arm while shooting can send an arrow astray. Furthermore, archery is an endeavor that demands significant physical strength and stamina. Each draw of the bow requires complete coordination of the body's muscles. Those with lesser stamina may find themselves unable to complete even 100 full draws, risking muscle strain that could leave them incapacitated for days. In ancient times, those who became archers were truly the elite among the elite. Hence, foundational archery remains a weak point for many students. Only those with extraordinary talent can hope to excel. Among Class 7, apart from Lu Qingchen, even Lin Wanxing does not excel in foundational archery, having stagnated at the pinnacle level with little prospect for further progress. Human energy is finite, and the 9 foundational martial arts established by Wu Gao serve to select diverse talents. Had Lu Tianming known that Fang Qingchen had rapidly advanced his foundational archery from novice to mastery within the span of 100 arrows, he might have felt despair. Mastery at the pinnacle level Although he had not yet achieved the unparalleled great accomplishment level, it was still impressive. Indeed, this was accomplished with his right hand. Had it been his left, he might have reached even greater heights. With such rapid shooting speed and accuracy, it was simply remarkable. Brother Chun had sacrificed greatly to demonstrate the right-handed bow to us, even relinquishing the opportunity to engrave the bell of seeking the path. Truly magnificent. The classmates of Class 7 now held an unwavering confidence in Fang Qingchen, instinctively beginning to defend him. Upon hearing this outcome, Lu Tianming sighed in relief, yet remained profoundly astonished. This was already an exceptional achievement. Many elites from the martial arts elite class had not reached this standard. Damn, he has actually honed his foundational archery to such an extent. He is simply a monster. Cursed be it, my physical prowess of 155 cannot rival his. Has he truly mastered the 8 extremes fist to an extraordinary level? This is not a compulsory martial art. How could he possibly possess such boundless energy? Absolument impossible. The image of that overwhelming, inescapable iron fist flashed through Lu Tianming's mind, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He no longer dared to engage Fang Qingchen in close combat, for brawling was not his forte. He could only solace himself with this thought, standing there while trying to maintain his composure. He refrained from speaking, but Hu Chun, a fellow elite class student accompanying Lu Tianming, could not hold back. After all, he was not the one facing the blows, so he spoke with bravado. What is so impressive? Merely at a proficient level, nothing more. Compared to our Lu Xiao's mastery in archery, it pales in comparison. So you excel in combat. But dare you challenge me in archery? What is the matter? Afraid to speak? Silence doesn't make you mute. I'll take you down. Seeing Fang Qingchen's eyes narrow dangerously, Lu Xiao felt a twinge of pain in his face and hastily interjected. Fang Qingchen, I can see that your close combat skills are indeed formidable, but I cannot accept defeat so easily. To be candid, I recently underwent a martial arts assessment, achieving a remarkable 89 bullseyes out of 100 in basic archery. I am the first in our cohort to reach the extraordinary level. Should you surpass me in archery, I shall yield to you and kneel before you, addressing you as grandfather from henceforth. And do not accuse me of bullying. I will grant you a month to hone your archery skills. As he spoke of archery, his posture straightened instinctively. It was his strongest suit. Even Wang Hao, the top student of the martial arts elite class with A-grade talent, fell short in this regard. Kneel and call you grandfather? Fang Qingchen observed the spiky hair atop Lu Tianming's head, smirking slightly. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, a sight that sent a chill down Lu Tianming's spine. Archery sounds fine, but the penalty for losing seems a bit mild. How about we spice things up? The loser not only has to call the winner grandfather, but must also shave their head completely. Do you dare? Moreover, a month is far too long. Let us make it 7 days instead. Fang Qingchen wore a charmingly roguish smile, his gaze playfully fixed on Lu Tianming. His audacity left both Lu Tianming and his companion speechless, as well as the student from Class 7, who were taken aback. This was a considerable wager. Should one truly lose, their reputation within the school would be irreparably tarnished. 7 days is an exceedingly brief period for martial arts training, transitioning from proficiency to mastery. A mere difference of 1 level can signify a chasm as vast as heaven and earth. Do not speak of 7 days. Many individuals remain unable to break through even after 7 years. Finally deceived, Lu Tianming gazed skyward in jubilant ecstasy, unable to resist the urge to smooth his hairstyle from bottom to top once more. His face radiated with pride as he regarded Fang Qingchen, entirely shedding the timidity he had just displayed. Ha ha ha, you said it yourself. With so many witnesses at the shooting range, you cannot deny it. In 7 days, when our practical training outside the school commences, prepare yourself to be shaved bald and called grandfather before the entire student body. As for your injury to me, we shall settle that once you have lost. After speaking, he glanced around, revealing his face to the cameras that were raised high, making a brazen gesture before limping away with his entourage. What a foolish fool. Fang Qingchen shrugged. 7 days is a time frame that, for others, even the most talented, would render it utterly impossible to elevate their foundational archery skills from proficient to accomplished. However, for the truly exceptional, it may merely indicate untapped potential. After having thoroughly thrashed Lu Tianming, Fang Qingchen felt invigorated as he stretched luxuriously. Just as he returned to his place in the ranks, Lin Wanqing could no longer contain herself. Her brows furrowed tightly as she stepped forward, her long legs blocking Fang Qingchen's path. Chapter 68. Even the young and handsome fear baldness. What has changed from the previous life? Fang Qingchen, you are being overly impulsive. I recognize that you have transformed significantly, yet there is no need for such arrogance. Lu Tianming possesses a B-grade talent, Eagle Eye, which allows him an impressive hit rate of 90 on the target. Even if you manage to hone your fundamental archery skills to the extraordinary great achievement level, you would still fall short in hitting the bullseye compared to him. As she spoke, she kept glancing at Fang Qingchen's hair, seemingly concerned for its well-being. After all, this matter genuinely affects one's attractiveness. No matter how handsome a young man may be, a bald patch on the crown would be quite unflattering. It appeared she had resolved herself to a significant decision. With her chin raised at a perfect angle, she tilted her head slightly back to a 45-degree position, her starry eyes fixed intently on Fang Qingchen. If you have any regrets now, I can assist you in canceling this duel, she stated, her cool and authoritative voice resonating like surround sound, eagerly penetrating his ears. Faced with the aloof school beauty blocking his path, Fang Qingchen felt utterly speechless. Something was amiss. This was far from right. At this moment, she should be, as in his previous life, standing aloof and delivering cutting remarks to ridicule him before thoroughly belittling him. But now, this was simply not her. The more Lin Wanqing behaved this way, the more insecure Fang Qingchen felt. In 2 lifetimes, he discovered he still could not fathom the Lin Wanqing before him. If one were to claim she was materialistic and a gold digger, it would hold some truth. In his previous life, Lin Wanqing had accepted a fair amount of his devoted offerings. She had even acquired the celestial crystal. However, aside from him, he had never heard of her accepting gifts from anyone else. Despite the numerous wealthy heirs and sons of martial gods pursuing her, showering her with extravagant gifts, she had never accepted any. Moreover, no rumors had circulated regarding her. It seemed that after ascending to S-grade, twin-born talent, Lin Wanqing devoted herself entirely to the martial path. There was something peculiar about her. The cool girl was quite adept at conjuring unexpected surprises. Danger, afa ade of hypocrisy. Was she merely attempting to deceive him into returning as a devoted admirer? Absolutely not. No way. Besides, why should he seek Lu Tianming for her sake? What nonsense! Although he vowed never to pursue her again in this lifetime, such a thing could not transpire. A man's pride, understand? Fang Qingchen cast a detached glance at the aloof girl before him. Lin Wanqing, this is my personal matter, and it should not concern you, should it? Mind your own business. His words carried a certain weight, but Fang Qingchen intended it deliberately. He did not wish to become entangled further. Lin Wanqing encountered yet another setback. Her exquisite face was marred with disappointment and confusion, and moisture gathered in her starry eyes, making it seem as though she was on the verge of tears. Gu Tingting, the strategist, could no longer bear witness to this. Fang Qingchen, what do you mean by that? Our Wanqing has gone out of her way to help you, and you are ungrateful? How could she still say that? Does she not possess a shred of conscience? With her hands on her hips, she stood up for Lin Wanqing. Is this truly unjust? In my previous life, I endured 100-fold more grievances. The aloof school beauty appeared woeful, a sight that would soften even the hardest of hearts. Yet, Fang Qingchen remained unyielding. It was not that he lacked compassion. Rather, he was resolute against her. In his past life, he had suffered greatly at her hands. Had she ever firmly rebuffed him, denying him even a sliver of hope, he would not have been reduced to the pathetic state of a devoted admirer, as he was then. After all, without hope, he would have relinquished his pursuits, reverting to the path of his original life trajectory. The accomplishments of his previous existence were certainly not limited to merely an S-rank 10-star martial saint. The possibility of ascending to the ranks of an SS-level martial god was well within reach. In his former life, once he attained the status of an SS-level martial god, armed with an A-level basic talent. He could don SS-level martial armor and wield SS-level divine weaponry. Even the bitter tea could be exchanged for SS-level. At that juncture, the SS-level beast, the Thunder Dragon, which had once claimed his life, will be nothing more than a mere plaything for him, rendering his demise virtually impossible. It is said that the white tiger overcomes humanity. She likely possesses similar traits. He must maintain his distance. Fang Qingchen mused silently, casting a cold, sidelong glance at Gu Tingting. What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Would you care to repeat it? His gaze, imbued with a deadly intensity, instantly petrified Gu Tingting. The words that had been on the tip of her tongue were swallowed back. Gulp. She nearly forgot. The youth before her was no longer someone she could easily command. In a single day, she had been thoroughly humbled by both Lu Qingchen and Fang Qingchen. She had become utterly compliant. I didn't say anything, Gu Tingting mumbled, her head drooping like a chastened pet, scolded by the formidable figures. She dared not utter a word, retreating behind Lin, watching for refuge. Meanwhile, Lu Qingchen observed everything in silence, yet she refrained from commenting. Instead, witnessing Fang Qingchen's current demeanor brought her a sense of satisfaction. One cannot advise others to be virtuous without having endured their struggles. As Fang Qingchen's deskmate, she was acutely aware of the ridicule and disdain he had faced over the past 2 years. The entire school recognized him as the infamous devoted admirer. A simple 6-character phrase concealed a world of bitterness and humiliation. As someone who had shouldered her family's burdens from an early age, she understood this all too well. And now, the rejuvenated Fang Qingchen was a sight to behold. Ignoring the fervent gazes directed at him, Fang Qingchen casually found a place to sit, leisurely observing his classmates continue with their archery examinations. The archery range gradually regained its calm order. Huang Chunli, resigned to the situation, sighed, hoping that Principal Chun would intervene to halt this inequitable contest. The students of Class 7, inspired by Fang Qingchen's recent archery performance, were bursting with ideas, each brimming with creativity. What of right-hand bows, horizontal bows, the rhino moon gazing, and the drunken beauty? An array of peculiar archery stances has emerged. Many individuals have seemingly resigned themselves to the futility of mastering the fundamentals of archery. Perhaps employing Fang Qingchen's techniques could yield some improvement? Such musings are quite esoteric. The atmosphere is jovial, almost delightful. Naturally, those engaging in such frivolity tend to exhibit lackluster performance. However, Lin Wanqing and her peers remain earnest in their endeavors. Ultimately, the archery results for Class 7 were unveiled. Lin Wanqing achieved a commendable score of 73 bullseyes out of 100 arrows, securing second place. In her previous life, during this very assessment, she had struck 80 bullseyes, thereby attaining the pinnacle of foundational archery skills. Fang Qingchen was not surprised by this outcome. Lacking the advantage of S-class talent in this lifetime, her ascent would naturally be more gradual. The sole revelation that caught Fang Qingchen off guard was the fact that the introverted girl, Lu Qingchen, had surpassed her previous performance in foundational archery, hitting 80 bullseyes and thus achieving the mastery level of archery. Could it be that my 2 breakfasts had such an impact? Fang Qingchen pondered, stroking her chin as she observed Lu Qingchen in her school uniform, basking in sunlight, her cool demeanor softened by a hint of a smile. It must be said, she no longer slouches. Aside from being more upright, she has become quite attractive. The white moonlight truly lingers in the heart. With the conclusion of Class 7's archery assessment, the news of Fang Qingchen's challenge against Lu Tianming spread rapidly throughout the school. What? Is this not mere folly? Chapter 69. The Shock of Chun Guorong. Is Fang Qingchen bullying others? Surely I am not dreaming. In the vast conference hall of the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Education Bureau, the seats were filled to capacity. Following the annual Talent Awakening ceremony, the principals of the province's prestigious martial arts schools were all invited to attend a commendation conference. Chun Guorong, the principal of Linjiang No. 7 Middle School, and Hong Wen, the principal of No. 1 Middle School, basked in the limelight as their institutions had produced S-level martial arts talents. They proudly occupied the front row and were honored as exemplary principals of the province, relishing the attention and accolades bestowed upon them. However, Chun Guorong felt a twinge of irritation. Prior to the meeting, he had specifically instructed the vice principals at No. 7 Middle School to manage school affairs independently, without disturbing him. Yet, during his speech as an exemplary principal, his mobile phone and the communicator on his arm vibrated incessantly, causing a disturbance that lasted for over half an hour. Frustrated, he longed to express his anger. Upon descending from the stage, he opened his phone to find a multitude of messages, all neatly folded. Before even unlocking the device, one particular message caught his eye, and his blood pressure surged upon reading it. Principal Chun, there's trouble. Fang Qingchen from Class 7 has challenged Liu Tianming from the elite martial arts class to an archery duel. The loser must not only shave their head, but also kneel and call the winner Grandpa. This is utter nonsense. With a resounding thud, he slammed his fist onto the table, startling the other principals present. What is happening? Did he not deliver enough of a speech earlier? Was it merely an S-level talent and a student from the rules department that warranted such bravado? At that moment, Chun Guorong's mind raced with the alarming realization that a grave situation had unfolded. Fang Qingchen must have lost his senses. How could he possibly challenge Liu Tianming to an archery contest? This was akin to handing over victory on a silver platter. Everyone at No. 7 Middle School knew that Liu Tianming was the most gifted archer among this cohort of students. He had already advanced to the elite martial arts class and, during the last martial arts assessment, had nearly reached the pinnacle of mastery in archery. Now, a month later, having awakened the most compatible B-level talent known as Eagle Eye, there was no doubt he had achieved mastery. To compare archery skills with him? Surely, Fang Qingchen must have some awareness of his own capabilities. Did he think he could emulate his father, Fang Jinhai, and engage in such reckless behavior? If he were to kneel, the very ground of Linjiang City would tremble. And Liu Tianming. Was Fang Qingchen truly so brazen as to provoke him? Chun Guorong reflected on how he had overlooked some of Liu Tianming's less egregious actions in school, attributing them to the familial connections of Liu's father, Councilman Liu. However, now it seemed that the stakes were raised. A minor indiscretion had escalated into a catastrophic event. This was not merely a misstep. It was akin to kicking a nail board. Rubbing his temples, Chun Guorong felt overwhelmed by the sheer weight of that single message, rendering him disinterested in reading any further communications. Preserve Fang Qingchen. Safeguard the dignity of my old friend Fang Jinhai. The duel must be called off. This was the singular thought occupying his mind. At the podium, the principal of the school continued to expound tirelessly on his duties, extolling the virtues of the students who had awakened their S-class talents. However, Chun Guorong had lost all interest in listening. Perhaps I should call Councilman Liu and ask him to rein in his son and cancel the duel. The principal of Wugao held a significant position, just half a rank below that of a councilman, especially for Chun Guorong, who had served in the military and possessed formidable martial prowess. Being an A-class martial artist and a master of the martial arts realm. Within the hierarchy of martial arts, E-class and D-class martial artists are referred to as postnatal warriors. C-class martial artists are known as innate warriors, while B-class martial artists are called celestial warriors. A-class martial artists are designated as masters of martial arts. Above these, the S-class warriors are revered as martial saints. Ascending further, the SS-class warriors are honored as martial gods, and towering over all martial artists is the most terrifying of them all, the SSS-class warrior, the martial ancestor, the progenitor of martial arts. Each martial realm is subdivided according to individual strength, ranging from 1 to 9 stars, with 1 star being the weakest and 9 stars the strongest. Achieving the 9-star realm allows one to be referred to as a half-step martial god. Fang Jinhai embodies this rank, 9-star martial saint. Beyond this, there exists another category of individuals whose strength surpasses the 9-star threshold, remaining invincible within that realm, yet not having transitioned to the next level. Such formidable beings are aptly named 10-star luminaries. While Chun Guorong may not belong to this exalted class, his status as a 5-star martial master is formidable enough. With multiple identities layered together, even the chairman of Linjiang City would show him some respect. Just as he was about to unlock his phone to call Councilman Liu, A call from Lu had already come through. Upon answering, a rapid-fire barrage of words erupted from the other end, laden with the condescending tone cultivated from long-standing authority. Utterly unfriendly. Hello, Lao Chun, this is Lu Bieling. I trust you have seen the news online. You must provide me with an explanation. Just because he possesses an A-class talent in the rule system does not mean he should be sheltered. What a foolish imbecile. Am I supposed to explain anything to you? Chun Guorong was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing with indignation. Shelter Fang Qingchen? I am not even fully aware of the situation. What a classic case of the wicked crying foul. Your son is the one bullying others, and I am expected to provide an explanation? Are you deluded, thinking you hold some sway over me as a mere councilman? You insolent fool, if I were still in the military, would you dare to speak to me in such a manner? Do you not realize who your son has provoked? Chun Guorong, possessing a fiery temperament, felt his anger surging. Were it not for the presence of others, he would have already slammed the table in rage. Initially, he had intended to defuse the situation, to extend a semblance of favor and assist him, but now, he thought, to hell with this. There's no saving you now. Go home and await your fate. Chun Guorong's expression turned cold, and his tone became less cordial. Lu Buyang, whom have I sheltered? I am currently attending a conference at the provincial level, and I have only just learned of this news. Furthermore, to my knowledge, your son has always been arrogant at school, bullying others without restraint. What explanation do you expect from me? Let me tell you, it is best to cancel his duel with Fang Qingchen. Otherwise, you will find yourself in a dire predicament. In the end, Chun Guorong, still considering the favor of a gifted antique inkstone he had received from Lu Buyang, offered a kind warning. On the other end of the line, Lu Buyang, standing outside the city council, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Chun Guorong, who had recently shared drinks with him, could change his demeanor so swiftly. It was a gift given in good faith. He felt an equal amount of anger and grievance, and, disregarding the bustling staff around him, shouted into the phone, Chun Guorong, what do you mean? My son was utterly defeated in a martial arts sparring session, his body shattered, and his arm twisted like a pretzel. Is this what you call bullying? Is Fang Qingchen your son, or your own father that you protect him so fiercely? Cancel the duel? I assure you, that is out of the question. If you dare interfere with the duel, I will seek the mayor's intervention. With that, he crushed the phone in his grip. On the other end, Chun Guorong was stunned by the sound of the call, disconnecting. Am I dreaming? Lu Tianming was defeated by Fang Qingchen. A shiver ran through him. He recalled the messages on his phone that he had yet to read and hurriedly unlocked it, scrolling through one by one. As he read, the urgency on his face gradually transformed into shock. Each message struck him like a heavy hammer, reverberating in his mind. When he reached the top of the list, even a seasoned and composed Chun Guorong felt goosebumps rise across his body, and he trembled with excitement. Chapter 70, Double Standards. I'm not targeting you. Is indeed quite dismal. Principal Chun, there is trouble. Lu Tianming intends to challenge Fang Qingchen to an archery duel during the outdoor combat training in 7 days. Principal Chun, it is dire news. Lu Tianming has been defeated by Fang Qingchen using the 8 Extremes fist, suffering multiple fractures throughout his body. Principal Chun, Zhou Chunlei, the martial arts instructor of Class 7, has abused his power to interfere with Fang Qingchen's examination. But fortunately, Fang Qingchen saw through his scheme and has apprehended him on the spot. Principal Chun, after evaluation by the teaching system, Fang Qingchen has achieved mastery in all 8 fundamental martial arts, in addition to basic archery. He is poised to break the record set by the martial god Fang Zhenhai, with his name to be inscribed on the Dao Bell. Our 7th high school shall rise once more. Messages poured in, each one laden with significance. The words, though familiar, coalesced in a manner that left Chun Guorong incredulous, unable to accept the reality before him. Could it be that they were deceiving him? He rubbed his eyes vigorously and reread all the information sequentially, confirming that he was not mistaken, nor was he dreaming. The elation within him became uncontainable, his lips curling into a smile more pronounced than that of a fish in a pond. Unable to restrain himself, he burst into laughter. Wonderful, splendid. Fang Zhenhai, you wretched creature, your genes are indeed formidable. Your son surpasses you. That little rascal. Over these years, he has played us for fools. Even before the latter half of the semester, he has achieved mastery in 8 martial arts, and even the elective 8 Extremes Fist has been mastered to perfection. Is he even human? A genius. A super genius. This truly allows him to flaunt his abilities, and I, the old man, must concede, I am impressed. His face beamed with joy. Mastery in martial arts is not attained overnight. Chen Guorong did not believe that Fang Qingchen had merely awakened his martial talent to achieve such rapid progress. Like the teachers and students of Linjiang 7th High School, they all regarded Fang Qingchen as the Dragon King who had been concealing his prowess for 2.5 years. Now the time has come to welcome the Dragon King back to his rightful place. Of course, they could never fathom that Fang Qingchen was not merely awakened, but had come to the novice village with a grand persona. As for the so-called duel, there was no need to panic. A loss? If he loses, he loses. At that moment, he would mediate. Who would dare to disrespect him? The school forbids shaving heads. But what if he wins? Little brat, you are unaware that I, Chen Guorong, was once the Golden Tony. He stirred quite the commotion. Many principals from various cities and counties looked on in confusion. The principal of the first high school, Hong Wan, who was passionately delivering a speech on stage, frowned in displeasure. What does this mean? Is he flaunting himself? Trying to undermine me? He was deeply dissatisfied. As the 2 premier martial arts institutions in Linjiang City, First High School and 7th High School had always been in competition with one another. However, this dynamic had been disrupted the previous year. A prestigious institution has not only witnessed the emergence of an S-rank prodigy, but also boasts remarkable martial arts talent. With unwavering determination, this individual has led the institution to remarkable standings in the provincial martial arts entrance examinations, establishing it as a key provincial martial academy, surpassing its rival. This old fool surely does not believe that this year's influx of a mediocre talent from the rules department can overshadow our esteemed institution. Does he? Dream on. This year, your school will undoubtedly face defeat, and you shall even lose the Dao belt to us. Hong Wen chuckled coldly to himself. He was thoroughly informed about the intricacies of the rival school. Although an S-rank talent is formidable, it necessitates corresponding physical prowess to be harnessed effectively. The physical performance of Lu Qingxian prior to awakening was hardly a secret, a mere one. 2. Which pales in comparison to the S-rank prodigy from his school. Such a score does not pose a threat. The other elite martial arts students, despite their commendable physical abilities, were insignificant in his eyes. Hong Wen was brimming with confidence as he gazed upon the chuckling Principal Chen Guorong below. Were you laughing at Principal Chen? Chen Guorong was startled back to reality. Realizing he had lost his composure, he promptly stood up, offering an apologetic gesture to Hong Wen and the surrounding principals. I apologize, everyone. I was momentarily lost in a happy thought and couldn't help myself. I apologize for my outburst. Principal Hong, please continue. I am listening. After offering his apologies, Chen Guorong straightened his attire and resumed his seat. Ordinarily, this would not be a matter of great consequence. And apologies would suffice without anyone holding a grudge. However, Hong Wen was clearly not an ordinary individual. He loosened his collar, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes, and deliberately raised his tone. Do you perhaps believe that our school's S-rank talent, Jiang Wushuang, with a physical score of 175 and mastery in 4 foundational martial arts disciplines, is beneath your notice? Or do you claim that your school harbors talents even more exceptional? If so, why not let us witness it? He abandoned any pretense of oration, crossing his arms and observing Chen Guorong with interest. As these words left his lips, the other principals present erupted in laughter, reveling in Chen Guorong's predicament. Jiang Wushuang's accomplishments are undeniably overwhelming at the martial arts academy level. In the entire Jiangnan province, only a handful of such strong students emerge each year. The notion of hidden talents in a rival school is utterly implausible. In the realm of martial arts, dragons soar while tigers roar. It is inconceivable for an obscure individual to achieve overnight success. Many speculated that Chen Guorong's laughter stemmed from jealousy after last year's defeat to Hong Wen's institution, which had deprived them of the provincial key high school designation. This year, With the emergence of promising new talent, jealousy had reared its head again. Though Chen Guorong had no desire to stir trouble and simply wished to return to share the good news with an old friend, he could not remain silent in the face of such provocation. Thus, he shrugged in response. Only 4 martial arts have reached the pinnacle of mastery? Principal Hon. I must admit I speak candidly. My remarks are not directed at you personally. What I intend to convey is, well, it is rather disappointing. Chapter 71. Wang Buqing's Presence. The entire prefectural county was taken aback. Confidential agreement. As soon as these words were uttered, the conference hall erupted in uproar. The principals of various martial arts institutions exchanged glances at Chen Guorong. Truly, you possess an impressive ability to boast. Is this not a direct affront? Is Jiang Wushuang from number 1 high school truly lacking in martial prowess? Is he to be deemed worthless? Then, why not present someone from your No. 7 high school who surpasses him? Chen Guorong's remarks were undeniably piercing. Hong Wen's eyes narrowed instantly, a dangerous glint flickering in his gaze as he fixed his stare on Chen Guorong. Chen Guorong, one may indulge in reckless consumption, but one must choose words wisely. Since Jiang Wushuang of our number 1 high school is considered trash in your eyes, why not let the talents from your number 7 high school showcase their abilities? Allow the esteemed audience to witness what true genius is like. With a wave of his hand, he pointed at Chen Guorong. If you enjoy posturing, then come forth and display your prowess. Let us see who you can present. The top student, Wang Hao, with an A-level martial arts talent? When compared to Jiang Wushuang, he is merely mediocre. What of the S-level talent, Lu Qingchen? Indeed, her potential is substantial, and the future is bright. Yet at this stage, she cannot possibly match Jiang Wushuang. As for those with talents below A level, he cannot be bothered to investigate. Among the finest students of number 7 high school, outside of those 2, Hong Wen genuinely wondered who could pose a threat to Jiang Wushuang. Chen Guorong was not foolish. He chuckled slyly. Who would reveal their trump card so readily? With an air of mystery, he waved his hand dismissively. Wang Buqing, let him reveal himself now. I fear it may startle you all. If your school's Jiang Wushuang were to learn of his martial achievements, it would likely shatter his resolve. After all, he is a martial arts seedling of our great Xia, and I am inclined to cherish talent. A chorus of derisive hisses filled the air. Hong Wen laughed even louder. Ha ha, Chen Guorong, if you lack any remarkable talents, perhaps you should remain humble. Who is this Wang Buqing? The King of Kings? Ha ha. The other principals of martial arts high schools joined in the laughter, and the conference hall was filled with mockery, particularly from the heads of the key martial arts institutions in the provincial capital of Jiangnan. They savored this spectacle, seeing the situation spiraling out of control. Several leaders from the Provincial Martial Arts Education Bureau prepared to intervene. However, Chen Guorong simply picked up his coat and gazed intently at Hong Wen, the principal of No. 1 high school. My meeting has concluded, and there are matters to attend to at my school, so I shall not linger. Hong Wen, ISNT, the martial arts joint examination in Linjiang City approaching swiftly? At that time, you shall come to know who Wang truly is. With that, he extended his arms, donned his coat with flair, and strode out of the conference hall. Watching him depart through the door, Hong Wen felt a sudden wave of unease deep within. What is this? Why do I sense that this old fox is concealing something up his sleeve, intent on undermining me? There is no need to fear him. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes become laughable. His confidence is palpable. 7 high. What talents remain? No, wait. There's one. A name suddenly surfaced in his mind. The A-grade talent of the rule system. Simplicity, Fang Qingchen. Chen Guorong must be referring to that sycophant, right? Basic information about Fang Qingchen flashed through his mind. Having been a sycophant for over 2 years, his physical abilities were decent, his martial skills mediocre. Yet he was handsome and came from a moderately wealthy family. That was all. There was nothing particularly noteworthy about him, aside from his martial arts talent. He was utterly inconsequential, not worthy of attention. Hong Wen stroked his chin, mentally marking Fang Qingchen with a large X. The martial arts joint examination in Linjiang City. Chen Guorong, prepare for defeat at 7 high. On the return journey, the sound of a busy signal echoed in the communicator. Chen Guorong brimming with excitement, gradually calmed down. That little rascal, you truly excel. When you are silent, you astonish the world. Even your parents were kept in the dark. A pure little silver coin. However, this is brilliant, absolutely marvelous. He clapped his hands vigorously. Fang Qingchen's sudden rise completely exceeded his expectations. In truth, he had not harbored much hope for this year's city martial arts examination. After all, First High had produced a nearly invincible figure, Jiang Wushuang. Both his martial arts talent and comprehension were top tier, especially with his terrifying physical prowess scoring an astounding 175 within 7 high. There was no one who could rival him. Although Lu Qingchen had also cultivated 4 martial arts to perfection, great achievement, and possessed an S-grade weapon master talent. At this stage, she could not surmount the 0 for gap in physical prowess against her opponents. Quantitative changes had led to qualitative transformations. But now, the situation had altered. Fang Qingchen had risen. With 8 martial arts at the great achievement level, he was undeniably powerful and overwhelming. Moreover, this might merely be the tip of the iceberg. After all, according to the information Chen Guorong received, Fang Qingchen had defeated Lu Tianming using the 8 Extremes fist. Goodness, this was no mere martial arts pool. It was an ocean of martial arts. How many martial arts has this young man secretly practiced? Furthermore, with his simplicity, talent enhancing him, he could train in E-grade martial arts without harm. His power would be even greater and more formidable. He might indeed be able to contend with Jiang Wushuang. As for his physical abilities, this was precisely the aspect Chen Guorong was least concerned about. Who is Fang Qingchen? The son of the half-step martial god, Fang Zhenhai, the grandson of the great financial magnate of the Tang family in Jiangnan province. With such a lineage, enhancing physical prowess would be a trivial matter. The martial arts training resources that others view as rare are likely just the essence of beast blood or life essence flowing in some pool at his home. As for why Fang Qingchen's physical ability is only at 142, Chen Guorong concocted an explanation for himself. Suppressing physical prowess, increasing potential, solidifying the foundation of his path, playing the fool to catch the tiger. Isn't this how novels are written? Understood. However, we must tread carefully and not alert the snake in the grass. If Hong were to find out, it would likely terrify him to the core. He wouldn't even dare to compete anymore. This must remain a secret. Before the municipal martial arts examination commences, confidentiality is paramount. Meanwhile, Lu Qingchen, Lin Wanqing, and Wang Hao are planning to make a grand announcement. He is already devising a scheme to exploit this opportunity for a significant gain. News regarding the confidentiality is also being disseminated among the senior leaders of the 7th High School. As for the video of Fang Qingchen defeating Lu Tianming that has already been released, Chen Guorong noted that Fang Qingchen did not reveal too much of his capabilities. It appears that Lu Tianming was merely careless, which led to his defeat. There is no fear of it spreading. What is needed now is to ensure that Fang Qingchen's foundational martial arts scores are not disclosed. At the shooting range, Huang Chuanli gazed at the message from Principal Chen, her expression grave. Her tone was fervent and impassioned. Classmates, today we must all be vigilant regarding the results of Fang Qingchen's martial arts assessment. Let us not let anything slip. The school has issued a gag order. As long as this information remains undisclosed, all students in our class with awakened talents will be unconditionally recommended for the elite martial arts class. And for those who have not awakened their martial arts talents, do not despair. The school will recommend you to the best cultural universities in the nation based on your academic performance. Can we achieve this? Chapter 72, Youthful Vitality. The shyness of a young girl, practical testing, closing the door, and releasing the hounds. Upon hearing this enticing proposition, the eyes of all the students in Class 7 sparkled with excitement. They stood upright, their lips sealed tightly, resolute in their silence. Dismissed. We shall reconvene after a 10-minute break for practical testing. Fang Qingchen, Lu Qingchen, and Lin Wanqing, you 3, please follow me. With that, Huang Chuanli led the trio to a secluded corner of the shooting range, her expression tinged with regret as she glanced at Fang Qingchen, letting out a sigh. What youth does not yearn for recognition? Who does not wish to establish their name and bask in the admiration of the masses? Huang Chunli was confident that once the results of today's martial arts assessment were announced, it would not only astonish Class 7 of Linjiang, but the entirety of Linjiang City and indeed, the whole of Jiangnan Province. Fang Qingchen would undoubtedly become the focal point of provincial attention, a veritable super genius, and the countless accolades would serve to cleanse him of his previous undeserved reputation. Yet now he was being asked to keep this explosive news under wraps. It felt profoundly unjust to him. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, Fang Qingchen had already seen through the situation, offering Huang Chunli a knowing smile. "Teacher Huang, I understand what you wish to convey. No need to comfort me. I am quite all right." The scheming of old Chun was almost written on his forehead. How could I not be aware? I shall simply play along with his act. Fang Qingchen unabashedly critiqued Chen Guorong, having discerned the latter's intentions. The opportunity he sought was precisely what Fang Qingchen had long been prepared to seize in this life. Old Chen, so perceptive. Youth is indeed a blessing. Filled with vigor and enthusiasm. Daring to critique Principal Chen like that. Much braver than I. Huang Chunli silently commended Fang Qingchen in her heart, though she found his words somewhat perplexing. What performance? What scheming? His speech struck her as odd, leaving her mind in a state of bewilderment. How is it that this young man seems to know everything? From a sycophant to a super genius. Such a stark contrast. Is he trying to frighten his teacher? Unable to restrain herself, Huang Chunli scratched her head. Coming from an intellectual family, she was accustomed to teaching and nurturing minds. But the intricacies of manipulation were foreign to her. She found herself both perplexed and impressed, her gaze toward Fang Qingchen gradually imbued with admiration. What teacher wouldn't cherish such a well-rounded student, excelling in virtue, intellect, physical prowess, aesthetics, and labor? Lin Wanxing's eyes were fixed on Fang Qingchen, searching for any hint of disappointment on his face. Alas, there were none. The absence of any flaw left her increasingly astonished. Such composure in the face of both great honor and humiliation was truly formidable. If this were to happen to her, even with her meticulously crafted aloof facade, she would inevitably betray some semblance of emotion. However, Fang Qingchen remained utterly unfazed. In fact, at the moment when Huang Chunli announced the news, he stood with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, exuding an air of indifference. He was undeniably handsome, and his nonchalance was equally striking. Such a formidable disposition was rare, even among those seasoned by life's tempests. Yet, Fang Qingchen, like myself, was merely 19 years old. A profound curiosity enveloped her, akin to an insatiable itch in her heart. Suddenly, she realized that over the past 2 years, she had never truly endeavored to understand him. She was oblivious to the reasons behind his exceptional physical prowess, the deliciousness of the breakfasts he prepared, and the origins of the peculiar little gifts he presented. She had simply indulged in the adoration he lavished upon her, reveling in the affection of this boy shrouded in a veil of mystery. In the past, she had rebuffed him countless times, but now she longed to pierce through that veil, to scrutinize with utmost seriousness the true essence of Fang Qingchen, to uncover what had transpired within him. I shall certainly discover the truth. A flicker of determination crossed her otherwise composed and delicate face. After addressing matters concerning Fang Qingchen, Huang Chunli offered words of encouragement to Lu Qingshan and Lin Wanxing. As the school's prominent representatives, they would receive substantial support in the latter half of the semester. Not only would they be provided with free and timely access to essential training resources, but their monthly incentive grants would also be doubled, particularly for Lu Qingshan. The school had become aware of her family's circumstances and had waived all her fees. Moreover, her sister, Lu Qingtan, was granted an exceptional admission to the school. Skipping a grade, Lu Qingshan would no longer endure the daily struggle of consuming only steamed buns while practicing martial arts or working odd jobs to support her family. It was a deeply considerate gesture. After speaking, Huang Chunli gazed at Lu Qingshan with a touch of empathy, casting several glances at her flat school uniform's chest. "Dear child, you mustn't wrap yourself so tightly in the future. It's not beneficial for a girl. It could hinder your development. Do you understand? You must learn to embrace your own body," she advised earnestly. Lu Qingshan lowered her head, her eyes glistening with tears, her nose tinged with discomfort. She felt an overwhelming urge to cry. After enduring so many hardships, the sweet fruits of her labor were finally within reach. The prospect of enjoying meals as delectable as those of her peers every day brought her immense joy. Along with the relief of not having to worry about where to work after class or which kind-hearted employer might offer a higher wage, or the fluctuating prices at the morning market. An array of bittersweet emotions surged within her heart. Her delicate hands clutched the hem of her uniform tightly. She truly wanted to weep. At that moment, a voice whispered, "Go ahead, cry. Do not hold back. Shedding tears is a means of purification. This is the detox phase. No one here will mock you. If the paper runs out, there's always my uniform. If that becomes soaked, there are still trousers. You will always find something suitable." A delicate package of tissues appeared beneath her downcast gaze. The bright and cheerful voice of Fang Qingchen resonated beside her. The moment, initially steeped in sorrow, was abruptly lightened by his interruption. The grievances and pressures that had accumulated in her heart suddenly dissipated like wisps of smoke, transformed by a single smile. She could not fathom why, but listening to Fang Qingchen's playful banter not only failed to discomfort her, rather, it elevated her mood significantly. Fool, what girl would use a boys' school uniform pants to wipe her tears? The introverted girl broke into laughter. A breathtaking smile graced the face of the ethereal beauty, reminiscent of a cold moonlight. Though it quickly faded, that fleeting moment of joy ensnared the attention and envy of her fellow women, Huang Chunli and Lin Wanqing. "Delicious treats," Fang Qingchen exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. "Now that's more like it." His eyes fixated on Lu Qingqian, yet his mind lingered on Huang Chunli's earlier words. Wrapped so tightly? What could that mean? What is Lao Huang implying? What is Lu Qingqian wrapped up? Such thoughts were indeed perplexing. As they awaited Lu Qingqian to regain her composure, time passed swiftly. The four finally returned to the shooting range. Huang Chunli, brimming with enthusiasm, waved her hand decisively. "Children, the upcoming tests will be more intense. Real combat testing. Close the doors. Release the hounds." Chapter 73. The Confidence of the Strong. Tell yourself, "I have done my best. There are no regrets." The practical testing ground is nestled among the low hills surrounding the shooting range. As Huang Chunli leads her students along the winding mountain path, the wind rustles softly, carrying with it a faint metallic scent of blood. The lush forest surrounding them is unnaturally silent. Apart from the soft sound of the students' footsteps, not a single bird call can be heard. Coupled with the lingering scent of blood, an overwhelming sense of oppression begins to take hold. An invisible terror seeps through the surroundings, as if countless bloodthirsty beasts lie in wait within the unseen depths of the forest, poised to pounce and rend their prey to pieces. Gulp. Many students feel a weight pressing on their hearts, goosebumps rising on their skin. They glance around nervously, unable to suppress their instinctive swallowing. Huang Chunli looks back at her students, her heart filled with emotion. After awakening their martial arts talents, she can already discern the differences among them. Compared to the students behind her, those at the forefront, Fang Qingchen, Lu Qingshan, and Lin Wanqing, clearly surpass the others by a significant margin. They remain unfazed, as if the atmosphere has no effect on them whatsoever. Lu Qingshan and Lin Wanqing walk with a lightness in their steps, their focus and energy perfectly attuned. Though they appear relaxed, their breathing rhythm and muscle tension are in an optimal state. Should any situation arise, they would instantly spring into combat mode, ready to retaliate, setting aside physical prowess. Their mindset alone rivals that of seasoned warriors. Indeed, those who awaken talents of a grade or above are far from mediocre. She nods in satisfaction. However, her gaze towards Fang Qingchen takes on a peculiar quality. This is the very site where an incident occurred, when a monstrous beast broke free from its cage. Although it was swiftly subdued without harming anyone, who can guarantee that such an event will not transpire again? What if it were to happen while she is present? Thus, even as she walks here, she exercises the utmost caution and vigilance. Yet there he is, striding confidently with his hands in his pockets, humming a tune, almost as if he were strolling through his own backyard. One would think he was merely out for a leisurely jaunt. Absurd. Such a robust mindset, so composed, not a shred of fear towards the beasts. Is this the confidence of the strong? Huang Chunli cannot help but admire Fang Qingchen. Behind her, the students, witnessing Fang Qingchen's tranquility, feel a deep sense of respect. Their confidence solidifies further. The past 2 years, Fang Qingchen must have been honing his skills diligently. After all, while martial arts can be learned quickly, this kind of bravery and calm in the face of beasts cannot be acquired overnight. Gu Tingting clutches Lin Wanxing's hand, shrinking her neck. Though aware of their safety, she instinctively keeps glancing around. Although it was not her first visit to this place, Wanxing still felt a sense of trepidation. The atmosphere here was exceedingly eerie. She wondered if the creature they would face in this practical test would once again be the loathsome mud monster, a vile entity that repulsed her. It was alarming that, as mere students, none of whom were even warriors, they were expected to battle such ferocious beasts. She muttered softly to herself. During the last practical test, she had been ensnared by the mud monster, its slime enveloping her entirely, nearly leading to her digestion. The nauseating odor lingered even after 3 hours of scrubbing and shower. The suffocating sense of disgust still haunted her. Many students shared her sentiments, especially those who had not awakened any martial talents, and they too whispered their grievances. Listening to her friend's complaints, Lin Wanxing furrowed her brow and sighed in resignation. Such short-sightedness. In her previous life, Lin Wanxing had become a celebrated martial arts prodigy in the Great Xia Kingdom, an unparalleled female martial saint. Although the extraordinary gift of the celestial crystal bestowed by Fang Qingchen had significantly aided her, her own resilience and profound understanding of martial arts played an equally crucial role. She shot Gu Tingting an exasperated glance, intending to offer an explanation when, suddenly, Fang Qingchen's clear and resonant voice echoed from the front of the group. In the first year of martial arts, with the invasion of otherworldly beasts, the secret of martial awakening was unveiled. Across the globe, martial academies were established to cultivate martial talents. However, true martial prowess cannot be nurtured in a greenhouse. Only through real combat can one's abilities be tested. Martial arts is a struggle against heaven, earth, humanity, and otherworldly beasts. To conquer one's inner turmoil is akin to becoming a victorious Buddha. For those classmates lacking martial talent, do not assume that combat is irrelevant to you. Under a collapsing nest, no egg remains intact. Should a day come when formidable beasts breach the city's defenses and a tide of monsters floods into the heart of the city, will these beasts care whether you possess martial talent? No, they will not. They will ruthlessly tear apart your loved ones before your very eyes, your spouse, your parents, your children, and you. Therefore, dear classmates, abandon your complaints. In a moment, seize your weapons and strive valiantly to fight and hone your skills. Even if that day arrives and fate remains unchanged, at least you can say to yourself before your end, I gave my all. No regrets. Fang Qingchen's voice resonated with weight, each word carrying a profound gravity, like the tolling of a bell echoing in the hearts of all students in Class 7. Everyone, including Huang Chunli, fell into a contemplative silence, their heads bowed. Indeed, they had lived too long in the safety of the city, completely oblivious to the true ferocity and terror of the otherworldly beasts. They had always assumed that the fight against these creatures was the concern of the powerful warriors, believing that when calamity struck, there would always be someone tall enough to support the sky. Yet, they unconsciously overlooked a harsh reality. Even a mighty Great Xia Empire faces numerous cities each year that are suddenly assaulted by emerging spatial nodes. Powerful beasts breach city defenses, wreaking havoc and slaughter. The martial warriors possess formidable foes to confront. Yet in the face of the overwhelming tide of beasts, countless ordinary individuals are required to uphold their half of the sky. In this era of advanced martial arts, the fate of the world rests upon the shoulders of every man. As the classmates raised their heads, their gazes towards Fang Qingchen transformed significantly. Previously, their admiration was merely a simple adoration for strength, a fascination with power. Coupled with the stark contrast of Fang Qingchen's dragon king-like return, it had evoked a sense of novelty. However, now their eyes reflected genuine respect born from the heart. Had they been in his position, even with martial prowess akin to Fang Qingchen's, they could not have articulated such patriotic sentiments. This was a unique charisma, or perhaps the essence of a leader. This transcended the realm of personal strength entirely. Within their hearts, a thought emerged. Before them stood Fang Qingchen, radiating an aura of boundless sunlight. Even devoid of physical prowess, they were willing to follow his light. In that moment, all the members of Class 7 were utterly captivated by Fang Qingchen, united as one. Lu Qingxian, with her small hands clasped behind her back, lowered her head, a gentle smile gracing her cool cheeks. I never realized how reasonable your words could be now. Is there no regret? She quietly lifted her gaze, peering through the strands of her cascading hair, observing Fang Qingchen, who resembled a walking sun. She silently questioned herself. The truth was disheartening. Yet, the motivational words strengthened their resolve. After hearing Fang Qingchen's speech, everyone felt invigorated, their fears dissipating as they stood tall with chests out. Soon, they arrived at the practical testing grounds. Chapter 74. Is this still considered disgusting? Have you heard of the tentacle beast? As I stepped through the entrance, the unmistakable scent of humanity filled the air, accompanied by the thunderous roars of monstrous beasts, some deep, others fierce, echoing in a relentless cacophony. The terrifying sounds reverberated through the atmosphere, carrying with them a palpable aura of bloodlust. Among them, one particular unknown creature unleashed a roar akin to thunder, instantly draining the color from the faces of the students, who had just been invigorated. Their earlier confidence now twisted into apprehension. This time, Huang Chunli remained silent, for her own expression mirrored the unease of her students. She recognized the beast. It was a bona fide E-grade monster, bloodthirsty and ferocious, a lethal adversary for a newly minted E-grade warrior, such as herself. A one-on-one encounter would likely spell doom. All students took their positions, waiting for the teaching system to call their names. She took a moment to steady her nerves, guiding her anxious students to their seats. The practical testing arena was uniquely designed, reminiscent of an ancient coliseum. Below was a circular combat area, approximately 30 meters in diameter, surrounded by towering bleachers fortified with high-strength alloy nets, maximizing student safety. Fang Qingchen ascended to the designated area for Class 7 and casually chose a seat. As soon as he settled in, a flurry of classmates clustered around him, scrambling for seats, swiftly filling every available spot. Yet, as if by unspoken agreement, the seats immediately beside him remained vacant, with even Li Jian opting to sit behind him, leaving 2 empty seats. Lu Qingxian and Lin Wanqing exchanged glances, an unspoken tension lingering in the air. In a previous life, these two prodigious young women had little in common. Now, it seemed they were on a collision course. Lin Wanqing spoke first, her voice steady. Lu Qingxian, during the last practical test, you dispatched the mud monster in just 1 minute. I concede my defeat with grace. However, this time, I, Lin Wanqing, shall not yield to you. Even if you possess S-grade talent, it will make no difference. With that declaration, she confidently took the seat beside Fang Qingchen, her long legs elegantly crossed, her pristine white sneakers poised, her flawless profile turned towards him, a rare smile breaking her typically aloof demeanor. Her starry eyes sparkled as she inquired, Fang Qingchen, who do you believe will slay the monster the quickest this time? Fang Qingchen was taken aback, perplexed by her unexpected challenge. What does this competition between you two have to do with me? He pondered, ready to dismiss their rivalry. Just then, a figure shifted beside him. Lu Qingxian sat beside him, her flawless cheeks and sparkling eyes evoking a sense of enchantment. Her eyelashes fluttered like delicate brushes, conveying unspoken sentiments. Though she said nothing, it felt as though she articulated everything. Without a doubt, Lu Qingxian held the upper hand, possessing an S-class martial arts talent of considerable merit. Does this even require deliberation? Fang Qingchen was not one to dwell on trivial matters. Having resolved to distance himself, he would not revert to being a sycophant over a mere shift in Lin Wanqing's demeanor. Women, after all, are merely new bait for fishing. I shall not fall for this ruse any longer. Although Lu Qingxian maintained her icy demeanor, The subtle curve of her brows and the slight upward turn of her lips betrayed an inner joy. To Fang Qingchen's surprise, Lin Wanqing displayed no anger. Her aloof and exquisite visage bore a faint smile. Did she possess such confidence in her? Time would reveal the truth. Something felt amiss. Why was her reaction so subdued? A sense of caution crept into Fang Qingchen's mind. He sensed that Lin Wanqing, in her current state, was more perilous than the version he had encountered in his previous life. The practical testing venue was limited, shared by 5 classes as they conducted their assessments. As students from other classes completed their archery tests, they entered in succession and settled down. The large teaching system screen, suspended above the testing area, flickered to life. Initiating an audio announcement. We shall now commence the practical test. This test is divided into the talent group and the ordinary group, corresponding to students with and without martial arts talent. We will begin with the ordinary group's practical test, utilizing the mutated creature, the slime monster. The announcement resonated throughout the testing grounds. The mutated beings were not truly classified as exotic beasts. During the martial arts era, a surge in interdimensional nodes led to an invasion of terrifying creatures upon Blue Star. However, even the most rudimentary of these beasts were categorized as E-class. The entities residing near the interdimensional nodes underwent mutations due to exposure to the residual exotic energy, becoming ferocious and bloodthirsty, with significantly enhanced physical capabilities. Yet, they did not reach the E-class standard nor possess energy shields, making them ideal for student combat training. As the teaching system's voice echoed, a formidable steel door at the edge of the testing area trembled before slowly lifting. A creature over 2 meters long, resembling an oversized earthworm, emerged with a slithering and contorted body, coated in a repugnant slime. Most alarming was its circular maw, lined with a multitude of sharp teeth. Being swallowed by such a creature would surely be a most unpleasant experience. Although this was not the first encounter, many students still experienced a sense of physiological discomfort upon seeing the slime monster. Feeling nauseated? They surely hadn't encountered the tentacle monsters that ensnared you and burrowed into your very being. TSK, TSK, TSK. Now that was truly transparent. Chapter 75, Practical Combat for the Gifted Group. The main event approaches. Mutated creature, the 2-headed crocodile, observing the expressions of discomfort among his fellow students. Fang Qingchen lamented that his practice had been insufficient. If they struggled to cope with merely the lowest tier of mutated creatures, how would they react in the presence of true beasts? Would they not be reduced to a state of utter panic? There was no choice but to train rigorously. In truth, when the tide of beasts descended upon the world, it was not the S-class or even SS-class creatures that posed the greatest threat to the average populace. Instead, it was the overwhelming numbers of low-level beasts that surged forth like a relentless tide. Ironically, the mortality rate among E-class warriors remained alarmingly high. This was particularly true for students who had just graduated and ascended to the E-class. Upon stepping beyond the safety of urban boundaries to engage in field exploration and combat against these creatures, their mortality rate soared to an astonishing 44. Take Huang Chunli, for example, a martial arts student with nearly zero practical experience. Although physically prepared, her training had been conducted in a sheltered environment. Just the roar of an E-class beast had sent her mind reeling. Faced with a genuine one-on-one encounter, her demise would be inevitable. In the previous life, it took years for the nation to recognize the severity of this issue, prompting an increase in practical training within schools. Monthly combat assessments were transformed into small tests every 3 days and major evaluations every 5. Moreover, every student, regardless of whether they had awakened their gifts, was required to undergo intensive combat training. Seated there, feeling utterly bored, Fang Qingchen reflected on events from his past life. His right hand clenched into a fist, propping up his chin as his gaze turned somewhat vacant. It must be said, the scene was captivating. The entire practical testing ground was filled with students from 5 classes. Many harbored curiosity about Fang Qingchen, particularly after his recent display of martial prowess at the shooting range, where he had decisively defeated Lu Tianming, a top student from a martial arts elite class, a feat that had quickly spread through the school via video. Numerous classmates had downloaded the footage, replaying it multiple times. His swift and decisive combat style, devoid of hesitation, left first-time viewers in disbelief. How could a longtime admirer of others truly undergo such a remarkable transformation? The once notorious title of the Great Lickspittle began to be overshadowed by another, the crooked-mouthed Dragon King. His agreement with Liu Tianming to compete in archery also trended on social media. However, most students at the school believed that Fang Qingchen was merely overreaching. After all, their perception of his strength was based solely on video footage. Many felt that Liu Tianming had underestimated him, caught off guard by Fang Qingchen's unexpected prowess. Furthermore, Liu Tianming was renowned for his archery skills, while his close combat techniques were merely competent. To think that Fang Qingchen could hastily master archery in just 7 days to challenge him was tantamount to courting disaster. The battles in the lower-tier groups offered little excitement. Consequently, many students occasionally cast glances toward Class 7, eager to discern the changes in Fang Qingchen, who has awakened after a 2.5-year slumber. This curiosity is especially palpable among the fair-skinned and beautiful female students, their eyes nearly shimmering with digital excitement. Their gazes, akin to the vast ocean, seem poised to engulf Fang Qingchen. Wow, he appears even more handsome now. Indeed, I've heard he no longer fawns over Lin Wanxing. Perhaps this is a chance for us. Isn't Lin Wanxing the aloof school beauty? Is she still so cold? She must be regretting it deep down. But what good is regret? She previously lured my brother, Chun, into becoming a plaything. When did Fang Qingchen become yours? It has nothing to do with you. How ridiculous. In contrast to the girls, the boys from other classes regard Fang Qingchen with decidedly less amiable gazes. Their envy is palpable, wishing for his immediate downfall, even to the extent of desiring his hair to be shaved off, leading to a decline in his looks. Handsomeness is a sin, yet they will never comprehend that even a bald handsome man remains a handsome bald man. Lin Wanxing, possessing formidable physical prowess and sharp senses, remains undisturbed amidst the surrounding chaos. Her petite, adorable ears twitch slightly, adeptly capturing snippets of conversation. However, she seems indifferent, maintaining her signature aloof confidence, her aura commanding respect. With a hint of disdain in her gaze, the ordinary group's combat concluded swiftly, within just over an hour. Although they faced the weakest of foes, the mud monsters, whose attack power was minimal and desire to attack lacking, many students faltered under pressure, rendering their martial skills unrecognizable. In the heat of battle, their minds went blank, and the techniques they had mastered slipped away, leaving only erratic flailing akin to a turtle's punch or a frog's kick, failing to penetrate the mud monster's rubbery exterior. Many emerged with bruised faces, and some, like Gu Tingting, were tragically devoured whole by the mud monster. Subjected to a revolting bath in its saliva, an utter disaster unfolding before their eyes. Fang Qingchen watched with great satisfaction, patting his abdominal muscles. I'm full, truly full. This was quite the feast. Above, the teaching system announced the results of the ordinary group. Next, the practical tests for the gifted group were about to commence. The expressions of each class's homeroom teachers shifted from relaxed and cheerful to serious. They leaned in attentively, eager to hear the voice broadcast. The main event of the martial arts class testing was finally upon them. One could say the previous ordinary group was merely a warm-up, a prelude to the true challenge now unfolding. The practical tests for the gifted group were about to begin, featuring the mutated creature known as the two-headed tyrant crocodile. As the broadcast echoed through the air, a colossal alloy door, twice the size of the previous one that had contained the mud monster, loomed below. Suddenly, the mechanical sounds of gears grinding erupted, followed by the gradual ascent of the door. In an instant, a pungent wave of blood and decay surged forth from within, overwhelming the senses of the students observing from above, prompting them to hastily cover their noses. Simultaneously, a deep, resonant growl emanated from behind the alloy door. Then, with a thunderous crash, the sound of violent impacts reverberated through the combat testing grounds, akin to muffled thunder. Each strike caused the formidable 30-centimeter thick alloy door to tremble violently. though its appearance remained shrouded in mystery. The sheer ferocity of the commotion indicated that this mutated creature was exponentially more formidable than the previous mud monster. An unspoken sense of dread silently blossomed in the hearts of every student present. Chapter 76, Gifted Insight. My dear sister, encountering me signifies your fortuitous luck. The once cacophonous and somewhat chaotic practical testing ground has abruptly descended into a profound silence. Only the deep growls and the sounds of impact resonate. As the alloy steel gate fully ascends, an uncanny stillness envelopes the air. All sounds vanish, just when some began to speculate whether the mutated creature had perished. The next moment erupts with a series of rapid, muffled footfalls. Suddenly, a colossal being measuring 6 meters in length and 1 meter in height seemingly emerged from the Jurassic era. Its swiftness is astonishing, wholly disproportionate to its massive form. It resembles a crocodile, its scales glistening menacingly, with its back adorned with protrusions akin to blood-red crystals. 2 enormous heads, reminiscent of automobile hoods, bare mouths over a meter long, filled with razor-sharp teeth akin to paper cutters, glinting ominously. The thick, scaly tail strikes the ground, producing a sound akin to a drumbeat, sending dust swirling. Strangely, it possesses only 2 eyes, situated in the centers of its 2 heads, exuding a cruel blood-red hue. Its emotionless gaze fixates upon the multitude of students in the stands, as if regarding them as mere morsels. A thirst for slaughter, an unabashed and unfiltered desire for carnage. The sight of those blood-red eyes amplifies the deepest fears within the hearts of onlookers. It evokes an ancient terror, deeply ingrained in human DNA, of titanic beasts. Gulp. Nearly all students are paralyzed by the sight of this 2-headed terror, unable to suppress their nervous gulps. Even the teachers present undergo a discernible change in complexion. This behemoth, both in its entrance and its imposing presence, exudes sheer horror. Even those who have awakened their martial talents cannot claim to be unperturbed in the face of such a vicious mutant. Even Lu Qingchen and Lin Wanqing furrow their brows slightly. Indeed, Teacher Huang was not mistaken. The intensity has escalated. The 2-headed terror is a creature they have all encountered in textbooks, possessing a bite force of a staggering 5 tons. Its scaly tail can sweep with a force of 1 ton. It also moves with remarkable speed, reaching up to 14 meters per second. Its formidable scales can withstand rifle bullets, rendering it a veritable mobile tank, especially in water, where its 2 massive heads seize prey, executing the deadly maneuver known as the death spin. Even an E-rank martial artist, should they err, would fall victim to its might. Those blood-red eyes can be described as the nightmare of martial novices. In regions where interdimensional nodes frequently erupt, the 2-headed terror reigns supreme in the murky lakes and rivers, becoming the dreadful specter of countless treasure-hunting expeditions. Of course, in conducting practical tests for the students, safety must be assured. At this moment, the neck and limbs of the 2-headed terror are fitted with specially designed electronic alloy collars, just as Captain Jean intended to take Fang Qingchen away that day. He presented a silver bracelet in the event of a life-threatening situation during the assessment. The electronic alloy collar would instantaneously discharge a paralyzing current of 100,000 volts to subdue the mutated creature, ensuring absolute safety. It was precisely due to this safeguard that, despite the instinctive fear gripping the students, none dared to retreat. Fang Qingchen was already aware of the outcome and displayed no particular reaction, as his mind swiftly traversed the myriad details of this practical test. I recall that during this assessment, the fierce combat inadvertently damaged the sensory apparatus of the electronic collar, leading to a catastrophic malfunction of the current control system. A 2-headed terror crocodile directly claimed the life of a girl with B-grade martial talent. Consequently, Old Chun faced emotion, and all the teachers present were dismissed. Memories from Fang Qingchen's previous life flickered through his mind. At that time, the girl's parents incessantly caused disturbances at the school, nearly resorting to self-harm at the gates. This girl came from a modest background, her family scraping by to support a B-grade martial prodigy who was on the verge of blossoming into success. Due to the school's blunder, the vibrant young girl lost her life, rendering her family's struggles meaningless. The memory weighed heavily on Fang Qingchen. He cast a fleeting glance toward the other side of the stands, where a girl, bespectacled and exuding a gentle demeanor, sat quietly, occasionally adjusting her glasses. Glasses girl. I believe her name is Tian Xiaoming, right? Her talent is an auxiliary B-grade talent, insight. Fang Qingchen pondered silently for a moment, his gaze sharpening. For both personal and altruistic reasons, she must not perish. This talent is rare. Though classified as B-grade, its effects are remarkably potent, allowing one to perceive the most vulnerable points of an object. In his previous life, even as he ascended to the rank of martial sage, fighting alongside various martial prowess, none possessed the insight talent. Of course, rarity alone does not convey the full extent of this talent's power, nor would it typically capture Fang Qingchen's attention. What truly warranted his regard was a foreign news report from that time, detailing how an SSS-grade martial deity single-handedly vanquished 3 SSS-grade beasts, shocking the world. The key to accomplishing this nearly impossible feat lay in a teammate endowed with the insight talent, who in real time discerned and communicated the most vulnerable weaknesses of the SSS-grade beasts to the martial deity, facilitating this extraordinary achievement. However, the insight talent is tremendously taxing on the mind, particularly when discerning the weaknesses of formidable SSS-grade creatures. The burden on the mind and spirit is simply unimaginable. This martial arts master has succumbed to a vegetative state due to excessive mental strain. In his previous life, Fang Qingchen, while battling the SS-class beast, the Thunder Dragon, often pondered how different the outcome might have been had he had a teammate endowed with the talent of insight. Fang Qingchen exhaled softly, gently clenched his fist, and a knowing smile graced his lips. Sister, encountering me is truly your stroke of fortune. Your fate now belongs to me. After a brief moment of astonishment, everyone adjusted their mindset accordingly. The homeroom teachers from each class began to rally their students for the upcoming practical assessments, encouraging them with fervor. Huang Chunli took a deep breath, turning to face the students of Class 7. Classmates, are you afraid in the face of such ferocious, mutated creatures? Afraid, came the resounding chorus from all. Chapter 77, The Two-Dimensional Girl. Should I wear JK white stockings to report points? Those who have awakened their martial arts talent experience a significant enhancement of their senses. Fang Qingchen did not conceal his gaze. Tian Xiaoming sat calmly on a chair, observing the two-headed crocodile in the arena below with a serene expression on her fair face. However, her hands, which were repeatedly clenched and relaxed, betrayed the turmoil within her, especially on her smooth forehead, slightly glistening with sweat beneath her air-dried bangs. Hidden behind her glasses, her beautifully layered eyes reflected the massive form of the two-headed crocodile. My goodness, that little creature is indeed peculiar. It terrifies me. What if it bites me? Wouldn't my lovely body be marred with scars? I have yet to experience love. How can this be? Her inner monologue was rife with anxiety, yet her gaze remained fixated on the creature's head. If one were to scrutinize her eyes closely, they would notice a series of faint blue ripples emanating from her pupils, expanding and overlapping like waves. Martial arts talent, insight, activated. In Tian Xiaoming's field of vision, the world appeared to be veiled in a delicate, light blue mesh. Several deep blue circular markers pulsated and flickered on the two-headed crocodile she was intently observing, indicating the weak points discerned by her insight ability. Most prominently, at the junction of the two heads, a rather inconspicuous scale bore a large, flashing red, its most vulnerable spot. Indeed, the weak points of typical crocodiles lie in their underbelly. Many hunters lay sharp blades along riverbanks frequented by crocodiles, leading to their demise as they traverse over them. However, the mutated two-headed crocodile, even its abdomen, is shielded by tough scales. Only beneath the scales connecting the heads lies its brain. It must be shattered to achieve a kill. Otherwise, even if one head is destroyed, the other will seize the opportunity to bite down and tear apart. Alas, the young girl sighed. Tian Xiaoming brushed her forehead. Why must a timid girl like me confront these monstrous beasts? Shouldn't I be wearing my beloved JK white stockings? Reporting points from a safe distance while the experts handle the rest? I detest fighting. Since childhood, watching monster movies with her parents had left her with psychological scars. The most fearful of all were these bizarre, mutated creatures. As she wallowed in self-pity, she suddenly felt a gaze fixed upon her. She sensed that this scrutiny carried no lewd intentions. It was simply observing her. What is there to see? I'm not even in JK attire. Shouldn't those boys be admiring Lin the school beauty and Lu the goddess? She blinked her eyes in bewilderment. She remained in a state of innate insight, her habitual observation imposing little burden upon her. Her gaze swept across the perceived surroundings, taking in nearly all the students and teachers, who appeared as vibrant red markers in her field of vision. Each individual, from head to toe, was riddled with flaws. This was quite normal. Few could maintain a state of vigilant awareness while relaxed. A compulsive urge surged within her to take a stylus and eliminate each flaw one by one. Since her awakening, she had encountered such scenes frequently and no longer found them remarkable. Her attention swiftly focused on Fang Qingchen's vicinity. Upon seeing Lin Wanqing, the insidious spirit of competition among girls momentarily halted her gaze. She could not help but compare. What splendid proportions! Oh my, is she nourished by golden fertilizers? Goodness, those long legs, so fair and straight. She swallowed hard. Even as a fellow girl, such a figure made her envious. Though her own physique was commendable, a disparity remained. Moreover, in her perception, Lin Wanqing exhibited remarkably few flaws, merely 3 or 4. Truly, she was a warrior born of A-grade talent, destined for combat. With beauty and prowess, if I were a boy, I too would be infatuated with her. Fang Qingchen was indeed correct, she thought with a silent nod. Her gaze shifted to the other side, the newly crowned goddess of the 7th high school, Lu Qingchen. As her gaze fell upon her, she found herself momentarily speechless. Wow, is she truly that formidable? There was but a singular flaw at her chest. Goodness gracious, her waist-to-hip ratio surpasses even Lin Wanqing's perfection. Is it a waist or a lethal blade? Though the insight talent could not see through the essence of things, its ability to discern the underlying nature allowed her to perceive their true forms through the contours of their garments. She wiped her nose, her large eyes slanting in a playful manner, as an inappropriate expression emerged on the face of a blossoming young girl. After surveying the 2 hottest girls at the 7th high school, her gaze finally settled upon Fang Qingchen's countenance. Their eyes met, a heartbeat of connection. Fang Qingchen's gaze was as clear as water, yet in meeting his eyes, Tian Xiaoming felt an inexplicable sensation of having her soul laid bare. Is he not infatuated? Is Fang Qingchen truly looking at me? What could possibly be appealing about me? His gaze is oddly intense, as if no secret could remain concealed in his presence. The pressure is overwhelming. Naturally, she did not indulge in narcissism, believing Fang Qingchen had taken an interest in her. Although she was also a fair-skinned, beautiful young woman, she felt overshadowed by the seemingly flawless figures of Lin Wanqing and Lu Qingchen. It was not her turn. Tian Xiaoming slightly averted her gaze, unwilling to maintain eye contact with Fang Qingchen any longer. She feared that if she stared for another moment, the style of her underwear would be entirely exposed. However, just as she averted her gaze, she was suddenly taken aback. In her rippling eyes, disbelief was evident. Without a care for whether she would be seen through, she abruptly raised her head and fixed her gaze upon Fang Qingchen. What unfolded before her was astonishing. The innate talent of insight, which allowed her to perceive the weaknesses and flaws of everything, seemed to falter at this moment. In her vision, the intricate web of grids appeared utterly ineffective against Fang Qingchen. He was impeccably clean, devoid of any signs or markings, as if he had been extracted from a digital image and placed directly before her eyes. Flawless, without a single imperfection, Tian Xiaoming's glasses slipped down to her mouth, her cherry lips agape in astonishment. Could it be? Am I not mistaken? He was entirely without a single flaw? This is absurd. Surely, such a person would even cover their backside while ascending the stairs. Chapter 78. Your sister. I shall nurture her. So do not worry, this was her first encounter with an impeccably flawless individual since awakening her innate talent. She covered her mouth with her small hand, concealing her pristine white teeth. As she watched, Tian Xiaoming sensed her gaze. Fang Qingchen offered her a gentle smile, nodding in acknowledgement. His smile radiated warmth and brilliance. The heart of the two-dimensional girl fluttered like a startled deer, her cheeks flushed. Truly, so handsome. Lin Wanqing felt utterly blinded by her own eyes. Should he dare to confess to me, with just a single word, I would readily accept. Yet, she merely entertained such thoughts. Now, Fang Qingchen had become the infamous crooked-mouthed dragon king of Class 7, with countless female classmates queuing up to profess their affections. She had no desire to stand in line. With that time, she could indulge in her favorite anime at home, play some games, and enjoy herself, which seemed far more delightful. Fang Qingchen quietly withdrew his gaze, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes. Indeed, there had been an unusual fluctuation in her eyes moments ago. She must have been employing her insight talent for observation. To maintain such focus for an extended period indicated a naturally formidable spirit. She was nearly on par with an E-level martial artist. Her potential surpassed that of the foreign martial expert possessing the insight talent by leaps and bounds. What a pity, in her previous life, she had perished just like that. Fang Qingchen inwardly lamented. From a strategic perspective, Tian Xiaoming's insight talent was undeniably comparable to combat Type A level, if not S-level talents. During this time in her past life, her vision had been limited. Moreover, her attention had not been directed toward other girls, and she had failed to notice these remarkable qualities. Now, she felt both regret and relief. Thankfully, in this life, many events had yet to unfold. She had ample time to gradually mend the regrets left by her previous existence. At that moment, the teaching system at the top began its announcement anew. The practical test was about to commence. With the following rules, candidates could freely utilize their martial arts talents and select a weapon according to their needs for combat. The battle was limited to 30 seconds, after which the system would evaluate the candidates based on their performance. Now it was time for Class 7's candidate, Li Jian, to undertake the test. Upon hearing these rules, the students preparing for the examination wore somber expressions. 30 seconds could sometimes feel exceedingly brief. Yet now, it seemed interminably long. Being the first, Li Jian swallowed hard, spitting twice into his hand. Spit, spit. Under the sympathetic gazes of his classmates from Class 7, he approached the weapon rack like a warrior heading to the gallows, selecting a new alloy-long spear. Though this weapon lacked a grade, it was sufficiently robust and sharp. With full force, it could pierce through a steel plate of an inch's thickness. He anxiously glanced back at Fang Qingchen, forming a few shapes with his mouth. The meaning was unmistakable. Just as she had guided him during the martial arts test, she should offer him some last-minute advice. Fang Qingchen nodded in response. Her intention clear, go forth with confidence. Your sister, I shall take care of her, do not worry. Li Jian's eyes lit up with joy. Tian Yi nu did, affirming that this matter was secure. It felt as though he had a substantial support behind him, striding forward with a newfound vigor. He confidently ascended the steps, passed through the alloy steel door, and entered the testing ground. The moment he stepped inside, the steel door slammed shut behind him. In the entire arena, it was only him and the colossal creature looming not far ahead. The close proximity intensified the terrifying aura of the two-headed crocodile, amplifying it manifold. The stench of blood wafted towards him, mingling with the remnants of flesh caught between its teeth and the savage glint in its eyes, all of which sent a jolt of thrill to his heart. Li Jian's martial arts talent, while not entirely useless here, seemed to offer scant assistance. Ultimately, he had to rely solely on his combat prowess. Fear not, I am unafraid. With Qingchen's guidance, I can surely overpower it with ease. He took a deep breath, dispelling the dread within. At this moment, the two-headed crocodile, having long since grown hungry, eyed the fresh morsels in the stands with ravenous anticipation. Upon noticing Li Jian's entrance, it roared, its two heads bellowing fiercely. Its blood-red eyes glinted menacingly, and with a powerful thrust of its four muscular limbs. Its massive body, stretching 6 to 7 meters, lunged forward with a sudden burst of speed, reaching 14 meters per second. The confined arena, spanning merely 30 meters, was perfectly suited for its predatory instincts. In less than a second, it barreled towards Li Jian like a heavy tank, the ground trembling beneath its weight. It opened its formidable jaws, releasing a chilling gust of foul air, and lunged viciously at Li Jian. The ferocity of the scene was overwhelming. Damn, so fierce. Li Jian was nearly startled into dropping his alloy spear. Fortunately, thanks to Fang Qingchen's prior instruction, his evasive skills had notably improved. He swiftly altered his footing, narrowly dodging the lethal strike. Simultaneously, employing his foundational marksmanship, he unleashed a technique known as wildfire spreading. With a flick of the alloy spear, he crafted a flourish and aimed directly for the crocodile's eye. The tactical approach was sound. However, just as his spear was about to pierce its eye, the creature suddenly shut its eyes tightly. Its eyelids were covered in a layer of fine scales. The sharp tip of the special alloy spear struck against them, producing a shower of sparks. Concurrently, Li Jian sensed a terrifying gust of wind approaching from behind, as though a heavy hammer were descending upon him. Oh no! Panic surged through him, and he hastily positioned his spear horizontally. In the next instant, a massive, scaled tail came crashing down upon the spear. The sheer force was overwhelming, causing him to lose his footing and stumble backward, colliding with the barrier behind him. The double-headed crocodile gaped its enormous maw, eagerly anticipating Li Jian's arrival. The combination attack of the double-headed beast was a guise. The true lethal move lay in the subsequent sweeping strike. In the wild, countless inexperienced martial arts novices had succumbed to this series of maneuvers. Li Jian sensed impending doom, yet his body involuntarily retreated, unable to halt its momentum. Though he understood that injury was unlikely, the thought of failing so swiftly in practical testing filled him with dread. He recalled his father's 7 wolves and could not suppress a howl. Adoptive father, save me, my sister's black ribbon letters. In the next moment, as if a benevolent deity had heard his plea, a faint voice echoed in his ear. Mystic footsteps, birds fly into the forest. Basic marksmanship, iron chain across the river. Fortuitously enlightened, Li Jian propelled himself, his body twisting fluidly. Like a swallow, he darted directly through the jaws of the double-headed crocodile. Then, with his spear held horizontally, he became an iron chain spanning the river, narrowly blocking the creature's ferocious bite. Incredible. Is this truly possible? Chapter 79. Precise anticipation. Terrifying reflexes and observational acumen. The invigilator responsible for the safety of the candidates, holding the remote control for the electronic collar that could release a current, was on the verge of pressing the button. Witnessing Li Jian's unexpected defense left him astounded, his eyes nearly popping out. Was he playing a game of limits with the instructor? It was undoubtedly Fang Qingchen who had just guided him. This young man possessed an astonishing level of reflexes and observational skills. However, one might ponder if this constituted cheating. In martial arts examinations, particularly during skill assessments and combat tests, the occurrence of candidates resorting to dishonest means is virtually unheard of. After all, martial skills are honed through personal practice. How could one cheat in such an endeavor? When the rules were initially established, no one anticipated that a student like Fang Qingchen, with his exceptional talents, would emerge. Thus, no regulations were put in place regarding this matter. Above, the educational system remained silent, clearly indicating that this did not amount to cheating. The invigilator cast a glance at the composed Fang Qingchen, marveling at his calm and collected observational prowess. It is crucial to recognize that in the chaos of battle, circumstances shift rapidly. Even the martial arts instructors, who possess significantly more experience than these students, might react cognitively, but would struggle to provide timely guidance like Fang Qingchen does. Such capability is simply beyond their reach. Li Jian narrowly blocked this deadly strike, secretly reveling in his fortune. His adoptive father was indeed formidable. Was he about to impart his skills from afar? Successfully fending off the twin-headed crocodile's assault had bolstered Li Jian's confidence immensely. The notorious crocodile was truly not as fearsome as it seemed. With a dragon-like flourish, he declared, "Prepare to meet your end." Steadying his stance, he distanced himself and launched another assault with his alloy spear against the twin-headed beast. Although Li Jian's martial prowess paled in comparison to Fang Qingchen and Lu Qingshan, he was still commendable among ordinary students, particularly in foundational spear techniques. He had achieved an impressive level through diligent practice. Gradually overcoming his fear, his spear work began to exhibit structure. He maneuvered with agility, attempting to flank the twin-headed crocodile and strike at its vulnerable rear. Alas, the creature's sweeping tail was a formidable barrier, thwarting his efforts. Despite his persistence, he could not find an opportunity to strike. Moreover, after Fang Qingchen's earlier remark, he had fallen silent. Li Jian's anxiety escalated as he faced the nearly impervious twin-headed crocodile. He felt akin to a tiger thwarted in its hunt, unable to find a point of attack. "Please, father, do not remain silent. I'm nearing my limit." The twin-headed crocodile, having failed to capture its prey multiple times, grew increasingly agitated. Its low growls resonated like a death knell, disturbing Li Jian's composure. The forceful tail strikes continually battered his spear, threatening to shatter his grip. With no hope of defeating the creature, he considered fleeing. Yet its speed matched his own, the four-scaled limbs thundering as it pursued him relentlessly. A stalemate ensued between man and beast. If only he could endure until the end, his performance might still reach the threshold of passing. Time dwindled to a mere 3 seconds. At that moment, the two-headed crocodile seemed to sense the impending conclusion. Its blood-red eyes appeared to bleed with rage as it leapt ferociously. Its speed surged once more, creating a whirlwind as it rolled through the air. Its cavernous jaws opened to their utmost limit, towering above a man. In an instant, it enveloped Li Jian entirely. Li Jian had already reached the limits of his speed. He felt as though he might burst, yet he could not muster even the slightest increase in pace. There was no escaping that maw. In that moment, if the two-headed crocodile merely clamped its jaws shut, Li Jian would undoubtedly fail this practical assessment. The supervising instructor's gaze was fixed intently on the scene, poised to intervene just as the crocodile was about to crush Li Jian. Despair washed over Li Jian as he glanced desperately around, confronted by rows of razor-sharp, serrated teeth. His speed had hit its ceiling. There was no evasion. It was hopeless. Even his adoptive father had ceased offering guidance. Indeed, it seemed he had become an unwelcome burden. The Li family's son-in-law was about to be devoured. With a heavy heart, Li Jian sighed skyward, observing the countdown ticking down to a single second. He prepared to concede defeat. While he appreciated the jest, he was not foolish. He understood the sincerity behind Fang Qingchen's intentions. The practical assessment was not akin to martial arts testing. It demanded relentless refinement through brutal combat to perfect one's skills. Fang Qingchen could offer guidance momentarily, but he could not provide lifelong counsel. Even with a guide, the journey must ultimately be traversed by oneself. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ear, "Fool, what are you dawdling for? Throw the gun." Fang Qingchen's words resonated like a refreshing rain, stirring hope within him once more. Li Jian had no doubt about his adoptive father's wisdom. Without a moment's hesitation, he tossed the alloy spear skyward. As the spear flipped in the air, the crocodile's massive jaws snapped down. Astonishingly, the sharp tips of the spear held firm against its formidable upper jaw, wedged between its robust bone structure. Blood sprayed forth like a fountain, drenching Li Jian in a visceral baptism. The intense pain drove the two-headed crocodile nearly to madness, its body thrashing wildly. The resilient alloy spear began to bend slightly under the tremendous force of its bite. Realization struck Li Jian then. His adoptive father was indeed a man of great integrity. He quickly retracted his neck and executed a roll, escaping the impending doom. Time was up. Beep. The supervising instructor immediately activated a low-voltage current. The frenzied, two-headed crocodile convulsed as electricity coursed through its body, rendering it rigid. Candidate Li Jian's practical assessment result passed. The educational system above began broadcasting the results, and the onlooking students were left in awe. Was passing under such circumstances truly possible? If that were the case, perhaps they too had a chance. Fang Qingchen's voice had been barely audible and employed a unique vocal technique. It was almost a point-to-point transmission, compounded by the cacophony of sounds on the field. Only Lu Qingchen, Lin Wanqing, and the E-level martial arts instructor nearby could hear him. The other students, upon witnessing Li Jian effortlessly endure for 30 seconds, instantly experienced a surge of confidence, eager to take their turn. Exhilarated, Li Jian sprang to his feet, brushed the blood from his face with nonchalance, and dashed back to the stands. With arms wide open and a jubilant demeanor, he approached Fang Qingchen. "Mighty adoptive father, allow me to pay my respects." Fang Qingchen regarded him with disdain, gesturing toward the direction of the school locker room. "Get lost." "Understood." Beside him, the introverted girl slightly lowered her head, her eyes fixated on Fang Qingchen through her hair, unwavering. Although she had previously witnessed Fang Qingchen's martial arts guidance, now observing his ability to accurately predict and provide real-time instruction during the live combat left her astonished. To achieve such a feat was exceedingly challenging, requiring profound comprehension of various martial arts. One must thoroughly grasp every nuance. While she held immense confidence in her own martial skills, she could not help but concede that she could not emulate Fang Qingchen's effortless mastery and authoritative guidance, at least with her current proficiency in several advanced martial arts. She found this beyond her reach. Could it be that Fang Qingchen's foundational martial arts had transcended the level of mastery? A thought suddenly surged within Lu Qingchen, one she scarcely dared to believe. Chapter 80. Loyalty and Dedication. The arrival of the two-dimensional maiden. "Can I have a sniper rifle?" The practical examination continues. Witnessing a student like Li Jian achieving an impressive start instills a newfound confidence in his peers. The supervising teacher descends to extract the long spear lodged within the jaws of the two-headed crocodile. He then applies a potent hemostatic and restorative agent to the creature's injured jaw. The muscular tissue begins to heal, reviving the crocodile, rendering it fit for combat once more. As he departs, the paralysis effect on the two-headed crocodile dissipates. With a fierce roar, it shakes its head and tail, demonstrating unwavering loyalty as it continues to serve the 7th middle school. However, the subsequent examinees face a grim fate. The two-headed crocodile, deprived of sustenance, is in a state of furious rage throughout the ordeal. Its gaping maw snaps ferociously, while its scaled tail strikes with relentless force, causing the candidates to cry out in distress. Except for a few exceptionally talented martial artists with commendable physical prowess who barely pass, an astonishing number, 20 to 30 candidates, fail the examination. The battle is nothing short of brutal. Some candidates sustain fractures from the crocodile's tail, while others are injured by its teeth. A few are even rendered unconscious at the onset, overwhelmed by fear. The scene is chaotic, prompting the instructors to shake their heads in dismay. This exemplifies the plight of sheltered individuals. In truth, any student who has awakened their martial talent under the enhancement of their internal source typically achieves physical performance scores above 1. With the judicious application of their martial skills and equipment, they could certainly contend with, or even vanquish, the two-headed crocodile. Regrettably, for these students, who rarely encounter practical combat opportunities throughout the year, overcoming the innate fear of facing a mutated creature proves to be a formidable challenge. Their martial skills and innate talents remain largely untapped, resulting in a disheartening disparity between their potential and actual performance. As yet another student is flung aside by the crocodile's tail, losing their capacity to fight. No one notices the faint flicker of the green safety light on the electronic alloy collar around the creature's neck. Above, the announcement reverberates once more. "Now, please welcome candidate Tian Xiaoming to the testing ground." Having been entertained by the spectacle, Tian Xiaoming jolts at the sound of her name. It's my turn." In a swift motion, she rises from her seat. Standing at a modest height of 1.65 meters, she may not be tall, but her skin is remarkably fair and supple, embodying youthful vitality. With a nervous adjustment of her glasses and a playful tousle of her bangs, she exudes an air of spirited youthfulness. "I'm not particularly skilled with any weapon. What should I do? Can I have a sniper rifle? Just one shot, and it's over. I don't want to take the exam. I want to go home and play games." Those younger students who call for their mothers are so easily deceived. She stands before the weapon rack, maintaining an outward demeanor of a gentle and demure girl. Yet, an undeniable sense of trepidation lingered in her heart. The two-headed crocodile was a terrifying creature, and she had no desire to engage in close proximity. After much contemplation, she ultimately chose a bow, perfectly aligning with her character. Indeed, her decision mirrored that of her previous life. Fang Qingchen observed silently, his demeanor composed as he watched. Thanks to the enhancement of her benevolent insight talent, Tian Xiaoming's archery skills were remarkably proficient, achieving a commendable score of 79 out of 100 arrows hitting the target center. Ranking third in the entire school, surpassed only by Lu Tianming and Lu Qingshan. Coupled with her physical prowess rated at 125, her speed far exceeded that of the two-headed crocodile. With the right tactics, she could certainly outmaneuver it with ease. As she stepped into the arena, Fang Qingchen straightened slightly, his gaze sharp and unwavering, fixed intently on the scene before him, awaiting the inevitable. The moment had arrived. The two-headed crocodile, having exerted itself for nearly an hour without a meal, was utterly exhausted. However, such a valuable creature, worth tens of thousands, could not be so easily dispatched. Following the administration of a super protein energy serum by the supervising instructor, it soon regained its vigor, but this substance failed to alleviate its hunger. Before her stood a delicate, ethereal girl, while the crocodile's blood-red eyes fixated hungrily on her voluptuous form, drool cascading down its jaws. It was genuinely famished. Yet, the electronic collars around its limbs and neck continuously emitted low-voltage currents, rendering it immobile and paralyzed. The stench was unbearable. Confronted by this fearsome, mutated beast, Tian Xiaoming finally comprehended the panic exhibited by her fellow classmates moments ago. The pressure was indeed overwhelming. Her slightly plump thighs felt constricted, and her grip on the bow trembled ever so slightly. Ding! The countdown began. The uncontrollable two-headed crocodile surged forward like a wild stallion, its limbs pounding and roaring as if it were a war chariot. It charged directly at Tian Xiaoming. Yet, despite her anxiety, her eyes suddenly transformed. A faint blue ripple surged forth. The martial talent of insight activated. In an instant, her world morphed into a grid of interwoven lines. Multiple flashing weak points appeared on the charging two-headed crocodile, particularly at the junction of its heads, where faintly visible weak scales glimmered with a blood-red mark. If she could steady her mind and conquer the fear instilled by the approaching monstrosity, her archery skills, combined with the armor-piercing arrowheads crafted from superalloy, could undoubtedly penetrate that vulnerable scale, resulting in a lethal strike. If accomplished, her practical test score would undoubtedly be perfect. Alas, she felt utterly incapable. Panic surged within her. Tian Xiaoming's heart raced, and she had nearly forgotten how to shoot an arrow in her frenzy. However, she had pushed her evasive steps to their utmost limits. Her slender legs unleashed astonishing potential. With bow in hand and head tucked low, she surged forward in a swift, decisive leap. The explosive force of her physical prowess, measured at 125, was astonishing. The double-headed crocodile, with its four legs frantically churning, seemed on the verge of breaking apart from the effort. Yet it could not catch up. Its furious roars filled the air, growing ever more frenzied. Prolonged exertion had caused its body to become engorged with blood. The alloy collars firmly clasping its limbs and neck were certainly unyielding and impervious to shock, yet the incessant friction of its scales led to an alarming rise in temperature. The internal chip responsible for control was already showing signs of imminent failure due to the rapid heat escalation. Meanwhile, the girl and the crocodile continued to circle the testing ground, oblivious to the perilous transformation unfolding within. Chapter 81. Ding Ding. A moment of radiance. A perfect finale. Ordinarily, the safety of electronic alloy collars is exceptionally high, equipped with internal safety alarm modules. Should any internal components malfunction, they will promptly alert the educational system before any incident occurs. Upon receiving such notifications, the school's educational system will immediately inform the supervising teacher to undertake safety maintenance. as a brand of electronic alloy collar uniformly procured by the esteemed martial arts institutions of the Great Xia Empire. It has been in use for many years without any teaching-related accidents. Yet, Tian Xiaoming's misfortune is remarkable. The electronic alloy collar before her is a defective product. Fang Qingchen recalls that subsequent accident reports indicated that the internal alarm module was the first to fail under high temperatures, leading to the ensuing tragedy. A blossoming young girl tragically perished at the jaws of a crocodile. Whoosh! Don't come any closer. Huh? It seems unable to catch up with me. Tian Xiaoming circled the testing ground several times, nearly catching up to the rear of the two-headed crocodile. Only then did she realize she was almost a lap ahead of it, watching the two-headed crocodile still huffing and puffing in pursuit. Her initial panic began to dissipate. The danger was averted. Now it was time for the hunt. Having discerned the two-headed crocodile's patterns, she swiftly marked it with the insignia of the weak. Isolated and defenseless. Oh, I wish I could don my favorite JK white thigh-high cat paw socks. I can not only triumph in the test, but also in life. Even in the midst of being chased by a crocodile in the testing arena, the delightful fantasies of a two-dimensional girl remained undeterred. Whoosh! As she continued to flee, she raised her bow high with her left hand. Her movements were so precise, they seemed to have been plucked from the pages of a textbook. With her right hand, she deftly retrieved a piercing arrow from her quiver. Bow drawn, arrow knocked. She aimed at the pursuing two-headed crocodile. Knowing it could not catch her, Tian Xiaoming slightly reduced her speed, yet it remained close to 15 meters per second. At such high velocity, achieving an accurate shot was exceedingly challenging. The difference was stark when compared to shooting at stationary targets in a shooting range. Although basic archery includes lessons on shooting moving targets, the complexity of shooting while on the move renders such courses impractical for students. Nevertheless, Tian Xiaoming seemed to possess an innate talent for ranged weapons like bows and arrows. Insight, under the aegis of her gifted vision, the two-headed crocodile's weaknesses were laid bare. Like a self-service menu, she simply aimed at its critical, fatal weakness atop its head. Whoosh, 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 a trio of rapid shots, each arrow fierce. Alas, as she ran, so did the two-headed crocodile. Although the theory of relativity implies both were in a state of relative stillness, the heaving of her chest inevitably affected her bow and knocking hand. Without exception, all three arrows veered off course. Two struck its remarkably sturdy scaled armor on the head. With a sudden eruption of sparks, arrows were sent flying. One arrow grazed the boy's head, veering off at an angle and astonishingly soared towards the observation platform above, aimed directly at the boy's abdomen. Thankfully, the supervising teacher reacted swiftly, intercepting the arrow just in time as its speed diminished. The boy, thoroughly terrified, lowered his head, staring blankly at his school uniform. Now torn by the arrowhead, feeling the icy touch of the metal against his abdomen, his hair stood on end. Thank you, teacher, for saving my life. I owe you a debt of gratitude for generations. He stammered, his words tumbling out incoherently. Laughter erupted among the surrounding classmates. However, Fang Qingchen paid little heed to this amusing interlude. His entire focus was on Tian Xiaoming. In his previous life, he had overlooked this gentle and graceful girl, but now, he found her increasingly precious. Her archery skills, nay, to be precise, her talent in marksmanship, were nothing short of extraordinary. This exceptional talent was unlike that of the reclusive girl, Lu Qingchen, who had no apparent weaknesses in martial arts and was strong across the board. Yet, Tian Xiaoming's prowess in shooting surpassed even Lu Qingchen's. In fact, one could assert that even Lu Tianming, who had awakened the eagle-eye talent, was not as proficient in marksmanship as she was, not even close. He recalled that in his previous life, Lu Tianming only began to grasp the essence of moving shots shortly before the National Martial Arts examination, applying it in real combat. Yet now, Tian Xiaoming had already begun to explore the nuances of moving shots. This was true talent, an innate gift that could not be envied. In her, Fang Qingchen faintly perceived a glimmer of the legendary Southwest arrow god from years past, albeit in a timid, youthful form. Watching her deliberately target the weak point on the double-headed crocodile's forehead, Fang Qingchen's smile broadened. filled with immense satisfaction. The B-grade insight talent, capable of discerning all weaknesses, was indeed remarkable. This was merely a B-grade talent. If her martial arts aptitude were to ascend to A-grade, what a spectacle that would be. An A-grade combat aptitude, the true sight talent he had only encountered in textbooks. Who would venture into battle without assistance? Having lived a second life, Fang Qingchen understood all too well the significance of supportive martial arts talents. It could be said that having her by his side would amplify his combat prowess several times over, if not more. He resolved to rescue her first. As for her character, he would assess it gradually and decide later whether to assist her. The celestial water crystal, capable of elevating martial arts talent by one level, might seem astronomical to ordinary people or even affluent individuals, but to the offspring of martial gods or scions of wealthy families, it was merely a trifling sum, just a few hundred million. A small matter. Money held no value for Fang Qingchen. What mattered was unwavering loyalty, absolute loyalty. A lack of absolute loyalty equated to betrayal. There could be no room for carelessness. Tian Xiaoming was unaware that she had become the target of scrutiny. At this moment, 25 seconds had elapsed in the test, with merely 5 seconds remaining. For her, who had mastered the rhythm of escape, there was no hint of pressure. As her shooting skills became increasingly proficient, she adeptly employed various techniques learned from the game in real combat. Stealth, instant fire, quick shot. Without glancing back, she blindly shot in reverse, relying solely on her instincts. Alas, a fatal miss. Oh, a shot to the leg that didn't kill. Another miss. Oh, once again, she failed to hit. Although most of her arrows flew wide, her sense of aim was improving. The fear she once felt when confronting mutated creatures had vanished. Once a person gains an advantage, they transform into a formidable force, a truth that Tian Xiaoming grasped well. After all, the electronic alloy collar provided a safety net. There was no risk of demise. When she saw the countdown timer above indicating only 1 second remained, a spark of inspiration ignited in her mind. She was ready to make her move. In the next moment, her body, which had been rushing forward, came to an abrupt halt. Then, she swiftly turned around, dropping to one knee to confront the oncoming, ferocious two-headed crocodile, its gaping maw wide open and its rage at a maximum. With a calm demeanor, she drew her last arrow. The graceful motion of knocking the arrow was serene as she aimed at the two-headed beast. The uniform she wore was elegantly shaped by the gust of wind created by the crocodile as charge, showcasing her youthful figure beautifully. Ding! A moment of brilliance. A perfect finale. Indeed, one cannot deny the gracefulness of the young girl. Everything she did was visually captivating. Not only the boys in the stands, but even the male teachers felt rejuvenated, applauding in admiration. This scene alone could be etched in the annals of history at the 7th middle school for future students to behold. Just as the two-headed crocodile leapt toward her, its massive jaws poised to strike, her arrow flew forth like a beam of light. The arrow penetrated the beast's upper jaw, fortuitously crashing into the electronic alloy collar around its neck. The powerful penetrating force became the proverbial last straw for the already unstable control chip within, causing it to malfunction with a resounding bang. 0. Time is up. Beep. The teacher responsible for safety in the stands hastily pressed the electric button. However, the collar, which was supposed to release a paralyzing current instantaneously, emitted a sizzling sound and released a plume of smoke. This unexpected turn of events left everyone present in shock, helplessly watching as the monstrous jaws of the crocodile lunged at Tian Xiaoming. Chapter 82. The hero emerges. I'm still warm. Yubu. Everything transpired at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, there was hardly time for a single scream to escape anyone's lips. Everyone could only stare in disbelief at the charming young girl, on the verge of being devoured by the jaws of the crocodile. The supervising teacher and the various class instructors also sensed that something was amiss. However, despite a few of them being E-rank warriors, their long years of teaching had dulled their reflexes to a point where they could barely react. Some managed to comprehend the gravity of the situation, yet their bodies seemed unresponsive, leaving no time for action. life and death hung by a thread. Simultaneously, within the control room of the teaching system, Chief Instructor Song Wanli and several senior martial arts instructors were intently watching the students' combat assessments on the large screen. They expressed high praise for Tian Xiaoming's shooting talent, marveling at her ability to grasp the essence of mobile shooting on her own. Remarkable. This little girl is truly impressive. If only her stamina were a bit stronger. Once she enters the elite martial arts class for proper training, she is sure to be among the top 10 in her grade. Compared to Lu Tianming, that scoundrel, she is leagues ahead. Song Wanli was thoroughly pleased with Tian Xiaoming. However, upon witnessing her final pose, he couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. It's difficult to assess. Today's children truly know how to have fun. Just as the instructors in the control room were engaged in light-hearted banter, a scene unfolded that made their eyes widen in horror. As the electronic collar malfunctioned, Song Wanli's eyes reddened with urgency. He slammed his palm down on the alarming red button in front of him. Damn it! This is bad. The electronic collar has failed. We must hurry to save her. In a flash, he shattered the bulletproof glass of the control room, leaping from the 6th floor and landing with a thud on the ground, sprinting towards the back mountain combat testing field. He was truly frantic. Meanwhile, in a luxury vehicle, Chen Guorong lounged back, casually observing the large screen suspended in the opulent cabin. Connected to the school's internal network, he was able to remotely watch the live combat tests, even from the car. Seeing yet another promising talent like Tian Xiaoming, he grinned widely. However, the very next moment, his smile froze. Sweat poured down his forehead in an instant. His fist clenched tightly, his gaze fixated on the screen, where the girl was now completely engulfed by the gaping maw of the two-headed crocodile. A single thought consumed his mind. It's over. This child is done for. I am finished, and so is the 7th middle school. In that moment, time seemed to slow down. Both the students and teachers in the observation area watched helplessly as the crocodile's massive jaws slowly closed in, with no recourse to intervene. This cannot stand. We must save her. Lu Qingchen's reflexes were remarkably swift. With an instinctual ferocity akin to that of a warrior, she suddenly sprang to her feet. Employing her elusive footwork, she surged towards the weapon rack. At this moment, there was no time to harness her martial prowess. The crushing force of the dual-headed crocodile was a staggering 5 tons, while her physical capacity barely reached 132. With her peak punching power not surpassing 2 tons, she could not hope to pry it open with sheer strength. A weapon was imperative. Her expression remained icy, but her heart raced with urgency. Not enough. Her speed was insufficient. Armed, she could not save Tian Xiaoming. What to do? It was all her fault for lacking strength. Despite her outward demeanor of indifference and isolation, deep within, she was a profoundly kind-hearted girl. As she realized her inability to rescue Tian Xiaoming, guilt welled up within her. Damn it, I messed up this time. Tian Xiaoming, observing the gaping maw that showed no signs of halting, recognized the gravity of her predicament. Her legs yearned to propel her away. Yet the overwhelming terror of death paralyzed her mind. Even her toes were rendered immobile, maintaining a graceful pose as if for a final curtain call. How tragic. Was this truly the end? What a lackluster battle this was. In the face of life and death, the thoughts of this two-dimensional girl diverged from those of others. At this moment, if only a handsome hero could swoop in to rescue her from peril, she would surely become the protagonist of some spirited anime. Alas, this was reality. Having never experienced romance, it felt like such a pity. She longed to weep in fear, but in the blink of an eye, there was no time to cry, only the quiet anticipation of death's arrival. In that fleeting moment between life and demise, Fang Qingchen sprang into action. Through his martial saint's perspective, everything in the arena seemed to operate under a delay of 999, nearly frozen in time. Even Lu Qingchen, who was striving to reach the weapon rack, appeared as a sluggish snail. With a resounding clap against the armrest of his chair, he propelled himself forward with the ferocity of spring. Simultaneously, he lightly pressed one foot against the ground, akin to a galloping steed trampling upon a soaring swallow. His already swift speed surged further, enhanced by E-rank martial arts, Yubu, horse treads on swallows. His maximum velocity escalated from 22 meters per second to an astonishing 30 meters per second. Do not underestimate this 8-meter increase. For those with physical capacities below 2, such an enhancement signifies a fundamental transformation. With a whoosh, his racing form cut through the air, producing a series of piercing sonic booms. In an instant, to Lu Qingqian's astonishment, he surpassed her, arriving directly at the weapon rack. Grasping a gleaming alloy battle blade in an instant, he pivoted his body. With the acceleration of his speed, it was as though he were weightless, vertically pressing against the wall like a whirlwind that soared over the towering alloy barricade before him. The entire being resembled a shooting star, resolutely locking onto the two-headed crocodile, descending from the heavens. Simultaneously, the alloy combat knife in hand was suddenly flung. The blade whirled, slicing through the air with a velocity akin to a silver meteor, delivering a devastating blow. In an instant, a burst of silver light illuminated the crocodile's head. There was no need for a feeble strike to breach its defenses. With a resounding thrust, under Fang Qingchen's formidable strength, it pierced directly through the skull of the two-headed beast. A single strike to ensure its demise. Though it had perished, its massive jaws still snapped downward due to inertia. Yet, almost at once, Fang Qingchen's figure appeared before Tian Xiaoming. In that moment, to her astonished gaze, it seemed as though a colossal titan stood before her. His shoulders and spine bore the weight of the crocodile's gaping maw. He upheld the very heavens that loomed before her. A hero, making his entrance. Chapter 83. The Maiden's Prayer. Benevolence repaid in this world. The falling star of time. I once believed that the heroic tales of saviors rescuing maidens depicted in anime were mere fabrications. Yet, in the darkest and most desolate moment of my life, he appeared before me as if stepping upon clouds. I seemed to behold light. Tian Xiaoming remained in her previous posture, kneeling with a bow in hand, staring blankly at the tall and slender figure before her. Through her unique insight, she perceived a flawless physique devoid of any vulnerabilities. It was as though a princess was offering her prayers for her noble guardian. Before her loomed the grotesque visage of a two-headed crocodile, its head pierced by a gleaming blade, while a young boy held its massive jaws apart. The girl knelt in prayer, surrounded by startled classmates who had risen in alarm. In this arena of combat that resembled ancient Roman gladiatorial contests, a breathtaking tableau unfolded, so vivid and surreal that it seemed like a mere figment of my imagination. A fantasy conjured before my demise. As this ludicrous thought flickered in Tian Xiaoming's mind, Fang Qingchen's clear voice cascaded like a waterfall, striking her heart with profound impact. Are your legs welded to the ground? This monstrous beast is heavy. You should hurry and flee, unless you wish to test your strength against it. Gazing at Fang Qingchen's perfect profile, Tian Xiaoming awakened from her stupor. Indeed, the adorable maiden was graced with fortune. Had she unwittingly secured the script of a leading lady? Her heart swelled with joy, almost bursting forth in exuberance. Yet, her expression remained meticulously composed, embodying the serene grace of a Jiangnan girl. She adjusted her glasses gently, steadying her grip on the bow, her face reflecting sincere apology. Hero, my esteemed savior, my legs have gone numb. She stammered, tugging at the hem of her school uniform trousers, revealing her delicate calves snugly encased in pristine long socks adorned with cat paw designs. Could you possibly? No. Inside, Tian Xiaoming screamed in delight. Fang Qingchen, unwavering, cast a glance her way, even if she wished to thank him by revealing her legs. She could have chosen a more discreet location. Oh, but I find it difficult to move. In the realm of anime, the girl spoke with a soft, endearing tone. At that moment, Tian Xiaoming genuinely felt her limbs weaken, her body momentarily incapacitated. Her gaze, filled with anticipation, turned towards Fang Qingchen. If only he could carry me out now. That would be an absolute triumph. A legendary feat that would echo throughout the entire school. However, Fang Qingchen's approach was decidedly pragmatic. With a swift motion, he held the two-headed crocodile's jaw with one hand, freeing the other to extend toward Tian Xiaoming. Is he going to pat my head? With so many classmates around, how embarrassing, she thought, though excitement bubbled within her. It feels as if I have stepped into an anime. How thrilling. She gazed, entranced at the gradually enlarging, fair hand before her, imitating the expressions of those anime heroines. Her eyes narrowed slightly. However, Fang Qingchen's hand swiftly passed over her head, directly seizing the collar at the back of her neck. She felt her body lighten instantaneously. Following that, she was hurled outward by Fang Qingchen. Wow, the boss is so cold, yet undeniably handsome. As she flipped through the air, Tian Xiaoming's heart fervently cheered for Fang Qingchen. Fortunately, at that moment, she had gradually regained her ability to move. Before she landed, her awareness took control of her body, twisting her form into a perfect Thomas full spin. Like a nimble dog, she landed steadily on the ground. Almost simultaneously, Fang Qingchen released his supporting hand. His body swayed, akin to a bird taking flight, escaping from the jaws of the double-headed crocodile. Bang! Without Fang Qingchen's support, the crocodile's cavernous mouth snapped shut with a thunderous crash. Witnessing this scene, Tian Xiaoming began to feel a sense of dread. She covered her mouth tightly, tears of fear and gratitude welling in her eyes. Had it not been for Fang Qingchen, who had held the creature's mouth open like a pillar of strength, she would likely have been bitten beyond recognition. A savior, a debt of gratitude. Such kindness is never repaid in the next life by the ungrateful. I, Tian Xiaoming, shall repay my kindness in this life. Absolutely. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, the piercing alarm abruptly sounded. On the observation platform, upon seeing Tian Xiaoming successfully escape, Huang Chunli and the other homeroom teachers, along with the supervising safety instructor, finally regained their composure, gasping for air. Their bodies were drenched in cold sweat almost instantaneously. It had been far too perilous. So much so that they had not even had time to react. In truth, given the physical capabilities of the teachers present, they had sufficient speed to have saved Tian Xiaoming. Yet, as previously stated, their prolonged teaching careers had dulled the instinctual reflexes expected of a martial artist. They were physically able, yet ineffective. Li Dagong, the safety instructor, trembled all over, his gaze fixed intensely on Fang Qingchen through the alloy mesh. Were it not for the multitude of students present, he would have knelt before Fang Qingchen in gratitude. A benefactor. Not only had he saved this vibrant young girl, but he had also saved himself and the entire 7th high school. With a swift motion, he wiped the sweat from his brow, pushing through the crowd of onlookers. In what felt like the fastest steps of his life, he crossed the alloy steel gate, entering the testing area. For safety's sake, Li Dagong approached the double-headed crocodile. Without hesitation, he swung his fist, delivering a barrage of blows to its two heads. An E-rank martial artist's punching power was indeed formidable. He pummeled its heads until they resembled crushed watermelons. Yet, this was not enough to quench his wrath. Spotting the alloy battle knife that Fang Qingchen had thrown, which was still embedded in the creature's jaw, he attempted to yank it out. To his surprise, it would not budge. Upon closer inspection, the alloy war blade astonishingly pierced through the jawbone of the two-headed terror crocodile, which was as formidable as iron and steel. Simultaneously, a substantial portion of the blade became deeply embedded in the unyielding concrete ground. What an awe-inspiring display of strength. With his physical abilities, what martial art could he have employed to amplify his power to such an extraordinary degree? Is this the hallmark of a genius? Remarkable. Li Dagong felt goosebumps rising on his skin. While physical prowess may be finite, the human spirit is boundless. Through the adept application of martial arts, one can unleash strength that far surpasses their inherent abilities. Li Dagong was convinced that this strike, which penetrated the solid bones of the two-headed crocodile and drove deep into the ground, would be nearly impossible for even a student with 5 times the physical capacity to replicate. The foundational knife techniques taught in school did not encompass such a move, nor did they possess such power. The outcome was evident. Fang Qingchen's awakened, simple talent allowed him to learn martial arts across levels. Could it be that Li Dagong gazed in disbelief at Fang Qingchen's towering and ethereal figure, an astonishing hypothesis blossoming in his mind? E-grade martial arts. The celestial blade technique. Flowing starfall. Within the vehicle, Chen Guorong fixated intently on the large screen before him, slowly uttering a few words. Chapter 84. The transmission of superior genes. Will he pursue me again? Upon witnessing Tian Xiaoming's rescue, I felt a profound relief. The tension that had gripped my mind finally dissipated, and my tightly clenched fist relaxed, causing my phone, which had been crumpled in my palm, to drop onto the seat with a soft thud. I exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of tranquility wash over me. Everything was well. At that moment, my gaze shifted to the figure of Fang Qingchen on the screen. What close call! It was a mere whisker away from becoming a grave incident. If anything had happened to that child, how could I possibly face her parents? Fang Qingchen, you rascal, always managing to conjure up new surprises. It has only been 4 days since you awakened your martial arts talent, and you have already mastered E-level martial arts. Your father, upon becoming an E-level warrior, did not progress with such remarkable speed. Chun Guorong sighed deeply, pulling down the privacy curtain of the car window to wipe the sweat from his forehead. With his extensive knowledge, he recognized that Fang Qingchen had indeed executed E-level martial arts. Observing the fluidity of his movements, it was evident that his proficiency was far from mediocre. He had certainly reached the threshold of mastery. This realization left him astounded. The difficulty of mastering E-level martial arts is significantly greater than that of fundamental martial arts. He recalled his own experience at Longxi University, where it took him a full week to reach the entry level in the Celestial Starblade technique and a month to achieve a modicum of proficiency. Even his father, Fang Zhenhai, who was a half-step martial god, took half a month to reach that same level of competence, which had shattered the historical records at Longxi University. The Yubu step was even more challenging. Many D-level and even C-level warriors had failed to fully comprehend this technique. Who would have imagined that Fang Qingchen's martial arts aptitude would surpass expectations to such an extent? He was progressing far faster than his father. This pair of father and son was indeed extraordinary. What superior gene transmission method is this? You little rascal, I owe you yet another favor. I am genuinely pleased to see you flourish. It was not in vain that I once carried your father from the battlefield, where he was left for dead. You cannot fathom how close he was to his last breath, still calling out your name. Chun Guorong's expression turned contemplative as he blinked a few times, casually tossing the crumpled phone out of the window. Taking a deep breath, his demeanor shifted to one of stern resolve. He activated the communicator on his wrist, projecting a holographic image. The person on the other end was the honorary principal. As soon as the connection was established, he spoke urgently. Principal Chun, I apologize. The incident was due to my negligence. I stopped. Chun Guorong interrupted. At 8 o'clock tonight, all school leaders at the level of grade director and above are to convene in the conference room. No one is allowed to be absent. Moreover, at the No. 7 practical testing ground, all class supervisors and safety invigilators present have had their year-end bonuses revoked, annual evaluations canceled, and all promotions suspended for 5 years, with salaries reduced by 3 tiers, excluding Deputy Principal Huang. In truth, this is a remarkably lenient decision. Given the magnitude of such a security incident, it would not be an exaggeration to dismiss everyone involved. Indeed, I shall notify them forthwith. The honorary principal wiped his brow, nodding repeatedly in agreement. Chun Guorong acknowledged with a nod. The practical tests must continue, assigning those D-level warriors like Song Wanli to serve as safety officers. It is imperative to ensure the absolute safety of subsequent practical assessments. Understood. At this moment, the students in the testing ground had regained their composure from the earlier shock. Each one pressed against the alloy railing, wide-eyed, peering down below. Upon witnessing the gaping wound atop the two-headed crocodile's head inflicted by that battle blade, their eyes widened in disbelief. Surely, I must be mistaken? Just moments ago, I swung my blade with all my might and couldn't even sever a scale. Yet, with the same weapon, he was able to create such a cavernous hole? One swift strike? Is the disparity between individuals truly this vast? Those students who had never engaged in battle with the two-headed crocodile could only perceive Fang Qingchen as a dashing hero rescuing the damsel in distress. However, those who had just undergone the practical test, regardless of their performance, were all profoundly astonished by Fang Qingchen's strike. Powerful, incredibly powerful. Previously, while observing from a distance, as Fang Qingchen valiantly defeated Lu Tianming on the playground, they had not grasped the full extent of his strength. Mostly astonished by the underdog's triumphant reversal. But now, The bloodied two-headed crocodile seemed to serve as a crimson seal emblazoned upon Fang Qingchen's chest. From this day forth, who would dare utter a word against the so-called slacker Fang's sycophant? No one would remember such things. The students would only recall the figure akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens, saving the life of a maiden. Fang Qingchen. Lu Qingshan quietly returned the alloy sword she held to the weapon rack. With her hands clasped behind her back, a barely perceptible smile graced her cool, delicate features as she briskly walked back to her seat, observing Fang Qingchen's relaxed demeanor amidst the crowd. So formidable. The speed he just unleashed was even swifter than my utmost effort in executing the mysterious steps. Is this an E-level martial art? Is this the true power of a simplified talent? Why do people online disparage it as worthless? They must be envious. There are too many villains. Lu Qingshan pouted, feeling indignant on Fang Qingchen's behalf. Alas, her character did not permit her to become a troll online. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly lead the charge in online battles. Gu Tingting gazed at Lin Wanqing, who appeared somewhat dazed, unsure of what to say. After a long pause, countless words coalesced into a single statement. Evening Star, are you all right? Lin Wanqing appeared dazed, as if emerging from a dream. Yet her gaze remained fixed on the tall and handsome young man at the center of the scene. Tingting, do you think Fang Qingchen will return to pursue me again? She spoke in a low, sultry voice, her words seemingly directed at Gu Tingting, yet also resonating within her own thoughts. Gu Tingting gazed around, equally bewildered. Numerous girls admired Fang Qingchen, who seemed to be enveloped in an aura of brilliance. Beside him stood a vivacious yet elegantly charming young girl, while quietly seated in front was a reclusive girl, resembling a deity. She shook her head silently. Wanqing, I truly do not know. This time, I genuinely find myself at a loss for how to respond to you. Lin Wanqing offered no reply, merely blinking her starry eyes and continuing to observe in silence. Chapter 85. You brat. You can't be serious, can you? If I were the current Fang Qingchen, I would certainly no longer pursue you. In the entire Great Xia Kingdom, there are countless martial arts academies, each with its own array of beautiful students. Now that she is so powerful, embracing the vast forest, she certainly does not need you. These are the unspoken thoughts of Gu Tingting, who dared not voice them aloud. At that moment, a resounding crash echoed as the entrance to the testing arena was forcefully kicked open. Following this, Song Wanli dashed in with the speed of a bullet train, accompanied by a series of piercing explosive sounds. In the blink of an eye, he found himself within the testing grounds. Before entering, he had braced himself for the worst, mentally prepared for the possibility of confronting a gruesome scene. He had even rehearsed in his mind how to calm and evacuate the students, considering various contingency plans for post-incident management. However, the instant he landed and surveyed the scene, his gaze fell upon the unscathed Tian Xiaoming, standing dazedly to the side. He was momentarily stunned, his mind flooded with questions. This is not right, is it? She unharmed? She actually survived? Am I hallucinating? Just moments ago, in the control room, the situation was crystal clear. At that time, not a single teacher had reacted in time to save her. The blossoming young girl should have perished at the jaws of the crocodile. Instinctively, he rubbed his face, scanning the area once more. How is Fang Qingchen also here? The two-headed crocodile is dead? Who killed it? What on earth transpired while I rushed over? Can someone please explain? The volume of information overwhelmed Song Wanli, rendering him momentarily bewildered. However, upon noticing the supervising teacher Li Dagong standing beside the corpse of the two-headed crocodile, wielding an alloy combat knife and stained with blood, his mind began to fill in the gaps. It must be that Li Dagong remained composed under pressure, unleashing his potential to rescue Tian Xiaoming. Well done, you rascal. I might have suspected that your E-level martial artist certification was merely bought, but you've proven yourself. A wave of relief washed over him. Thank heavens. Everything is fine. The only surprise for Song Wanli was the presence of Fang Qingchen in the arena. Why did this lad come down as well? Perhaps he reacted quickly to lend a helping hand. Quite commendable, indeed. He truly is a caring and diligent student. Reflecting on Fang Qingchen's astonishing martial arts talent and his remarkable perceptiveness in detecting subtle changes in the neural reflex speed tester, he felt a sense of satisfaction. At this moment, calming the students took precedence over all else, leaving no time for further contemplation. With a swift motion, he approached Tian Xiaoming, his face beaming with warmth. "Dear classmate, are you injured? If you are, please inform the teacher, and we will immediately take you to the infirmary. And you must have been frightened just now, right? Do not worry. Our school has the finest teaching resources. Teacher Li Dagong stands as a paragon among our esteemed educators, consistently recognized for his excellence, ensuring the safety of every student present." His words, resonant and forceful, seemed designed to bolster the confidence of his pupils. Yet, unbeknownst to him, it serves to publicly expose his own insecurities, a relentless reprimand that echoes through the air. Indeed, Teacher Li possesses remarkable strength. He is timid when he should assert himself. It strikes hard when he ought to hold back. Truly, he exemplifies the excellence of our school, Linjiang No. 7 Middle School. His swift actions lack warmth, while old Deng finds himself at a loss. As Song Wanli's words rang out, a chorus of jeers erupted from the students observing above. Li Dagan blusha, his embarrassment palpable, as he fidgeted with his shoe, wishing to disappear into the ground. "Coach Song, it wasn't me. He stammered, his demeanor dejected. He truly found himself bereft of words. Thankfully, Tian Xiaoming, perceptive and understanding, stepped into his system. "Teacher Song, it was not Teacher Li who saved me just now. He was likely too stunned to move. It was classmate Fang Qingchen who heroically intervened, rescuing me single-handedly when everyone else was paralyzed with fear. He's my true savior." Tian Xiaoming's voice was melodious, imbued with the gentle charm of the Jiangnan dialect, and her eyes sparkled with unreserved admiration when mentioning Fang Qingchen. The girl's bashfulness was interwoven with a passionate intensity, embodying the tender yet fiery essence of a Jiangnan maiden. Her words undoubtedly struck a decisive blow to Li Dagong's already faltering reputation, though she felt her kindness restrained her from uttering harsher truths. After all, had it not been for Fang Qingchen, akin to a knight guarding his princess, her youthful vitality might have been reduced to mere carrion, attracting flies. The restraint she exhibited by not unleashing her full wrath stands as a testament to her generosity. The timeless tale of heroism never wanes, yet it appears to have considerable aftereffects. Is it customary to repay a life-saving deed with profound gratitude? Amidst this, Fang Qingchen received her praise, and one could not help but acknowledge the wisdom of her sentiments. With such a thoughtful companion, the emotional value they shared would surely alleviate the monotony of their endeavors. What a treasure she was. Plop. Meanwhile, Li Dagong was left defenseless, kneeling on the ground, covering his face. I am sorry, truly. I am utterly useless." Song Wanli was taken aback, momentarily unable to process the situation. What had she just heard? Fang Qingchen had saved him? Instinctively, he glanced towards the observation platform, a daunting 20 meters away from the dual-headed crocodile, recalling the instant that had left even E-class warriors breathless. A singular question lingered in his mind. "You rascal, could it be that you've gone ahead?" A timely downpour indeed. Chapter 86, A Big Heart. Does the wall of the martial god family also need to display awards? Fang Qingchen's physical prowess was well known to Song Wanli, which only deepened his astonishment. He vividly recalled witnessing the malfunction of the electronic alloy collar in the control room. At that moment, not a single individual in the entire combat testing ground took action. Yet, in that instant, he dashed forward. The subsequent events were not visible to him. In other words, he cast a penetrating gaze at Fang Qingchen. This young man possesses an extraordinary capacity for on-the-spot reaction. He is nearly on par with my D-ranked martial arts prowess. Even the instructors of E-ranked warriors pale in comparison to him. A competitor with a big heart. Having taught at No. 7 Middle School for many years, and having educated thousands of students, he understood all too well that formidable physical strength is merely a facet of true power. A calm demeanor, unflinching in the face of calamity, is an essential trait for anyone aspiring to greatness. The potential Fang Qingchen exhibits in martial arts is remarkable. Even Wang Hao, who has consistently held the top rank in his grade, despite being stronger, falls short in terms of potential. Such high praise. In Song Wanli's view, the only current shortcoming of Fang Qingchen lies in his physical endurance. Once that is addressed, with his current martial arts level and adaptability, he will undoubtedly become the strongest student in the history of number 7 middle school. Without exception, reflecting on the recent confidentiality notice he received, an expression of anticipation flickered in his eyes. Principal Chun is indeed far-sighted, allowing such a terrifying talent to develop quietly, waiting for the city-wide examination. When suddenly the renowned martial arts enthusiasts of the city will be overwhelmed by his invincible presence, trampling over the likes of Jiang Wushuang from the first high school and Meng Rinhao from the second high school. What a commotion that would cause. It is almost too much to fathom. The mere thought of that scene sent a shiver down his spine, raising goosebumps. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he approached Fang Qingchen, gazing up at the striking youth who towered slightly above him. A serious expression on his face suddenly transformed into a radiant smile. With a broad grin, he clapped his large hand firmly on Fang Qingchen's shoulder. You have truly made a significant contribution to our number 7 middle school, Fang Qingchen. Rest assured, we are always fair with our rewards and penalties. Just wait for Principal Chun to present you with your certificate and prize. And how does it feel to be a hero saving a damsel in distress? The young lady is quite lovely, isn't she? Ha ha. As he spoke, he even raised an eyebrow at Fang Qingchen. The expression of emotions among men is often quite simple. Sometimes, a mere sound or word can convey a wealth of meaning. Fang Qingchen merely curled his lip. In his recollection, Song Wanli had always been a stern and humorless figure towards his students in his previous life. It was improbable that he would utter such words. Back when he had entered the elite martial arts class due to his basic talent, this old man had hardly ever given him a smile. In my previous life, during both high school and university, I was in a state of utter neglect. Even my formidable father, the martial god, was unable to manage my waywardness. So what could my teachers possibly do? After my rebirth, it seemed that nothing had changed. Yet, paradoxically, everything felt different. Having saved Tian Xiaoming, Fang Qingchen had already achieved his objective. He had no desire to be the center of attention. As for the so-called prize, it likely paled in comparison to his daily allowance. He was indifferent to it. However, the certificate of merit might please his parents. After all, which parent does not take joy in displaying their child's accolades upon the walls of their home? Even a martial god and the affluent tycoons are no exception. Feeling the eager gazes of his classmates and teachers surrounding him, he knew he had to speak. Fang Qingchen straightened his posture and projected his voice, resonating throughout the space. Teacher Song, one of the tenets of our school, number 7 middle school, is that students should support one another. I merely did what I ought to have done. Reviving the glory of number 7 is a duty we cannot shirk. With that declaration, he turned his back and ascended the observation platform. What a remarkable declaration. Each student and teacher present was left in awe. Even the students from Class 7 seemed to be encountering Fang Qingchen for the first time. The school's higher-ups, such as Huang Chuanli and Song Wanli, led the applause with fervor. The sound of clapping was thunderous. Behold what it means to possess vision and ambition. With such a student, how could number 7 middle school not thrive? Tian Xiaoming's eyes sparkled with admiration. Her small hands clasped before her chest, as if making a wish. She fixed her gaze intently on Fang Qingchen. Wow, is this the aura and vision of a true leader? So responsible, so ambitious. I absolutely adore this, she exclaimed loudly. I must seize this opportunity to add him as a friend. Otherwise, I may never get the chance again. I cannot let my savior slip away so easily, she thought, her heart racing. With a rosy blush gracing her fair cheeks, she hurriedly pursued Fang Qingchen, tugging at his sleeve. Excuse me, can I add you as a friend on Green Bubble? You saved my life, and I haven't had the chance to thank you yet. If you're free tonight, I would love to treat you to dinner. Would that be all right? Though she posed the question, her hand was already poised with her phone in front of him. The friend request interface swiftly opened. This was precisely her intention. The recruitment plan for top-tier allies was a resounding success. Fang Qingchen, with his back turned, felt a smile of satisfaction tug at his lips. He then turned around and casually nodded, retrieving his phone to scan and add her as a friend. Dinner is off the table. I have prior engagements tonight. Perhaps another time. Adding you as a friend is no problem. I genuinely enjoy making new acquaintances. He was indeed preoccupied with his own plans for the evening, unaware that when Tian Xiaoming glanced down at her phone, her smile mirrored his own from moments before. Hee, a resounding success. Having added a friend, Fang Qingchen did not wish to appear overly purposeful. Thus, he refrained from saying much and simply waved his hand before returning to his seat. The students of Class 7, under the leadership of Huang Chuanli, welcomed him as if he were a triumphant hero. They all stood in unison, applauding and whistling in cheer for Fang Qingchen. He remained composed, having witnessed far grander spectacles in a previous life. This was merely a trifle. With a gentle downward motion of his hands, an imposing aura enveloped the surroundings, swiftly calming the raucous scene. Students, maintain your composure and conserve your energy for the practical test ahead, he stated, his words warming the hearts of his classmates far more effectively than old Huang ever could. One by one, they obediently closed their mouths, brimming with anticipation and ready to showcase their skills. They were determined not to bring shame to Class 7 or to Fang Qingchen. Chapter 87. Perfect Score. The eager white moonlight. Huang Chunli's face radiated with joy, blooming like a flower. Behold, this is the student I have nurtured. Her eloquence is truly remarkable. She is undoubtedly born to be a leader. As Fang Qingchen settled back in her seat, Li Jian from the back row leaned in closer. Qingchen, you're impressive. Tian Xiaoming is the belle of Class 18. She took the initiative to add you as a friend and even invited you to dinner. Her intentions are quite significant, truly significant. I hope your adoptive father takes care of his health, and doesn't he indulge too much. His tone was gravely serious, his voice loud enough for Lin Wanqing to overhear. Yet, he did this on purpose. As a good friend, witnessing Fang Qingchen's transformation from darkness to light brought him joy. He wanted to stand up for her and annoy Lin Wanqing in the process. Your aloofness as the campus goddess means nothing. You're just like anyone else with two nostrils and a mouth. People like the ethereal white moonlight and the charming cute girl are not to be underestimated. Letting go of you means there are countless others in the world. Indeed, as soon as these words were spoken, Lin Wanqing's previously composed expression slightly changed. Her slender fingers clenched together instinctively as she glanced at the vivacious Tian Xiaoming passing by. Though not as tall as her, Tian Xiaoming exuded a youthful vitality. Her delicate, gentle face framed by bangs radiated a distinct charm, entirely different from Lin Wanqing's own beauty. If Lin Wanqing considered herself a 9.5 out of 10 in attractiveness, then Tian Xiaoming, even if not quite her equal, would still score at least a 9. Perhaps, in the realm of cuteness, she might even surpass Lin Wanqing, Lu Qingqian, and Tian Xiaoming. Who else would appear beside Fang Qingchen in the future? The thought surged within her, igniting a sense of defeat akin to having her stronghold breached. The prideful Lin Wanqing, after having her lofty facade shattered, finally learned to acknowledge those around her. She came to realize that what she once deemed her most commendable trait was not as rare or irreplaceable in this world as she had believed. I have lost again. Her proud visage gradually lowered. Meanwhile, Lu Qingqian, with her innocent thoughts, remained perplexed, clueless about the conversation. What is Li Jian talking about? What does inviting someone to dinner signify? Is it meant to be an extravagant meal? Why does he mention taking care of his health? Is he worried about Fang Qingchen eating too much? Oh, when I invite him to dinner tonight, I should also encourage him to eat less. Lu Qingqian remained silent, quietly taking note. She had put in considerable effort to prepare for tonight's dinner. Li Dagong, I cannot make decisions regarding today's matter. All disciplinary actions will await Principal Chun's return. You should seek your own fortune. From now on, I will ensure safety. You may leave. On the ground, Song Wanli shot a discontented glare at the invigilator, Li Dagong. Li Dagong, with a dejected expression, stood up and prepared to leave. Song Wanli shook his head in disbelief. How oblivious he was. He had wasted decades without insight. Just look at Fang Qingchen. He called out to Li Dagong, exclaiming, how can you be so oblivious? There lies a massive corpse on the ground. How can we proceed with the exam? Let us not waste it. The school invested tens of thousands in this. Go. Carry it to the kitchen. Tonight, the cafeteria will serve roasted crocodile meat, simmered bone broth, and spicy heart-protecting meat, along with 9-tur intestines. Let us treat the students who have worked hard all day and replenish their nutrition. Understood, Coach Song. I will take care of it immediately. The strength of an E-class warrior is indeed formidable. The 2-ton double-headed crocodile was effortlessly dragged away by Li Dagong, who grasped its tail. After pouring a few buckets of water, the area was once again pristine. Meanwhile, the educational system continued announcing the examination. Having learned from the earlier incident, even with Song Wanli present, the homeroom teachers of each class remained vigilant, their eyes wide as saucers, each wielding standard weapons from the armory. Prepare to offer support at a moment's notice. The alloy steel doors swung open once more, revealing yet another double-headed crocodile. Such mutated creatures are quite common in the marshlands and rivers beyond the city. As consumables and ingredients for practical tests, they are relatively inexpensive, and various martial arts academies procure several batches annually. The practical examination continued. After witnessing the previous encounter, the students approached their battles with the double-headed crocodiles with utmost caution. Even as the countdown reached its conclusion, those who needed to flee ran with determination, and those who needed to fight did so with all their might, showing no mercy. The rate of consumption of the double-headed crocodiles surged significantly. Please have candidate Fang Qingchen prepare for the test. The announcement echoed once more. Instantly, the gaze of every student turned towards him. Fang Qingchen had dispatched the previous double-headed crocodile with such swiftness that only Lu Qingxian managed to catch glimpses of his movements. The rest merely witnessed a flash of the blade before the creature succumbed. They recognized its strength, but could not discern its source. Now, at such a close distance, they were eager to observe closely. Curiosity bubbled among the students as they pulled out their phones, aiming them at the arena, wishing to capture the combat of Fang Qingchen for detailed analysis at home. Tian Xiaoming rubbed her hands together, fully activating her insight talent. I must analyze the battle of the expert thoroughly. If I find any imperfections, I'll write a report overnight to serve him. The thought of being a bug-fixing teammate for Fang Qingchen filled her with enthusiasm. As for the martial arts enthusiast Lu Qingxian, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Being a girl who detests defeat, she was eager to discover just how strong Fang Qingchen truly was and how far she fell short. Finally, it was her turn. Against a mere double-headed crocodile, I can forego the weapon. I prefer to rely on my own strength. Fang Qingchen casually stretched his body, preparing to rise for his turn to slay the crocodile, when the educational system's announcement rang out once again. In light of Fang Qingchen's remarkable performance in vanquishing the crocodile and rescuing others, there is no need for a retest. The practical examination score is a perfect score. Please prepare the next candidate, Lu Qingxian. On a special vehicle, Chen Guorong turned off the communicator and wiped away his sweat. Dear ancestor, please do not come to deplete our teaching funds at number 7 middle school. They are quite precious. Chapter 88, The Master of Arms. No need for weapons. Even the two-headed terror, Croc, trembles. Old Chun, you are truly frugal. The next time I visit my father for a drink, I must procure you a bottle of exquisite blended wine to stimulate your appetite. As Fang Qingchen had just straightened his posture, he was once again compelled to take a seat. He did not need a guess to know what Chen Guorong was scheming. That old rascal was undoubtedly monitoring the live combat, testing ground from a distance. Ah, reluctant to part with the teaching funds? Let me assure you, you shall not save a single coin. The Master of Arms shall not indulge you. In my previous life, I believe I witnessed her strike only once. Such a pity. Fang Qingchen observed as Lu Qingxian slowly rose to her feet, filled with anticipation. In the past, Lu Qingxian's physical prowess after awakening was not as formidable as it is now, yet it was still remarkably impressive. Within a mere 10 seconds, she had vanquished the two-headed terror crocodile, astonishing everyone present. However, back then, I had little interest in such matters, my attention solely fixated on Lin Wanqing. Moreover, in my previous life, Lin Wanqing, empowered by her post-evolution S-rank duality talent, was equally formidable. The strength of her blood avatar was not inferior to her true self, and together, they were greater than the sum of their parts. Their time to defeat the two-headed terror croc was nearly identical, a testament to their parity. After that encounter, I was never eligible to participate in the municipal and provincial martial arts examinations. Even for the final graduation martial exam, I barely received an admission letter from one of the 4 prestigious martial academies in the Great Xia Kingdom, thanks to my A-rank talent in the rule system. A modicum of my father's reputation as a martial deity, and a touch of financial support from my affluent mother. The past is a painful memory, and the disgrace I brought upon my parents in my previous life must be redeemed in this one. A good son is not raised in vain. Fang Qingchen silently lamented, then turned his gaze toward Lu Qingchen. Surrounded by so many onlookers, the introverted girl was clearly out of her element. Her fair complexion slightly flushed. Though she no longer slouched, she still kept her head bowed as she descended the stairs toward the testing ground. As Lu Qingchen finally made her entrance, the surrounding students erupted in excitement. Even the homeroom teachers from various classes, as well as Song Wanli, displayed glimmers of anticipation in their eyes. The S-rank, Master of Arms, talent existed merely in textbooks for them, a vaguely defined martial talent. Since the dawn of martial arts in the Great Xia Kingdom, only Lu Qingchen had awakened such a gift. The text claimed that S-rank talents were powerful, yet they did not specify in what manner they were strong. Everyone yearned to witness something novel. Moreover, this was a genius endowed with an S-rank martial talent. It was likely one of the rare opportunities in their lives to encounter such a prodigy. Who would not wish to witness firsthand the true strength of an S-rank martial talent? People are inherently inclined to believe themselves the protagonists of their own narratives, especially for those students who have awakened B and A-level talents. Upon realizing the immense strength of their martial arts abilities, they often develop the notion that S-level talents, while formidable, are merely slightly superior to their own. Such is the spirit of Lin Wanqing. As her formidable rival made an appearance, she sat upright, the previous languor in her starry eyes replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. In the entire testing arena, apart from Fang Qingchen, who had transformed into the Dragon King, only Lu Qingchen could command her utmost respect. Lu Qingchen, unleash your full potential. Allow me to witness just how formidable you truly are. Please do not disappoint me. Lin Wanqing had a precise estimation of her own strength. With her combat capabilities, she calculated that it would require merely 20 seconds to swiftly eliminate the double-headed crocodile. Of course, if she were willing to sacrifice her blood-chi clone, she might achieve this even a few seconds faster, though the difference would scarcely be significant. As she watched Lu Qingchen descend from the platform without even approaching the weapon rack, Lin Wanqing furrowed her brow, perceiving her as rather pretentious. Was she truly so arrogant as to forego a weapon? The weapon master, by neglecting her arms, would be hamstringing herself. Did she believe herself so powerful that she could defeat the double-headed crocodile with her bare hands? Fang Qingchen, being so formidable now, with physical prowess surpassing her own, required a combat knife for such an endeavor. A fleeting look of confusion crossed her aloof countenance. Gu Tingting, the straightforward strategist, seized the moment to voice her thoughts. Having endured much frustration while accompanying Lin Wanqing throughout the day, she finally found an opportunity to vent. Leaning toward Lin Wanqing, she whispered, "Look at her, such a show-off. One might think she had awakened an SS-level talent. You need to play it safe and aim to outdo her in the time it takes to secure a kill. Be steady. Aim for victory." The plasticity of their friendship remained remarkably stable, her chirping causing Lin Wanqing considerable exasperation. Unsure whether Gu Tingting was genuinely supporting her or merely mocking her, she responded with a nonchalant and chose not to engage further. As Song Wanli observed Lu Qingchen approaching the alloy steel gate unarmed, he initially assumed she was merely nervous and had forgotten to select a weapon from the rack. This was not an isolated incident. Several students before her had been so anxious that they neglected to arm themselves, which was not inherently shameful. He quickly called out, "Lu Qingchen, the weapon rack is over here. You haven't taken a weapon yet. The double-headed crocodile possesses immense destructive power. It would be prudent for you students not to engage it unarmed." Hearing the teacher's voice, Lu Qingchen paused. "Thank you for the reminder, but I don't need a weapon." Her head lowered, her voice barely audible. Fortunately, Song Wanli had keen hearing. "No weapon?" He furrowed his brow, pondering. Shouldn't a weapon master utilize a weapon to fully harness their talent? Though he thought this, if the candidate was unwilling to take one. He felt it inappropriate to force it upon her. Thus, he simply nodded. Well, whether or not you choose to take a weapon is entirely your prerogative. Do not fear. Release yourself to battle, for your teacher stands by, and the two-headed crocodile cannot harm you. Thank you, dear teacher. Although Lu Qingchen felt a tinge of nervousness, she was not afraid. She could sense a warm gaze behind her, akin to sunlight, radiating a reassuring strength that focused solely on her. Moreover, the battlefield is the true domain of the War Master. Step by step, the moment she entered the practical test arena, her entire demeanor transformed in an instant. The head that had been habitually bowed was raised with newfound resolve. The self-doubt and weakness in her eyes vanished, replaced by a dazzling confidence that shone bright. Her school uniform fluttered as if caught in an unseen breeze, her hair dancing in the air. Merely standing there, she resembled a sharp blade poised to be unsheathed, emanating an aura of lethal intent that promised to sever all. The two-headed crocodile, which had initially charged with bloodshot eyes at the sight of the examinee, now displayed a flicker of human-like fear in its crimson gaze. It sensed the threat of death emanating from this young girl. Its four sturdy scaled legs began to retreat instinctively, driven by the primal instinct to evade danger. Lin Wanxing and Gu Tingting, who had once perceived Lu Qingchen as somewhat presumptuous, were now utterly stunned. Chapter 89. Interference with the Material Realm. The Invisible Divine Weapons. Oh my goodness, Wanxing. Am I hallucinating? Is that two-headed terror lizard actually frightened? Where did the school find this timid creature? Gu Tingting is still murmuring softly. Yet Lin Wanxing pays her no heed. With a swift motion, she silences her, her gaze fixed intently on Lu Qingchen in the arena. As an A-class talent, she can distinctly sense an overwhelming surge of source energy akin to a blazing inferno emanating from Lu Qingchen's being. The winds swirling around her are a manifestation of this source within her, influencing the material realm. Lin Wanxing's expression has never been more grave. How formidable! Is this the essence of S-class talent? Even in her nascent awakening, her source is capable of impacting the material world. How could she be so powerful? I am utterly incapable of such feats. Her countenance remains aloof, yet deep within, a tempest of thoughts rages. The source, within a martial artist, emerges alongside the awakening of their martial prowess, formless and intangible. To harness it for influencing the material world is an arduous challenge. Nonetheless, even with this understanding, she refuses to concede that Lu Qingchen surpasses her. Tian Xiaoming's expression is equally serious as she adjusts her glasses, activating her insight to its fullest. In her unique vision, Lu Qingchen's state is even more exaggerated. Surrounding her tall and slender figure, flames rise nearly a meter high, twisting and shifting in a mesmerizing display. The conflagration is awe-inspiring. Most astonishingly, the flames continually morph into an array of weaponry: swords, spears, halberds, axes, and countless others. She appears to bask in this luminous blaze, commanding an infinite arsenal as the battlefield Valkyrie. The weapon master, witnessing this breathtaking scene, sends shivers down Tian Xiaoming's spine. Goodness, is this what it means to be a weapon master? Impressive indeed. No wonder she wields no weapon. She herself is the sharpest of them all. Truly magnificent. I yearn to team up with someone like her to battle exotic beasts, with the weapon master goddess, the Dragon King, and myself as a mere accessory. We could even defeat an SSS-level beast like the Hell Dragon Hawk. Regrettably, her special vision cannot be shared. She can only admire it on her own. Those legs, long, fair, smooth, and powerful. I must find an opportunity to add Lu Qingchen to my circle. As fellow girls, perhaps we could bond over some fun dress-up and dance. Hee hee. I refuse to believe that among the traditional dresses, kipeos, JK uniforms, and Lolita costumes in my wardrobe, there isn't something she would adore. If she donned a qipao paired with black stockings, the contrast will be stunning. In Tian Xiaoming's ever-shifting eyes, a cunning glimmer sparkles, in contrast to her less experienced classmates. Fang Qingchen exudes a calm demeanor. In his previous life, after attaining the realm of the 10-star martial saint, he had encountered numerous prodigies, individuals with talents that surpassed even the S-class, SS class, and even SSS class. Having witnessed such brilliance, he had become somewhat disenchanted. Now, however, his curiosity was piqued. He wondered just how swiftly Lu Qingchen could vanquish the two-headed terror crocodile compared to her previous incarnation, and how much her abilities had improved. With his rebirth, many circumstances had shifted subtly, akin to the butterfly effect, giving rise to numerous uncertainties. The entire combat testing arena was filled with expectant gazes. Yet, Lu Qingchen, fully immersed in her battle stance, paid no heed to these stares. At that moment, her focus was solely on the trembling, two-headed crocodile in the distance. In her heart, only one thought remained: battle. As the timer above rang out, the air around Lu Qingchen suddenly stilled. In the next moment, she closed her eyes slightly. Stepping forward in her well-worn athletic shoes, she advanced deliberately towards the two-headed terror crocodile. Silence enveloped the arena as everyone held their breath. The palpable tension in the air signified the calm before the storm. Once the thunderclap sounded, a cataclysmic strike would follow. The two-headed crocodile, being a mutated creature, lacked the complete intelligence of other beasts. As it beheld the tender, succulent flesh presented before it, its rudimentary brain was overtaken by the primal instinct to feast. Its blood-red eyes grew increasingly agitated. With a roar, both heads of the crocodile unleashed a simultaneous cry. Then it unleashed all its might, propelling itself forward with its four-scaled limbs. The ground trembled beneath the force of its assault, akin to a runaway truck. With its cavernous maw agape, it surged menacingly towards Lu Qingchen. As it reached its maximum speed, driven by a profound sense of danger, the two-headed crocodile leaped into the air, its body spinning violently. The air tore apart with a wail, and its razor-sharp teeth whirled as if transformed into a meat grinder, hurtling directly toward Lu Qingchen. This was the dreaded death spin, a nightmare for most adventurers exploring the wilds. The vast range of its attack left Lu Qingchen with no room to evade. It was the first time the two-headed crocodile had been pushed to resort to such a devastating maneuver. The unarmed girl stood alone against such a terrifying onslaught, causing her classmates to feel their hearts leap into their throats. Song Wanli, too, was tense and ready for battle, prepared to leap in for support at any moment. At that moment, though her eyes were closed, it seemed as if Lu Qingchen could sense everything around her, suddenly halting her advance. She raised her right hand and placed it at the center of her chest. Almost simultaneously, her eyes flew open wide. In her watery eyes, a flash resembling a lightning bolt illuminating the sky seemed to flicker. Her head was held high. Delicate, snowy fingers suddenly clenched tightly. Then they were slowly raised. It was as if an invisible divine weapon lay within her chest, firmly grasped and forcefully drawn forth. Boom! As her palm ascended, a shockwave erupted from her surroundings. Dust swirled, and her hair danced wildly. Armed. Accompanying this was her clear, ringing shout. Lu Qingchen's right hand, reaching its zenith, suddenly swept forward, aimed directly at the two-headed crocodile. Clang! A crisp sound, reminiscent of a blade striking its hilt, resonated from her hand. At that very moment, the two giant jaws of the two-headed crocodile, resembling a rotating saw, were already within arm's reach. Chapter 90, A Single Strike. The overwhelmed Lin Wanqing. Tension filled the air as all teachers and students held their breath, their eyes fixated on Lu Qingchen. What was she grasping in her hand? Though invisible, the sound of a blade echoed sharply. I pondered, my recent physical conditioning had been commendable, yet why did my vision blur? What nonsense about the Emperor's new clothes? Yet, the goddess Lu appeared strikingly fierce in her demeanor, a sight to behold. However, there was an undeniable aura of danger surrounding her. At that moment, to everyone's gaze, Lu Qingchen's stance was somewhat captivating, especially with the sudden resonance of the blade that heightened everyone's anticipation. They yearned to witness the astonishing strike endowed by the weapon master talent. An S-class martial arts aptitude never failed to astonish. Just as the twin-headed crocodile approached within 2 meters of Lu Qingchen, its gaping jaws ready to strike, her right hand, once held loosely, suddenly quivered. Clang! Another crisp sound of a blade rang forth from her palm. It was as if an invisible sword trembled and shrieked. Without any flamboyant technique, Lu Qingchen swiftly drew her right hand sideways. Her tall figure leaned forward, her hand returning to rest at her left hip as if the sword had been sheathed. By the time she completed these movements, the twin-headed crocodile was but a meter away, its blood-red eyes glaring fiercely, bits of flesh clinging to its sharp teeth. The stench of blood wafting through the air. In the stands, Song Wanli and Huang Chunli felt beads of sweat forming in their palms. One gripped the electronic collar controller, their bodies taut like a drawn bow, ready to intervene at any moment. Only Fang Qingchen, gazing intently at Lu Qingchen, suddenly radiated brilliance from his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. It was happening. As the soft whisper faded, the once introverted girl's eyes became devoid of emotion. The once vibrant pupils now reflected nothing but a hollow vacancy, leaving only the image of the twin-headed crocodile mirrored within. Slash! The cold, frosty voice echoed, cascading through the air. Whoosh! The right hand, seemingly empty, swung forward as if drawing a blade from its sheath. In that instant, though her hand bore no weapon, the entire combat arena seemed to witness a magnificent burst of violet blade light emanating from her palm. Simultaneously, her slender figure appeared to be propelled by the very essence of the sword, merging with it as she unleashed a speed far exceeding that of her physical tests. Like a flash, she materialized behind the twin-headed crocodile, which then collided forcefully with the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Basic swordsmanship, draw and slash. Despite being a technique requiring a blade, she executed it seamlessly with her bare hands, without a hint of incongruity. A single strike. The speed was astonishing, so rapid that aside from the teachers, scarcely any student could discern her movements. Many of the less physically adept students merely caught a fleeting shadow before it was over. What had transpired? As she glanced at the countdown, a full 25 seconds remained. Lu Qingchen passed through the double-headed crocodile, her expression remaining impassive, without even a backward glance. It seemed she was utterly unafraid of the creature's dying retaliations. With a light step, she continued to walk away from the double-headed crocodile and the ever-ticking timer, making her way toward the alloy steel door. Her loosely clenched right hand slowly returned to her chest, like a blade sliding back into its sheath. The turbulent waves of energy around her gradually calmed. The indifferent yet confident aura about her, along with the vacant look in her eyes, began to fade. She lowered her head slightly, reverting to the demeanor of a withdrawn girl. Why is she leaving? The double-headed crocodile lay motionless on the ground. Remarkable. Is this what they call a strong individual who never looks back at explosions? Double-headed crocodile, are you dead or not? Move a step if you're still alive. The stillness of the crocodile contrasted sharply with the confident departure of the girl, creating an unsettling scene that made the onlooking classmates anxious, eager to know the outcome. Lin Wanqing stood up, her gaze fixed intently on the double-headed crocodile. After her awakening, her heightened senses allowed her to detect the creature's life force rapidly fading. 24 seconds. 23 seconds. 22 seconds. Just as Lu Qingchen reached the closed alloy steel door, a sharp-eyed student suddenly pointed at the crocodile's belly. Following the sound, everyone turned to see a red line suddenly appear, slicing through the still form of the double-headed crocodile from head to tail. In the next moment, splurt, blood erupted violently, forming a crimson fan. Simultaneously, the massive carcass of the crocodile split cleanly in two. At this moment, realization dawned upon the crowd. They finally understood that Lu Qingchen had effortlessly severed the creature into two halves with a mere flick of her blade. However, the speed had been so swift that the body remained frozen in its final pose. A collective gasp echoed from all directions. Students and teachers alike, including Song Wanli, stood in stunned silence, their eyes fixed on the girl who resembled a Valkyrie. Powerful. Unbelievably powerful. Is this the might of an S-level martial arts talent, the weapon master? To condense formless weapons and cut through all that is tangible. In a single strike, there was no escape. Unmatched. Lin Wanqing's typically aloof face turned pale as paper. her body trembling involuntarily. That single blow had extinguished all hope. Not only had it slain the double-headed crocodile, but it had also severed the last vestige of her pride. She realized in that moment she had utterly lost. That strike was something she could not withstand. Even with her blood-chi clone to shield her, it would have been futile. Heaven knows, could such a strike merely be her basic attack? And the blood-chi clone was already her ultimate move. With a mere basic attack, you cannot withstand my ultimate move. How can we even compare? It is a complete rout. Whether it be your proud appearance, martial prowess, or the realm of martial arts, all have been utterly vanquished. Chapter 91. Are you still choosing? You just know how to play tricks on me. Candidate Lu Qingchen achieved a perfect score in the practical test. As the announcement resonated, the bright red countdown timer froze at 22 seconds. Fang Qingchen's gaze sharpened. 8 seconds. 2 seconds faster than in the previous life. Moreover, this does not even account for the delay in the teaching system's observations. In truth, the two-headed crocodile had long been defeated. The accurate time should have been within 5 seconds. On the observation platform, Song Wanli clenched his fist tightly, his eyes brimming with admiration. It was astonishing, achieving such a clean and swift victory with only a physical fitness level of 1. 3. A single strike to annihilate. Even among the elite martial arts class, this would undoubtedly rank within the top 10. It was no less formidable than those students boasting physical fitness levels above 1. 5. An S-class martial arts talent is truly remarkable. Kulme, let us all applaud and encourage our classmate, Lu Qingchen. At this moment, Huang Chunli took the initiative to lead. The students of Class 7 joined in. Applause echoed, accompanied by waves of cheer. Within less than 10 seconds, the two-headed crocodile was swiftly dispatched. This speed of execution, for students nearing the end of the first semester at the martial arts high school, can undoubtedly be considered among the fastest. It could easily be boasted about at a martial arts university. However, deep down, Lu Qingchen did not feel an overwhelming sense of pride. Aside from gaining a clearer understanding of her own strength after showcasing her martial arts talent, she was even more curious about Fang Qingchen's unfathomable power. If her recent performance was akin to unleashing her strongest attack to slay the two-headed crocodile, then Fang Qingchen's strike was comparable to a perfectly executed skill, effortlessly resulting in an instant defeat. The disparity was self-evident. She lifted her chin, gazing at Fang Qingchen, who sat calmly in his seat, smiling at her while applauding along with the crowd. A sudden sweetness filled her heart as she tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Ah, I've lost to him again. What a blow to my confidence. He is truly formidable now, so much so that even with my S-class martial arts talent, I still fall short. Earlier, I was so confident in our wager. You already knew you would win, didn't you? You just know how to play tricks on me. How sly. Yet, a peculiar smile blossomed on her serene face. Given her introverted nature, she had initially planned to undertake the upcoming off-campus practical training alone during the impending holiday. The previous wager with Fang Qingchen stemmed from her absolute confidence in her abilities, believing she would not lose. Now, she not only lost, but did so utterly. In terms of physical fitness, martial arts assessments, and practical tests, she had been completely outmatched by Fang Qingchen. Yet, aside from a hint of disappointment, she did not experience the sadness she had anticipated. The once monotonous off-campus practical training seemed to take on a newfound allure. Lu Qingchen herself did not realize that her previously introverted disposition was gradually melting away under Fang Qingchen's influence. The steel door slowly opened. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lu Qingchen gracefully returned to her seat, observing Fang Qingchen, surrounded by the newly crowned goddess and the established school beauty of the 7th high school. The male classmates around him seethed with jealousy, their eyes blazing with envy. Seeing Fang Qingchen's indifferent demeanor towards Lin Wanxing only intensified their frustration, to the point where they felt their teeth might shatter from gritting them. How could he be so audacious? That scoundrel. He truly deserves condemnation. Naturally, such thoughts remained confined to their minds, as they dared not voice them. Times have changed. In a luxurious vehicle, Chen Guorong, watching the live broadcast, wore a grin that stretched from ear to ear. The terror of the warrior's master exceeded his wildest imagination. With proper nurturing, Lu Qingchen could become the shining emblem of the 7th high school. although there remained a considerable gap in physical prowess compared to Jiang Wushuang. Another S-class martial arts prodigy from the first high school, he felt no concern whatsoever. Gazing at the live footage of Fang Qingchen, seated amidst Lu Qingchen and Lin Wanqing, a lecherous smile spread across his face. Ah, youth, it is essential to engage with each other. Young lady, fear not your lower stamina. Once you become teammates with this fellow, in less than a month, you shall catch up. Jiang Wushuang's father, Jiang He, is merely a martial arts grandmaster, much like myself, who can compete for resources with a half-step martial deity and the affluent families of Jiangnan province. Choosing the right allies diminishes life's challenges by a staggering 90. He wore an expression of pride, showing no remorse for the teaching materials. A swift phone call was made to the school kitchen. Tonight's feast would feature crocodile meat, transformed into sumptuous dumplings and pastries. The principal is indeed wise. The upcoming tests promised little excitement. When it was Lin Wanqing's turn, she seemed to be inspired by Lu Qingqian's performance and sought to prove herself. She activated her duplication ability, manifesting two identical, aloof Lin Wanqings, each brandishing a spear, appearing on the battlefield. This spectacle was truly eye-opening, particularly for the boys, who were left bewildered, unable to decide where to focus their attention, struggling to discern the true body from the duplicate. Gentlemen, I have an unrefined notion. Hold your tongues. I have one too. TSK, TSK. In an instant, the discussions in the stands became even more fervent than when Lu Qingchen had taken the field. Although Fang Qingchen had grown indifferent towards Lin Wanqing, he was nonetheless curious to observe any differences in others' fates upon his return to life, aside from Lu Qingchen. This included Tian Xiaoming, whose previously doomed destiny he had altered. He remained vigilant, eager to see how their paths would unfold. In his past life, he had meticulously studied Lin Wanqing, having a thorough understanding of her capabilities. She had dispatched the two-headed crocodile in merely 10 seconds. As the timer began, Lin Wanqing embarked on her battle, leaving Fang Qingchen unexpectedly intrigued. He recalled Lin Wanqing's combat style, which had always adhered to a graceful and ethereal approach. Cold and aloof as she was, she would never permit even a hint of imperfection to tarnish her image. Even her doppelgangers were treated with utmost care regarding their appearance. Yet now, for reasons unknown, both Lin Wanqing and her sanguine doppelganger fought with ferocity and intensity. With gritted teeth, they unleashed ruthless strikes, especially